In the realm of Earth, the youthful Xue Yueqing unexpectedly finds himself transformed into a snow-white rabbit, yet his fortune is extraordinary as he undergoes the baptism of the demon godflower. Departing from the confines of beauty, he ventures into the depths of ancient stars, embarking on a path fraught with trials meant for the mightiest. Unyielding in battle, he grows stronger with each encounter, shedding his rabbit form to ascend as a true dragon. He forges his own methods and comprehends his own truths, breaking through the celestial pathways to usher his old friends into the realm of immortals. He has saved formidable emperors, serving as a guide for ruthless sovereigns, and has traversed to the very end of the Soul River. His journey has taken him to the chaotic ancient times, where he has forged brotherly bonds with the Grand Elder, personally guiding Xue how to temper his recklessness and ensuring he retains a beautiful childhood. To each their own, as tastes vary to those who find it unpalatable. I can only extend my apologies. Readers of the Shrouded Heaven fanfiction should be familiar with the concept of realms. Furthermore, this iteration of Xue Yueqing diverges from the original narrative, with notable alterations in the storyline. In the twilight of the ancient era, the reign of the undying emperor has long since faded. 1,000,000 years passed, during which figures such as the ancient lunar emperor and the ancient solar emperor, along with various sovereign experts, emerged. In the realm of ancient demons, the sun sets in the west, painting the horizon a vivid crimson sea, with clouds undulating like waves upon the ocean. Yueqing, I'm here. A cheerful female voice breaks the tranquility. A girl clad in simple attire, carrying a small basket, hops joyfully into the peach garden. Her delicate face radiates youthfulness, her petite frame exuding a gentle fragility. With elegantly arched brows and sparkling eyes reminiscent of crescent moons, her charming nose adds to her allure. As she enters the garden, her cheeks bear a rosy hue, her steps light and buoyant. The peach orchard stretches out like a sea of pink, the air infused with the fragrant aroma of peach blossoms, uplifting the spirits of all who inhale it. At the heart of the orchard lies a waterfall and a quaint bamboo cottage, where a young man clad in white sits cross-legged upon a massive stone. His features are strikingly handsome, with refined contours, sword-like brows, and starry eyes. His long, snow-white hair cascades over his shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, his complexion bears an alarming pallor, devoid of any color. At that moment, he senses a stirring behind him, and his thin lips curve slightly upward. A pair of delicate hands, as soft as silk, cover his closed eyes, accompanied by a voice as melodious as chimes. Guess who I am? The girl's bright eyes brim with affection as she gazes at him, her petite frame standing at about 1.50 meters. Let me think, he replies, his lips already curling into a smile, though he maintains a serious demeanor as he ponders. It must be the charming and adorable Yao, he whispers, then gently takes her hands, rising to face the beaming girl, playfully pinching her dainty nose. As evening descends, the clouds blaze with the remnants of sunset, the sun now vanished, while the moon begins its ascent, the fiery clouds gradually dissipating. On the massive stone beside the waterfall, the girl nestles in the young man's embrace, her bare feet playfully splashing in the water. They share a comfortable silence, simply relishing the warmth emanating from one another. Brother Yueqing, when will you leave? Bai Yao inquires softly. Having lived alongside Xue Yueqing for several years, she has recently sensed a domineering aura emanating from him. Xue Yueqing was momentarily taken aback, then pondered before responding, after we have children. Bai Yao's face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. She placed her left hand on Xue Yueqing's waist, playfully twisting it. How annoying. Who said anything about having children with you? Shyly, Bai Yao playfully punched Xue Yueqing's chest with her delicate fist. Brother Yueqing, I have a surprise for you. Bai Yao sprang up, swiftly jogging to the spot where she had placed a small basket moments earlier. Xue Yueqing watched the lively Bai Yao, instinctively smiling, his gaze filled with tenderness. However, in the next moment, his eyes resolutely fixed upon the resplendent starry sky. Xue Yueqing, a traveler from another realm, was a man who had been an unsuccessful author before his journey. One fateful night, he perished while typing furiously, only to have his soul reincarnate as a snow rabbit in the ancient demon realm. In his youth, he accidentally ingested the demon god flower, transforming into his true form. Upon venturing into the outside world, he discovered it was the vast realm of Zetian, and that it was during the primordial era. He also recalled the demon emperor from Zetian, realizing that he was destined to become that very figure. To avert the fate described in the original narrative, he sought refuge in a modest cave after his transformation. However, his extraordinary talents allowed him to master various cultivation techniques effortlessly, though his bloodline posed a limitation. He endeavored to refine his blood into the unique true blood, aspiring to transcend and transform as depicted in the original tale. By refining his original rabbit blood into the singular true blood, he hoped to cultivate true dragon blood and become a genuine dragon. During his ascension at the immortal stage's second tribulation, he was ambushed by major sects, holy lands, and esteemed clans, gravely injured and on the brink of death. He fled to the outskirts of a peach grove, where he was rescued by a woman named Bai Yao. Subsequently, Bai Yao built a bamboo cottage for him within the peach forest, and they began to live together. Bai Yao had lost her parents to a hunting accident, leaving her alone in the world. To support Xue Yueqing, she worked various jobs in the village daily. 7 years swiftly passed, during which the bond between Xue Yueqing and Bai Yao intensified rapidly. Yet, this affection was destined to be fleeting, as major holy lands sought him out. Fearing for Bai Yao's safety, he prepared to depart. This adorable, lively, yet delicate girl had illuminated his heart with a ray of hope. Now, his injuries were nearly healed, and his cultivation had stabilized at the pinnacle of the immortal stage's second realm, on the verge of transcending. Gazing at the luminous moonlight, Xue Yueqing fell into a moment of reverie, an undeniable solitude enveloping him beyond Bai Yao. He had no friends in this world. At that moment, Bai Yao approached with her hands concealed behind her back, a radiant smile gracing her face, hopping joyfully. She stood before Xue Yueqing, her hands swiftly presenting 2 small puppets. "Tada! These are the little dolls I crafted at Granny Rong's," Bai Yao declared proudly, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with innocence, her large eyes brimming with an expectation for praise. One puppet donned white attire, its head resembling a chibi version of Xue Yueqing, adorned with a small wooden tag at its waist inscribed with, "Made by Bai Yao." The puppet was remarkably lifelike. Save for its chibi head, the rest was an exact likeness of Xue Yueqing. One puppet resembled her, crafted in a chibi style, with a face strikingly similar, yet adorned with a joyful smile. "This is for you," Bai Yao said, placing her puppet gently into Xue Yueqing's embrace, while she carefully cradled the chibi version of Xue Yueqing against her own heart. A surge of indescribable warmth enveloped Xue Yueqing. The image of the girl's adorable and lively smile etched deeply within his soul. "What's the matter? Are you so moved that you're on the verge of tears? You should hurry and express your gratitude," Bai Yao declared proudly, her pure, innocent eyes twinkling with delight as they gazed at Xue Yueqing. "Thank you, my darling." "Ha ha ha." Xue Yueqing couldn't contain his laughter, playfully attaching Bai Yao's puppet to his waist. You, how annoying," Bai Yao exclaimed shyly, her cheeks flushed, as she playfully jabbed Xue Yueqing with her tiny fists, nestling her head in his chest, inhaling the comforting scent that belonged to him. "I'm hungry," Bai Yao said, lifting her head, her forehead resting just beneath Xue Yueqing's chin, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Just finished eating and you're already asking for more. You truly are a little glutton," Xue Yueqing replied with a smile, giving her nose a gentle pinch before rising to his feet. Approaching the waterfall, he extended his hands slightly, and with a sudden tremor, a thunderous roar erupted as the waterfall exploded into a 5-meter-high spray, with golden fish leaping joyfully, their mouths bubbling with frothy delight. With a swift motion, Xue Yueqing caught a 2-meter-long goldfish, which instantly lost its vitality, its scales and bones separating from its flesh. "Wow, that's amazing!" Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration, yet a shadow of melancholy flickered deep within her gaze. Xue Yueqing placed the fish upon a massive lotus leaf, nestled in the mud, igniting a pile of charcoal, which he tossed in without a second thought. After satisfying their hunger, Xue Yueqing held Bai Yao as they sat upon a cliff, gazing at the resplendent moon, while the stars twinkled brilliantly above them, their light dancing upon their faces. Brother Yueqing, could you tell me about the world beyond? Bai Yao nestled closer in his embrace, her voice a gentle whisper. In her realm, there were no practitioners, only mortals, and the fabled imperial capital or other nations lay far beyond, with a mere mortal town 20 miles away. She had only ventured there once, spending the rest of her life in the village. It was only upon meeting Xue Yueqing that she had successfully traversed the sea of suffering in 7 years. She had reached the threshold of enlightenment, a feat made possible by Xue Yueqing's guidance. Out there, right and wrong do not exist, only interests and positions prevail. Without sufficient strength, one becomes prey to others. Yet with great power, one becomes a target. Some beings recklessly slaughter all life, treating them as mere sustenance for cultivation. Thus, do not venture out until your strength reaches the 3rd level of the celestial platform or the saint realm. Xue Yueqing cautioned Bai Yao earnestly. I understand, Bai Yao replied, nodding vigorously, her eyes reflecting concern, not for herself, but for Xue Yueqing. Out there, I am unparalleled, Xue Yueqing, aware of Bai Yao's worries, proudly proclaimed. That night, Xue Yueqing and Bai Yao engaged in prolonged conversation, while Bai Yao drifted into slumber in his embrace. Bai Yao's physique was delicate and petite. She was not voluptuous, but rather of average build, standing at a mere 1.5 meters tall, which rendered her considerably shorter in comparison to Xue Yueqing, who towered at 1.8 meters. However, Bai Yao possessed a kind-hearted and innocent disposition, making it difficult for her to conceal her thoughts. The future is uncertain, yet I shall alter everything, Xue Yueqing murmured softly, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Chapter 2. Aspirations of the sky at dawn. The sky was tinged with a delicate hue, as warm sunlight dispersed the morning mist. Dewdrops cascaded from the tender peach blossoms. While deep within the peach orchard, Xue Yueqing sat within a waterfall, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. With each breath, an overwhelming energy surged into his body, coursing through his limbs, bringing a faint flush to his pale complexion. Soon, the ancient path of the starry sky would be unveiled, Xue Yueqing murmured, gazing up at the cerulean heavens. In the realm of ancient demons, he had few rivals left. While some formidable figures sought to assist him and his companions in embarking on the celestial journey, once I attain enlightenment, I shall set forth. He cast a lingering glance at the quaint bamboo cottage. This place was merely a humble village, scarcely known even among practitioners, becoming a mere legend. Only Xue Yueqing and Bai Yao were the ones cultivating the path here. By the riverside of the peach orchard, a gentle breeze stirred Bai Yao's hair, as the blazing sun streamed through the gaps in the blossoms, casting radiant beams of light. In that moment, Bai Yao was devoid of her usual vivacity, replaced by a profound silence as she gazed at the young man beside her, her eyes filled with deep affection. Are you truly leaving? She whispered, her delicate form leaning against Xue Yueqing, her face etched with reluctance. At that moment, she yearned desperately for him to stay. I must grow stronger. I shall be invincible, Xue Yueqing declared, clad in garments as white as snow, exuding confidence. A gentle breeze stirred within the peach orchard, ruffling his flowing white hair. He was determined to tread upon the ancient path of the starry sky, to behold the grand era that would overshadow all, to witness the fierce clash of blood and fire, to embark upon an unparalleled journey, to become the singular entity between heaven and earth, vanquishing all youthful supremes and prodigies, standing triumphantly at the pinnacle of invincibility, shattering the chains of fate. Xue Yueqing radiated with vigor and unmatched confidence, yet remained oblivious to the shadow of sorrow that clouded Bai Yao's eyes. When will you depart? She softly inquired, her tender hand firmly grasping his. Tomorrow, he replied. On the following morning, at the break of dawn, Bai Yao had already risen. She severed her hair, intricately weaving it into the form of a necklace, connecting it to her chibi doll. Glancing at the meditative Xue Yueqing, a blissful smile graced her lips. She then produced a slip of paper and inscribed several lines upon it. After finishing her writing, she tucked the notes inside the plush doll, adorned in a simple dress. Her petite frame exuded fragility, her lustrous black hair was fashioned into a bun, and her complexion, fair with a hint of pink, resembled a ripe peach. Tempting enough to take a bite. Here, this is for you. Be sure to keep it safe and don't lose it, Bai Yao said, fastening the doll to Xue Yueqing's belt. Xue Yueqing chuckled, ruffling Bai Yao's little head, and replied gently, rest assured, even in death, I shall not part with it. What nonsense. My Yueqing is destined to be the invincible man of the world. Bai Yao pouted in dissatisfaction, her delicate hand twisting at Xue Yueqing's waist. I must take my leave now. Xue Yueqing embraced the fragile Bai Yao softly before releasing her, turning to ascend into the heavens. With each step he took, his aura intensified, reaching the pinnacle of the second stage of immortality as he ventured into the cosmos to sever the path. Bai Yao rested her hands against her chin, her crescent-shaped eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the spirited Xue Yueqing. The sunlight cascaded from the celestial dome, illuminating the scene where he stood upon the void, while beneath him, a delicate girl watched with adoring eyes. As Xue Yueqing receded further into the distance, Bai Yao's tears began to flow. This flower is for you, my beloved, ha. Ultimately, he departed, retreating to a realm inaccessible to the girl, standing amidst the pink peach orchard. Her bright eyes brimmed with tears as she observed the retreating figure of the boy in white, her hands clasped tightly together. She closed her eyes, silently praying for his safety. With unwavering determination, Xue Yueqing stepped into the starlit sky, entering the vast universe. In the cold, profound cosmos, his spirit reached its zenith. Sever the path, sever the path. What must I cut away? Xue Yueqing murmured as he strolled through the boundless expanse of stars. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had self-immolated his path. He was a sacred body, while I am but an ordinary snow rabbit poised on the precipice of transformation. Xue Yueqing's physical prowess rivaled that of the sacred body, for he was on the verge of transcending from a snow rabbit into a dragon. One can only imagine the peril inherent in such a metamorphosis. To completely cleanse himself of ordinary blood, he must sever all rabbit blood, retaining only the true essence, and coupled with the reverse severing of the path. My potential shall ascend to unprecedented heights. Clad in white, Xue Yueqing stood solitary in the icy darkness of the universe, sensing an overwhelming silence akin to death. His ambition was not merely to achieve immortality, but to transcend all and become the strongest. To traverse the starry realms, one must attain the sage's realm. It is time. Let the tribulation commence, Xue Yueqing whispered. He has been trapped at the pinnacle of the second realm for 5 years. 8 years ago, he suffered grave injuries during a tribulation, only to be rescued by Bai Yao. Over the years, he has healed from his wounds, and the laws left by his enemies within his body have provided him with profound insights, allowing him to be on the verge of breaking through to the third realm of. Xue Yueqing began to harness his Tao, no longer suppressing his own power. He opened his mind, connecting with the cosmos, and emanated an intent that transcended the great Tao and embodied the essence of transformation. With a thunderous roar, what was once an empty expanse in the frigid universe suddenly erupted into a vast ocean, a tempest of thunder. In an instant, Xue Yueqing found himself engulfed, subjected to the interrogation and retribution of the celestial paths. Great bolts of lightning, reminiscent of an immense ocean, descended upon him relentlessly. This tribulation was the most formidable and terrifying since the dawn of time, surpassing any prior calamity. Each bolt of calamity light far exceeded the intensity of another's tribulation. Thousands upon thousands of these calamity lights coalesced into a singular, colossal thunderbolt that struck Xue Yueqing. A mere flicker of this electric storm would suffice to obliterate a prodigious talent. Yet, amidst the onslaught, Xue Yueqing, with disheveled hair, stood resolute against the overwhelming tempest of tribulation. His physical form was extraordinarily robust, rivaling that of a true dragon as he embraced the lightning like water, cleansing both his body and primordial spirit. Chapter 3. The Trial of the Path. This is a cataclysm of monumental proportions, where even the cosmic void has been rent asunder, revealing terrifying black fissures, while a singular point of silver light remains unchanged at the center. Xue Yueqing's delicate skin shimmers with luminescence as it endures the baptism of thunder. Boundless and infinite, it seems that the tribulations of millennia have converged upon him alone. Xue Yueqing possesses immense strength, having consumed the demonic godflower in his youth. He has studied the scriptures of the Tao, infiltrated sacred grounds to steal sacred texts, and hunted renowned prodigies for resources. The entirety of the ancient demon realm offers him no refuge. He is an enemy to the world. Yet, through extraordinary talent and an indomitable spirit, he has emerged step by step from the crucible of slaughter. He has mastered 3 secret arts of the 9 secrets. Every inch of his skin radiates brilliance, each pore exuding and inhaling thunder. A golden figure emerges from his brow, and with a single breath, he draws in a cascade of celestial rivers, swallowing the terrifying sea of thunder to cleanse his primordial spirit. within the grand sacred sites and prominent sects of the ancient demon realm. A sense of annihilation from beyond the realms has sent tremors through their very course. Those who cultivate the Tao are inevitably attuned to this sensation. Many saints and formidable prodigies have turned their gaze towards Xue Yueqing. Who could it be? This tribulation is so vast, apart from that rabbit. Who else could achieve such a feat? Alas, that rabbit, too, is of unparalleled talent. A snow hare that cannot even be compared to mortals yet competes with the prodigies of the great sections. What a pity! Such a punishment is rarely witnessed throughout history. This individual must have stepped into the realm of divine prohibitions. The various sects and cultivators murmured among themselves, all yearning to witness the spectacle in the depths of the cosmos, yet the overwhelming power of this tribulation rendered them hesitant. Boom! The first wave of the thunderous sea dissipates, revealing inexplicable and bizarre lightning in the void. There appears a spiked club, a tower, a cauldron, and a seal. One mysterious manifestation after another. This is even more terrifying. Some of the thunder, akin to ultimate weapons, descends in a savage tempest, capable of shattering a star. Xue Yueqing strives to sever the existing path, to eradicate his mundane bloodline and transcend, rising above the great Tao. Naturally, he must endure the onslaught and pressure of various sacred paths throughout history. Boom! The blazing light of annihilation descends upon Xue Yueqing. As humanoid lightning and extraordinary weapons strike him, and in a moment of disorientation, ancient stars shatter, their histories illuminated in a vivid tableau. With boundless divine thunder enveloping him, Xue Yueqing stands resolutely against the onslaught, his white hair cascading like a river, his fair skin rapidly mending even as it is shattered and broken. His primordial spirit, stationed at his brow, gazes down upon the world with defiance, unyielding like his physical form, as he undergoes the baptism and tempering of the towering thunder. The celestial measuring rod, forged from ethereal blue gold, endures the thunderous sea's reforging, subjected to the forging of lightning akin to ultimate weapons, remaining unscathed and growing ever more indestructible. The celestial measuring rod is Xue Yueqing's instrument of enlightenment, a weapon of slaughter. Initially, he envisioned forging a spear or a lance. But this rod symbolizes the will within his heart, and it is also the reason he is pursued throughout the ancient realm. In the ensuing days, Xue Yueqing endured relentless injuries, besieged by the phantoms of formidable weapons that assailed him. His soul and corporeal form repeatedly separated and reunited. As he fought valiantly amidst the tribulations of heaven, time became an enigma, until, with a sudden stillness, the cosmos fell silent, and the vast expanse of thunderous seas quieted. Xue Yueqing, with a grave expression, gazed intently at the stormy skies, his white attire stained with blood, his stature imposing, every movement exuding an aura of dominance. His chest heaving violently. At last, they have arrived, the esteemed sovereigns. The oppressive silence of the calamity intensified, as humanoid lightning emerged from the void. Multiple figures materializing in a flash. With a thunderous roar, the void erupted, a blinding light bore down, piercing through Xue Yueqing's chest, releasing wisps of azure smoke accompanied by a sizzle and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Before him stood a figure of authority, its true visage obscured. Yet the celestial blade in its grasp was unmistakable. It was the undying heavenly blade. This weapon belonged to the undying emperor, without a shadow of doubt. Xue Yueqing recalled the descriptions from the original text. The undying emperor wielded the five-colored heavenly blade, precisely as depicted, and he was witnessing it amid the heavenly tribulations. The undying emperor was akin to a celestial phoenix, its blood and down no different from that of a true dragon. To confront the undying emperor was indeed a momentous occasion. Xue Yueqing's voice quivered, not from fear but from exhilaration. To battle a celestial phoenix in the guise of a snow hare was simply beyond imagination. Surely, the undying emperor was not alone. Perhaps the 9 supreme lords were also present. Filled with excitement, Xue Yueqing had never contemplated his demise. He was no weaker than the ancient emperor during the path-cutting epoch. All having traversed the divine forbidden realm, he might be slightly inferior, yet he reminded himself he was a snow hare. Fortunately, this was not a genuine entity, but rather an imprint etched by the heavens. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. Xue Yueqing let out a piercing howl. Charging through the tempestuous skies, wielding the cosmic measuring rod, cleaving towards the undying heavenly blade, unleashing waves of terrifying will. With a resounding clash, they entangled in a fierce battle, and Xue Yueqing experienced a surreal sensation, as though he were facing the youthful undying emperor, one imbued with intelligence. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. Flames soared, as the Undying Emperor unleashed a radiant arc of blade light, rending the fabric of reality, warping the very cosmos in a blaze. Xue Yueqing swung the heavy cosmic measuring rod, a torrent of malevolent energy surging forth, rendering disbelief at the thought of him having never tasted the blood of thousands. With another explosive collision, the cosmic measuring rod met the celestial blade, creating vast waves that rippled across the thunderous seas. Amidst the chaos, a deluge of sword intent cascaded down, for swords descending from the heavens. Though they were bolts of lightning, the terrifying intent pricked Xue Yueqing's skin with discomfort. Above loomed a towering figure, wielding an array diagram, descending to impose its will upon him. Those 4 swords were none other than the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, wielded by the celestial treasure sovereign. Xue Yueqing was struck with horror. He had evaded the 5-colored heavenly blade, yet he could not escape the extermination array, as the 4 celestial swords descended upon him, severing his head. A tightening sensation gripped his back as his arms were cleaved off, impaling his entire being. Crimson blood wafted through the starry sky. Xue Yueqing understood the dire consequences of defying the path of reversal and severing his mortal blood. It was a dead end, devoid of any hope for survival. Yet, to endure meant to transcend the Tao itself. Xue Yueqing restored his form, erasing the terrifying sword intent brought forth by the 4 swords of extermination. Yet found himself ensnared within a formation. This rare opportunity stirred within him a fervent desire to battle with a fellow celestial being of the same realm. Having vanquished all the prodigies of the ancient demon realm, today he would measure himself against them. With fierce determination, Xue Yueqing brandished the celestial measuring rod and struck the formation. One might deem Xue Yueqing audacious. Yet he understood that if any figure from the chaotic ancient times were to face such a tribulation, they would likely feel the same. Perhaps even greedily plunging into the depths of the thunderous sea to seize the thunderpool. The most terrifying battle erupted. Xue Yueqing was nearly obliterated as the youthful Undying Emperor and the Spirit Treasure Celestial Sovereign assailed him without mercy, intent on eradicating the one who dared to defy everything. They unleashed a myriad of divine powers, shattering the heavens and inverting the universe. Though they had become one with thunder, their ancient principles remained. Equally terrifying and boundless, a certain death, particularly the Undying Emperor, who seemed to possess a form of sentience, would occasionally strike Xue Yueqing from behind. Boom. A green cauldron materialized, shaking the very fabric of time and space, its overwhelming aura crashing against Xue Yueqing. Even his nearly dragon-formed body could not withstand it, bones shattered in countless places. And he was sent flying. The Emperor had arrived. In a one-on-one encounter, Xue Yueqing held confidence in defeating either of them, but against a multitude of youthful celestial sovereigns. It was a catastrophe. Even any figure from the chaotic ancient times would find themselves in peril in this realm. Boom. The void erupted, a myriad of lightning bolts cascading like a torrential storm, the essence of fist sweeping across the universe. The Emperor advanced, delivering powerful strikes with an unparalleled grace. Embodying the might of a true celestial emperor, Xue Yueqing roared, invoking his divine powers. His right hand morphed into a silvery dragon claw, delivering a thunderous punch. His flowing silver hair dancing as he battled against the Tao forms of these youthful sovereigns. Transform into a dragon. Roar. Xue Yueqing bellowed, his human form transmuting into a colossal silver dragon, his crystalline horns radiating the terrifying essence of chaotic principles, though his dragon form remained incomplete. Only one claw and one horn had manifested, while his tail was still woven from energy. His eyes, as vast as stars, gazed down upon the youthful celestial sovereigns. And he opened his massive jaws to inhale the essence of all things in the universe, spiritual energy and matter alike. Boom. As Xue Yueqing exhaled, a blinding divine light pierced through the formation of the Spirit Treasure Celestial Sovereign, surging toward the Emperor. Bang! The Emperor, wielding the World Cauldron, blocked the terrifying divine radiance and stepped forward, delivering a punch to Xue Yueqing's dragon form. With the Emperor's intervention, the Spirit Treasure Celestial Sovereign and the Undying Emperor also joined the fray, leaving Xue Yueqing's colossal body to endure their relentless assault passively. Bloodied and battered, Xue Yueqing faced the onslaught, his bones shattered like never before, yet he remained defiant, gritting his teeth and persevering against the 3 celestial sovereigns. Thunder roared. Suddenly, a dazzling punch of radiant light shattered the head of Xue Yueqing. A towering figure resembling lightning emerged, adorned with mysterious symbols coursing across his flesh. Xue Yueqing's form was hurled away, colliding with a distant star and exploding upon impact. In an instant, his head regenerated, Yet at that very moment, for heavenly sovereign swiftly descended upon him. All-character secret art. Xue Yueqing exclaimed, activating the all-character secret art, unleashing a tenfold increase in his combat prowess as he entered the divine prohibition realm. However, the 5 heavenly sovereigns opposite him also entered the divine prohibition realm. While the visage of the Emperor Sovereign remained inscrutable, seemingly adorned with a mocking expression, Xue Yueqing wielded the heavenly measuring rod with grandiose motions, crimson lightning enveloping him. His body was drenched in blood, bones shattered, and bright red blood splattered, staining the vast expanse of space as he disintegrated into flesh and viscera. Boom! A torrent of blood energy surged forth as Xue Yueqing activated the all-character secret art, merging flesh and shattered bones, reforming his body. Thud! Xue Yueqing unleashed a punch towards the Emperor's sovereign, disregarding the assaults of the other heavenly sovereigns, intent on eliminating the Emperor's sovereign first, as he perceived the greatest threat emanating from him. Clang! The Emperor's sovereign countered with the world cauldron, retaliating with a punch of his own, casting an ominous glow across the cosmos. Xue Yueqing succumbed to madness, wielding the immense heavenly measuring rod with relentless vigor, exchanging injury for injury, casting aside the notions of life and death as he engaged in earnest combat. Hiss! The 5-colored heavenly blade struck his shoulder, severing his arm. A hand, imbued with enigmatic patterns, crashed against his waist, obliterating half of his body. Chapter 4. Transformation into a dragon. The battle reached a fever pitch. A seemingly insurmountable challenge of 1 against 4, a struggle fraught with immense difficulty. The dragon form of Xue Yueqing shimmered with resplendent blood, its entire body marred by wounds and stained with crimson. Engaged in a desperate fight against 4 formidable adversaries, defeat seemed inevitable. Yet, Xue Yueqing, drenched in blood, refused to capitulate, unwilling to succumb to despair or perish on the path of transcendence. Should anyone learn of his confrontation with 4 celestial beings at the pinnacle of their powers, it would undoubtedly astonish the realms, even rendering many incredulous. For it was a feat that overshadowed the annals of history. Even in death, merely enduring for a moment would etch his name in the chronicles of time. However, Xue Yueqing aspired to sever his ordinary blood, to channel the essence of his unique true blood, to defy the heavens and transform into a dragon, thereby enhancing his innate potential. In a moment of clarity, he recalled his original purpose, to eliminate the mundane blood, allowing the singular true blood to course through every vein, a process he could also undertake during the tribulation. Sever it, he bellowed, wielding the path as his blade and the scriptures as his thread. As he internally divided the dragon blood from the ordinary blood, with a resounding clang, the blade of the path cleaved through the ordinary blood amidst the heavenly tribulation, obliterated by the onslaught of lightning and the celestial beings' attacks. A cry of agony escaped Xue Yueqing as he severed half of his primordial blood, a sacrifice that equated to amputating a portion of his very essence. His physical form visibly withered, signs of fracture emerging upon the great path within him, while the singular true blood surged throughout his being. With a thunderous roar, Xue Yueqing unleashed a dragon's cry, even as the heavenly lightning continued to strike him relentlessly. The celestial beings remained undeterred, pursuing their own assaults. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his arms began to sprout lustrous, jade-like dragon scales. Suddenly, a long sword descended from the heavens, its terrifying intent permeating the cosmos, illuminating the universe with its radiance. At that moment, 5 more figures of lightning materialized amidst the storm, culminating in a total of 9 young celestial beings converging to slay the transforming Xue Yueqing. Although he anticipated this, a shiver ran down his spine, his hair standing on end, and his metamorphosing dragon form froze momentarily. As long as my will is unyielding, death shall not catch me, Xue Yueqing acknowledged, aware that these tribulations were time-bound. Otherwise, who could vanquish 9 celestial beings of the same realm? With a thunderous crash, as the clash commenced, he was immediately overwhelmed, flesh exploding into the cosmos, blood scattering, as all 9 celestial beings attacked simultaneously. Not even the arrival of celestial reinforcements could halt their onslaught. And among them were indeed 2 who were transcending the mortal realm. In a fit of rage, Xue Yueqing pressed on, his form still undergoing transformation, dragon blood continuously replenishing him, forcing him into a defensive stance. He abandoned all pretense of defense, fixating solely on the Emperor, disregarding the others. Charging forth with the vastness of the celestial measuring staff, enveloping the Emperor in an overwhelming force akin to a boundless ocean. With a mighty roar, Xue Yueqing summoned his divine power, the laws igniting as 6 profound, Terrifying black holes manifested upon his fist, emanating an aura of dread and coldness. With a resounding impact, he sent the Emperor hurtling away, following up with a barrage of punches, using the celestial measuring staff to hoist the world itself. With strands of white hair stained in blood, amid the tremendous thunder, a fierce battle ensued against the 9 celestial lords, the turbulent dragon's blood surging yet still insufficient. Xue Yueqing clashed with the Lord of Desolation. A blow from the 5-colored heavenly path struck his shoulder, while the Lord of Eternal Life thrust his long sword toward him. And the other celestial lords joined the fray. In an instant, Xue Yueqing's body was torn asunder, resembling a dismembered corpse. However, he swiftly utilized the secret of the word to restore his flesh and continued his relentless assault on the Emperor Lord. Blood stained the cosmic void, and for a moment, even the thunder fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The thunder rumbled on undiminished, yet subdued by the formidable presence of the celestial lords and Xue Yueqing. Not far off, there were indeed those who disregarded their lives to observe. It was the celestial lords, the Emperor Lord, and the heavenly sovereign. That wretched rabbit had summoned such a terrifying calamity. But wait, look, that rabbit. It has transformed into a dragon. The celestial lords joining forces against a mere rabbit. Would that not lead to instant annihilation? Why then does it endure for so long? The saints were dumbfounded, nearly at a loss for words. Die. Bang. Xue Yueqing delivered a devastating punch, obliterating the Emperor Lord, yet he too was shattered in the process. Fragments of blood and flesh scattering through the void, the scent of blood permeating the air. Boundless holy light erupted. Xue Yueqing's primordial spirit rose amidst the shattered bones and flesh, blood and bone merging together, followed by the resounding crackle of his restored body and bones. Come forth. As long as I do not perish, I shall fight until the end. Bathed in divine radiance, he activated the secret of the word. His body restored like fragile porcelain on the brink of shattering. His silver hair billowed, his expression filled with fervor and excitement, brimming with indomitable spirit and battle intent. He could not help but roar to the heavens, kill. In that moment, Xue Yueqing resembled a demonic god or a true dragon soaring through the skies. Boom. The formidable Super Old Six charged in. The indestructible sovereign and the Emperor Lord struck simultaneously, launching a knife and a fist. The expansive blade intent permeated the air. The terrifying fist intent shattered the void. The younger celestial lords could not discern their true forms, yet they sensed a transcendent aura, their figures grand and imposing. The indestructible sovereign cleaved downwards, the void ruptured, even the heavenly tribulation was cleaved in half by a strike, his momentum soaring, the blade intent flowing endlessly, vast and overwhelming. Boom. Xue Yueqing felt no despair. As long as he could prolong the battle, the heavenly tribulation would dissipate, yet those watching from outside would not relent. After crossing the tribulation, he had to devise an escape. At last, Xue Yueqing was once again shattered by the 9 celestial lords, flesh and blood splattered. A grotesque sight, the pale bones emanating a sinister glow. If it were one-on-one, he would not fear them, but this was a gang assault. Despite knowing he would face 9 celestial lords, their survival ensured they sensed his plight. Such bullying was unprecedented. Among the distant gathering of saints, some recorded the entire spectacle with their recording stones, destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. Icebound across 3,000 states, Xue Yueqing bellowed, his entire being radiating an intensely chilling aura, summoning the power of the lunar forces from the cosmos. His essence is that of a snow hare. Having embarked on his path of cultivation through the medium of ice and snow, living in the snowy expanse for over a decade before taking form. With a crack, brilliant blue runes materialized, swiftly aligning in the void. In an instant, frost spread across 1,000 miles. Even the darkest stars were encased in ice. The tempestuous sea of thunder was frozen as well, enveloped in hues of violet and blue, with lightning crackling upon the icy surface. What? Even the firmament itself was ensnared in frost. How formidable, indeed. He is the most exceptional prodigy of the ancient demon realm. Even the 9 supreme deities found themselves momentarily frozen. How shall my grandson survive this? I fear even the semi-saints would perish at his hands. One can only wonder what splendor he will exhibit upon his ascent through the ancient celestial path. The great sages beyond the cosmos gasped in astonishment. Some comparing him to their own sealed aberrations, only to realize they would likely falter within half an hour under the might of Xue Yueqing. Instant annihilation. Xue Yueqing bellowed, wielding the celestial measuring rod to strike at the Emperor, his speed shattering space. Fragments of time swirling about. This was a divine technique birthed from his mastery of the word's sealing and all-encompassing secrets, combined with his own essence. In a heartbeat, he obliterated the emperor, who had just emerged from the ice. With a shake of his arm, the emperor exploded with a resounding bang. Roaring once more, Xue Yueqing manifested his dragon form, on the verge of fully transforming into a true dragon. The only true blood coursing through him had nearly eradicated his original bloodline. His snow-white dragon tail swept toward the eternal life supreme, who was similarly obliterated with a resounding crash. Boom. The newly emerged supreme beings unleashed their divine abilities to assault Xue Yueqing. An unknown supreme moved their hands, summoning the celestial stars to manifest an ancient star domain. Absorbing Xue Yueqing's attacks, the battle Saint Law. They had transcended the 8 forbidden realms, the 9 supremes activating the divine prohibitions. Just a step away, Xue Yueqing gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless assaults of the 9 supreme beings. His consciousness had begun to blur, yet his transformation into a dragon remained incomplete. Simultaneously, within him, the sounds of cracking resonated. Within the Wheel of Life, the Tao Palace, the 4 extremes, the dragon transformation, and the celestial platform, scriptures echoed, vast and boundless. His entire being was adorned with glistening white dragon scales, each scale inscribed with enigmatic symbols and scars. Breaking free, transcending his hair form, defying fate to become a dragon. Xue Yueqing roared within, merging ancient scriptures to connect the 5 great secret realms within him, as the once diminished original blood began to be replenished by his singular true blood. Chapter 5. The Soul Silver Dragon. Between heaven and earth and the cosmos, the storm of thunder lay tranquil, yet ominous ripples of residual power surged forth, capable of annihilating wandering stars with mere remnants of the Tao-severing realm. The path of Xue Yueqing began to ascend gradually. The profound truths of scriptures accumulated over decades of cultivation materializing vividly within his mind. He extracted the verses beneficial to him and inscribed them within his flesh, transforming the scriptures into numerous furnaces to refine his own blood. However, the 9 celestial sovereigns paid no heed to Xue Yueqing. Instead, they launched a joint offensive, unleashing an array of divine arts and secret techniques. Crack. Among the humanoid lightning, one individual wielded extraordinary secret arts, their hands weaving as if distorting the fabric of time and space, shattering the void of the universe. 3 golden flowers blossomed above Xue Yueqing's head, each cradling a sentient being. The first flower represented the past, known as the departed self. Within this blossom, the departed self meditated, revealing only a vague silhouette. Shrouded in chaotic mist, with fragments of time swirling about, seated like a celestial emperor, exuding divine majesty. The central flower symbolized the present, embodying the current Xue Yueqing, while the final flower represented the future, obscured and permeated by an ominous aura. Xue Yueqing's true essence was on the verge of transforming into a dragon, merging the teachings of ancient emperors into a singular form, undergoing a metamorphosis to give birth to his own draconic form. The myriad profound truths of ancient emperor scriptures clung to his inner sanctum, every potential door flung open as the azure sky surged against his inner realm. Spirit, conviction, and the Tao. He transcended the constraints of the snow hare, internalizing the essence of the dragon, evolving his own path. Xue Yueqing roared, forging the world into a furnace, employing various scriptures as fuel, and utilizing his snow hare form as material to refine the great path originally belonging to the rabbit, nurturing the dragon embryo within. Boom. In an instant, the numerous young celestial sovereigns assaulted the departed self, engaging in a battle of the Tao, yet failing to strike at his true form. Xue Yueqing harnessed their attacks alongside the laws of the heavenly tribulation to temper his one true blood, transforming true blood into a dragon embryo. He broke free from the rabbit. The 9 young celestial sovereigns were merely embodiments of the heavenly tribulation, mere traces of the Tao in human form, not their true selves. They were solely responsible for destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation erupted in a series of explosions, ripples cascading through the cosmic void. The departed self and the Tao self continuously shattered, yet Xue Yueqing revived with a mere thought. As time flowed on, the clarity of understanding within Xue Yueqing sharpened. He transformed into his true form, a colossal snow hare nestled within a furnace, engulfed in terrifying golden flames of the Tao. His primordial spirit rested upon a celestial platform, while in the very center of the sea of suffering lay a drop of radiant crimson blood, surrounded by an intricate web of runes and ancient texts. The entire pitch black, desolate sea of suffering burned with the singular true blood, as the might of the dragon gradually erupted from him. Arise, my Tao, and fully transform into a dragon. Xue Yueqing opened his eyes wide, bellowing as his primordial spirit plunged directly into that drop of singular true blood. The singular true blood, forged from his dragon blood after meticulous refinement, coalesced into this unique essence. From the depths of the void, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated, emanating from the vast body of the snow hare. Countless laws and orders enveloped the brilliant crimson blood as the size of a fist's soul essence entered the liquid, beginning to assimilate the grand pathways within, evolving the corporeal form. The blood, visible to the naked eye, began to manifest bones, muscles, blood vessels, and various orders started to coalesce. Gradually, a small silver dragon, mere centimeters in length, emerged. It appeared endearing, with bright, pure eyes and two white, jade-like horns adorning its head. Each scale shimmered with luster, and radiant runes danced across its surface. With an exuberant roar, Xue Yueqing let out a dragon-esque cry, his pure eyes reflecting human-like excitement. At last, success had been achieved. Outside, the 9 supreme deities gradually became insubstantial, while the colossal body of the snow hare emanated a terrifying dragon-esque might. Soon after, the snow hare's form shattered like fragile porcelain. Waves of golden light erupted from its enormous body. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated through the sun, moon, and stars, causing the universe to tremble. Golden lotuses appeared in the void, and heavenly nectar descended, welcoming the world as one true dragon. With a resounding boom, the snow hare exploded, unleashing a silver dragon that soared forth, visibly enlarging. The dragon's horns crackled with mysterious lightning, and its scales gleamed like white jade, reflecting the cosmos and the starry rivers. Xue Yueqing, having just emerged from the hare, eagerly charged into the ranks of the 9 supreme deities. Yet, suddenly, they became ethereal. The massive dragon's tail swept across, but it passed through the illusory forms of the 9 deities, rendering them vanished. The tribulation had not yet dissipated. The sea of thunder still roared, but the most terrifying and perilous moments had passed. Xue Yueqing drew in myriad bolts of thunder, refining them as they coursed through his dragon form. He cast the celestial measuring rod into the thunderous sea, using the lightning as a guide to inscribe the principles upon it, transforming himself into a human form. He retained certain features of the true dragon, with white scales appearing on his hands, beautiful and pristine, while his visage remained largely unchanged, save for the dragon scales. With flowing white hair and garments as white as snow, he stood tall and robust, his face like a jade crown, exuding a refined and elegant demeanor. Ascending to the heavens, he arrived at the deepest part of the tribulation, entering a grand structure formed of thunder. Was this the heavenly court of the mythical era? He stood before the southern heavenly gate. This was an expansive architectural complex, adorned with exquisite carvings and palatial structures rising like layered towers, embellished with intricate depictions of flora, fauna, and the elements etched upon pavilions. As Xue Yueqing stepped inside, a sudden explosion erupted, engulfing him in debris as his entire being crackled with the essence of thunder. Ah, this young lad. Having successfully transformed into a dragon, does it mean that our ancient demon star is to give birth to an ancient sovereign? This youth cannot be allowed to remain. He poses a grave threat to the talents of this era. Once the tribulation subsides, he must be eliminated. The 9 deities could not slay him. This boy truly possesses an indomitable fate. The saints and prodigies observed as Xue Yueqing ventured into the depths of the thunder tribulation, engaging in fervent discussion, with sentiments ranging from joy to apprehension. Chen clan, Yi clan, Lu clan, along with the holy grounds from the western regions, southern heaven. And Tao tribulation, were you not tasked with eliminating him? Yet here we still see this elusive rabbit. One individual bellowed in anger towards a particular direction. At that moment, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death, but one must recognize that rabbits are fleet of foot. We could not catch him. And it took us 7 years to catch sight of him again. Had his tribulation not been so thunderous, it is likely he would still be lurking in concealment. Do you think I do not wish to eliminate him? Every faction within the ancient demon realm has suffered at his hands, and now he has ascended to the 3rd tier of immortality. Aside from the saints, none can vanquish him. A young man, his expression grave, declared. He was the scion of a sacred domain, having been deceived by Xue Yueqing into an ancient tomb, where he was ensnared by numerous formidable formations, losing all his possessions. Now he had attained the 3rd tier of immortality, having pioneered an unprecedented transformation into a dragon, evolving from a seemingly feeble snow rabbit. His talent was indeed extraordinary. It would be wise for us to avoid confrontation with him. Just then, the thunderous sea and tribulation vanished, and a flash of silver light abruptly disappeared into the cosmos, its speed unparalleled. Boom. The velocity of the silver light ruptured the fabric of the universe, unleashing concentric waves of invisible ripples, with shards of time and space swirling chaotically, and the void itself detonating. Not good. He has escaped. Pursue him. An elder shouted, subsequently unleashing a colossal palm. The palm loomed larger than stars. Intricate patterns sprawling across its surface, radiating a brilliant light of annihilation as it surged towards the silver flash. With techniques such as the secret of characters, floating light and shadow, dragon steps, instantaneous movement, and the Great Pung divine movement art, Xue Yueqing unleashed every speed technique he had mastered in an instant. His divine energy burned rapidly, and in but a fleeting moment, he vanished from the cosmos. Even saints would struggle to keep pace, let alone Xue Yueqing, who was unleashing his full power. Cursed, even transformed into a dragon, he still retains the nature of a rabbit. Someone shouted in frustration. On the ancient demon star. Within the celestial demon city, Xue Yueqing altered his appearance and aura, emanating the noble essence of a dragon. When he delved into the deepest recesses of the thunder tribulation, he encountered a chaotic ocean of thunder, filled with chaotic divine lightning. He forged his celestial measuring rod within, perceiving the heavenly realm becoming increasingly illusory, and thus ignited his own essence to escape. He had not forgotten that outside the tribulation lay countless enemies, as it is said, on the ancient demon star. He is an adversary to the world. Chapter 6. Renowned across the cosmos in the ancient realm of the celestial demons, lies the illustrious Tianyao city. It is said that during the primordial era, a celestial demon emerged from this very city, defeating numerous young sovereigns and dazzling the ancient paths of the demon race, thus giving birth to Tianyao city. Under the blazing sun, the city was bathed in a golden hue, with bustling streets teeming with life. But today, the atmosphere was particularly vibrant. Have you heard? Xue Yueqing has cut through the cosmos, single-handedly battling against the 9 great sovereigns. Just the mere glimpse captured by the reflection stone sends shivers down my spine. It turns out he was undergoing tribulation. No wonder I felt an impending calamity a few days ago. Even my own path trembled. Now, that group of holy sons and daughters has already ventured onto our demon race's ancient path. I wonder when Xue Yueqing will set forth. Is there anyone who can contact Xue Yueqing? My true form is that of a lightning steed, and I could serve as his mount. A voice called out in the streets, as many sought to follow Xue Yueqing, believing this era belongs to him. Some disciples of the major sects wore glum expressions but refrained from retorting. Their holy sons and daughters had fallen to Xue Yueqing, leaving their spirits marred and their hopes of attaining the emperor's realm shattered. Since his emergence, no one has ever heard of Xue Yueqing's defeat. At the Xixing Tavern, Xue Yueqing sat at a window-side table, sipping the potent liquor in his hand, gazing at the storyteller in the center of the tavern, a faint smile gracing his lips. Legend has it that during his tribulation, Xue Yueqing was besieged by the major sects, making him an enemy to the world in our ancient demon star. Yet he defied them, navigating through his tribulation while rallying hundreds of thousands from the Holy Land to join him. A spectacle that could only be described as the most magnificent catastrophe in history. The storyteller, a young man clad in white, wielded a folding fan, snapping it shut with a flourish, a gentle smile illuminating his handsome features. Bai Xiaodong, enlighten us on how Xue Yueqing managed to escape, someone inquired from the audience. Do you recall how Xue Yueqing lured tens of thousands of cultivators to their demise in the southern wilderness? It is said he discovered a damaged quasi-imperial forbidden artifact within an ancient tomb there. As the storyteller finished his words, the crowd erupted in agitation. Had Xue Yueqing activated the quasi-imperial artifact, the holy land of tribulation would have been submerged long ago, were it not for the extreme formations present. Since then, wherever Xue Yueqing appears, hundreds or even thousands pursue him. Furthermore, the holy son of the holy land of tribulation is no weaker than Xue Yueqing. Rumors suggest he possesses a mysterious inheritance, making him exceptionally powerful, ranking third among the talents of the ancient demon star. The storyteller shook his head in contemplation, while the audience nodded in agreement, for the talent ranking of the ancient demon star is indeed quite accurate. Xue Yueqing, seated on the second floor by the window, listened intently, his fame resounding throughout the ancient demon star, explosive in nature. Meanwhile, news of his transformation into a dragon had spread, casting a shadow over the world. The holy son of tribulation. Xue Yueqing narrowed his eyes, musing to himself. This individual left a deep impression on him, akin to a venomous serpent, lurking in the shadows. Aside from Xue Yueqing himself, no one truly comprehended the extent of the holy son's strength. In the midst of a gathering A voice inquired whether Xue Yueqing would traverse the ancient path alone, or if he would, like other exceptional talents, utilize the Academy's formations. This question silenced the previously restless crowd. The storyteller sipped tea from a crimson table, cleared his throat, and after a moment of contemplation, asserted, "I believe he will embark on this journey independently." According to the current rumors, within the vast mountains of the northern wilderness lies a gateway that connects to the ancient path. Should he opt to use the Academy's teleportation array, he would undoubtedly encounter grave difficulties, not to mention the saints of the great sects, but on the other side of the array, he would surely face a throng of adversaries. The news of Xue Yueqing's tribulation and transformation into a dragon has undoubtedly reached the starry expanse, making him a prime target for hostility. The storyteller proclaimed with fervor, noting how Xue Yueqing's tale had spread far and wide, with even the imagery of his tribulation being replicated by merchants and disseminated throughout the ancient demon realm. "It is time to depart," Xue Yueqing murmured, setting down his cup and descending the staircase. He altered his appearance, even changing the essence of his soul. He had come to understand that the top 10 prodigies in the current ancient demon realm had already embarked upon the celestial ancient path, and it was now his turn to set forth. In the ensuing days, Xue Yueqing wandered through the ancient demon realm, savoring the enchanting mortal world and revisiting familiar locales. Having recently transcended his tribulation, he possessed a renewed comprehension of the laws and truths within him, now seeking to comprehend the cosmos. As the storyteller had mentioned, he ventured toward the gateway amidst the vast mountains, a city shrouded in ethereal obscurity, scarcely described in ancient texts. This was the information he had gathered in the southern expanse, indicating that only the most extraordinary talents could pass through. At this moment, within the bustling first checkpoint of the human ancient path, voices echoed in excitement at a tavern where footage of Xue Yueqing's tribulation was being screened. Such strength! He must have entered the realm of divine prohibition. Those who can access the divine prohibition, if they survive, will at the very least tread an alternative path to enlightenment. Especially considering he transformed into a dragon in the guise of a snow hare, an unprecedented occurrence. Speculation arose regarding how he compared to Tianqian from the Eternal Star Domain, a prodigious talent destined for enlightenment. Is there truly a comparison? Can Tianqian contend against the 9 young sovereigns? Could he withstand even a few exchanges with them? As the Emperor of Burials approached, numerous other prodigies arrived, their levels of prowess unknown. From the Kunlun star, members of the Kunlun lineage emerged, seemingly the divine offspring of their generation. The tavern buzzed with discussions filled with awe, admiration evident on the faces of the elite talents from various star domains. By a window, a young man clad in black stared intently at the images on the recording stone, his expression grave. Beside him stood an exquisite fairy, observing Xue Yueqing's battle against the 9 young sovereigns. He is a formidable adversary on the path, unmatched in talent and intellect of this era. The young man in black murmured, a colossal bronze sword slung over his back, exuding an aura of dominance. Even the exquisitely beautiful fairy displayed an expression of disbelief. The calamity of divine thunder had pursued her during the path of severance. Yet in contrast, the tribulation faced by Xue Yueqing seemed trivial, akin to that of an ant. A similar scene unfolded along the ancient path of the demon clan. Xue Yueqing had not perished. Instead, she had grown even more powerful. Dapeng, how many exchanges could you withstand against Xue Yueqing last time? Inquired a youth clad in green to the nearby golden-haired young man. The latter, with a grim countenance, replied, "You may find it hard to believe, but it was merely 10 strikes that led to my annihilation." He ranked 5th on the ancient demon star and was a formidable being, the golden-winged Great Pong. He had also triggered the 8 bands during his own tribulation. Yet no one knew the outcome of his fierce battle against Xue Yueqing. As Xue Yueqing strolled through the vast mountain range, an aura of draconic majesty emanated from her, deterring ferocious beasts and vicious birds from approaching. Ahead, a chaotic atmosphere spread, with ghostly green flames flickering and bones littering the ground. The entire mountain was devoid of radiance, shrouded in a somber gloom, where even the blazing sun could not penetrate. In the distance, 2 towering mountains loomed like door frames, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, their brilliance cascading. There, a black city stood, as recorded in the notes left by a quasi-emperor. The Tianyao Pass, forged by the collaboration of generations of quasi-emperors, was designed to facilitate unparalleled talents in their trials. No one knew where this path would ultimately lead. Xue Yueqing mused. As she traversed, Xue Yueqing encountered various remains, some belonging to humanity, but the majority were of the demon kind. The world appeared to be divided. with sunlight and scorching heat behind her, while darkness and decay loomed ahead, accompanied by chilling winds. Some lingering resentment surged towards her, but were instantly frozen by the faint blue halo surrounding her. In an instant, a radius of 100 miles around her was encased in ice, immobilizing ghosts, resentments, and malevolence alike. In a sudden explosion, the frozen remains and spirits disintegrated into ash. Upon arriving at this fabled first formidable pass, a hearty laugh reverberated, causing Xue Yueqing to stagger back. The aura of the demons surged from the city gates, engulfing the entire mountain range in a sea of blood. Ha ha ha. After a millennium, someone has finally found their way here. Could it be that the ancient demon star is about to witness the rise of a new ancient emperor? The voice belonged to an elder, his face etched with wrinkles, who stood before the massive gates, laughing heartily. Though he appeared frail, an overwhelming vitality and demonic power radiated from him, guarding the enormous entrance. Flanking the gates were colossal mountains, with rivers of stars cascading down, dazzling and resplendent. Xue Yueqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the elder. As if she had encountered him before, a frown crossed her face as she pondered, and suddenly, her expression shifted to one of anger. "Old man, it's you." Xue Yueqing remembered. This elder was the swindler she had met during her time in the Four Extremities realm. The very one who had deceived her into a quasi-emperor's tomb, nearly leading to her demise within. "Ah, it is you, the audacious rabbit, but wait. Why do you exude the might of a dragon?" In an instant, the old man appeared beside Xue Yueqing, inhaling deeply to discern the essence that lingered on him. "Old man, what did you mean by that statement?" Xue Yueqing chose to disregard the elder's inquiry, continuing his walk while posing his own question. "Come with me, and I shall explain everything in due course," the old man said, leading the way as Xue Yueqing followed, his gaze wandering from side to side. The elder guided Xue Yueqing to the grand entrance of the city, where he formed intricate seals with his hands. Mysterious runes flickered at his fingertips, and he summoned the celestial river from the heavens. With a resounding crack, the city gate parted slightly, revealing a narrow opening. Chapter 7. Embarking on the journey, the old man led Xue Yueqing into the city, only to discover an eerie silence enveloping the place, devoid of any sign of life. The celestial dome was absent of the sun, revealing an endless expanse of stars. "I am Gutsong, and I trust you are familiar with my reputation," the old man remarked, stroking his white beard as he walked ahead. Xue Yueqing gazed at the desolate city and, upon hearing the name Gutsong, paused momentarily. Her eyes filled with skepticism as she scrutinized him. Gutsong, the Gutsong who was renowned thousands of years ago? Xue Yueqing was indeed aware of Gutsong and had heard tales of his legendary exploits. He was a paragon of excellence from 9,000 years past, a formidable figure who wreaked havoc in his era, leaving an indelible mark on the celestial ancient path. He reached the great sage realm and then mysteriously vanished, only to have taken up residence here. Yet, this illustrious slayer had subjected her to his schemes thrice. Ahem. Feeling uneasy under Xue Yueqing's penetrating gaze, Gutsong quickly diverted his eyes elsewhere. "As a quasi-emperor, how could I possibly intend to deceive you? When you entered the tomb of the quasi-emperor, did you not obtain his forbidden artifacts? And upon your second venture into the chaotic realm, though I cannot ascertain what you acquired, your radiant countenance upon exiting suggests you gained something of great value. As for the third instance, that was a trial I arranged for you. Just look at it. You transcended tribulations and inadvertently eliminated countless disciples of the great sections. Was that not a profitable endeavor?" Gutsong grew increasingly animated, as if Xue Yueqing's achievements were solely his doing. Although resentment simmered within her, she felt compelled to express gratitude towards the old man, for without his machinations, she might not have reached this point. Why is this place shrouded in obscurity, or perhaps dismissed as mere myth? Xue Yueqing inquired, perplexed. The quasi-emperor's notes merely stated that only unparalleled prodigies could traverse this realm, yet every era births its share of exceptional talents. Well, it's a bit complex. Gutsong replied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In simple terms, this is a sanctuary prepared for those extraordinary prodigies who are universally opposed. Yet how many can survive such enmity? Those who endure are destined to ascend to quasi-emperor status. The reason some cannot find this place is that it is ensconced in a formation, which I have the privilege of controlling, specifically awaiting your arrival, Gutsong boasted, revealing that a group had recently sought this location but had been thwarted by his concealment. "Specifically waiting for me," Xue Yueqing exclaimed, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the old man, wary of yet another potential deception. Gutsong, feeling slightly guilty, turned his gaze away. "Indeed, Upon our first encounter, I sensed your extraordinary nature. Your dragon aura is unmistakable, and you are destined to shine in the cosmos. This path, however, was fraught with peril. Even he had barely survived his own journey through it. Once he reached other ancient stars, he had faced near demise. Though he chose not to divulge this to Xue Yueqing. The city was steeped in silence, void of any sounds, as all cultivators and beings had departed, rendering it a ghost town, with only Song standing sentinel. The streets were antiquated, the grand architecture imposing, and cascades of starlight flowed from the cosmos above. Soon, Song guided Xue Yueqing through the streets, departing from the somber city towards an eastern city gate. As the grand gates of the eastern city swung open, a resplendent starry sky unfolded before Xue Yueqing's eyes. The brilliant stars twinkled, illuminating the scene, while behind him lay a desolate city, and before him stretched the magnificent cosmos. The starlight spread across the universe, dazzling and boundless, resembling a breathtaking tapestry, with the celestial bodies seemingly within reach, their brilliance flowing like a river. "This is the ancient star road, young one. Embark on your journey," declared Song with a commanding voice. Xue Yueqing surveyed the expanse, realizing that apart from the stars, no path lay before him. He felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, internally lamenting, "If I could traverse the starry sky, why would I need to walk the ancient star road?" Song, suddenly enlightened, smacked his forehead and gestured, as if dispelling a veiled mist. Before them appeared a multicolored altar, measuring several meters in circumference, radiating a vibrant glow. "Upon stepping onto this altar, you shall enter the starry expanse. Beware of the myriad demons and monsters you may encounter along the way," Song cautioned earnestly. "They are demons. There is no way they could equate themselves with monsters." Xue Yueqing remarked. "Are there such small altars along the entire route?" he inquired, apprehensive that the old man might lead him into a desolate star system devoid of teleportation altars, leaving him stranded and missing the opportunity to traverse the ancient star road. "Indeed. Otherwise, how could one access the ancient star road?" Song nodded, acknowledging the inherent dangers yet affirming the path's validity. Within Xue Yueqing, the blood of dragons began to simmer with a latent fervor. This ancient road was not the destination, but a passage to the illustrious ancient stars. The grandeur of an era, a song of blood and fire, and the breathtaking expanse of the cosmos awaited him. Set forth, the myriad paths of the heavens lie ahead, all for the sake of enlightenment. "I hope to hear your name resound in this celestial realm one day," Song said earnestly. "The ancient star road is merely a beginning. My ambition transcends becoming an emperor. I seek liberation." In that moment, Xue Yueqing radiated an exuberant confidence, his white attire and silver hair billowing in the cosmic winds. The multicolored altar shimmered, revealing a Bagua gate, its myriad symbols flickering erratically before gradually intensifying, aligning into a harmonious order. With a flash of radiant five-colored light, the Bagua gate erupted with an eternal brilliance, its symbols resonating like forged metal in a sonorous arrangement, culminating in a brilliant divine light that pierced through the starry expanse ahead. Song observed the vanishing figure of Xue Yueqing, waving his hand as a dazzling divine power erupted forth, conjuring 3 additional multicolored altars nearby. "The human path is the most perilous, yet it suits you perfectly. Now that you have transformed into a dragon, the threats from the demon realm are minimal. Other paths may not yield the desired results," Song murmured to himself, harboring great hopes for Xue Yueqing, as he had witnessed his rise to prominence in the ancient demon world. "May you conquer the entirety of the ancient star road." Xue Yueqing embarked on his journey, entering the boundless cosmos, where young sovereigns, prodigies, and celestial beings awaited him. Time flowed erratically on this starry path, creating an illusion of languidness interspersed with moments of rapid passage, as if centuries could elapse in the blink of an eye. The journey was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound, interrupted only by the occasional glimmers of light and starlight, resplendent like fireworks. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as vibrant stars illuminated the dark expanse of the cosmos, and Xue Yueqing, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance. The fabric of space twisted, the ancient path was modeled, and a kaleidoscope of colors flickered, akin to rainbows cascading beside him. At last, Xue Yueqing arrived at his first destination, tumbling forth from the void. With a soft thud, he landed firmly on the ground, every pore of his being radiating a brilliant luminescence that enveloped him. Behind him, the stellar path vanished, leaving in its wake a realm of quiet obscurity, where neither sun nor moon graced the sky, only a myriad of stars illuminating this world. As Xue Yueqing surveyed his surroundings, he discovered himself upon a gray expanse, dotted with numerous small craters reminiscent of the moon's surface. Strangely, there were no signs of meteorites. He strolled across the desolate terrain, his spirit and vitality peaking, causing the very void to tremble with his presence. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from behind him, prompting Xue Yueqing to turn, his pupils narrowing in sudden alarm. Chapter 8. The battle on the ancient path. The resplendent sky illuminated the desolate, gray expanse of the earth, which stretched infinitely, barren and silent, riddled with potholes. Xue Yueqing tread upon this ashen ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust, rendering the world devoid of color, save for the singular hue of his white garments. A rustling sound emerged behind him, accompanied by a subtle tremor in the ground, as a fissure rapidly spread beneath his feet, unveiling a seemingly bottomless chasm. Xue Yueqing turned, his pupils contracting not in fear, but in astonishment at the existence of life in this desolation. He had presumed it to be the realm of malevolent spirits. From the abyss, several colossal creatures ascended. One was an extraordinary being, resembling an ant in body, with centipede-like legs, a serpentine head, and a tail. Another creature bore the form of a snake with a tiger's head and horse's limbs, cloaked in black fur. A massive black bird erupted from the depths, its skeletal frame partially exposed. Each emanated a frenzied, bloodthirsty aura, shrouded in dark mist, their crimson eyes greedily fixed upon Xue Yueqing. Although Xue Yueqing's presence instilled a shiver within them, it did not deter their hunger. It seemed their intellect had faded. With a shriek, the black bird swooped down from the sky, its half-bone body exhaling green flames. This assault served as a signal, prompting the other aberrant creatures to launch their attacks. Humph. For at the Tao-cutting realm, and two at the immortal second realm dare to lay hands on me? Xue Yueqing scoffed coldly, unleashing his dragon might. A resonant roar erupted from within him, a suppression born of his bloodline sweeping across the landscape. A piercing cry erupted from the ant-like creature, as the gray ground erupted in a wave of dust. Yet, instead of retreating in the face of dragon might, they descended further into madness, driven by an insatiable thirst for Xue Yueqing's overwhelming vitality. He struck forth, a hand shielding the heavens, enveloping the descending black bird. With a forceful swipe, the towering avian emitted a sound akin to golden shattering, meeting its demise. Grasping a fist imbued with dragon energy, he executed a swift movement, appearing before the ant-like creature in an instant. He unleashed a punch, white dragon scales manifesting upon his fist, imbued with draconic might. When his dragon fist made contact with the creature, the surroundings momentarily stilled, followed by a thunderous explosion as the being was sent hurtling away. A terrifying surge of energy emanated from Xue Yueqing, maintaining his striking posture as a cloud of gray dust swirled around him. The creature skidded across the uneven terrain, carving a chasm several meters deep and hundreds of meters long. Immediately, Xue Yueqing invoked the secret art of motion, unleashing divine power as a radiant silver brilliance emanated from every pore. With a powerful push of his left foot, he soared into the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. With a thunderous crash, a creature was sent hurtling away as a white figure descended from the heavens, landing upon the creature that had just been flung. Following this, a single dragon fist strike obliterated the celestial being entirely. I seals the 3,000 states, Xue Yueqing uttered with a cold snort, an icy aura radiating from every pore of his being, freezing the surrounding dust in its tracks. He had no desire to squander time here, had it not been for the presence of the saintly disciples of the Tao. They would not last more than 3 moves against him. With a swift motion, he struck the gray, uneven ground, and with a crack, divine energy surged forth from within, spreading the path of ice and snow, instantly encasing miles in frost. The desolate, pockmarked earth was blanketed in frost as snowflakes fluttered down like falling petals. One snowflake landed upon a creature, instantly transforming it into a grotesque ice sculpture. With a snap of his fingers, a resounding blast echoed as the ice shattered, and the creature within was reduced to mere fragments. He deftly extracted the primordial spirit of the beings, peering into their sea of consciousness, and murmured, "The ancient clan seeks to gather the blood of myriad demons, attacking the great demon realms, leaving even humanity and the lineage of the holy spirits in their wake, suffering even more than we." The plight of the human race in this era was indeed tragic. Had it not been for the emergence of the 2 holy emperors, the sun and the moon, their fate would have been dire. With a flick of his hand, he reduced their primordial spirits to ashes, and then, employing the same method, he examined each spirit, discovering they all shared a common objective: to amass the blood of myriad demons for the purpose of refining the beast deity's essence. The beast deity was the ancient sovereign of the previous era, merely 2 millennia apart from this age, its lineage still lingering in the world, awaiting the opening of the path to immortality after self-inflicting a wound. It had been 10,000 years since the collection of the myriad demon blood began, likely intended for some prodigious individual. Xue Yueqing pondered whether this individual had succeeded or had been sealed away. He muttered to himself, disregarding the matter. If his suspicions were correct, encountering them would simply mean obliterating them. Resuming his journey, he traversed for several days until he arrived at a desolate expanse littered with corpses, where he discovered a 5-colored altar and embarked on his journey once more. In the subsequent half-month, Xue Yueqing traversed the starry void, landing upon desolate planets, each one inhabited by vengeful spirits or remnants of the frenzied ancient races. On one occasion, he encountered a being of semi-saintly caliber. Xue Yueqing immediately triggered the divine prohibition, slaying the semi-saint with ease, though he sustained injuries in the process. As I had surmised, they were indeed gathering a multitude of blood to prepare for the baptism of an ancient offspring, aiming to enhance this divine child's potential by melding the laws of the various bloodlines into a unique constitution. Each time he vanquished an opponent, he explored their primordial spirits. And at last, within the spirit of the semi-saint, he uncovered a fragment of information, learning that these beings hailed from various star domains. Some hail from the grave Emperor Star, where the human race endures the most arduous existence. There, ancient races reign supreme, treating humans as mere livestock, slaying them at will or keeping them for amusement. Although I am no longer of the human lineage, once I attain enlightenment, I shall eradicate 1 or 2 of those forbidden zones. Xue Yueqing silently vowed as he continued his journey. A year later, he found himself deep within the cosmos, his exact location unknown. With each teleportation to another star, he noticed the beings there had significantly grown in strength. In the face of perilous moments, Xue Yueqing chose to retreat from danger. Gasping for breath, Xue Yueqing leaned against a fractured wall, his chest heaving, his pallid complexion marred by blood. At that moment, he was in a dire state, his silver hair matted together, his white robe stained crimson, and a gaping wound in his abdomen. The horrific laws of the universe gnawing at his injury, preventing recovery. All this was in pursuit of becoming the strongest across the realms. He had encountered near-death experiences before. He murmured softly, aware of the extreme peril enveloping him in this star system. Upon his arrival, he was immediately attacked. 3 skeletal saints, accompanied by countless lower-tiered corpses, descended upon him. This was the 32nd star he had encountered. He had previously evaded other beings of saintly caliber, but this time, escape was impossible. The 3 skeletal saints, akin to moths drawn to a flame, raced towards him with fervor. This planet was devoid of life, shrouded in a veil of gloom, the entire world appearing as a murky expanse, as if a deity had spilled ink across the sky, devoid of any brilliant stars, yet the ground remained a pristine white. Bones lay scattered across the earth, remnants of ruins and mountains of corpses, and alarmingly, the bones seemed to possess a consciousness. Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the air, jarring and sharp, akin to the quivering of swords. The dim space around him was illuminated. A blinding beam of light sliced through the murky sky, cleaving it in 2 and revealing the long-lost stars. Xue Yueqing somersaulted, his left foot stepping forth, traversing vast distances in mere moments. With a resounding clang, a brilliant sword light struck the remnants of the wall, cleaving a 100-meter-high barrier in half, dazzling symbols flickering into existence. A brilliant path of light surged towards Xue Yueqing with great haste. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a punch, a brilliant golden light erupting from his fist, akin to divine radiance. As Xue Yueqing soared into the air, the massive blade fell from the heights, embedding itself firmly into the hard, gray earth. Where foes approached, and he felt a twinge of frustration. These skeletal beings exhibited no pain and were extraordinarily powerful. He refrained from engaging in combat with them, instead utilizing his speed to navigate the treacherous terrain in search of the 5-colored altar. In the ensuing days, Xue Yueqing remained in a state of flight, navigating through battles. This ancient star was strewn with remains, and the sight of him sent the corpses into a frenzy, as if they had caught the scent of a delectable feast. He tread swiftly upon the snow-white bones, with a turbulent sea of white surging behind him, amidst a sea of various remains and spirits. They appeared to have reached a consensus. All were intent on pursuing Xue Yueqing. Above, 3 colossal corpses soared through the skies. This was no mere swarm of tens of thousands. They were omnipresent, with hands occasionally emerging from the pristine ground, grasping at his ankles. Die. Xue Yueqing swung the heavy celestial measuring rod, Sweeping through the front where a wave of white surged forth, unleashing a silver energy that cascaded like a crescent moon. Boom. An expansive area ahead was instantly cleared, only to be rapidly refilled. Every pore on Xue Yueqing's body exuded a terrifying divine power, causing the surrounding space to tremble faintly as he unleashed his full strength, charging into the white tide. Lightning strike. Xue Yueqing's eyes overflowed with thunder. The celestial measuring rod spinning in his grasp, drawing forth the thunder from the heavens, an aura akin to a heavenly tribulation spreading outward. With a deafening roar, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the suddenly darkened sky, crashing into the blood spear. Upon witnessing this, Xue Yueqing firmly gripped the rod and thrust it violently into the white ground. With a resonant clang, the celestial measuring rod met the earth. Die, he bellowed. And from his center, the thunder erupted, a cataclysmic force that annihilated every skeleton within a 1,000-mile radius. Boom. An immeasurable surge of lightning erupted from his being, radiating uncontrollably. Divine light piercing the heavens, the thunder spreading like an ocean in all directions. This cannot continue. If he could only locate the altar, he would find a way to escape. He had already devised a strategy for his impending actions. Chapter 9. The long-awaited planet of life. Xue Yueqing was drenched in blood, with crimson fluid gushing from his shoulder, the oppressive aura of death thwarting his attempts to heal his wounds. After 2 days of frantic escape, he finally arrived at a secluded place. It was a flat hill constructed from bones, upon which stood a multicolored altar several meters long. But pursuers were hot on his heels. It was time to move. Xue Yueqing leapt onto the altar, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a pitch-black jar, his pale visage betraying the pain he felt. This was a sacred artifact he had borrowed. Although it had dimmed, it still radiated considerable divine brilliance. As he beheld the approaching 3 saints, he resolutely channeled all his magical energy into the jar and hurled it towards the sea of bones behind him. He then activated the multicolored altar, the 8 trigrams symbols resonating with a metallic clang, assembling in the void to unleash a fervent divine radiance. Hope flickered within him. Perhaps this was a planet of life. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. The black jar sped toward his pursuers, causing terrifying fissures to materialize in space. The jar itself cracking and emanating a light potent enough to dissolve anything in its path. Not good. One skeletal figure shouted, summoning divine power to halt the impending disaster. Boom. The sacred artifact detonated, reminiscent of a cosmic cataclysm, unleashing a dreadful energy that swept across the entire planet, turning vast swathes of bones to dust and creating a black hole several hundred meters wide in the void, swallowing the weaker remnants. With a swift motion, Xue Yueqing vanished from the altar, eagerly anticipating whether his next destination would indeed be a planet of life, where he could rest and recuperate. Yet, disappointment awaited him again. It was not a planet of life, but rather a lifeless world, and it was no less formidable than the previous celestial body. He had traversed 33 stars, consuming nearly 2 years on this arduous journey. Was the ancient road truly this merciless? He wondered if other prodigies had traversed this path as well. Exhausted from continuous battles, both physically and mentally, he found himself on a planet inhabited by malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts, echoes of the original inhabitants whose lives had been extinguished. This world also bore the lingering resentment of 3 saints, and he was once again pursued, the relentless chase lasting nearly a month. Upon encountering another altar, he reluctantly sacrificed 2 damaged sacred artifacts to self-destruct. In the subsequent 6 months, Xue Yueqing traversed many ancient celestial bodies, each time embroiled in life and death conflicts, suffering immense exhaustion, and repeatedly hunted to the brink of death, his heart heavy with despair. Moreover, he discerned a troubling pattern. The further he ventured, the more human remains and resentful spirits he encountered. Damn it, this is the ancient road of humanity, Xue Yueqing exclaimed. No wonder there were so many corpses and vengeful spirits along the way. During the ancient era, humanity had struggled significantly in the northern Dipper star domain, and after the immortal emperor retreated into seclusion, humanity became the weakest race in the northern Dipper, a mere shadow before the formidable ancient races. Over 1 million years, only 2 humans had ascended to the ancient emperor realm. Perhaps there were others of such caliber, but records were scarce. In other star domains, the human race fared decently, but in the Beidou region, they were akin to helpless chicks. Once again, he had been ensnared by the old trickster Gutsong. Had it not been for the numerous forbidden artifacts, healing herbs, and elixirs he possessed, he might have truly perished on the ancient path. Xue Yueqing silently vowed that when Gutsong reached his twilight years, he would personally inter the old man in the earth. Meanwhile, far away at the Tianao Pass, Gutsong suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his scalp and a chill creeping down his back, sensing a malevolent presence looming in the shadows. "Who dares to scheme against me?" he bellowed. As a being of the sixth tier of the quasi-emperor realm, such a reaction from his spiritual senses could only be triggered by an entity of extraordinary nature. Finally, Xue Yueqing ascended the altar once more, his condition dire, bloodied and battered, with chunks of flesh hanging from his stark white bones. He collapsed upon the multicolored altar, muttering incessantly. On this desolate star, he gazed into the distance and beheld a golden-red planet, where immense divine birds soared, exhaling flames of gold. "Life planet, I have arrived," he exclaimed, activating the multicolored altar, enveloped in a soft beam of light that pierced the void and whisked him away. Time became an indistinct blur. Xue Yueqing felt a surge of excitement as he observed the increasing brilliance around him, the swiftly flowing rivers of stars. It had been a full 2 years since he had encountered a being capable of normal conversation or witnessed the warmth of a vibrant earth. For 2 long years, he had been embroiled in battles or fleeing from pursuers, with neither sun nor moon gracing the sky, and time itself was chaotic. Traversing nearly 40 stars, he found that 99% of the skies were shrouded in darkness, devoid of celestial bodies, and the earth was a dull gray, driving him to the brink of madness. As the fabric of space warped and the void shattered, Xue Yueqing fell from the ancient path, crashing onto the crimson earth with a resounding thud. With a soft pop, the ancient path sealed behind him. Instinctively, Xue Yueqing sprang to his feet, alertly surveying his surroundings before releasing a sigh of relief. The area around him blazed with fiery hues. The fire mulberry blossoms bloomed profusely, and the surrounding mountains stretched endlessly, each adorned with towering red trees, resembling a vast sea of crimson flowers. Life thrived here, and spiritual energy abounded. Xue Yueqing found himself perched upon a precipice with a colossal red tree behind him, its trunk hundreds of meters thick and its height soaring over 1,000 meters. Suddenly, a shrill bird call pierced the air, reverberating within his ears and stirring his blood. Xue Yueqing turned, a measuring ruler appearing in his hand, enveloped in a rich aura of profound yellow energy. Upon glimpsing the source of the sound, he could not help but salivate. "Who are you, and why have you suddenly appeared in my domain?" a youthful voice inquired. There, atop the immense tree, sat an enormous golden crow, its lantern-like eyes coldly fixed upon Xue Yueqing. For reasons unknown, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Few beings within the same realm could evoke such trepidation in him. A 3-legged golden crow, a creature of legend. Xue Yueqing, with his celestial measuring device stowed away, fixated on the golden crow perched upon the tree, his eyes aglow with an emerald light. It had been an eternity since he last savored a delectable meal. For 2 long years, he had depleted all provisions within his internal space. The 3-legged golden crow, sensing the predatory gaze of Xue Yueqing, felt a shiver run down its spine and, with a voice steeped in alarm, exclaimed, "Hey, you, dandy, cease your stare upon me." Its fiery eyes blazed with indignation as it unfurled its massive wings and took flight, its colossal form towering over 10,000 meters, casting a shadow that rendered the mountains beneath it mere specks of dust. "Today I shall feast," Xue Yueqing bellowed in exhilaration as white dragon scales adorned his hands. Fists clenched tightly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward. Boom! The mountain beneath him exploded as he transformed into a silver meteor hurtling towards the golden crow. "How audacious! I am the 9th ranked on the celestial talents list. Do you dare to strike me?" The golden crow felt an oppressive force akin to a bloodline suppression as Xue Yueqing made his move. It attempted to intimidate the oncoming assailant with its esteemed title. "Fear not, for I have no intention of slaying you, merely seeking one of your wings." Xue Yueqing replied with a grin. "Impossible. Absolutely out of the question." Fury ignited within the golden crow as it unleashed a torrent of solar flames, engulfing Xue Yueqing in a wave of incinerating energy. The horizon blazed with the remnants of a setting sun. The sky transformed into a sea of fire, vibrant and entrancing, while clouds writhed chaotically above. At the edge of a precipice, before a colossal tree, Xue Yueqing produced a small cauldron, its base ablaze with golden flames. A rich aroma permeated the air, tantalizing and irresistible. Beside him, a diminutive golden avian sat forlornly, tears like droplets rolling from its bright eyes. Indeed, it was the very golden crow, now appearing rather pitiful, still exhaling golden flames that danced within the cauldron. In its heart, it felt a deep sense of grievance. It had been diligently cultivating in seclusion when suddenly a formidable being appeared and severed its wing. This individual possessed unparalleled strength, capable of defeating it with but a few strikes. After the wing was severed, it was commanded to pluck its own feathers, boil water, wash the cauldron, and prepare its own wing for a meal. Is this how one ought to be treated? No, wait, he is not merely a man, but a venerable dragon. Yet, amidst its indignation, the golden crow was also struck by astonishment, for it had heard of this individual's illustrious name. Transforming from a humble snow hare into a dragon of extraordinary talent and unparalleled genius, it was rumored that this being had traversed the ancient stellar path. But it was unexpected to find him here. Where is this place? Xue Yueqing inquired, reclining upon the giant tree to rest. Do you not know? The golden crow responded, somewhat bewildered. How could one suddenly appear in a place unknown, especially with a host of great saints guarding the realm beyond? I do not know. Xue Yueqing shook his head, offering no further explanation. This is Fusang Star, the ancestral land of our golden crow lineage. The golden crow elaborated, a hint of pride evident in its tone. Xue Yueqing was taken aback. Wasn't the territory of the golden crow clan located on the Ziwei Star? Chapter 10. The Fusang Star. What is your name? Xue Yueqing inquired. I am Lu Yang, Lu of land and Yang of sunlight. He hesitated before responding. Though he had initially not intended to reveal his true name, the fear of retribution from this formidable individual compelled him to comply. After all, this was someone who had contended with the 9 illustrious young deities, a truly fearsome adversary. Lu Yang had already classified Xue Yueqing as a figure to be avoided. Even the foremost young supreme of the Fusang Star might not prevail against him. I am Xue Yueqing, snow of snowflakes, moon of the moon, and clarity of the pure. Xue Yueqing articulated in a scholarly tone, marking Lu Yang as his second friend, the first being Bai Yao. By the way, where are we? Xue Yueqing gestured to the ground. This is my sanctuary. I had intended to meditate on some scriptures, but your unexpected arrival has interrupted me. Lu Yang lamented with a tinge of melancholy. Are you here alone? Xue Yueqing asked, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Indeed, I have always been alone. From the moment of my birth, I have never known my parents, nor do I have siblings. I emerged here, solitary and vulnerable, Lu Yang expressed, a hint of sadness in his voice. He was born a golden crow atop a mountain, a being that should have been welcomed by the world. Yet the harsh reality met him with fists instead. Gurgle. A sound emanated from the red cauldron, releasing an enticing aroma that made Lu Yang's mouth water. However, he quickly shook his head, reminding himself, this is my flesh, I cannot partake, must not partake. But it smells so delicious. Xue Yueqing lifted the lid of the cauldron, and a dazzling golden light burst forth, accompanied by the captivating fragrance of the sun's essence. Golden symbols materialized, coalescing into a diminutive golden crow projection. He then produced fine wine, its aroma wafting through the air, blending with the scent of the golden crow's flesh, igniting both Xue Yueqing's and Lu Yang's appetites. Gulp. Lu Yang swallowed hard, his pure eyes fixated on the steaming, golden glimmering cauldron. Xue Yueqing, undeterred by Lu Yang's longing gaze, used his magical prowess to delve into the thick contents of the cauldron, retrieving a piece of translucent golden meat that appeared to be perfectly cooked, summoning the laws of ice and snow. He conjured exquisite chopsticks and a bowl that resembled a blossoming ice lotus. He poured the golden broth into the blue lotus bowl, a stunning fusion of blue and gold, both beautiful and magnificent. Before Lu Yang's eyes, Xue Yueqing savored the meal with delight, the rich fragrance enveloping them, tantalizing their senses and awakening Xue Yueqing's palate. The golden broth was incredibly fresh, melting effortlessly upon entry. Xue Yueqing refrained from adding any seasonings, opting instead for the pure essence of the dish, which made him long to keep the golden crow close, ready to carve off a piece whenever hunger struck. Having not eaten for several months, Xue Yueqing's appetite surged as he indulged, his mouth glistening with juices, while sipping on his homemade wine. Gulp. Lu Yang observed Xue Yueqing relishing his own flesh, the rich aroma continuously stirring his hunger. Emma, the flavor is truly exquisite. The meat of the golden crow melts in the mouth, a rare delicacy indeed. Xue Yueqing, in a state of rapture, savored the delightful pairing of fine wine and sumptuous fare beneath the starry sky, perched upon the precipice, gazing at the fiery clouds above. Feeling utterly at ease, Lu Yang, salivating, fixated intently on the pot, his eyes glazed with longing, never anticipating that his own flesh could be so enticing. Observing this, Xue Yueqing personally served him a bowl, pouring a cup of fine wine and gently patting Liu Yang's small frame, saying, "Yangzi, your elder brother invites you to drink. In a few hundred years, you shall boast of having feasted with the demon emperor." After all, he was one to share generously. And feeling somewhat embarrassed by others watching him eat, he simply decided to distribute some. Liu Yang stared at the bowl of golden broth and meat before him, his mouth watering profusely, disregarding whether it was indeed his own flesh. He immediately plucked a piece, slurping it down with delight. "So delicious," he murmured in bliss. And then, with his golden wings cradling a lotus-shaped crystal bowl, he indulged in the broth in great gulps. Half an hour later, Xue Yueqing and Liu Yang, having feasted to their heart's content, leaned against the massive fusong tree, while Xue Yueqing, with an icy crystal toothpick, delicately picked his teeth. "Let us speak of the world beyond and the prevailing powers, as well as those young sovereigns," Xue Yueqing suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang replied, "Our Golden Crow clan is exceedingly rare. Aside from us, few powers remain. The most formidable divine kingdom is the Fusong Divine Kingdom, alongside human factions such as the Fire God Palace and the Great Yin Dynasty. The human race is not particularly strong here, with only 2 representatives on the Heavenly Talents ranking, positioned 6th and 5th. Next, there are the Kuan clan, the Dragon Crocodile clan, and the Xian Turtle clan from the Northern Sea. The rest of the territories are dominated by our Golden Crow clan." Xue Yueqing listened intently before inquiring, "Who comprises the Heavenly Talents ranking?" Liu Yang let out a rueful smile, stating, "There are 10 in total, and I am ranked 9th. The top position belongs to the divine son of the Fusong Divine Kingdom, Jinyu. Jinyu, it is said, has inherited the legacy of the Sun Saint Emperor. His power subtle yet formidable, although he likely pales in comparison to you." Liu Yang then recounted the other entities on the list, including the golden-winged roc, the Jiaolong, and the Xian Turtle, though most were golden crows. "Have they all ventured onto the starry ancient path?" Xue Yueqing asked. "They have already departed, but I have heard that Jin Yu intends to pursue the strongest trial on the ancient path, preferring not to tread the starry ancient path, instead seeking a stable path of cultivation. Yet now he wishes to observe, to witness your rise. The starry ancient path comprises several routes, one for the demon race, one for the divine race, one for the human race, as well as those for the holy spirits in the Kunlun clan. However, inevitably, they will converge at the final stage, where the fiercest battles ensue, presenting opportunities for imperial ascent and insights left by ancient emperors. Should he fail to touch the divine constraints, he would surely perish along the way." Xue Yueqing spoke softly, acknowledging that he had merely traversed the human ancient path into the depths of space, and had yet to embark on the path of the strongest trials. Already finding himself in dire straits, having self-destructed numerous sacred artifacts, it is uncertain whether he has encountered the divine prohibition, but the 8 prohibitions do exist. "And I have only reached the 7th, Liu Yang sighed. "The divine prohibition is not easily triggered. It represents a tenfold enhancement of combat prowess within the same realm." Xue Yueqing shook her head and smiled. He can easily unleash the divine prohibition. Even during his time in the transformation realm, he had already stepped into the 7th prohibition, capable of engaging in fierce battles with the likes of Xiantai. "Enough of that. Take me outside to have a look." Xue Yueqing rose to her feet, and her previously disheveled appearance vanished without a trace, her visage transforming. Liu Yang nodded and, too, morphed into a man clad in azure. He was strikingly handsome, standing at a height of 6 feet, with somewhat rugged eyebrows, yet his gaze remained remarkably pure, reminiscent of one who had never set foot in the world. Chapter 11. Piercing through the entire Fusong Star, the divine realm of Fusong, is entirely crafted from the revered Fusong tree, which possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the essence of the sun. As one gazes down the bustling streets, it resembles a vast ocean of gold. "By the way, how does one ascend to the celestial ancient path from Fusong Star?" inquired Xue Yueqing as she walked along the thoroughfare. Liu Yang glanced at her, comprehending her intent. After all, Xue Yueqing was merely passing through and had yet to reach the pinnacle of the most formidable trials. However, without a powerful faction backing her, she would need to establish her name across the realm before she could join any influential group. Ultimately, lacking sufficient strength, who would grant her passage? Xue Yueqing nodded in agreement, recognizing that only the most exceptional talents from a prominent faction could tread the celestial ancient path. What if those prodigies have already departed? How can one then embark upon the celestial ancient path? She asked softly. There exists a secret realm in the North Sea, believed to have descended from beyond the realms, which should house a 5-colored altar, Liu Yang replied. The secret realm is expected to open in a year, as it does once every millennium. Seemingly holding the legacy left by the great sage, Xue Yueqing nodded. A year would suffice for her to immerse herself in the local customs and perhaps glean some insights from the Golden Crow's profound techniques. Amidst the golden streets, a cacophony of voices erupted. Recent rumors indicated that Xue Yueqing had embarked upon the celestial ancient path, presumably through the path of the demon clan. One could only wonder if Jinyu would cross her path. Merely a snow hare. Even if it transforms into a dragon, what of it? Let us not forget that our golden crows feast upon dragons, sneered another. Let us see if Jinyu can withstand a single day against the 9 young sovereigns. I yearn to witness the rise of those young sovereigns upon the celestial ancient path and discern who shall etch their name into the annals of history. Alas, I must await the opening of the secret realm in a year's time, another voiced. Within the streets, discussions flourished. Some sought to traverse the cosmos in search of habitable planets, while others wished to witness the ascension of emperors. In the coming year, many resolved to enter seclusion and strive for breakthroughs in their paths, thus enabling their journeys into the heavens. During this year, Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang became inseparable friends, traversing the expanse of Fusang Star and reveling in camaraderie with other prodigies. Throughout the year, Xue Yueqing's reputation spread like wildfire across Fusang Star. It was said that a half-saint on the verge of demise encountered the vigorous Xue Yueqing, seeking to refine her essence, only to be vanquished instead. Additionally, several powerful factions attempted to court Xue Yueqing. When their efforts failed, they were incensed and resorted to violence. Xue Yueqing retaliated by annihilating the entire younger generation of that faction, leading to her being pursued by the foremost powers of Fusang Star. The newly established prodigy rankings bore witness to her triumphs, as she vanquished every notable young talent across Fusang Star. Fusang Star, North Sea. The North Sea stretched endlessly, its azure surface cloaked in a delicate golden sheen cast by the sun. Numerous cultivators traversed the waters. A throng of practitioners surged from the horizon, some transforming into colossal golden crows, obscuring the sky and soaring hundreds of miles with a mere flap of their wings, sending waves crashing in their wake. Moreover, upon the surface of the sea stood rows of armored soldiers, grasping their war spears, radiating an intensely scorching aura, evaporating an expanse of the ocean. One could only wonder if Xue Yueqing would arrive. What? Xue Yueqing has come to our Fusang Star? This brother, are you unaware? I have just emerged from my seclusion today, eager to embark on the ancient path of the stars and witness the rise of the great emperor. A bewildered cultivator gazed at the conversing crowd, struggling to comprehend the situation, for upon his emergence from seclusion, he learned that an unparalleled prodigy had appeared on his ancestral star. A year prior, a half-saint had attempted to refine a cultivator resembling a body-refining adept, but met with fatal consequences. The disgruntled forces of the half-saint subsequently sought the capture of that cultivator, who, in a fit of rage, obliterated the Xue sect. Some great powers endeavored to court the favor of that cultivator, only to be fiercely rebuffed. In a fit of humiliation and anger, they resorted to violence, only to face the slaughter of their own young prodigies. The Fusang Divine Kingdom, unable to withstand the lamentations of those great powers, dispatched several half-saints to apprehend the cultivator, only to discover that it was not his true form. Upon the revelation of the cultivator's true identity, the entire Fusang Star trembled, for it was none other than Xue Yueqing, who had decimated the younger generation of our Fusang Star. Some cultivators trembled with excitement, their tones imbued with reverence as they gestured animatedly. He had witnessed Xue Yueqing slay a half-saint of the Fusang Divine Kingdom, initially believing that Xue Yueqing would falter, only to trigger the divine prohibition and swiftly dispatch the half-saint in mere moves. Do you see those rows of soldiers? They are here to capture Xue Yueqing. For only the secret realms can lead to the ancient pathways of the stars, one of them pointed out, resembling ancient demonic deities. The soldiers appeared to number in the tens of thousands, led by a half-saint, with dozens of path-slicing experts, and ordinary soldiers numbering in the tens of thousands, dominating a vast expanse of the sea. What a grand spectacle this is! Xue Yueqing observed all of this from a distance, ready to depart. Yet these individuals had come to send him off, which felt rather embarrassing. You certainly attract trouble, don't you? Lu Yang gazed at Xue Yueqing with a hint of exasperation, noticing some injuries on him. A year had passed without experiencing the local customs. Yet he had felt the fervor emanating from the Jinwu. Once the secret realm opens, we shall charge forth. Xue Yueqing, wielding the celestial measuring ruler, fixed his determined gaze upon the boundless North Sea. Lu Yang looked at the celestial measuring ruler in Xue Yueqing's hand, a look of envy crossing his features. This was a rare treasure sought even by ancient emperors. No wonder Xue Yueqing was relentlessly pursued. No wonder you were constantly hunted. If I did not know you, I would be inclined to pursue you as well, for this is an item of extreme rarity, celestial gold, Lu Yang remarked. Moreover, it is the most enigmatic Yueqing gene. One wonders where Xue Yueqing acquired it. The celestial measuring ruler gleamed in resplendent green, its entire body adorned with mysterious patterns that flowed with an ethereal luster, resembling a sword without an edge, yet exuding a profound aura. To possess celestial gold is a double-edged sword. One experiences both love and hate. To own it invites the covetous eyes of countless others. Xue Yueqing expressed his considerable vexation. The Yueqing gene was discovered within a chaotic space. Boom! A sudden explosion resonated across the surface of the northern sea, followed by a myriad of fissures manifesting in the fabric of space. Chaos enveloped the atmosphere, as fire, wind, and thunder intertwined, causing the sea to part as though cleaved by a cosmic axe. An island, vast and boundless, gradually ascended from the depths, exuding an aura rich in spiritual essence, with radiant light cascading upon it and towering ancient trees reaching for the skies. The island was enshrouded in layers of resplendent runes. At its heart lay a multicolored altar, adjacent to a colossal stone etched with mysterious ancient characters that shimmered with luminescence. Amid the vast expanse of the northern sea, this monumental island emerged, igniting fervor among countless cultivators. Within its embrace lay millennium-old spiritual herbs, appearing once every 1,000 years. Even a mere blade of grass could possess the potency to enhance one's strength. I yearn to traverse the cosmos, to discern which celestial body is suitable for habitation. Many were exhilarated. Cultivators below the semi-saint realm soared towards the island, undeterred by the thunder and lethal formations, while those of semi-saint stature faced grievous injuries should they attempt entry. Let us go, Snow Moon Qing bellowed, instantly transforming into a streak of light as he propelled forward. Meanwhile, Lu Yang morphed into a beam of golden light, resolutely determined to follow Snow Moon Qing. Thunderous roars echoed. Snow Moon Qing's speed was unparalleled. Proficient in various secret techniques, including the walking character secret and the compounding character secret, his swiftness was unmatched among his peers. Even saints struggled to keep pace with him. With the walking character secret and a fragment of the compounding character secret, the laws of heaven and earth manifested beneath his feet, golden threads appearing with each step, causing the void to shatter and fragments of time and space to scatter. In an instant, Snow Moon Qing reached the threshold of the secret realm, leaving the soldiers bewildered in his wake. A semi-saint exhaled deeply, having never truly intended to confront Snow Moon Qing. After all, what was the point of engaging with such a prodigy? Wouldn't it be suicidal to challenge him? Moreover, this individual had mastered divine techniques. Pursuing him was futile, and confronting him was unwise. Better to distance oneself from this harbinger of death. The ancient path of the starry sky, I have returned. Snow Moon Qing gazed steadfastly at the five-colored altar, while those around him held their breath, fearful of inadvertently inciting his wrath. He had little interest in herbs or legacies. His sole desire was to hasten his journey. On the path of the strongest trials, there lay everything, including the insights and legacies of ancient emperors. To be sidetracked by trifling gains was unwise. He sought to advance swiftly, unlike the original narrative's delayed ascension, for after all, Bai Yao's lifespan was finite. Chapter 12. The Ziwei star domain. As Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang stepped onto the altar, they immediately activated it. The sound of resonant chimes echoed as runes emerged, arranging themselves in the void, while fragments danced in the air. Is there anyone still on the ancient star road? Hurry up, Lu Yang shouted. He could see that many were eager to venture onto the ancient road, yet deterred by Xue Yueqing's formidable presence. After a moment of hesitation, a few individuals, with unwavering determination, stepped onto the altar, proclaiming, I merely wish to witness the rise of a sovereign on the ancient road. Lu Yang smiled and nodded, saying, I too wish to witness the ascendance of my elder brother. Once he attains his path, you shall boast to those around you that you traversed the cosmos alongside the ancient emperor. Beneath the heavens, the secret realm was teeming with a dense crowd, shielded by a thick layer of luminous energy. Some cultivators hesitated, expressing, this place holds the insights of the saints. I wish to remain and ponder upon them. Many shared this sentiment, while others sought to harvest the divine herbs and medicinal treasures within. The multicolored altar, only a few meters in size, was crowded with beings. As Xue Yueqing and the others activated it together, metallic runes emerged, floating high above and shimmering with a metallic luster, clanging as they arranged themselves. Suddenly, A beam of light, several meters wide, surged upwards, piercing through the void, revealing the dark and profound starry sky beyond, as divine light carried them through. In the blink of an eye, everyone on the altar vanished, and a commotion erupted among the crowd in the secret realm. Xue Yueqing is far too powerful. Even standing close evokes a sense of supreme oppression. Not even Jin Yu can match his formidable presence. Indeed, while Jin Yu may be able to vanquish us prodigies, he pales in comparison to Xue Yueqing's prowess against a half-saint. I witnessed him battle 3 half-saints atop Fire Spirit Mountain. That clash turned the entire mountain into a wasteland, with 3 half-saints drenched in blood. Some compared Jin Yu to Xue Yueqing, only to realize that Jin Yu might not be as formidable as they had thought. Amidst the boundless darkness, where even the martial Tao heavenly I could not penetrate, time and space became exceedingly chaotic. Some felt as if a moment stretched into a millennium, while others perceived themselves shifting from left to right. Yet, before long, more streams of light emerged as vibrant star rivers flowed past, enveloping everyone in divine radiance. As the brilliance flickered before their eyes, they beheld a colossal purple star radiating divine splendor, suspended in the eternal void, surrounded by numerous life-bearing celestial bodies. The divine light shattered the void, forming a black hole that drew them in, as Xue Yueqing and the others sensed the distortion of time and light. And the passage of space became surreal. With a resounding boom, they materialized within the star domain centered around the great purple star, immediately feeling an overwhelming aura of supremacy. We have indeed arrived at Xue Star, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Star had been home to the human race's holy emperor, along with the sun and moon sovereigns, whose immense power was legendary. Some claimed they had ascended to immortality, while others believed they had perished. The purple star is revered as a sacred land for humanity, housing formidable human factions strengthened by the legacies of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang emperors, alongside numerous inheritances left by great sages and quasi-emperors. However, the human populace beyond the confines of the Purple Star domain struggles considerably. Before the thoughts of the crowd could wander further, the winding space passage swiftly propelled them towards a majestic violet celestial body. A gust of wind swirled around Xue Yueqing, resonating in her ears, as silvery divine radiance emanated from every pore of her being, enveloping her. Suddenly, amidst the cold and profound cosmos, a bird's cry echoed, followed by a blaze of golden flames illuminating the universe. A massive golden crow, several thousand meters in size, swooped down. "Elder brother, hurry up. I shall carry you down," Lu Yang called out, flapping his wings to approach Xue Yueqing. Without hesitation, Xue Yueqing stepped forward, instantly finding herself seated upon the back of the golden crow, gazing at the colossal purple star with a surge of emotion. Having traversed over 40 star domains, encountering a second life planet was no small feat. Lu Yang transformed into a golden streak, his tail ablaze with the essence of the sun, twisting the very fabric of space. Soon, they breached the atmosphere, revealing an expanse of magnificent land before their eyes, rolling mountains, towering peaks, and a multitude of brilliant stars. From her aerial vantage point, Xue Yueqing beheld the vastness of the earth, with rivers stretching for 10,000 miles, alongside numerous celestial soils rich in ethereal energy. The ancient star itself exuded an immense aura, akin to the descent of a celestial emperor. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, obliterating cliffs and sending clouds of dust and debris soaring through the air. A flock of ethereal birds screeched in panic, soaring into the distance. "Yangzi, I'm not criticizing you, but could you please land more gently next time?" Xue Yueqing remarked as she rose from a pile of rubble, brushing off the dust from her attire. She chose not to dwell on the mishap but surveyed her surroundings, noting the desolation within a radius of several hundred miles, a charred expanse devoid of life. Black and dust filled the sky, thick smoke swirling. "Who dares to destroy my medicinal fields?" A furious voice thundered forth. The speaker was a young man clad in a black robe, wielding a large cleaver. His countenance was dark and foreboding, emanating a terrifying aura that made the surrounding air tremble. The medicinal fields were his painstaking cultivation, and in just half an hour of absence, they had been ruined, vast swathes obliterated. He had intended to leave these fields for his apprentice to refine their physique. Xue Yueqing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity as she glanced at the awkward golden crow. "You should communicate with him and offer some millennium-old spiritual herbs. Since we are newcomers, let us not be too ostentatious." Just as Lu Yang was about to voice a response, she interrupted. "Don't think I am unaware that within the secret realm, you plundered several mountain medicinal fields with reckless abandon." Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Lu Yang tossed a ring towards the young man in the black robe. Upon encountering Xue Yueqing still engaged in conversation with Lu Yang, the youth clad in black robes felt a surge of indignation, questioning if he was regarded at all. Instinctively, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, only to find his eyes widening in disbelief, his breath quickening as he exclaimed, This is. The youth, trembling slightly, grasped a ring that revealed medicinal herbs aged at least a millennium, in stark contrast to his own fields which bore only a few years' yield. These divine herbs were of immense value to him, not to mention his newly acquired disciple. What did you say? Lu Yang inquired, tilting his head to regard the black-robed youth, who suddenly emitted an overwhelming aura. A tremendous heat enveloped the surroundings, pressing down upon the youth like a mountain. Yet, he remained unfazed, emanating a presence capable of rivaling Lu Yang's. Goodness, is this how thrilling it is upon arriving at the Xue ancient star? To encounter someone who can match my strength so easily? Lu Yang remarked in astonishment. Who is he? He is a Jinwu, possessing a supreme bloodline. Yet he casually meets someone who can stand alongside him. The black-robed youth, having pocketed the ring, cast a puzzled glance at Lu Yang before shifting his attention to Xue Yueqing, furrowing his brow and asking, Who are you? Your aura is formidable. We traverse the ancient path of the starry sky, Xue Yueqing replied. The black-robed youth appeared striking, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his flowing black hair framing a serious expression, akin to a face devoid of mirth, yet he wielded a bloodied great sword in his hands. I see, he nodded, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he gazed intently at Lu Yang and Xue Yueqing. An involuntary chill coursed through Lu Yang, who said, Brother, please do not look at me that way. It will keep me awake. The beings who traverse the ancient path of the starry sky must possess great strength. Come, let us spar, and I shall consider allowing your departure. The black-robed youth expressed his interest, lifting his chin towards Xue Yueqing, eager to witness the might of the various champions who could embark on such a path, each a prodigy from the leading factions. Is that so? Are you certain? Lu Yang replied, a peculiar look on his face, sensing that the youth was not significantly stronger than himself, much less challenging Xue Yueqing. What a jest. Indeed. I sense his strength, though I am uncertain of its extent, whereas you appear to be slightly weaker than I, the black-robed youth declared, his fighting spirit rising. Very well. Xue Yueqing nodded, intent on overcoming all ancient stars to ascend his path to invincibility. I am called Long, he stated, two large swords suddenly appearing in his hands, their dazzling blades reflecting blinding light, a terrifying sword intent enveloping him. His ambition was to continuously confront powerful beings, honing his sword intent to make it ever more pure. I am Xue Yueqing, he simply stated, standing firm as dragon scales manifested upon his hands, crackling with strands of electric energy. Long's fighting spirit suddenly faltered, disbelief painting his features as he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. You are Xue Yueqing? This is indeed a prodigy, renowned across the Xue star. Every gifted individual eagerly anticipates the opportunity to challenge him, yet they are fully aware of their own limitations, though they may face defeat. Losing to such a formidable opponent serves only to illuminate the vast chasm that exists between them. Is my reputation truly so vast? Xue Yueqing pondered, unaware that his name had already resonated throughout the cosmos. The battle spirit of Long surged with intensity, his eyes shining with divine light, and his body trembled ever so slightly, a manifestation of excitement. Of course, I have long wished to experience your esteemed techniques and gauge the distance between us. Come, Xue Yueqing replied calmly. In an instant, Long vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Xue Yueqing, wielding two great blades that gleamed with a menacing light as he struck downwards, imbued with an overwhelming intent. The clash resounded as Xue Yueqing swiftly turned, delivering a punch that radiated like a golden sun, the blinding light exploding forth as his fist met the blades. Upon their initial encounter, a dull thud echoed. Long's hands trembled slightly, the blades humming ominously. Impressive, yet a single strike has shattered my grip, he thought as he propelled himself backward, retreating several dozen meters. His expression grave. His entire being exuded a terrifying blade intent, and the gleaming blades were enveloped in a crimson sheen as he bellowed, Scarlet Crescent. A surge of blade intent ascended, shrouded in divine radiance as he unleashed two crimson crescents that tore through the air, creating rifts in the very fabric of space. Xue Yueqing deftly sidestepped, the dazzling red crescents narrowly missing him, carving a deep chasm into the ground, hundreds of meters long. Dragon Fist, he declared, stepping forward and appearing before Long in the blink of an eye. His right fist descended, adorned with scales akin to white jade, and a silver imprint materialized. This strike bore the weight of celestial will. Boom! Xue Yueqing's fist connected with Mo Long's abdomen, unleashing a thunderous roar. Clouds of dust billowing forth as a wave of catastrophic energy erupted. Wah! Mo Long expelled a mouthful of bile, doubling over like a small shrimp. His eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, and with a resounding crash, he was sent flying. Mo Long's physical form, fortified by the essence of King Kong liquid, the blood of the immortal phoenix, and the baptism of the blood of numerous great saints, was nothing short of monstrous, unmatched among his peers. Yet, he was now sent sprawling by a single blow. He soared several hundred meters before crashing into a towering stone mountain buried beneath the rubble. This region, once vibrant with greenery, had been scorched nearly to a barren wasteland by the sun fire of Luoyang. Boom! Suddenly, the collapsed mountain erupted, revealing a scene of desolation. The earth littered with gleaming broken blades, emanating a dreadful blade intent. Clang! A dazzling blade light cleaved through the air, instantly dividing the desolate landscape in two. Boss, let us not waste any more time. We still have to explore the city. Luoyang exclaimed loudly. Xue Yueqing nodded, declaring, I shall no longer hold back. He comprehended that the young man named Mo Long possessed a unique physique, yet he was only at the 7th level of cultivation. Had he been an 8th level prodigy, they might have been able to contend, but at the 7th level, that was not the case. Heaven-slaying slash! Mo Long ascended into the sky, his eyes igniting with radiant divine light, as the two formidable blades in his hands merged seamlessly with the colossal blade manifestation behind him. A resonant hum echoed as his divine power, sword intent, will, and the principles of the universe coalesced into this singular strike. The force triggered the 7th level, casting a shadow over the heavens, where only the breathtaking brilliance of the blade illuminated the world. He resembled a supreme being who had transcended through the sword. His sword intent overwhelming, ravaging all directions. Xue Yueqing, this is my most formidable strike, one that has severed the life force of a half-saint. If you can endure it unscathed, I shall follow you and become your blade, Mo Long proclaimed from the firmament. He realized through Xue Yueqing's casual punch that, regardless of the outcome, he would be defeated, yet he accepted his fate without grievance. Xue Yueqing, too, began to take the matter seriously, his hands weaving intricate patterns in the void as dazzling runes emerged at his fingertips. In an instant, an increasing multitude of golden symbols materialized. He was not particularly seeking followers, he merely desired camaraderie. With a resounding clap, Xue Yueqing brought his hands together, causing the golden runes to amalgamate and infuse into his fists. This was a martial art he had crafted by merging multiple fist techniques, the astonishing fist. As long as he grasped the underlying mystery sufficiently, he could perpetually enhance and stack its power. Slash! Mo Long bellowed, delivering a decisive stroke that cleaved the heavens, tearing apart the void, as a magnificent and overwhelming aura enveloped the entire space. Chapter 13. A new follower Mo Long was engulfed in a fervor of battle intent, triggering the 7 restrictions. Behind him, a colossal blade materialized, its aura enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of meters, sealing off any escape for Xue Yueqing. The air was thick with the murderous intent of war. With a powerful shout, Mo Long's eyes radiated divine energy as he commanded the great blade to descend. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze, even the swirling dust suspended in the air. Only the immense blade remained, cleaving through the clear sky, causing the distant stars to tremble. His disheveled hair danced wildly, his eyes sparkled like lightning, and his black attire billowed as this strike drained the divine power from his body, sending him plummeting from the sky. Remarkable! Xue Yueqing exclaimed, his blood boiling within him, astonished that this swordsman had triggered the 7 restrictions. He sprang from the charred earth, leveraging the ground to soar into the air, white jade scales emerging upon his arms. In midair, Xue Yueqing unleashed a flurry of punches, his strikes swift as lightning, creating tangible afterimages that resonated ominously in the void. A multitude of golden fists appeared in the sky, merging with a thunderous roar to form a gigantic golden fist, which surged towards the towering blade. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that cleared the heavens, turning the cosmos upside down as if the very fabric of creation had been torn apart. The clash of golden light and transparent blade intent shattered the ground like a spider's web, rending it with ceaseless cuts of blade energy. How terrifying! Luoyang's eyes widened as a golden barrier enveloped him, shielding him amidst the raging waves of energy. If that blade had struck him directly, While it wouldn't have been fatal, it would have been devastating. At that moment, he noticed a dark figure plummeting from the sky. Lu Yong swiftly employed the Jinwu divine movement technique to catch Mo Long. "Thank you," Mo Long said gratefully upon being rescued, though his stern expression appeared pale. "Oh, there's no need for thanks. After all, we are brothers from now on," Lu Yong replied nonchalantly, setting him down nearby. The energy continued to erupt violently, and at the epicenter of the explosion stood a white figure unwavering amidst the chaos. Mo Long fell silent, realizing the vast chasm between their strengths. His most formidable move had been easily countered, leaving him in a state of confusion. "I have lost. I shall honor my promise and follow him," Mo Long said bitterly, his voice hoarse. If he ventured onto the ancient star road, would his current cultivation suffice? What could he achieve by following Xue Yueqing with such limited power? Sensing Mo Long's disorientation, Lu Yong softly remarked, "Mo Long, do you know how I met the boss? It was much like our encounter. At that time, the boss claimed he had traversed over 40 dead stars and appeared unannounced in my dojo, without hesitation, severing my wings and consuming them right before my eyes. Moreover, to follow the boss, one must possess a strong will to endure." Lu Yang's tone turned melancholic, his expression darkening. "Why?" Mo Long sat up from the ground, crossing his legs as he regained his strength while engaging in conversation with Lu Yong. "Have you ever experienced the sensation of being universally opposed? The entire ancient star is hunting you down, with dozens of semi-saints mobilized against you. Under such circumstances, do you think you could survive?" Lu Yong retorted. Even now, the recollection sent shivers down his spine. It felt as though the entire Fusang star had become devoid of refuge for them. Were it not for Xue Yueqing's swift escape, he might have met a dire fate. "No," Mo Long replied with a shake of his head. He yearned for such an experience, yet felt unworthy of it. "But I have tasted it. The allure of the boss is immensely powerful. One could encounter a semi-saint on the verge of transcending while walking down the street, intent on refining the boss, only to be slain by him. Since that moment, the forces of the entire ancient star have sought to hunt us down," Lu Yong said, his voice tinged with excitement. "How exhilarating!" Mo Long's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was precisely the essence he sought to pursue, being an enemy to the world, cultivating an awe-inspiring blade intent, and entering the path through the sword. As the disciple of the contemporary sword sovereign, one must forge ahead relentlessly, even if the world stands as an adversary, carving out a path to survival. Life begets the path, while death extinguishes it. "Still exhilarating?" Lu Yong responded, somewhat speechless. He was convinced that Xue Yueqing would undoubtedly stir a tempest on Ziwei Star. At that moment, the energies of heaven and earth calmed, and the aftershocks of battle settled. Xue Yueqing descended step by step from the void, unscathed, save for the tattered state of his white garments, torn by sword energy. Approaching Mo Long, Xue Yueqing inquired, "Can you still move?" In truth, he had not exhausted much energy. The dragon's physique was remarkably resilient, and his adversaries were dwindling. Mo Long nodded and replied, "I can, though I am simply drained of power. A brief rest will suffice." "Could you tell me where this is?" Xue Yueqing asked. "This is the southern region of Qizhou on Ziwei Star, a stronghold of the human race. This place is my dojo," Mo Long said with a hint of bitterness. A vast forest lay in ruins, and it pained his heart. "Shall we venture out and savor the delicacies of Ziwei Star? That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Xue Yueqing asked, patting Mo Long on the shoulder. Under the sky, Xue Yueqing, Lu Yong, and Mo Long walked side by side out of the devastated area. The brilliant golden sun shone down, and Xue Yueqing gained yet another friend. "Who was that Xue Yueqing battling just now? It was so intense," exclaimed a creature from the ancient star of Fusang, gazing in astonishment at the desolate expanse within 100 miles. "Thank goodness we didn't accompany him." Otherwise, unbeknownst to them, Xue Yueqing was stirring up considerable turmoil on Ziwei Star. Several cultivators engaged in animated discussions, while a young man, Yichen, looked on with a grim expression, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at the charred earth. He was a prodigy on the rankings of Fusang Star, having ascended to the top spot after Jin Yu's departure. However, with the emergence of Xue Yueqing, he sought to prove himself. Driven by vanity and a desire for the instrument of enlightenment, the measure of heaven, challenging Xue Yueqing, only to be soundly defeated. Although he managed to endure for a considerable time within the 8th restricted zone, he ultimately succumbed swiftly when Xue Yueqing unleashed his true power. "Xue Yueqing, if your message were to be disseminated, would you still survive?" Yichen smiled with a bloodthirsty grin, his mindset, pride, and dignity utterly shattered by Xue Yueqing. On the Fuso star, many sought to capture Xue Yueqing, eager to comprehend his blood-refining and dragon transformation technique, while coveting the ethereal blue gold on his celestial measuring instrument. Meanwhile, on the Xue star, the human race is formidable, bolstered by the sacred lands of the sun and moon, boasting the legacies of two sovereigns, a force both powerful and fearsome. In the southern region of Qizhou, within the city of Yaqing, there lies a celestial palace. The supreme palace, a creation of sages, serves as a venue for trade, grand gatherings, and banquets. Suspended in the sky, with radiant divine power cascading down like a waterfall. Upon entering, Xue Yueqing immediately perceived the vastness of the space. Some secluded courtyards housed forests, while others contained snow-capped mountains, resembling the abode of a great power. "Ah, young Master Imo, you have arrived." A woman greeted him warmly as he stepped inside the celestial palace. A faint aura of divine power surrounded her. She stood elegantly, ethereal, and refined, clad in a flowing red dress, her crystalline high heels revealing her snowy white feet. "Are you a frequent visitor?" Lu Yang's handsome face was etched with curiosity and envy, for this place exuded an air of opulence, one that the ancient Fuso star could never boast. "What are you talking about? I merely come here occasionally to purchase spiritual herbs." Imo Long corrected him earnestly, for he was a man of integrity. "I never insinuated otherwise. Isn't this a place for spiritual herbs and secret treasures? Is there anything else?" Lu Yang scrutinized Imo Long with skepticism. At that moment, the woman interjected, "Here. Transactions can be made, items can be purchased, auctions held, and meals enjoyed while conversing. By the way, young Master Imo, we recently acquired several 300-year-old body refining herbs and 4 solar purity fruits. I did not come here to buy spiritual herbs today. Rather, I seek to treat a friend to a meal. Please prepare your signature dishes and a jug of drunken Taoist wine." Imo Long interrupted. The celestial palace comprises 9 levels. The number 9 representing the utmost limit, typically frequented by top-tier prodigies or the chosen ones among saints and leaders. The 9th level features pavilions, bamboo boats upon the palace, and peach orchards, with each room appearing modest, yet transforming into a vibrant world upon entry. Imo Long remarked. It is said that the supreme palace was forged by several great sages, with each elegant chamber resembling a small universe. Lu Yang mused. Having grown accustomed to the sprawling golden-red skies of Fuso and its woodlands, as well as the moonless firmament, I find great delight in witnessing the scene of the moonlit boat. It is said that where there is no yang cannot flourish on Fuso star. There is no moon, and even the sun is but a transformation of the golden crow. When it sets, the sky is illuminated solely by the stars. Let us proceed to the moonlit boat, Xue Yueqing decided in that instant. The moonlit boat refers to a bamboo vessel that drifts upon the water condensed from the essence of the moon. And the moonlit boat palace welcomes the celestial essence of the outer realms every night to refine into water. At a glance, this place resembles an expansive ocean. The sky is cloaked in night, with a luminous full moon arching across the firmament. The water's surface mirrors this celestial orb, casting its reflection upon the vessels. Aside from Xue Yueqing and his companions, several other beings gather on various boats, partaking in feasts and engaging in lively conversation. Beneath the night sky, amidst the endless expanse of the sea, a few bamboo boats gently sway, their occupants reveling in merriment and camaraderie. Most of those present are adept at traversing the path of cultivation, thus unperturbed by the chill. Rather, they find it pleasing to the senses, particularly Lu Yang, who is accustomed to the warmth of flames. How delightful! Lu Yang could not suppress a sigh of contentment as waves of lunar energy infiltrated his pores, mingling with the solar essence within him. The Golden Crow clan, inherently attuned to fire, seldom encounters the influence of lunar power, having remained within their ancestral domain. Chapter 14. Revelry. Xue Yueqing and the others sat upon a bamboo boat, measuring 10 meters in width and 20 meters in length, gathered around a bamboo table where an array of exquisite delicacies and intoxicating wine gradually made their appearance. The surroundings were tranquil, and the vessel was shielded by a soundproof array. As the ancient starry path unfolded, formidable beings from various life planets emerged, and many outsiders had already arrived at Xue Star. Their strength remained uncertain, as they never engaged in conflict, but rather sought the multicolored altar among the stars. I had initially intended to comprehend the 8 bands and impart knowledge to my newly accepted disciples before venturing into the cosmos, but then I encountered you all. Imo Long savored his drink and meat while observing Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang. Xue Yueqing took a calm sip of wine, gazing at the luminous moon, and softly remarked, "Far from home, distant from beauty, I find myself alone, battling amidst the desolate wilderness of a lifeless planet. This marks the second life domain I have arrived at. The ancient path was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Mo Long could not help but admire Xue Yueqing, who had fought alone in the desolate void for 2 years, pursued by saints. Were it him, he would surely not have survived. Damn it, Xue Yueqing exclaimed, as he playfully punched Lu Yang's thigh. Ouch! Lu Yang cried out, clutching his leg, casting a resentful gaze at Xue Yueqing. By the way, boss, could you share how you grew from a snow hare? Mo Long inquired curiously. He was of a unique constitution, which allowed him to excel on Xue Star. Otherwise, he would still be a mere country youth. Since gaining sentience, I have lived amidst the snow-capped mountains, unwittingly consuming a divine herb that transformed me into human form. I then sought a cave abode to study the Tao scriptures, standing out due to my own talents. I navigated the treacherous waters of various sacred places, contending with their prodigies, and even dabbled in archaeology, scheming with tigers. Xue Yueqing recounted softly. He could not reveal his identity as a transmigrator. He felt unable to express his experiences in front of Bai Yao, harboring a sense of grievance within. After all, he had crossed over without any golden finger. The only advantage he possessed was having consumed the demon god flower, which influenced the world's fate. Yet, knowing the trajectory of destiny filled him with dread. Dark turmoil, the bizarre, murder, and treasure theft were all perilous endeavors. Even his character and worldview underwent years of transformation. Your experiences are fascinating, while from the moment I hatched, my bloodline bore the legacy of cultivation techniques. It is no wonder I cannot compare to you, boss. Lu Yang toasted to Xue Yueqing. I truly admire you. After your ascension to golden transcendence, cultivators from all over the world sought to hunt you down, yet you survived. Mo Long raised his cup in salute, downing the fiery liquor in one gulp. Xue Yueqing merely offered a bittersweet smile, consuming the strong drink. The liquor, brewed from various rare treasures, scorched his throat like fire. Yet he found it invigorating. During his time on the ancient demon star, many approached him due to his golden transcendence, professing brotherhood, companionship, and guardianship, all mere pretense. It was then he resolved to validate his path and become the strongest. After feasting and drinking to his heart's content, Xue Yueqing reclined at the bow of the boat. Holding by Yao's doll, his gaze softened with tenderness. I wonder how Yao is faring. She must have already transcended to the Tao Palace. Xue Yueqing has left behind abundant resources for Bai Yao, comparable to what a holy son would possess, along with numerous cultivation techniques, all of which he had acquired from others. Is she truly your wife? At that moment, Lu Yang approached and reclined on the bamboo boat beside them. Bai Yao's plush doll is quite endearing, particularly with a head that seems larger than her delicate frame, adorned with a sweet smile on the somewhat coarse fabric. I envy you for having a wife, Lu Yang remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. Although he felt that such a situation was not entirely out of reach for someone of his talents, capable of forging alliances with powerful factions, he desired to pursue someone he truly cherished. What is there to envy? I wish for you to charm the saintesses of the Xue Star and have them escort us to the ancient stellar path. Xue Yueqing chuckled heartily. Get lost, Lu Yang retorted, laughing along. Malong, when do you plan to embark on the ancient stellar path? Xue Yueqing inquired. Malong sat at the bow of the boat, lost in thought. I initially intended to challenge the top few prodigies of the Xue Star before setting off, but now, beings from beyond have descended, boasting about their intent to overpower our younger generation. Such arrogance, Lu Yang exclaimed, taken aback by the audacity of openly declaring the intent to defeat the youth of the Xue Star. The most formidable among us have already departed. The descendants of the Sun Saint Emperor and the Moon Saint Emperor have embarked upon the path of the ultimate trial. Otherwise, those beings from beyond would not dare to be so brazen, Malong explained. What is the strength of the Saint Emperor's descendants? Xue Yueqing asked with keen interest, eager to learn about figures of the imperial caliber. There are indeed those at the 8 prohibitions level, though I am uncertain about the realm of divine prohibitions, Malong admitted, his own knowledge of the Saint Emperor's descendant strength being limited. Are there any with divine prohibitions in the Xue Star domain? Xue Yueqing queried, confident in his own ability to trigger the 10 prohibitions with relative ease. Not that I have heard of thus far, Malong replied, shaking his head. While the human race in the Xue Star flourishes, unlike Xue Yueqing, who rose from humble beginnings to become a youthful supreme, those powerful prodigies are nurtured by their respective factions. What is the strength of those beings from beyond? Lu Yang asked, curious. It is said that one possesses the 8 prohibitions, while the rest are below the 7 prohibitions. They have already overrun the northern, eastern, and northern sea regions, Only the southern and western areas remain unchallenged by them. However, that will not last long. Malong replied with a grave tone, his battle intent surging, the essence of his blade emanating from his pores. Xue Yueqing nodded thoughtfully. Such ostentation certainly invites the protection of a sage, and he could not yet contend with a sage, given their formidable saintly might. How do you intend to reach the ancient stellar path? Xue Yueqing posed the question that weighed on his mind. In my master's dojo, there exists a 5-colored altar that leads to the path of the ultimate trial, though he is reluctant for me to tread upon it. Malong said with a hint of bitterness. Having been raised by his master since childhood, their bond resembled that of father and son. The path of the ultimate trial is fraught with peril, where realms of death and the pursuit by sages are common occurrences. Your physique is quite unique, Xue Yueqing remarked. Activating his martial arts celestial eye to observe Malong, he discovered that Mo Long was imbued with an overwhelming aura of blade intent, with even his meridians and manifestations deeply connected to the essence of the sword. My physique is known as the blade god body, apart from my master and disciple. I have yet to hear of such a constitution, although the existence of the sword god body is acknowledged. Mo Long stated candidly, without reservation. The debate over whether the sword or the blade is superior has persisted since ancient times, and my master's mortal rival is none other than the sword god. As is mine. Both the sword and the blade are rather short. I have a preference for polearms, spears, cavalry lances, and sabers like the Zhanma Dao, as well as the celestial measuring rod, Xue Yueqing remarked softly, noting that within his spatial realm, aside from swords and blades, the weapons were primarily those wielded by heavy cavalry. Heroes share certain similarities. My vessel for the path to enlightenment is the Changhong spear, Lu Yang declared. Let us take our leave. We shall explore, Xue Yueqing suggested. After satisfying their appetites and taking a brief respite, they proceeded to wander the streets. Chapter 15. The tremor of the Ziwei star in the southern region of Ziwei, within the city of Yaqing, chaos erupted in the streets, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. The populace received startling news. Xue Yueqing had arrived on Ziwei star, and it was highly likely that she was within the city itself. What? Xue Yueqing traversed the ancient celestial path to reach our Ziwei star. Uncertainty lingered as whispers spread. Some claimed to have witnessed a fierce battle between Xue Yueqing and Mo Long, with the latter's realm seemingly evaporating. Is it true? I just visited Mo Long's domain, and for hundreds of miles, life was utterly extinguished, though faint traces of draconic might lingered. Alas! If only the saintess of the moon and the saint son of the sun were not engaged in their most formidable trials, they would certainly not fear Xue Yueqing. While the crowd expressed their astonishment, a sense of excitement also brewed, as many longed to witness the extent of Xue Yueqing's power and whether she could decisively defeat a few arrogant prodigies from beyond the realms. By the way, what transpired in the clash between Mo Long and Xue Yueqing? A voice whispered cautiously. They regarded Xue Yueqing as an elite among the 8 prohibitions, occasionally breaching divine restrictions. Yet they did not believe she frequently traversed such domains. Soon, the news spread like wildfire, sending ripples through Ziwei Star, particularly among the prodigies who yearned to gauge their own prowess against Xue Yueqing. Some factions even sought to court her favor. In a place suffused with ethereal energy, enveloped in a misty white haze, a figure could be seen seated atop a mountain peak. The cliffs surrounding this desolate expanse concealed the true nature of the scene within the shrouded mountain. Saint's son, Xue Yueqing has appeared on our Ziwei star, a voice reported. As the mist dissipated, a young boy, approximately 13 years of age, emerged, seated in a pool of water, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Xue Yueqing, your arrival is quite fortuitous. My divine technique is on the verge of completion, and I am eager to ascertain if you are indeed as formidable as the legends suggest. The boy mused softly, rising from the water and donning a dark robe. In Zhongzhou, the signs of several supreme factions, including saints and saintesses, set forth, each eager to win Xue Yueqing to their cause. Some sought to refine her essence into their own path to enlightenment. Within a modest courtyard, a young man gazed at the blazing sky, slowly uttering, Xue Yueqing? She has actually come to Ziwei Star. I had intended to confront you at the Imperial Gate to forge my indomitable spirit, but your sudden appearance has altered my plans. Is this fate? Does destiny compel me to confront you? Yet, I am a divine body, while you are but a mere rabbit. Even if you were a dragon, your bloodline remains impure. This young man was none other than Wu Qianquan, an extraterrestrial prodigy possessing the strength to sever the 8 prohibitions. accompanied by numerous followers as he carved his path through the cosmos from his home planet, though he too had a guardian. Elder, I implore you to accompany me to the south. I wish to personally meet the illustrious Xue Yueqing, Wu Qianquan declared. No sooner had he spoken than the void beside him warped, and an elderly figure in a black robe emerged, replying, very well. Originally, he was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet the arrogance of the Holy Son was overwhelming. He disregarded even the Holy Lord and the Ascendant Emperor, convinced of his inevitable ascension to imperial status. He aspired to breach the imperial barriers and attain invincibility and enlightenment. However, if the relic of Xue Yueqing's tribulation was indeed authentic, he might achieve the path of the ancient emperor in this era, while his own holy son would undoubtedly fall to his hands. Within the celestial palace, Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang planned to venture out for exploration, but declined. You may go ahead. I must attend to my master's dojo to bestow a physical baptism upon my disciple, stated. His disciple, already 10 years of age, trained daily at his master's dojo, while he himself cultivated and gathered various herbs to prepare for his disciple's physical enlightenment. We shall accompany you, after all. We are not well acquainted with the Xue star, and your guidance would be invaluable, Lu Yang remarked, feeling somewhat anxious after just departing from their home planet, concerned about offending anyone in this unfamiliar territory. Very well, pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. The trio exited the celestial palace, but upon their emergence, they found themselves under the fervent gaze of a crowd, their eyes ablaze with an almost predatory intensity. I heard has departed with Xue Yueqing. Could this pretty boy be Xue Yueqing himself? A voice whispered among the throng as their gaze shifted towards Lu Yang and Xue Yueqing. The latter, having overheard, furrowed his brow in dismay. Despite altering his appearance, how could this gathering still recognize him? Was equally taken aback, his typically stoic visage darkening, not due to the association with Xue Yueqing, but because, as a swordsman, being questioned by various factions posed significant complications. Disregarding the crowd, the trio attempted to move on, only to be obstructed by several individuals. Please wait. The Holy Son requests your presence, a middle-aged man interjected, a look of disdain and arrogance upon his face. He possessed the strength of the Tao-severing realm, as did the others accompanying him, all adorned in silver robes embroidered with the characters Tianji. Isn't this the Tianji Holy Land? What business do they have inviting and company? Still uncertain if that is Xue Yueqing, murmured the onlookers. This isn't an invitation, it's coercion, another remarked. It seems the Tianji Holy Land, buoyed by a few slumbering ascendant emperors, has grown tyrannical and overbearing, though the sword's sovereign is not to be trifled with. The crowd harbored disdain for the Tianji Holy Land, known for their domineering and unreasonable conduct. 2 millennia prior, the ancestor of the Tianji Holy Land was a prodigy of the same era as the beast deity, who, in his twilight years, founded the Tianji Holy Land on Xue Star. It remains a mystery how they have persisted to this day. I have no time for this, replied coldly, his expression betraying no emotion as he regarded the group. The Holy Son of the Tianji Holy Land was a shadowy figure, known to be an exceptionally formidable adversary, challenging even himself. Let us go, Xue Yueqing spoke softly, disinterested in the unfolding situation, seeing it merely as an opportunity for conflict and bloodshed. The enveloping heavens, the souls that traverse them, all are but combatants. Lu Yang cast a glance at Xue Yueqing with a hint of resentment on his face, his heart racing with unease. He inwardly complained. Having just arrived at Xue Star and indulging in a bit of wine, trouble has already found me. What will the future hold? He knew without a doubt that such encounters would inevitably lead to conflict, as those from powerful factions would not tolerate rejection. You are making this quite difficult for me, the middle-aged leader said, his expression darkening. A terrifying aura emanated from him, yet it paled in comparison to the trio of Xue Yueqing. Difficult? Lu Yang tilted his head and observed the three, retorting, then why not refrain from doing so? Ah, do you truly believe that your holy land, with a handful of quasi-emperors, is invincible? Mo Long sighed, as if to imply his own family lacked support. The ancient figures of the Tianji Holy Land were likely no match for his master. At worst, I could call upon the Sword God and topple the Tianji Holy Land. You may leave, but these two must stay. Our Holy Son has summoned them, the middle-aged man said, his expression shifting but still determined to detain Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang. Xue Yueqing sighed. Such scenarios never boded well. It was clear that negotiations would fail, and a violent confrontation was imminent. If we do not eliminate them, what purpose do they serve? He had encountered similar situations many times, where individuals either sought to recruit him, bind him as a servant, or hinder his ascension, thereby restricting his freedom. Based on his extensive experience, those from the Holy Land were prideful and would not tolerate refusal. Moreover, if he did not comply, even more formidable individuals would come to compel him, forcibly taking him away. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Lu Yang as he glanced at Xue Yueqing, clearly indicating that they had faced similar predicaments on Fuso Star. Eliminate them. Why let them live? They will inevitably become foes, Xue Yueqing said coldly, exhibiting no remorse even if he wrongfully struck down an innocent. After all, the path to divinity was paved with countless corpses, which enlightened being had not borne the weight of myriad lives. Lu Yang and Imo Long exchanged puzzled glances, scratching their heads in confusion over Xue Yueqing's bloodthirsty disposition. Those individuals mentioned that the Tianji Holy Land is tyrannical, allowing no room for refusal. If we have already declined and they insist on our compliance, is that not courting death? Eliminate them. Xue Yueqing waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Lu Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his leader was always right. Not good. We must flee. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, realizing the implications of Xue Yueqing's words, which left no room for misinterpretation. However, it was too late to escape. How could an ordinary figure in the Zhandao realm compete with a prodigy? In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Yang, overwhelming the middle-aged man with an immense pressure that felt as though he were bearing a mountain on his back, the ground cracking beneath him. Lu Yang stepped forward, golden flames igniting beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the middle-aged man, raising his hand to deliver a crushing blow. Boom! A golden palm struck with breathtaking swiftness, unleashing an extraordinarily powerful flame that shattered the very void of the street. Those who were nearby found themselves perilously close to being scorched. Hurry, flee. This inferno is terrifying. Why engage in such violence? Did you not hear that man? Sooner or later, they will become adversaries. You are well aware of the temperament of the celestial sun. To spare them would only invite further troubles. In a frantic exodus, the crowd scattered from the street, while some houses ignited without warning, engulfed in golden flames. With a resounding crack, a middle-aged man was reduced to ashes, his remains drifting through the air, while a group of sycophants lay paralyzed on the ground, gripped by fear. Lu Yang glanced at Xue Yueqing, and only after she nodded did he act, swiftly eliminating those who had approached them. Xue Yueqing then turned her gaze toward a window of a nearby tavern, noticing a young man with a grim expression watching them intently. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the street, stirring up a cloud of dust, and Xue Yueqing was nowhere to be seen. Sighing, Lu Yang rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of impending conflict. Why do you say that? Mo Long inquired, puzzled. This is merely the beginning. The mere mention of our leader's name has already sparked envy. If we were to acknowledge it, what do you think would transpire? Lu Yang retorted. Gulp. Mo Long swallowed hard, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a quiver of excitement, to face the world as enemies, to forge an unparalleled blade intent, and to battle on the path of emperors. Chapter 16. The emergence of the semi-saint under the blazing sun. Chaos engulfed the streets. In the very heart of the thoroughfare, the essence of solar flames manifested, golden flames shattering the firmament. In an instant, Xue Yueqing found himself within an inn, standing before a young man. You must be Xue Yueqing. The heavenly extreme holy sun reclined in his chair, his legs crossed, a devilish smile adorning his face as he regarded the seemingly ordinary Xue Yueqing. He had ventured southward to pay a visit to the sword god's disciple and Mo Long, intending to exchange insights and refine his skills before embarking on the ancient starry path. He wished to leave behind a legend on the Xue Star, but was taken aback to discover that Xue Yueqing had already traversed the ancient starry path to arrive at the Xue Star. Moreover, others had followed him, leading to swift dissemination of news. Xue Yueqing remained silent, scrutinizing the holy sun with a hint of disappointment, shaking his head slightly. He felt no ominous aura emanating from the heavenly extreme holy sun. The wicked smile on the holy sun's face instantly vanished, his expression darkening before it brightened again. Xue Yueqing, you may reveal your true form. Here, it is just you and me. We can converse. Xue Yueqing merely scoffed. Was it truly just the two of them? He sensed three holy presences nearby, clearly prepared. Just hours had passed since his arrival, and news of him had already spread. He had anticipated a longer duration before such information surfaced, but he surmised that enemies from Fusang Star had also traversed here. Converse? There is nothing to discuss. Perish. In a sudden display of power, Xue Yueqing unleashed a portion of his strength, unwilling to reveal his full capabilities with a semi-sane observing nearby. Clenching his dragon fist, he struck forward, his pores radiating auspicious light. While he did not deny his identity as Xue Yueqing, it sufficed to affirm his true presence. The heavenly extreme holy sun abruptly transformed into a cascade of light, vanishing from the inn and reappearing in midair, a triumphant expression gracing his features. Xue Yueqing, you may follow me. I am a divine physique, destined for enlightenment, while you are merely a snow hare. Even if you transform into a dragon, you shall never be a true dragon. What fueled his confidence? It stemmed from being a divine physique, groomed by his ancestors, endowed with guidance, teaching, and baptism. Emerging at the pinnacle from birth, nurtured by supreme laws. And what of Xue Yueqing? A mere snow hare, perhaps possessing some talent, but what of influence? Heritage? Physique? He held no advantages whatsoever. The heavenly extreme holy sun, standing above in the void, gazed down at Xue Yueqing with a wicked smile, his heart swelling with pride. Perhaps Xue Yueqing was not as formidable as the rumors suggested, and the images on the shadow stone could indeed be altered. Historically, the 9 great young celestial lords had never encountered tribulations. Defeating Xue Yueqing would solidify his invincible resolve, allowing him to embark on the ancient starry path, conquer the various young sovereigns, and attain the status of a battle emperor. The heavenly extreme holy sun had even envisioned his title. Transfer your ethereal blue gold and blood refinement techniques to me. Once I ascend to emperor, you shall become the supreme elder. His excitement grew as he spoke. Ethereal blue gold was the most enigmatic celestial metal, elusive even to ancient emperors throughout the ages. He did not regard Xue Yueqing as particularly formidable, as evidenced by the recent exchange of blows. Xue Yueqing sighed, reflecting on the child's severe arrogance. While such bravado might be tolerated among the ZY stars, it transformed into hubris upon embarking on the imperial path. Nevertheless, Xue Yueqing's true objective was not the child, but rather the hidden half-saints lurking in the shadows. He sought to eliminate a saint to proclaim to the world that he would neither ally with any faction nor succumb to any temptations. Yet, Xue Yueqing understood that those whom the guardian typically protected would not face peril unless it was unavoidable. Thus, he resolved to incapacitate the Tianji Holy Sun, whose audacity was indeed remarkable. Lu Yong raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous. He possessed the right to be arrogant, for he had never tasted defeat since his emergence into this world. Legend had it that upon his arrival, a celestial phenomenon transpired, prompting the ancestors of the Tianji Holy Land to sanctify his flesh and impart wisdom. Mo Long quietly asserted that he still believed the Tianji Holy Sun would ultimately fail. Step by step, Xue Yueqing traversed the void, his aura growing ever more potent. His form radiated the essence of the sun and moon, exuding an overwhelming dragon might. Confronting the Tianji Holy Sun, he coldly remarked, I must say, your intellect leaves much to be desired. I know not who bestowed upon you such misplaced confidence. Are you relying on 3 half-saints, or the Tianji Holy Land itself? The Tianji Holy Sun's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense the presence of the 3 half-saints nearby. How was this possible? In an instant, Xue Yueqing ceased his words, employing a secret technique of swift movement to vanish into the void. Suddenly, the space surrounding the Tianji Holy Sun became sealed, and a snow-white dragon fist materialized beside his temple, launching an assault. Onlookers witnessed a shadow plummet from the sky. Too swift for them to comprehend, it was the Tianji Holy Sun. Could it be that he was so weak? In an instant, he lay prostrate. No. It was not the Tianji Holy Sun's weakness. Rather, the figure resembling Xue Yueqing was far too powerful, possibly possessing the secret arts of the celestial sovereign. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Although the Tianji Holy Sun had rarely engaged in battle, he was a rare divine body, undefeated thus far. Suddenly, a white figure descended from the heavens, crashing down with a resounding thud, landing a foot squarely on the Tianji Holy Sun's abdomen. Boom! A fissure erupted in the street, a terrifying aura spreading throughout, prompting the crowd to scatter amidst clouds of dust as buildings crumbled in succession. A brother who does not act like a brother, and a subordinate who knows no better. Xue Yueqing's voice was frigid. I, the Tianji, have never been inferior to others. If you wish to kill me, I shall accompany you to the end. The Tianji Holy Sun bellowed from beneath, his body erupting with golden lightning that spread outward, tearing apart the very fabric of the void. Boom! An extraordinary phenomenon arose behind him, an ethereal path lined with countless corpses, leading to a throne atop a mountain of stark, white bones. A figure obscured in shadow sat upon the throne, surveying the realm. Heavens! This is the manifestation of a battle god conquering the world. Could it be that the Tianji embodies the battle god's physique? Since ancient times, such a physique has rarely emerged. As long as one does not court disaster, they can ascend beyond the threshold of quasi-emperorship. With this manifestation, the figure resembling Xue Yueqing was doomed. As the crowd gazed in awe at the extraordinary spectacle, admiration was evident on their faces, particularly among the women, who longed to curry favor. "Boss, allow me to confront him. He is hardly your equal," Lu Yang declared, wielding a golden spear. His eyes fixed on the erupting figure of the celestial sun, radiating an overwhelming battle intent. Since he began following Xue Yueqing, he had consistently dealt with adversaries of similar caliber, all of whom were protected by guardians. However, with Xue Yueqing by his side, he felt entirely secure. After all, Xue Yueqing possessed numerous secret techniques for escape, making it nearly impossible for even a sage to pursue her. "How dare you underestimate me?" The celestial sun seethed with rage. While he could accept Xue Yueqing's disregard, the scorn from an unknown individual was intolerable. "What if I belittle you? You are merely a divine body," Lu Yang retorted disdainfully. "I am a golden crow. What is so remarkable about a divine body? If one were to undertake the most formidable trials of the ancient path, a divine body would be utterly inconsequential." "Die!" The celestial sun lunged forward, sword in hand, intent on proving that Xue Yueqing's follower was inadequate. "Let us battle beyond the domain," Lu Yang proposed, unwilling to devastate Yaqing City. Otherwise, their clash would reduce the entire city to ruins. He soared into the outer realms, followed closely by Xue Yueqing and Mo Long, along with numerous cultivators from the path-cutting realm. He brandished a black spear, while Xue Yueqing stood resolute amidst the starry expanse, her silver hair billowing, embodying the steadfastness of an eternal rock. She revealed her true form, aspiring to make her name resonate across the cosmos, so that Bai Yao, far across the stars, would hear of her invincibility. "Let the slaughter of the saints on Ziwei Star commence." The crowd was instantly electrified upon witnessing Xue Yueqing's true visage, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. "It truly is Xue Yueqing. She has come to our Ziwei Star. How magnificent!" They speculated that she had traversed the ancient path of the stars merely in passing, yet her presence would undoubtedly incite enmity worldwide. Not to mention her self-created dragon transformation technique. Even her ethereal ascent was sufficient to command attention. Moreover, her initial arrival was marked by a refusal to meet with the celestial sun, resulting in a fierce confrontation, an unmistakable signal to those from the sacred grounds who sought to recruit her. The crowd discerned clearly that the celestial sacred land ranked third among the great sacred lands of Ziwei Star, surpassed only by the Taiyin and the Sun. Thus, rejecting the celestial sacred land was tantamount to spurning the entirety of the world. Considering she was merely passing through Ziwei Star, it was implausible for her to remain indefinitely. Furthermore, with her extraordinary talents, she could never become a follower or lend her strength to any faction. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a torrential downpour of radiant light, resembling droplets of solar essence, igniting the void in a brilliant blaze, transforming into dazzling divine rays. Numerous divine swords danced in the air, heralding the arrival of 3 half-saints. The aura they brought forth coalesced into a divine rain, cascading like the Milky Way from the heavens. Both the inhabitants of the starry expanse and those on Ziwei Star collapsed to the ground, with many kneeling before the 3 half-saints. The oppressive presence of the saints was palpable. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their hearts filled with trepidation. They had not anticipated that a mere spar among the younger generation would summon a protector, a half-saint, an invincible entity, with 1 foot already in the realm of saints. The protector occasionally emanated a divine aura, leaving Xue Yueqing with no hope of survival and inevitable outcome. This was the consequence of rejecting the heavenly sacred land, indeed tyrannical. The populace felt helpless, yearning to witness how Xue Yueqing would stir the winds of the Ziwei, yet with the protector's arrival, even if he were to defeat the heavenly sacred sun, what would it matter if he were ultimately captured? However, the 3 half-saints did not intervene. Instead, they stood with arms crossed, gazing at the fierce battle between Lu Yang and the heavenly sacred sun, showing no regard for Xue Yueqing. Their focus entirely on the heavenly sacred sun. Boom! Lu Yang wielded a golden spear, unleashing a torrent of solar flames as he moved with grandiose flair, his innate fiery constitution granting him the power to incinerate all. Resplendent runes appeared in the arc of his spear, and blossoms of the Tao erupted from its tip, sending forth a terrifying intent imbued with the might of the sun. The heavenly sacred sun merely cast a disdainful glance, drawing his longsword to unleash a brilliant beam of swordlight. Clang! The two engaged in a fierce struggle beyond the realm. the heavenly sacred sun's expression growing increasingly solemn. Heavenly sword technique. He bellowed, his pores radiating a terrifying aura, transforming him as if he were ascending to the heavens. He danced with his sword, creating overlapping afterimages. Slash. The heavenly sacred sun's eyes erupted with a dazzling divine light as he gripped the hilt of his sword and struck towards Liu Yang, the sword light blinding. A brilliant principle unfurling in the frigid void, leaving only a piercing beam of light. Long rainbow piercing the sun. Liu Yang roared. The long rainbow in his hand erupting with radiant golden flames, the fierce spear intent sweeping through the cosmos, causing the stars to tremble and shatter. He gripped the spear tightly, drawing forth the sun's fire and channeling it into the weapon, then hurled it toward the heavenly sacred sun. Boom. The long rainbow surged forward like the sun destined to pierce the cosmos, streaking with a golden shimmer, the void exploding in its wake, moving with unfathomable speed. Invisible waves rippled outward. With a thunderous explosion, the long rainbow collided with the sword light. Endless raindrops of light cascaded down, each drop capable of slaying a formidable celestial being. The two were evenly matched. The heavenly sacred sun was horrified. For he possessed the body of a war god. How could he tolerate a being of unknown origin standing shoulder to shoulder with him? In an instant, the heavenly sacred sun's physique manifested its true power, his entire being exuding silver light, as each droplet that permeated his essence fortified him further. Behind him, an ethereal figure emerged, the indistinct visage of one seated upon a throne slowly descending, merging with the heavenly sacred sun. Boom. The heavenly sacred sun erupted with an even more formidable aura, instantly entering the realm of the seven bands, his combat prowess multiplied sevenfold. I am the war god's body. What are you to challenge me? He roared, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he sought to overwhelm Liu Yang with sheer physical might. Merely a physique, he mused, who among us does not possess one? Liu Yang's eyes overflowed with streams of golden flames, for the Golden Crow clan is inherently a fire entity, capable of reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, transforming into a radiant sun that illuminates the cosmos. His entire being exuded the essence of solar fire, a golden aura manifesting upon his skin as he invoked the supreme techniques of the Golden Crow lineage, instantly transcending into the realm of the seven bands. Grasping a long spear forged from solar divine iron, he lunged towards the holy sun of the celestial pole with unwavering resolve. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and planets in proximity to their clash were obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere dust. The terrifying waves of energy surged forth like an ocean, sending shockwaves that scattered several path-cutting cultivators. Each strike they exchanged possessed the power to devastate the heavens and the earth, capable of annihilating a grand city or even piercing through the very fabric of reality. Kill. The holy son of the celestial pole roared, his body as formidable as a war god's. Fortified by the baptism of quasi-emperor training since childhood and a profound understanding of the Tao, rendering his battle prowess exceptionally fearsome. In mere moments, Liu Yang found himself at a disadvantage. Without the guidance of a quasi-emperor, how could you have come this far? Liu Yang shouted, yet even so, he remained formidable. After all, the Golden Crow clan had existed for several epochs, their might terrifying, with remnants of ancient immortal techniques still echoing within their bloodlines. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. The holy son of the celestial pole scoffed, regarding these as mere advantages, as he was inherently ahead of many at the starting line. Yet you are indeed powerful. Do you truly intend to follow Xue Yueqing? Why not join me in the celestial pole holy land? When I ascend as emperor, you shall be a revered elder, bestowing blessings upon generations to come, he proclaimed, all while continuing to engage Liu Yang in combat, attempting to unsettle his resolve with tempting offers. Do you think you can become an emperor? This era belongs to Xue Yueqing. You are merely a backdrop to his existence. Liu Yang retorted disdainfully, recognizing that their origins were far superior to Xue Yueqing, so much so that they seemed leagues apart from the immortal realms, rendering Xue Yueqing an unreachable figure. Yet, from such noble beginnings, he had managed to stand out among countless prodigies. As long as he did not fall, this era would surely afford Xue Yueqing a place, potentially even leading him to the throne as the first demon emperor in history, the progenitor of myriad demons. He is but a snow rabbit. Even if he transforms into a dragon, he remains merely a patchwork of bloodlines, a false dragon unworthy of the summit. The holy son of the celestial pole swung his sword, cleaving into Liu Yang's back, a cascade of blood spilling forth, painting the starlit sky. No need for further words. Today, I shall slay you. Liu Yang erupted with fury, his form transforming as his black hair turned golden, radiating the scorching aura of summer, twisting the very fabric of the void itself. Chapter 17. The Fall of the Semi-Sane. In a realm beyond, a group of cultivators stood in astonishment. A seemingly obscure individual was able to engage in a fierce battle with the heavenly sun, only slightly less powerful. Who was this remarkable person? Exuding an overwhelming aura that could be felt from a great distance, akin to mortals confronting the sun? According to several who traversed ancient paths, they hailed from the Fuso star, belonging to the Golden Crow clan. No wonder they were so formidable. The revelation struck the onlookers like a cataclysmic collapse. The Golden Crow had never before graced the Xue star, with only scant records of its existence. Extreme Yang Fist. Lu Yang bellowed, his fist radiating light. The golden flames of the Golden Crow blazed through the void, as if a great sun had emerged within the cosmos, dazzling and intensely hot. With his eruption, a brilliance unfurled, and he became engulfed in a golden flame. It was as if the universe were on the verge of being pierced. The sword energy dispersed by Lu Yang's fist, which advanced towards the heavenly sun with the essence of solar fire. Meanwhile, the long rainbow spear and the heavenly sword clashed in a battle befitting artifacts of enlightenment. However, the long rainbow spear was slightly inferior, crafted merely from solar essence stones. Yet many great saints scoured the universe in search of these precious gems. God of War, severing past and present. The heavenly sun roared. Behind him, azure clouds surged, illustrating magnificent scenes. This was the result of his innate abilities, embodying the sun, moon, and stars, as well as a figure wielding celestial bodies. As the scroll unfurled, it resembled a grand world descending, enveloping Lu Yang within a 1,000-mile radius. Boom! Lu Yang was incensed, his fist piercing through the stars depicted in the scroll. The solar flames attempting to incinerate the canvas and the entire cosmos. Kill! The heavenly sun commanded, as the celestial figure cast stars towards Lu Yang. Each great star, swirling with energy, emitted a haunting resonance. The stars descended upon Lu Yang like a torrential flood. At that moment, the great stars rumbled, igniting one after another, illuminating the frigid expanse of the universe. Lu Yang erupted in a blaze of golden fire, a blinding inferno that rendered the stars to dust. A piercing cry sliced through the canvas, delivering a mental assault upon the heavenly sun. Bang! 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 Within the scroll, stars detonated, the entire canvas igniting in a ferocious blaze. It was indeed the Golden Crow. The heavenly sun was taken aback. The might of the Golden Crow had been the subject of legends, yet this clan had never been known to produce ancient monarchs. However, even if they were Golden Crows, how could they hope to defeat a god of war? The heavenly sun's voice was cold, reminiscent of an unparalleled deity, looking down upon the world and suppressing Lu Yang. Lu Yang disregarded the heavenly sun, engaging instead in battle with the god of war within the scroll. Yet, the god of war toyed with Lu Yang, occasionally tossing a star his way, akin to a child throwing pebbles, causing minimal harm but delivering a profound insult. After a considerable time, the war god, as if tired of play, began to rise, twisting his neck. His features remained obscured, revealing only a tall, masculine figure. With a swift step of his left foot, he vanished into the infinite cosmos, reappearing instantaneously beside Lu Yang, delivering a punch that unleashed a torrent of countless stars. Lu Yang struggled against the relentless onslaught of celestial bodies, finding himself unable to retaliate against the war god, which filled him with frustration. This is one of the most formidable secret arts of the heavenly extreme sacred land. How could a mere Golden Crow contend with it? The heavenly extreme sun taunted. Boom! The war god's fist shattered Lu Yang's wing, and he leaped onto the vast, sprawling appendage, gripping Lu Yang's golden feathers with ferocity. Blood erupted as the war god's fist pierced through Lu Yang's wing. It seemed the Golden Crow was no match for the heavenly extreme sun. Indeed, the heavenly extreme sun had merely been in seclusion. Otherwise, he could have competed with the two holy sons and daughters of the sun and moon. Unfortunately, they had journeyed far into the starry void, embarking on the path of trials. Why did Xue Yueqing remain indifferent while watching his companion being struck? Did you not see the 3 half-saints encircling him? As the crowd pondered, they turned their gaze to Xue Yueqing, eager to see his reaction. Suddenly, the entire scene erupted. A wave of golden flames engulfing the heavenly extreme sun, charring him black. Lu Yang charged forth, his face a mask of fury. Having just unleashed his most potent secret technique, the Golden Crow transformation, signifying the self-detonation of a great sun. Golden Crow divine movement. Boom! Lu Yang executed the swift movement of the Golden Crow, transforming into human form, moving so fast that the cosmic rivers seemed to flow backward. He unleashed a divine solar fist towards the heavenly extreme sun, the force of his strike monumental, as if carrying the weight of the sun, moon, and stars across vast landscapes. Thud. Liu Yang's fist struck the heavenly extreme sun's abdomen, resonating like the tolling of a celestial bell. The heavenly extreme sun's garments vanished in an instant as he was propelled away. Bang, bang, bang. Along his path, the heavenly extreme sun traversed many foreign celestial bodies. His form ablaze, sizzling sounds echoing through the cosmos, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. Before he could comprehend the situation, his hair had vanished. And even his robes had been incinerated, leaving him blackened and standing in the universe, bewildered and disoriented. He could not fathom how a single golden crow could incinerate the cosmos and deliver such a rapid, powerful blow. Drip, drip. Azure blood fell from the heavenly extreme sun. His scorched body cracking as it was consumed by the flames of the sun, resembling a fragile porcelain bowl on the verge of shattering, emitting wisps of smoke. Ha ha. How tiny. Like a little earthworm. Ha ha ha. At least he possesses formidable strength. The crowd gazed at the charred heavenly extreme sun, not out of ridicule, but due to an earthworm dangling from his form. Zhao bird. The heavenly supreme sun roared, causing the stars from beyond the realm to tremble and fall. The sun and moon dimmed. He had let his guard down, failing to evade. Now he was the target of mockery. With a frigid gaze, the heavenly supreme sun looked at the mocking cultivators, and with a flick of his hand, his garments woven from spiritual energy materialized anew. In an instant, regret washed over those cultivators, their faces drained of color, cold sweat cascading down like rain, and they fled in terror. How dare they treat our supreme sun with such disdain? A semi-saint spoke coldly, his divine might leaking just a fraction, capable of shattering nearby stars, casting shadows over the sun and moon, blurring the distinction between day and night. He felt that the dignity of the heavenly supreme land had been utterly tarnished and sought to teach a lesson to this audacious golden crow. A colossal black hand emerged from the void of the universe, reaching directly towards Liu Yang, aiming to strike him down. With a thunderous roar, the universe trembled, stars shattered. Rivers of stars flowed backward, and the heavens and earth collapsed. It was a force of overwhelming dominance, akin to an ocean erupting, waves engulfing the entire realm, drowning all beings like mere ants. Countless individuals prostrated themselves on the ground, facing the overwhelming divine might, devoid of any strength to resist, their teeth chattering, silently pleading for mercy. It was over. The semi-saint had made his move. Indeed, the heavenly supreme land was as shameless as ever. Anyone could see that the heavenly supreme sun was gradually falling to the disadvantage. A collective sigh resonated among the spectators, a profound sense of helplessness. This was the plight of scattered cultivators, lacking background and strength. They were utterly incomparable to disciples of the holy sect, which placed immense importance on reputation. Yet, just then, a brilliant beam of Tao light erupted. Xue Yueqing emerged, wielding a black spear, its chilling aura radiating as she pointed it at the semi-saint, piercing the heavens. With a swift thrust, the black hand, composed of the semi-saint's divine power, unyielding and immortal, capable of obliterating peak prodigies, was pierced through by Xue Yueqing's spear, dissipating into black mist in the air. In the expanse of the flowing star river, Xue Yueqing stood resolute amidst the cosmos, her cold gaze fixed upon the three semi-saints. With her right hand raised, the spear pointed ominously, its tip shimmering with dark golden light. Should you seek to extinguish my brother, then I shall bring you to ruin. Nearly a semi-saint, I have slain such beings before. Xue Yueqing's voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the starry void, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of the audience. He had indeed slain a semi-saint. This was the initial reaction of the crowd, but they quickly shook their heads, deeming it unrealistic. Even the most exalted prodigies had yet to breach the saintly barrier. Long, go slay the heavenly supreme sun. I shall deal with them. Xue Yueqing spoke coldly, her eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on the three semi-saints, her spear radiating a dark, sacred light, its chilling tip seemingly intent on piercing through the very fabric of the universe. Chapter 18. Blood of the saints stains the starry sky beneath the vast celestial expanse. The resplendent starlight swirled, as one great star after another rotated, emitting an eerie hum and shimmering with brilliance. The onlookers were utterly astounded, their disbelief palpable, jaws dropped. Many collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed and rendered immobile by the terrifying aura of sanctity. Yet, astonishingly, Xue Yueqing managed to withstand the strike of a half-saint. It is important to note that the half-saint stood upon the ninth step of the immortal platform, straddling the delicate threshold between the third and fourth immortal realms. A mere step capable of altering the very fabric of reality. The saint transcends human limitations, hence the exalted title bestowed upon such beings. The transformation from the pinnacle of the third immortal realm to that of a saint is akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Even one who stands proudly amidst the ages, possessing 6 prohibitions, or even 7, finds their prowess futile when faced with the existence of the saint's fortress. A being of 8 prohibitions, they undoubtedly embody the essence of the divine, akin to the sacred restrictions captured within the Shadow Stone. The scenes of tribulation depicted within the Shadow Stone must surely be authentic. Perhaps we might even witness the slaughter of a saint. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, their voices drowning out the fierce battle between Liu Yang and the celestial son of the heavenly extremes, causing the entire southern region of the Xue Star to tremble. At that moment, only Yueqing stood in a distant corner of the starry sky, his countenance darkened. Although he too could ascend to the 8th prohibition, it was an infrequent occurrence, one that he could not reliably invoke. Nevertheless, he believed he could still slay a half-saint. If Xue Yueqing could vanquish him, how much more so could this group of half-saints? Had it not been for the support of the Fusang Divine Kingdom, he would have perished beneath Xue Yueqing's blade long ago. In the starry expanse, the thin river of stars flowed past several individuals, the starlight resembling a delicate veil. Xue Yueqing stood resolutely amidst the heavens, wielding a black spear, pointing fearlessly towards the 3 half-saints, his expression one of ease. Once again, the sight of Xue Yueqing slaying saints elicited excitement from a cultivator of the Fusang Star, who whispered in fervor, though his words did not escape the ears of those around him. "Brother, did Xue Yueqing truly slay a saint?" Someone inquired. "Indeed. I journeyed through the starry sky alongside him. Back on our home planet, the entire populace was in pursuit of him, yet he slaughtered half-saints with astonishing ease, shocking the world and instilling fear in the hearts of many powerful factions," the man replied, his voice imbued with excitement. Even when pursued by saints, he could escape and retaliate, decimating the younger generations of those factions with ruthless ferocity. He continued, exhilaration mingling with trepidation. Suddenly, a scream pierced the starry silence. It was the celestial son of the heavenly extremes, who had been brutally bisected by the ink dragon, his blood and entrails spilling into the celestial expanse, consumed by the purifying flames of the sun. "This is dire. We must save the saint's son." The 3 half-saints grew tense, and one of them swiftly advanced, raising a hand to strike. Xue Yueqing reacted in kind, thrusting his spear upward, the black weapon tracing a mysterious arc as dark energy erupted, clashing with the half-saint's attack. Altogether now, lest we face unforeseen calamity, the 3 half-saints charged forward, each emanating an overwhelming aura of sanctity that could shatter the very stars, yet it proved ineffectual against Xue Yueqing, a semi-saint. Wielding an ancient shield of black and gold in one hand and a blood-red greatsword in the other, stepped forth, aiming a lethal strike at Xue Yueqing. With a resounding clash, Xue Yueqing stood undaunted, twirling a black spear that emanated a dark brilliance, its chilling intent filling the void as it met the greatsword in a fierce confrontation. Sparks flew, and the resonating clang echoed, nearly shattering the spirits of onlookers, as the essence of blades and spears swirled like a tempest upon a raging sea. Suddenly, another semi-saint, brandishing a long sword, descended with a lethal intent, the sword's aura illuminating the cold, dark cosmos. Xue Yueqing swiftly turned, unleashing a dragon fist, white dragon scales materializing around her fist, silver light bursting forth, and the might of dragons overwhelming the surroundings. Upon the meeting of fist and sword, embers raged as her flesh and blood withstood the semi-saint's weapon, her body exhibiting extraordinary strength, akin to an eternal divine metal. What? How is this possible? To barehandedly confront a sacred weapon? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, clutching their head. The mere ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with a semi-saint was extraordinary, yet to intercept a sacred weapon with bare hands was unprecedented throughout history. Even the semi-saint was momentarily astonished, though this fleeting surprise only intensified his murderous intent, wishing to eliminate Xue Yueqing as an obstacle for his own holy son. Swiftly, a brilliant long rainbow sliced through the starry expanse, as a white spear pierced the heavens, aimed at Xue Yueqing. She countered with her black spear, and upon impact, sparks erupted, ripples radiating outward, the clamor of colliding weapons nearly causing the spectators' spirits to vacate their bodies. In the vast starry sky, 4 figures clashed fiercely. The black spear contended against the blood-red greatsword, sometimes sweeping aside shields, while one hand tightly gripped the dragon fist. occasionally launching strikes at the semi-saint wielding the white battle spear. One individual stood against 3 semi-saints, not yielding in strength. The 4 ascended into the boundless sea of stars, teleporting from one point to another, as though traversing through time and space, their entire beings shimmering with divine radiance, their formidable auras continually rising. However, the 3 semi-saints intentionally maneuvered the battlefield toward the Heavenly Prince, creating ripples that disrupted the struggle of the Heavenly Prince and his companions. Yet, Long and Lu Yang were resolute in their intent to eradicate the Heavenly Prince, unaffected by such divine might. Xue Yueqing twirled her spear, refusing to be outmatched. Her form became a flash of lightning, executing the secret art of movement with unparalleled finesse, engaging in a breathtaking showdown. Divine light radiated from each of the 4, dimming the stars and moon, as their immense forces surged like a boundless ocean, vast and unfathomable. The crowd was awestruck. Even though the 4 battled far in the starry sky, the divine energy was palpable, leaving many paralyzed and unable to move, including newly arrived holy sons and daughters who hesitated to challenge Xue Yueqing. With a sweeping motion, Xue Yueqing unleashed her black spear against the throngs of enemies, casting forth a wave of dark light that dimmed the sun, moon, and stars, flooding the sky with starlight. With a piercing sound, a torrent of spear intent shot forth, each bolt as formidable as a mountain, as the black spear unleashed a deluge of radiant spear energy, piercing through the heavens, illuminating the universe, and sweeping across the river of stars. The 3 demigods were utterly astonished. Xue Yueqing's combat prowess rivaled that of the 3, showing no signs of weakness. In his hand, a long spear radiated brilliance, each thrust infused with boundless energy, piercing through the cosmic void, leaving them nearly breathless. The 8 bands, or perhaps the divine bands. This was inevitable. Only those who had mastered the 8 bands could withstand a demigod, lest they perish instantaneously. However, they were not facing a single demigod, but 3, on the brink of truly transcending into the realm of saints. The metallic clash reverberated in the air as the black spear surged with intent, resembling a cascading galaxy. Shrouded in a vast expanse, the aura of death sweeping across the heavens and earth, instilling terror in the mortal realm. Xue Yueqing unleashed 999 strikes, the sharp black spearhead exuding a blazing radiance. The demigods trembled violently, a blood streak bursting from their palms, blood flowing profusely, staining the sword-bearing right hand. With a single punch, Xue Yueqing obliterated one demigod's left hand, a mist of blood enveloping the surroundings. With a thunderous sound, he delivered a dragon fist towards another demigod wielding a white war spear, bending the weapon that was braced against his chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing. The black spear pierced through a demigod, staining the starry sky with blood. A single drop of their blood could lead to the demise of many, shattering a star. Each drop glistened like phoenix blood, a brilliant scarlet, infused with an unparalleled divine power. Enough, a demigod bellowed, his eyes blazing like twin suns after evading the tempest of assaults. In his grasp was a blood-stained white war spear, the blood merely his own. Crafted from the finest white jade, this spear was his Tao artifact, embodying his principles and truths, yet it could not withstand Xue Yueqing's dragon fist. A fine crack appearing along the shaft, piercing through the ages. The spear-wielding demigod shouted, fragments of time erupting from within him. The white spear emitted a gentle radiance, releasing a cascade of dazzling light, warping the space around him. Droplets of blood, akin to agate, adorned his form, each drop infused with sacred might. In that moment, the demigod towered like a deity, gazing down upon the eons, the spear in his hand shimmering with brilliance, hurled with great force towards Xue Yueqing. Boom! The spear, as if summoned from the end of time, pierced through the cosmic stars, causing the sun and moon to tremble, the stars swaying in fear. Only Lu Yang and Long continued to battle against the celestial son of the heavenly extremity, aware that they might not be able to defeat him. So far, the celestial son's hidden cards, profound depths, and the marks left upon him by others had yet to be activated. Xue Yueqing merely chuckled coldly. In an instant, a resplendent blue light erupted around him, a chilling aura permeating the air, rendering the already frigid cosmos even more glacial. Freezing the 3,000 provinces. With the black spear in hand, an icy breath surged forth from its shaft and tip, countless snowflakes suddenly appearing in the universe. A single snowflake landed upon a star, instantly crystallizing into a blue glass orb. Crack! In an instant, an intensely frigid aura swept across the battlefield, immobilizing 3 semi-saints, rendering them unable to move. Their attacks were instantly frozen, and even the onrushing spear slowed to a halt. How formidable! The very essence of their grand attacks was encased in ice, while even the void itself bore a thick layer of frost. As the three semi-saints found themselves in a state of bewilderment, a profound sense of regret washed over them, as they feared this day might mark their end. Xue Yueqing wielded his black spear, shattering the frozen forms of the three semi-saints in an instant. Chunks of flesh, encased in ice, were flung across the cosmos, leaving behind only three golden primordial spirits trapped in frost. Terror flickered across the faces of these spirits before they swiftly broke free from their icy confines, yearning to flee with the celestial sun. However, Xue Yueqing had no intention of permitting their escape. He lunged forward with the black spear aimed at the center of their foreheads, its tip emanating a haunting, dark light that resembled the very essence of death. He stood resplendent, his silver hair billowing in the cosmic gale, his white robe stained with blood. Grasping the blood-dripping black spear, he exuded an overwhelming and terrifying dragon might, standing as steadfast as an unyielding boulder amidst the starry expanse. Blood-stained robes, a presence unparalleled. Chapter 19. An unparalleled elegance in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Xue Yueqing, wielding a black spear, exhibited an icy demeanor. With a single thrust, he pierced the soul of a semi-saint, giving it a slight shake before it erupted in a resounding explosion, marking the demise of the semi-saint. Heavens! He truly slaughtered a saint. With such prowess in vanquishing a semi-saint, one could surmise that even the lunar saintess and the solar saint would pale in comparison to him. A wave of astonishment surged through the crowd, their hearts stirred by a tempest of disbelief. Saints were deemed insurmountable, yet today, that notion was shattered. The remaining two semi-saints were struck with horror, their scalps prickling with fear, unable to fathom their inability to contend with a mere junior, and fleeing was not an option. Disregarding them, Xue Yueqing activated the secret technique of the Xing character, aiming the black spear at one of the semi-saints before launching it with great force. The spear shimmered with dazzling brilliance yet bore the ominous aura of death. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, resonating through the nine heavens. Xue Yueqing's fist, unparalleled in might, was enveloped in white dragon scales, resembling a dragon coiling around his fist, shattering the void itself. As he unleashed his punch, his own vitality surged dramatically, obliterating the stars in his wake, appearing like an immortal furnace emanating pure essence. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding divine light erupted in the starry sky, akin to a great sun exploding into myriad starlights. One semi-saint could not even emit a cry as Xue Yueqing's punch obliterated his soul. Swish! The black spear shot forth with incredible speed, piercing the soul of another semi-saint. The dark light erupting from the spear engulfing the semi-saint's essence until it transformed into a cascade of light, dissipating into the cosmic void. Three semi-saints met their demise amidst the cosmic expanse. In the midst of the surging waves of energy, amidst the radiant downpour of light and starlight, a bloodied white figure stood resolute in the void, clutching a black spear that dripped with resplendent holy blood. Boom! Thunderous reverberations echoed in the minds of the onlookers, leaving them in a stupor. He had indeed slaughtered three saints, and he had emerged merely wounded. Aye. Some were so overwhelmed with emotion that their faces flushed crimson, struggling to articulate their thoughts, their minds clouded with exhilaration. They had done it. It was truly accomplished. Such incredibility. This era, it seemed, truly belonged to him. As long as he did not fall, the path to supremacy was within reach. Unparalleled grace, and extraordinary elegance. The crowd erupted with excitement, yearning to approach and bask in his glory, while others wore expressions of discontent. Having battled with the three semi-saints for an extended duration, he must be nearing exhaustion. Yueqing mused with a solemn expression. He contemplated whether to step forth and sever the ties of fate with Xue Yueqing. To delineate life and death, he longed to assist Xue Yueqing, or perhaps he was eager for the others to challenge him. For if he could slay a semi-saint, expending some of his own power would suffice to deal with him. Even in defeat, he would bear no resentment. At that moment, a shriek reverberated through the starry sky, drawing the gaze of the crowd, revealing the celestial saint, reduced to a mere skeletal frame, bloodied and standing in the cosmos, while a golden figure of a small man wailed in agony from the center of his brow. Could it be that the celestial saint was on the brink of demise? I find it implausible. The scion of such a formidable power must possess skills for self-preservation. Perhaps there are even royal marks left upon him. Nevertheless, even so, the pride of the heavenly extreme scion has been utterly shattered. His heart of Tao is compromised, and he may forever remain at the level of a great sage. The onlookers gazed at the heavenly extreme scion with a tinge of pity, while Lu Yong and Imo Long seemed to mock him, occasionally striking the skeletal remains. producing clanging sounds and sparking embers. Remarkably, the bones held considerable hardness. At this moment, Lu Yang was in dire straits, not a single part of him unscathed. Covered in sword wounds, with blood flowing profusely from his shoulders, back, and arms. Quickly, save the scion. Someone among the crowd shouted. Immediately, over 100 individuals surged towards Lu Yang, wielding great cauldrons and similar weapons, exuding a terrifying divine power. All being cultivators at the slashing Dao realm and followers of the heavenly extreme scion. Mo Long and Lu Yang plunged into a chaotic melee, cutting through the throng, slaughtering indiscriminately, for they were all foes, leaving no room for mercy. The crowd was enraptured, their blood boiling with the thought of beginning their own legendary tales at this very moment. With a thunderous roar, a golden chariot ascended from the Xue star, drawn by several soaring serpents, exuding an overwhelming aura as it gracefully halted amidst the cosmos. This is Zhao Xing's chariot. He has arrived. Could it be that he seeks to challenge Xue Yueqing as well? Any hopes of forming alliances have vanished. The heavens. Those figures are all from mighty factions. Soon after, more radiant figures soared from the Xue star, peerless fairies, ethereal celestial maidens shrouded in mist, and boys appearing as innocent as children, stepping upon the void. Each bore an invincible aura, their every gesture causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, igniting the entire starry expanse. Boom. At this moment, the sky erupted with a deafening sound as a golden path unfurled from the void, footsteps echoing as a majestic, defiant young man strode forth, accompanied by several formidable beings. That is, the extraordinary prodigy from beyond the realm. Wu Qianquan. What a farce. He merely capitalizes on the departure of our era's foremost prodigies. Otherwise, when would he dare to be so arrogant? The crowd murmured quietly, yet all present were at least at the slashing Dao realm. Incapable of missing the implications, Wu Qianquan cast a grim glance over the assembly. However, those murmurs were conveyed through mental transmissions, leaving him unaware of their source. Are you Xue Yueqing? Wu Qianquan's expression bore an air of arrogance, as if he deemed himself superior, looking down his nose at others. With hands clasped behind his back, he descended the golden path, his presence growing more potent with each step. Wu Qianquan regarded Xue Yueqing, who stood resolutely amidst the starry expanse, exuding a demeanor of superiority. Xue Yueqing turned, her countenance frosty, wielding a bloodied spear, and coldly inquired, "What is it?" "I have heard that you have slain 3 miscellaneous saints," Wu Qianquan remarked, reducing half-saints to the status of livestock, a truly audacious comparison. Xue Yueqing remained silent, seemingly disinterested in addressing such a fool. A type of person he held in the lowest regard, exuding an air of arrogance and self-importance. "Very well, I shall grant you 2 hours to recuperate. Let us engage in a battle," Wu Qianquan confidently declared. You are unworthy," Xue Yueqing replied, shaking his head. Although he sensed a hint of danger emanating from his opponent, it was still insufficient. Arrogant. Wu Qianquan's expression darkened instantaneously, divine power surging forth from him, radiating an overwhelming might comparable to that of a semi-saint. Xue Yueqing exhibited no reaction, turning to Lu Yang and the others, instructing, "Quickly, eliminate him." Lu Yang and Mo Long found themselves in a dire predicament, battling over 100 opponents of equal standing. They had barely begun when they were already injured and bloodied. Wu Qianquan, feeling disregarded by Xue Yueqing, was seething with fury, wishing to descend and slay this arrogant individual immediately. Kill. Over 100 individuals unleashed their divine abilities, raining down upon Lu Yang and Mo Long, overwhelming them with an array of attacks that left them in agony and severely wounded. However, Mo Long's eyes grew increasingly sharp, his blade intent intensifying. He felt no fear, only exhilaration, trembling with excitement. This was precisely what he yearned for. "Shattered blade," Mo Long shouted with fervor, and the 2 battle knives in his hands instantly shattered, transforming into shards resembling fragments of glass, exquisitely sharp, emanating an unparalleled blade intent. With divine light erupting from his eyes, he swept his hands, sending a multitude of blade shards cascading into the throng, resulting in immediate cries of despair as a river of blood flowed through the starry sky, countless corpses collapsing. The blade intent swept across the cosmos, captivating the hearts of all as it surged like an ocean. At this moment, the heavenly extreme Saint Sun found himself encircled. He sat serenely in the starry expanse, recovering his corporeal form, his flesh visibly regenerating. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the starry sky, as a path of starlight extended near Xue Yueqing, where a boy of approximately 13 years, wearing a smile, approached. He was strikingly handsome, with red lips and white teeth. his eyes seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos, deep and enchanting. This is Nangong Winda. He has appeared as well. Was he not dead? How has he become younger? It was said that he had been taken as a disciple by a reclusive elder, hidden away in the desolate mountains. It appears to be true. Just when one wave had settled, another arose, for Xue Yueqing's appearance had summoned forth so many prodigies. Xue Yueqing. My divine arts have reached fruition. I seek to spar with you, Nangong Winda said, his beauty captivating the hearts of many female cultivators with just a slight smile. Xue Yueqing felt his blood begin to boil with excitement. This was indeed intriguing. Engaging just one or two prodigies would be insufficient. He desired to compose a legend alongside all of them. However, before the battle commenced, it was prudent to secure some advantages. On what grounds should I battle with you? Xue Yueqing countered, knowing that even if a saint were to arrive, he could still flee with Lu Yang and the others, especially since Long's master was likely nearby. Nangong asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what right did others have to confront him? His divine power was on the verge of perfection, merely requiring the crucible of combat to refine itself. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong inquired, what are your conditions? Simple, Xue Yueqing replied with a smile, her pearly white teeth gleaming and her keen eyes sparkling. As long as you present me with treasures that stir my interest, I'm willing to engage in a battle with you. However, as a solitary cultivator, Xue Yueqing lacked abundant resources. Moreover, the significance of such items diminished for him over time. He desired only those of extraordinary rarity. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the direction of the ink dragon, casting a palpable influence even over Xue Yueqing. It was terrifying, like a mere mortal confronting the vastness of the heavens. In the center, amidst a mass of flesh and corpses, the heavenly extreme saint's sun radiated a divine light, an ancient specter slowly materializing, its gaze fixed upon Xue Yueqing, Long, and Lu Yang. A dreadful pressure emanated from this figure. Who could possess such formidable might? More fearsome than the saintly might itself. All present fell from the starry expanse, prostrating themselves upon the ground, unable to lift their heads, pressed tightly against the darkness, trembling in fear. Even Xue Yueqing was no exception. He nearly knelt. Though his robust physique allowed him to withstand the pressure, his lips bled, and his body cracked like a spider's web. His eyes wide with horror as he gazed in that direction. Even Wu Qiankuan and Nangong were on the verge of kneeling, but in a crucial moment, a few elderly figures appeared, shielding them from the oppressive force. At that moment, Lu Yang's thoughts turned chaotic. He had just unleashed his most potent secret technique, aimed at eliminating the heavenly extreme Saint Sun, when an irresistible pressure suddenly erupted from within him. Yet, Long, at the eye of this storm, remained utterly unscathed. Xuanji, your holy land is truly overbearing. Do you wish to provoke me? An ancient voice resonated through the starry sky, and the crowd felt as if they had been thrust into an endless sea of blades, with the intent of countless swords severing the fabric of the heavens. A seemingly ordinary elder emerged slowly from the Xue star, bearing a black box upon his back, as the sound of blades echoed faintly, dimming the brilliance of the cosmos. The specter of the elder furrowed his brow, observing the approaching sword sovereign, and spoke in a deep tone, Sword Sovereign, while sparring is acceptable, it is unjust for two to bully one. I demand an explanation. The crowd was awestruck, a tidal wave of astonishment surging within them. The title of the Sword Sovereign had echoed throughout the Xue star millennia ago, yet news of him had been absent for centuries, until today. Even the Sword Sovereign could not contain his disdain, chuckling softly. The Sword Sovereign and the Sword God were once considered the pinnacle of power thousands of years ago. Yet their relationship was fraught with discord. Long, being the Sword Sovereign's disciple, naturally exuded confidence. Whispers of speculation and anticipation filled the air, as many hoped to witness a confrontation between the two. An explanation? Humph. Do you still seek an explanation? Your heavenly extreme holy land is indeed tyrannical. Must those who refuse you perish? Or shall 100 surround and assault too? Though the Sword Sovereign was aged, he possessed a formidable spirit, his murky eyes brimming with the essence of blades. He is simply unaware of his own folly. In any case, you have already allowed your disciple to escape. What concern is it of yours? Xuanji said impatiently. Very well, today I shall ensure the safety of both of them. The Blade Sovereign grasped the dark box behind him, preparing to unveil its contents. Perhaps his disciple accompanying Xue Yueqing is not a detriment. Moreover, Xue Yueqing possesses extraordinary strength, and it is certain that Malone will gain immensely by following him. Perhaps Xue Yueqing truly has the potential to attain enlightenment? This lineage is destined for greatness, and I can no longer rely on my disciple. Chapter 20. The Battle at the Pinnacle of Zy. In the vastness of the cosmos, two quasi-emperors stood in opposition. One manifested in corporeal form, while the other existed as an ethereal shadow of an imprint. Xuanji observed as the Blade's sovereign prepared to unsheath his sword. Sealed for a millennium, and scoffed. Humph. Very well. The celestial extreme Holy Land shall not rest until it has its due recompense. Aware of his dwindling lifespan and the fact that his true self remained in slumber, he realized that an impulsive attack could lead to his own demise. While the Blade's sovereign could wreak havoc upon the celestial extreme Holy Land. Master. The celestial extreme Holy Sun reverently knelt before the elder, though his eyes burned crimson. And his aura was unstable, as if his realm were on the verge of collapse. Lu Yang, under protection, encountered the Blade's sovereign and boldly declared, "Pa, with your meager power, you dare to challenge the boss? Even I could dispatch you." The audacity of this individual was remarkable. Should they cross paths on the path of emperors, he was certain to annihilate him, a worthless being. Lu Yang unleashed his sharp tongue, venting his frustration. Feeling overwhelmed by an inexplicable pressure had ignited a considerable anger within him. Xuanji merely cast a deep glance at Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang before taking the celestial extreme Holy Sun away from the starry expanse. Sacrificing his life for the sake of pride was not worth the cost. The celestial extreme Holy Sun, seething with rage, glared at Xue Yueqing with venomous eyes, yet offered no words. With a swish, he vanished into the cosmos. The onlookers collectively exhaled, the tension palpable as they witnessed the unprecedented confrontation of quasi-emperors. However, their hearts soon raced anew as several elders drifted through the starry sky, their presence devoid of any discernible aura, appearing as ordinary mortals. Old Blade. It has been ages since we last met. I wonder how many years your sword has been nurtured. Surely you haven't lost the strength to wield it," remarked an elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal demeanor, accompanied by a reticent youth. "Old swordman, you seem to have aged poorly. I trust you can still hold your sword steady?" retorted the Blade's sovereign. Their rivalry was long-standing, often igniting into disputes. Yet they consistently chose to support one another in times of adversity, having forged a bond over millennia of rivalry. Soon, additional elders approached, their expressions respectful, hesitant to interject. "Xue Yueqing, have you made up your mind?" Wu Qianquan inquired impatiently, disregarding the elderly figures. What did it matter if they were quasi-emperors? He felt his own physique had yet to reach its zenith, still capable of refinement. Without hesitation, Wu Qianquan stated, "If I lose, I shall provide you with the divine medicine and the liquid of the tribulation lotus. Should you falter, you will relinquish your and blood refinement technique." His excitement grew with each word, greedily licking his lips. Not sufficient. Xue Yueqing shook his head. Though he yearned for both items, he knew that upon defeating Wu Qianquan, they would rightfully belong to him. Moreover, the feathered azure gold was the most enigmatic substance among celestial metals, capable of exchanging for all things under heaven. And his blood refinement technique was a powerful method for the ascendance of the demon clan. Wu Qianquan was imbued with confidence, believing that as long as Xue Yueqing agreed, everything would be in order. He produced a resplendent object, dazzling like the sun. "This is the essence of my labor over the past 20 years, the golden body liquid. Capable of enhancing any part of the body and rectifying its flaws." He revealed a small basin filled with golden liquid, tranquil as a still pond, yet pulsating with divine power, its mysteries unfurling in intricate patterns. Good heavens! It is the legendary golden body liquid, said in ancient texts to be collectible only by a great sage. Whispers of disbelief and envy rippled through the crowd, many wishing to seize it immediately. Xue Yueqing maintained an impassive demeanor, yet internally, a tempest brewed. This substance would be immensely beneficial, though he could not reveal his eagerness. The golden body liquid could refine one's constitution, fortifying blood, marrow, veins, and meridians. "You are quite self-assured," Xue Yueqing remarked, his heart soaring at the prospect of an easy challenge. "Indeed, I shall defeat you, solidifying my indomitable spirit and embarking upon the path of the divine." Sweeping aside all adversaries, Wu Qianquan proclaimed, his battle intent boiling over. "Esteemed elders, may I request your presiding presence?" Xue Yueqing bowed to the Taoist master and others. With a smile, the Taoist master approached alongside Lu Yang and Mo Long, patting Xue Yueqing on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done, young man. I have high hopes for you." The sword god, accompanied by his disciple, also arrived, the young man radiating boundless sword intent, his fighting spirit igniting. Xue Yueqing met his gaze with calmness, and they exchanged a brief glance before parting. Soon, all matters were settled. The elders had agreed to designate this day for an unparalleled battle, inviting all who sought to embark on the path of ultimate trials to engage in combat. Anyone still standing would be permitted to ascend the ancient road of the strongest trials. This was the resolution reached by the venerable elders of Xue Star, gathered to determine the mightiest among them. In the starry expanse, Xue Yueqing's countenance remained serene as he raised his right hand, the black spear emanating an ominous glow. A dense aura of malevolence swirling around him, cold and fierce, pointing towards the multitude. Who among you dares to challenge me? Step forward. Such audacity was met with a chorus of astonishment. The crowd reacted with incredulity. Wu Qianquan's expression darkened, teeth clenched as he glared at Xue Yueqing. You do not regard me with respect. With a roar, he tightened his fist, unleashing a devastating blow that resonated like thunder, shattering the cosmos and hurtling towards Xue Yueqing. The battle was imminent. Xue Yueqing responded with a dragon's punch, his fist enveloped in white dragon scales, bursting forth in a brilliant display of light aimed at Wu Qianquan. The impact was thunderous as fists collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Wu Qianquan was sent flying, while Xue Yueqing stood steadfast like a resilient pine tree, unmoving in his place. Wu Qianquan's corporeal form radiated a brilliant glow as various mystical powers erupted forth, swirling into a magnificent display that coalesced within his fist, exuding an aura of terror. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With a single strike, you have sent me flying. Truly a worthy opponent, he exclaimed, his laughter echoing in the void. Come again. With a thunderous roar, Wu Qianquan charged at Xue Yueqing, employing an intricate martial technique that rendered his every afterimage indistinguishable from his true self. Undeterred by Wu Qianquan's ferocity, Xue Yueqing met him head-on, his fists emanating resplendent imprints that resonated with the sound of thunder. Bang! The brilliance of their clash illuminated the cosmos. The two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the starry expanse, occasionally marked by droplets of purple blood, Wu Qianquan's own, as he sustained injuries early in the confrontation. Clad in gray robes, his imposing stature and gallant visage bore the essence of a war god, radiating an overwhelming aura of battle prowess. Each of his punches manipulated the laws of nature, dimming the sun, moon, and stars, marking him as a formidable adversary. Choosing to forsake his black spear, Xue Yueqing opted for close combat, only to discover that their physical capabilities were nearly matched. Boom! Wu Qianquan unleashed his invincible divine ability, his arms trembling as boundless starlight was summoned forth, shimmering with exquisite brilliance as it surged towards Xue Yueqing, a display of unparalleled might. In that moment, time seemed to freeze as onlookers held their breath in awe. The formidable power of the Eighth Forbidden was laid bare. Xue Yueqing soared into the heavens, employing the Xing secret technique to counterattack, his fist striking through the void, generating a myriad of golden imprints that rapidly filled the expanse. In total, he unleashed 999 punches, which fused together in an instant. Boom! The collision reverberated like a tsunami crashing against the shore. As chaos erupted, divine power and the essence of their fists swept across the battlefield, obliterating all in their path, dimming even the stars. Spectators felt their eyes sting. Unable to bear the brilliance, some even bled from the intensity of the clash. Xue Yueqing and Wu Qianquan battled fiercely from one edge of the cosmos to the other, employing a myriad of divine techniques, yet Wu Qianquan's expression darkened as he found himself at a disadvantage. With a swift kick imbued with boundless lightning, Xue Yueqing struck fiercely at Wu Qianquan's waist, sending him hurtling thousands of miles, shattering stars along his path. Join me. He beckoned to the nearby Nagong. With a solemn expression, Nagong handed over his most treasured possessions to the Blade's sovereign and stepped into the fray. His intention was to harness the conflict between Xue Yueqing and Wu Qianquan to facilitate the final transformation of his ultimate divine skill. Victory or defeat mattered little, as success could potentially lead him to transcend the Eighth Forbidden and linger within the realm of divine prohibitions, while failure would extinguish his resolve. How audacious! To contend against two unparalleled prodigies, whether in the Eighth Forbidden or divine prohibitions, it is a daunting task, murmured the crowd. Yet, they recognized Wu Qianquan's prowess, witnessing the toll Xue Yueqing had inflicted upon him. I say we should all charge in together. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with intrigue but hesitated to take action. Boom! A fierce battle erupted, with Xue Yueqing standing alone against two adversaries. His fists radiated with divine brilliance, each strike imbued with the immense force of the cosmos, exuding a martial intent as vast as the ocean. Though Wu Qianquan was displeased by Xue Yueqing's 1 versus 2 predicament, he could not deny the unsettling truth. He seemed unable to surpass him. Grasping a massive red cauldron, he hurled it towards Xue Yueqing, the cauldron spewing forth terrifying flames. Meanwhile, Nangong Wenda wielded a jade plate, unleashing torrents of sword energy that pierced through the universe, accompanied by a fierce glint of light. Clang! Xue Yueqing stood amidst the stars, his blood essence transforming into a dragon that coiled protectively around him. A silver dragon entwined his arm as ancient insights of his martial arts flickered in his mind, inscribed as ethereal runes upon his fists. Golden order marked his pristine knuckles, emanating an aura that sent shivers through all present. With his hair billowing and a stern expression, he met the oncoming assault with a single, formidable punch. In an instant, Xue Yueqing activated the divine seal, unleashing a power so immense that even his physical form rivaled that of a sage. Boom! It was as if the cosmos was birthed anew, chaos erupting in a cacophony of life's lamentations, heralding the overwhelming strength of his strike that summoned forth celestial phenomena. Wu Qiankuan's face twisted in agony as he coughed forth a stream of purple blood, propelled away. Nangong Wenda fared little better. His diminutive, pale frame swelled painfully, delicate hands bursting apart into a mist of crimson. Xue Yueqing too was cast aside, crashing into a nearby planet. Despite his formidable prowess, vanquishing 3 half-sages had taken a considerable toll on him, and Wu Qiankuan and Nangong Wenda were no trifles, being nearly as powerful as half-sages themselves. Ha ha ha, splendid. Excellent. Xue Yueqing laughed heartily, wiping the blood from his mouth, a thrill coursing through him. It had been ages since he encountered such worthy peers of his age. Despite the odds, he felt exhilarated. Suddenly, a flurry of petals ascended from the Xue star, releasing a rich fragrance. A grand floral palace, resplendent in shades of purple and red, rose into the starry expanse. Within this palace stood rows of ethereal maidens, hands clasped gracefully at their waists, their exquisite features radiating an otherworldly elegance. Heavens! This is the Flower Goddess Palace. The appearance of the reclusive Flower Goddess Palace. It is said that their divine maidens are not inferior to the saints of the moon. Weren't they said to have ventured into the cosmos? Those who recognized the scene cried out in excitement, some even adopting sycophantic attitudes, yearning to embrace that resplendent figure. The 3 combatants paused, and Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow, gazing toward the floral palace, sensing a profound threat emanating from within. The inhabitants appeared to be his equals. Indeed, his path remained incomplete, lacking in vital resources. The primordial era was a splendid age, with over 30 ancient emperors attaining enlightenment and sacred lands flourishing, particularly in the era when no one could ascend to emperor. Prodigies abounded, rivaling even the Golden Age. Brothers of the Way, I too wish to join your fray. A melodious and gentle voice resonated from within the flower palace. The voice was melodious, evoking the imagined names of children and conjuring a series of events in one's mind. Hua Qingxin gazed at Nangong Wenda with a serious expression, sensing that the situation was even more convoluted than with Xue Yueqing. Wu Qiankuan raised an eyebrow, whistling with a rebellious air, proclaiming, "If you lose, you shall be mine." Even at this moment, he seemed more preoccupied with flirting than with his own safety. Ha ha! Xue Yueqing erupted into laughter, appearing almost mad. His white garments stained with blood as he stood resolutely beneath the starry sky. "Today, I am surprised by more than just 2. Come at me together," Xue Yueqing declared with imposing confidence, gripping his black spear, pointing it towards all the prodigies, addressing both spectators and challengers alike. "Those below the 8th forbidden. Go and confront those 2. His tone was brazen, audacious to the extreme, yet backed by the strength to match it. Having battled Nangong Wenda and Wu Qiankuan for such an extended time, he bore only minor wounds, while the 2 extraordinary prodigies had already sustained significant injuries. Chapter 21. The Heart of Flowers and the Stars. Amidst the starlit expanse, a stir arose, igniting discussions even among the elder gentlemen. "Old Dao, do you believe that Xue Yueqing embodies confidence or arrogance?" The sword god, cradling a black longsword, donned a flowing white robe, his hair elegantly tied back, exuding an ethereal presence as he observed Xue Yueqing, who radiated self-assuredness in the arena. "Wouldn't a mere glance reveal the answer?" Dao Zun remarked, his excitement growing as more spectators entered the arena. He pondered whether, had he encountered such a worthy adversary in his youth, he would have settled for merely reaching the 5th stage of the quasi-emperor realm. "Shall we wager?" suggested the sword god with a smirk. "If Xue Yueqing loses, you must present me with a flask of the divine wine you crafted 5 millennia ago." He was well aware that his old friend, a connoisseur of fine spirits, often boasted about his collection. Indeed, upon hearing this, Dao Zun tugged at his grizzled beard, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glared at the sword god. "Old sword, you have not changed a bit. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Very well. Should I prevail? You shall grant me a jar of the exquisite wine you have cherished for over 10,000 years." He reminisced about their youthful escapade to a hidden realm where they had discovered rare medicinal treasures and several jars of divine wine, which he had long coveted. The sword god's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, "Old Dao, that is rather unfair. Several millennia of wine cannot be equated with one of 10,000. What? Are you afraid?" Dao Zun, seated cross-legged in the void, cast a sidelong glance at the sword god, speaking nonchalantly. "Let us wager." The sword god, fueled by a sudden surge of indignation, knew he was being provoked, yet felt compelled to take the risk. Silently, he prayed, "Goddess of the Flower Palace, you surely wouldn't want me embroiled in any scandal with Xue Yueqing, would you? So I beseech you." Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Yang's expression turned ashen. "Boss, is this truly necessary? Who knows if there are greater talents among the myriad of celestial prodigies?" Yet, Long was exhilarated, his sword intent surging forth as he exclaimed, "How thrilling! My sword intent shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights." A young man clad in a cerulean robe approached, clutching a dark golden longsword, and silently took his place beside Long. "What is this? Little sword, have you come to join the fray?" Long teased the taciturn youth. "I fear you may perish in the throng." Unable to find a worthy opponent, Qin Jian replied coldly, though internally, his blood simmered with anticipation for the impending battlefield. Amidst the celestial panorama, Xue Yueqing, her white attire stained with blood, stood resolute, wielding a black spear, proudly asserting her presence in the arena. Undeterred by the jeers around her, as her gaze remained fixed upon the Flower Palace, the Golden Chariot, Wu Qianquan, and Nangong Wenda. "Your audacity is commendable, but I must admit, it borders on overconfidence." A chilling voice emanated from the Flower Palace. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed from within the Flower Palace. At its entrance, a mist enveloped the scene, swirling with an otherworldly aura. Presently, a tall figure emerged, shrouded in the haze, though her striking silhouette was unmistakable. The crowd held their breath, eyes wide with awe, with some even producing recording stones to immortalize the moment. As the mist dissipated, a hushed silence enveloped the crowd, who collectively inhaled sharply, some appearing entranced, grinning foolishly as if under a spell. Truly, she was a vision of unparalleled beauty, a paragon of grace that could captivate an entire nation. Many were left in awe, slightly intoxicated by her presence, even contemplating names for their future offspring. At their level of cultivation, it is rare for mere beauty to truly enchant the heart, unless it is overwhelmingly stunning or evokes a profound spiritual response. Undoubtedly, this divine maiden, in both her appearance and demeanor, could be hailed as an unrivaled beauty. Hua Qingxin was breathtakingly ethereal, her delicate face resembling the finest jade, her arched brows framing eyes that sparkled like black gemstones. Her petite nose was charmingly rosy, and her lips, adorned with a subtle blush, revealed pearly white teeth. Her hair cascaded down her back, smooth as silk. A group of onlookers held their breath, quietly gazing at her. Her presence was akin to a celestial being emerging from a painted scroll. Wu Qianquan was so entranced that he nearly drooled, his aspiration being to gather the world's most beautiful women and conquer the young supremes. At that moment, he felt a burning desire to compete against Xue Yueqing, hoping to win the heart of the enchanting goddess. However, one among them was less impressed, Xue Yueqing, who, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Can we hasten this along? What are you doing? Parading as if on a catwalk?" Hua Qingxin, stepping gracefully in her high heels, suddenly paused, her finely arched brows knitting together before relaxing, a smile illuminating her face, revealing her pristine teeth. Brother Xue truly lacks an appreciation for romance," she teased. Her laughter was enchanting, as if the sun, moon, and stars dimmed in her presence, casting her as the centerpiece of the universe's brilliance. Soon, two more prodigies approached, their formidable auras rivaling that of Wu Qianquan. One, clad in golden battle armor and wielding a spear, exuded an air of dominance, while the other, dressed in dark clothing with a shadowy visage, approached with an imposing presence. Hua Qingxin, Zhao Sheng, Wu Qianquan, Nangong Wenda, and Yi Chun advanced together. Even some of the 7 forbidden prodigies stirred, aware that dealing with Xue Yueqing would be a formidable task, leaving the outcome to be determined among themselves. The strongest prodigies of the Ziwei Star united to confront a single opponent, the outcome uncertain. Bets were placed. Those wagering on Xue Yueqing stood here, while supporters of the Flower Fairy gathered there. An unprecedented melee loomed, with the stakes determining the path to enlightenment. Would Xue Yueqing inscribe his own legend, or would he fall, This battle would reveal all. A wave of excitement surged through the onlookers, who kept their distance, fearing any residual force could prove fatal. Some prodigies, recognizing their limitations against such formidable talents, opted to align with Liu Yang's faction, relieved that their numbers were few. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits. In the starry sky, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The clash of the young supremes was an event of monumental significance. Those spectating retreated far, some even seeking refuge beside the elder experts, anxious to avoid the devastating aftershocks of the impending confrontation. A group of venerable elders exchanged glances and, in unison, unleashed their formidable divine powers, enveloping the starry sky and swiftly relocating Xue Yueqing and his companions to a safe distance. They then shrouded them in divine energy to prevent any residual effects from impacting the gathering. Ah, Brother Xue, what a splendid demeanor you possess. Even in the presence of youthful supremes, you remain jovial and composed, earning our utmost admiration. I, Zhao Sheng, am eager to learn from you, Zhao Sheng declared. Exuding an extraordinary aura akin to that of royalty, his unique physique radiating unparalleled strength. Though not particularly imposing, he stood amidst the cosmos, his entire being infused with regal energy, his long, flowing black hair cascading around him, his voice resonant like a golden bell, and his blood pulsing with the vigor of a mighty river. A slight smile graced Xue Yueqing's lips as he brandished a black spear, gesturing toward Zhao Sheng with a soft invitation. Come forth. Zhao Sheng nodded, advancing with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, akin to a celestial emperor, proclaiming, Very well, then, tread cautiously. With a thunderous explosion, the void erupted as Zhao Sheng sprang into action, bathed in lightning. A great bronze bell hovering above him, intricately carved with images of mountains and rivers. Grasping the bell, he charged forth. The moment he collided with Xue Yueqing, an astonishing brilliance erupted. This was a peak confrontation, a battle between the highest realms of power. Remarkable. Zhao Sheng truly astonishes, the onlookers marveled. The likes of Wu Qiankuan and Nangong Window were visibly moved. The two combatants engaged fiercely, akin to true dragons in combat, or phoenixes in rivalry. Locked in an intense struggle. In a fleeting breath, divine energy erupted, saturating the universe, their fists clashing with unrestrained force. Boom. With each strike, Xue Yueqing unleashed powerful punches. The impact resounding with flesh meeting flesh, blood splattering, as he executed a myriad of boxing techniques with exquisite precision. The clash of divine artifacts and the great bell echoed continuously, the sound waves reverberating through the cosmos, deafening in their intensity. Had it not been for the protection of the elders, there might have been casualties. Zhao Sheng was equally relentless, showcasing the full extent of his royal physique. Embodying the terror and might of a sovereign slaying malevolent forces, his golden fists colliding with Xue Yueqing's in a spectacular display. World-shaking fist. Xue Yueqing bellowed, unleashing a tempest of golden fist imprints that filled the sky, his strikes swift as thunder, causing the void to rupture as he unleashed a barrage of 1,000 punches. All imbued with an overwhelming force that threatened to rend reality itself, transforming the space into a black hole. Kings were fist. Zhao Sheng roared, his eyes radiating an awe-inspiring authority, divine light surging from his form. With a cataclysmic roar, a rift in the void above Xue Yueqing opened, revealing a black hole. A colossal golden fist, as large as a star, materialized with a thunderous crash, descending rapidly. This fist was so immense that even celestial bodies appeared as mere glass orbs in its shadow, eclipsing the heavens and enveloping all in a vast, monumental essence of power. Boom. As their fists collided, it was as though the heavens and earth had been sundered, chaos erupting forth, and terrifying divine energy rippled throughout the cosmos, forcing Nangong Winda and the others to stagger backward. Incredible. Zhao Sheng, who usually remains in the shadows, now exudes an aura even more powerful than Wu Qiankuan. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, a black sword materialized from the void behind Xue Yueqing, piercing directly into his chest, unleashing a terrifying surge of runes. The dark blade penetrated Xue Yueqing's heart with an abruptness that left him, preoccupied with his battle against Zhao Sheng, utterly unprepared. With all his might, Xue Yueqing delivered a powerful punch that sent Zhao Sheng flying, only to turn and find Yichen grinning sinisterly. He sighed and remarked, Ah, Yichen, your name is so reminiscent of a protagonist. Yet, you choose to tread the path of a villain. Alas, the imperial road is beyond your reach. Xue Yueqing's final exclamation echoed as the celestial measuring ruler appeared in his hand, slicing through the boundless chaos directed at Yichen. The ruler tore the fabric of the universe as Xue Yueqing unleashed his full power, an overwhelming divine might enveloping the surroundings, exuding an aura that transcended the 8 prohibitions. In a bid to swiftly eliminate Yichen, he employed his self-created technique, his pores brimming with lightning, ice, and chaos. Yichen's pupils constricted, fear evident on his face as he glanced left and right, only to find Hua Qingxin and the others watching him with cold indifference. It's over. He frantically channeled his scriptures, striving to break into the realm of the 8 prohibitions under the pressure of life and death, but even that was insufficient. Die. Xue Yueqing invoked the secret of the Xing character, his eyes icy, chaos radiating from him, as he brought down the celestial measuring ruler. With a swift slice, Yichen was cleaved in two, blood splattering across the starry expanse. His primordial spirit attempted to flee, but was captured by Xue Yueqing and crushed without mercy. Yichen, until his last breath, could not fathom the extent of Xue Yueqing's strength. He had reached an understanding with Hua Qingxin and the others that he would be the one to launch a surprise attack, yet in his final moments. The cold gaze of Hua Qingxin and the others revealed the grim truth. There was no salvation. Come forth for a battle. Xue Yueqing stood like a demonic deity amidst the stars, his white robe stained with blood, silver hair billowing in the wind, his complexion pale yet strikingly handsome. With the celestial measuring ruler in hand, he pointed towards Hua Qingxin. Records concerning her were scarce, her constitution remained a mystery, and she had only ever fought once. Clashing with the saintess of the Taiyin for 3 days and nights, the outcome unknown, though some claimed to have seen the saintess return grievously injured. However, Xue Yueqing remained unaware. Even if he were, it would matter little, for she, like him, could easily trigger divine prohibitions. And he held firm confidence in his ability to defeat her. Chapter 22. Composing one's own legend in the vastness of the starry sky, the onlookers held their breath, silently observing the scene, while Lu Yong and his companions found themselves in dire straits, with the core disciples of the celestial sacred land joining the fray. They were repeatedly overwhelmed, and Lu Yong had gone into a frenzy. He manifested his true form, unleashing the solar essence to incinerate a large swath of enemies. Hua Qingxin stepped forward, as silver lotus flowers cascaded from the heavens, their fragrant aroma enveloping the air. With a serene smile that dimmed the brilliance of the sun and moon, she remarked, "Brother Xue, your divine prowess is indeed unparalleled. With just a few moves, you have slain a 7 forbidden prodigy." In her eyes, only those who could readily ascend to the 8th forbidden realm deserved to be on this battlefield. Which was why she did not intervene as Xue Yueqing executed Yichen. With a graceful wave of her hand, as pure as jade, petals swirled through the air, each one shrouded in chaotic energy more formidable than any divine artifact. The petals surged toward Xue Yueqing, each resembling a razor-sharp blade, tearing the cosmos asunder. Rending the void itself, Xue Yueqing radiated an aura of frigidness, a blooming ice flower forming upon his fingertip, exquisite in its beauty. He propelled the ice flower forward, piercing through the void to meet Hua Qingxin's vibrant petals. Boom! The azure ice flower collided with the myriad petals, enveloping the area in an icy chill, causing Hua Qingxin's petals to instantly crystallize into ice sculptures. Brother Xue's mastery of the ice path is truly tyrannical, Hua Qingxin remarked with a faint smile, her luminous jade-like hands sweeping through the air, causing the frost to vanish in an instant. You are not lacking either, Xue Yueqing replied, raising an eyebrow, acknowledging Hua Qingxin's strength, which compelled him to take her seriously. Boom! Hua Qingxin extended her delicate hand, gently striking the air, causing the void to explode. Her radiant palm directed at Xue Yueqing, exuding an aura of terror. Boom! As Xue Yueqing countered, a massive white hand formed in the void, a manifestation of his divine powers, stretching across the heavens as it struck toward Hua Qingxin's palm. Bang! The palms clashed, the void erupted, waves of divine energy rippling. A relentless torrent of power emanating from their confrontation, each strike reminiscent of the primordial creation of the universe, imbued with terrifying divine force. Xue Yueqing channeled the secret of the Xing character, closing the distance to Hua Qingxin in an instant, and he could not deny her breathtaking beauty, one that left him momentarily breathless. Even as he approached her, she radiated an aura of calm and composure. Boom, boom, boom. The two became entwined, exchanging blows, their fists and feet colliding with resounding impacts. Hua Qingxin's body gleamed with a pearlescent glow, exuding a radiant brilliance, her formidable physique matching Xue Yueqing's strength without yielding an inch, as they traversed from one side to the other with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight only to reappear thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. The fragrance of flowers emanating from her being captivated the senses, leaving Xue Yueqing somewhat disoriented. He, too, was a young man, brimming with vitality, Yet the unique aroma of Hua Qingxin's presence seemed to induce a mesmerizing illusion. Suddenly, the enchanting smile of Bai Yao surfaced in his mind, causing his attack to instinctively slow, his face suffused with tenderness. The pursuit of enlightenment and the desire to dominate the world paled in comparison to the significance of Bai Yao. In that fleeting moment, Xue Yueqing regained his composure. But by the time he sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Hua Qingxin's eyes glistened with a haze, a breathtaking smile gracing her lips as she executed a graceful 180 turn. She lifted her foot, her flowing gown swaying with her movement, and with a swift kick, her pristine foot struck towards Xue Yueqing's abdomen, unleashing a force that tore through the void of the universe, creating a thunderous sonic boom. Bang! The elegance of that kick sent Xue Yueqing hurtling away, crashing into a nearby star. The onlookers were left agape. This marked the first time Xue Yueqing had found himself at a disadvantage. It was known that even against 3 half-saints, he maintained an equal footing. Gazing down upon the 3 saints, yet he was now sent flying by the flower fairy's kick. Her legs are so fair. At that moment, when she lifted her foot, it struck right at my heart, murmured someone, their eyes glazed. After a prolonged silence, Xue Yueqing chuckled, rising to his feet as if nothing had transpired, brushing off the bloodstains on his white attire. Not bad. That kick was quite impressive, he remarked. I see now, he nodded, his icy gaze softening into warmth. In this world, the most beautiful experience was encountering Bai Yao. However, the battle was far from over. Wu Qianquan observed Xue Yueqing and Hua Qingxin engaging in conversation, even pausing their battle, and felt a surge of urgency, wishing to charge at Xue Yueqing and shatter him. It's time to get serious, Xue Yueqing declared, sealing his pores and even dulling his sense of smell. Boom. With a powerful punch, Xue Yueqing unleashed his physical prowess, radiating a luminous glow. A nebulous silver light enveloped him, and the sound of dragon roars resonated from within as a silver dragon coiled around his fist, which he thrust forward. Thud. In this punch, Xue Yueqing exerted all his strength. The galaxy shimmered as his fist struck, dimming the stars. He continuously applied his principles and insights. And after battling Hua Qingxin, his understanding deepened, which fueled his desire to triumph over all the young sovereigns. Old blade, see? I told you, though Xue Yueqing is formidable, he cannot surpass the enigmatic Huashan Palace, the sword god proclaimed with a sense of pride. This deal is secured. The exquisite wine aged for 5,000 years will soon be mine. Victory has yet to be determined, the blade's sovereign replied calmly, though turmoil brewed within him. You impudent brat, unleash your killing move quickly. If I, the old man, lose, you shall accompany me in training. Heavenly Thunder Fist. Xue Yueqing bellowed, his pores exuding lightning as a fist composed of thunder surged forth, as unyielding as celestial gold, emanating a terrifying aura of thunder, with strands of heavenly tribulation energy wafting through the air. Boom. The void erupted, the sound deafening, shaking the very ground beneath them, as blinding bolts of lightning pierced the air, forcing many to instinctively shut their eyes. Finally, the calm demeanor of Hua Qingxin shifted as she invoked her powers, transforming herself into a flurry of petals, exerting every effort to shield herself from the onslaught of lightning. The scene was charged with an electrifying intensity. As Zhao Sheng and others were deeply moved, the thunderclouds had reached a critical juncture, suffused with the aura of heavenly tribulation, stirring an undeniable trepidation within. However, Hua Qingxin perceived that the lightning could not be contained. Manifesting her elegant true form, she clasped her hands together, unleashing a formidable divine power that erupted from her being. As she drew her hands apart, a blinding radiance burst forth, revealing a long sword forged of divine light. Slash the heavens, Hua Qingxin proclaimed, her ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial flower, transformed into a striking figure as she wielded the divine sword with poise and vigor. She executed an ancient sword technique, confronting the tempestuous lightning with a fist of thunder. Crack! The heavens shattered, and the deluge of lightning inundated the area, intertwining with the sword intent that wafted floral fragrances and crackling electricity. With a thunderous boom, Hua Qingxin staggered back, her body unscathed, yet somewhat disheveled, her hair in disarray. Blossoms bloom in myriad paths. A cold glimmer ignited in her eyes as an ethereal aura radiated from her. At that moment, she resembled a floral fairy from the celestial realm, her lithe form dancing gracefully, her silver-flowered gown swaying with her movements, a breathtaking sight that could ensnare the heart of any onlooker. As she twirled, the air was perfumed with an intoxicating floral scent. With a soft pop, blossoms emerged in the void, budding flowers and resplendent golden lotuses approached Xue Yueqing. Yet, amidst their graceful descent, the universe trembled. The convoy quaking beneath the weight of impending danger. Danger. This was Xue Yueqing's immediate thought, yet he felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration coursed through him. It had been long since he had anticipated such a moment, especially since battling 9 young celestial sovereigns. Excellent. Xue Yueqing could not contain a mighty roar. A surge of draconic might emanating from him, as his arms bore scales as white as jade. Boom. The heavens and earth convulsed, and the void suddenly froze, halting the oncoming lotuses. A frigid aura enveloped the surroundings, and Xue Yueqing's mind flooded with ancient scriptures, techniques of the ice and snow path. He distilled the useful principles and runes from within, as he was originally a snow hare, adept in the ways of ice and snow. All things wither, Xue Yueqing bellowed, pressing his hands toward the void. The sudden freezing spread rapidly, causing stars to succumb to the cold, instantly crystallizing into glass-like spheres that shattered explosively, forcing even Wu Qianquan and his companions to retreat. In the cosmos, a relentless snowfall commenced, blanketing everything in sight, as countless azure snowflakes descended upon Hua Qingxin, adorning her and her techniques. With a crack, in an instant, all was frozen, silence enveloping the world, as the signs of life seemed to vanish. Hua Qingxin was encased as a frozen beauty. Even within the ice, her complexion retained a rosy hue, and her eyes could still move. Xue Yueqing unleashed his dragon fist, sending forth a tempest of snow toward Hua Qingxin, obliterating the flowers in his path. Just as his dragon fist neared her, a robust figure emerged, delivering a punch of his own. It was Wu Qianquan. Boom. Wu Qianquan was instantly propelled outward, colliding with the nearby frozen golden lotus, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Let us unite. Whether we fall or carve our own legends, it shall be decided today, Xue Yueqing proclaimed, casting his gaze skyward as he unleashed a resounding roar. Engaging in battle with Wu Qianquan and Zhao Sheng, he occasionally directed a powerful punch towards Undaunted. The ground trembled with a series of resounding thuds. Xue Yueqing resembled an invincible demon god, facing 3 opponents without yielding, only sustaining minor injuries. His mastery of the icy path was formidable, capable of restraining Hua Qingxin for but a few minutes, or perhaps merely a minute. Soaring through the air, Xue Yueqing wielded the azure celestial ruler, relentlessly cleaving through the fray. The 4 warriors clashed fiercely, each wielding their instruments of enlightenment, engaged in an epic confrontation. The starry sky was stained with blood, a testament to the ferocity of Xue Yueqing and Wu Qianquan. Suddenly, Hua Qingxin shattered the ice, seamlessly entering the battle, her divine sword in hand, embodying the essence of a warrior goddess. With each strike, she aimed at Xue Yueqing, occasionally sending Wu Qianquan reeling. The battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos. At times Xue Yueqing joining forces with others to assault Hua Qingxin, and at other moments, the 4 collectively unleashed their might upon him. In an unforeseen turn, Hua Qingxin and her companions redirected their attacks solely towards Xue Yueqing, unleashing a torrent of divine abilities. A colossal cauldron descended, while a great bell resonated nearby, its chimes reverberating through the air. Long swords sliced through the ether, and battle spears pierced the heavens. The onlookers held their breath, uncertain if victory would be determined in that moment, and it appeared so. Xue Yueqing let out a thunderous shout, his hands weaving intricate seals, channeling the profound techniques he had mastered. The essences of spring, summer, autumn, and winter converged, manifesting as worlds materializing around him. 6 deep black voids emerged upon his fists. As the fabric of reality surged and fluctuated, he had directly activated the divine restriction. The atmosphere was momentarily stilled, with even the elders instinctively rising, their expressions awestruck as they beheld the spectacle. The divine restriction. It is indeed the divine restriction. The crowd erupted in fervor. All present, including Hua Qingxin, Wu Qianquan, Zhao Sheng, and the distant Mo Long, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Boom. Thud. Bang. The battle raged fiercely in the void. 2 figures sent hurtling away, Wu Qianquan and Undaunted, their bodies fracturing like fragile porcelain, numerous cracks appearing upon them. Following closely, Zhao Sheng was also propelled forth. A portion of his body shattered, white bones mingling with blood and flesh scattered across the starlit expanse. In the celestial realm, only 2 figures continued their fierce struggle, Hua Qingxin, her floral attire stained crimson, and Xue Yueqing, his white garments drenched in red, blood cascading down, only to be dissipated by the ensuing shockwaves. Hua Qingxin, in both physical prowess and mastery of her path, matched Xue Yueqing, with the latter's divine abilities merely granting him an advantage. As blossoms bloomed across the heavens, the grand path flourished. With her hands forming intricate seals, Hua Qingxin's exquisite visage bore a grave expression, her lips slightly parted. With each movement, the starry sky transformed into a sea of flowers. She too had activated the divine restriction. My heavens! The flower fairy has triggered the divine restriction, an unprecedented battle. Someone cried out. Within the floral sea, each blossom contained a world of its own, even resembling a sword tomb, as boundless sword intent surged forth, engulfing Xue Yueqing. Forbidden technique. Blooming petals flow. Hua Qingxin exclaimed, and with a resounding buzz, countless flowers enveloped Xue Yueqing, who plunged into a realm of blossoms. The sea of flowers was saturated with an intoxicating fragrance that beckoned one to succumb to its allure. Yet, Xue Yueqing gazed at the sword tomb within this world. His scalp prickling, his pores standing on end, and his skin tingling with an unsettling sensation. The onlookers were utterly astonished, witnessing Xue Yueqing in such a disheveled state for the first time, realizing that the most beautiful women often conceal the greatest dangers. Goodness, what is happening? They stammered, overwhelmed by Hua Qingxin's formidable prowess, as she stepped forth with her unique path. A faint smile adorned her exquisite, oval face, her proud bosom rising and falling. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she addressed him. Brother Dao, how is my move? At that moment, her divine power was waning. For Xue Yueqing was far stronger than she had anticipated, his divine energy unfathomably deep. As she observed Xue Yueqing being relentlessly shattered by her forbidden secret arts, a swell of pride surged within her for having bested a celestial prodigy. She had once come into possession of an ancient scripture, its origins and authorship lost to time, which contained not lethal techniques, but rather insights into the Tao and the world. Mastering this secret art meant that even a speck of dust could embody a realm. Having grown up within the flower goddess palace, flowers became the embodiment of her Tao, reflecting myriad worlds etched within their petals, rendering her extraordinarily powerful. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over Hua Qingxin. She could no longer sense Xue Yueqing's presence, as if he had vanished from this world. Just as she contemplated evasion, it was too late. Boom! The void behind her erupted violently, a colossal dragon's fist crashing forth, its snow-white scales shimmering, a silver dragon coiling around Xue Yueqing's arm. Thud! Hua Qingxin was taken aback by Xue Yueqing's sudden disappearance and extraordinary speed. In an instant, her back was pierced through with a resounding thud. I have been defeated? Hua Qingxin turned in disbelief, only to find Xue Yueqing smiling gently. He remarked, how was that punch? Though her body had been pierced and she was gravely injured, her life was not in jeopardy. Hua Qingxin noticed Xue Yueqing's expression. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue, and she stumbled away in silence. The wound in her chest healing rapidly. She had lost. Even in her battle against the saintess of the Taiying, she had only triumphed once. Yet, to be bested by this individual did not feel unjust. Xue Yueqing was undeniably powerful, a fact etched into her memory. This marked her first defeat since embarking on her journey. While she still retained some strength, Xue Yueqing had yet to reveal his true form. Although he too bore injuries, his aura was markedly steadier than her own. A group of fairies flew to her aid, casting resentful glances at Xue Yueqing, their mouths opening as if to speak, only to be silenced by Hua Qingxin. Wu Qianquan, Nangong Wenda, and Zhao Sheng had all suffered grievous injuries, their bodies shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their gazes complex as they regarded the imposing figure of Xue Yueqing standing amidst the starry sky. They were acutely aware that they would never be able to catch up to this man throughout their lives, ultimately reduced to gazing at his receding figure. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, silence reigned, as they beheld Xue Yueqing, standing with his hands clasped behind him. His pallid visage was haunting, marred by numerous wounds. A gash adorned his neck, while his shoulder bore a grievous injury. At that moment, he stood resolutely, gazing at the distant river of stars. Scattered bones and remnants littered the celestial firmament, a scene so blood-soaked that it could only be described as a river of crimson. Yet, clad in a garment of blood, he stood unwavering amidst the chaos, with three figures lying not far from him. A woman of unparalleled beauty, supported by a throng of ethereal beings, staggered through the starry expanse, her path marked by a continuous trickle of vibrant red. Victory was theirs. Xue Yueqing recalled the image of Bai Yao, and a gentle smile graced his lips. It was time to pin his own legend, beginning from this moment forth. With unwavering resolve in his gaze, he acknowledged that his divine energy was nearly depleted, yet he dared not venture forth. Instead, He patiently awaited the conclusion of Liu Yang's battle. Chapter 23 Divine Wine. The crowd gazed at the blood-stained Xue Yueqing in white robes, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. This was the prodigy they yearned to follow, the invincibility they aspired to achieve. Look! The battle with Imo Long is drawing to a close. Someone shouted. All eyes turned, only to behold a colossal golden crow lying lifelessly in a pool of blood. Two young men in a similar state, surrounded by a grotesque array of flesh, shattered bones, and corpses. Coughing, Imo Long struggled to approach Liu Yang, helping him to his feet. The trio cast their gaze towards another battlefield, where Xue Yueqing had already vanquished his foes and was now recuperating his divine power. Boss, are you all right? Liu Yang asked, his face pale as he stumbled closer. I am fine, Xue Yueqing replied, shaking his head. Then turning to the group of elders seated in the starry sky, Dao Zun tossed a golden ring to Xue Yueqing. Inside are the unparalleled treasures of Zhao Sheng, Hua Qingxin, Nangong Wenda, and Wu Qingquan. Xue Yueqing calmly accepted it, examining his body. He was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. His meridians were severed, several ribs broken, his essence heavily wounded, and there was an inexplicable erosion of Tao principles within him. A phantom of a pink lotus was devouring his vitality above the turbulent sea of his suffering. Imo Long brought Xue Yueqing and Liu Yang to Dao Zun's side. Bowing respectfully, Master, Dao Zun, ha ha ha. No need for formalities, let us go. Dao Zun beamed, stroking his beard, his sharp eyes surveying the group with a nod of approval, especially towards Xue Yueqing. Dao Zun cast a triumphant glance at Jianshan. Humph. Jianshan scoffed, wincing as he tossed a pitch-black jar towards Dao Zun, then departed with the injured Chun Jian. They found themselves in a rural expanse, surrounded by golden rice fields, with a waterfall towering into the sky and two small thatched cottages beside it. The entire venue was enveloped in an extraordinarily rich spiritual aura, where even the cascading water of the waterfall resembled spiritual liquid, shrouded in white mist, as if they had entered a celestial realm. Coughing, Xue Yueqing fell to the ground upon landing, spitting blood, his face deathly pale, wounds on his body shimmering with radiant loss. Boss, Liu Yang, disregarding his own injuries, hurriedly helped Xue Yueqing to a nearby divine tree. Exhaling deeply, Xue Yueqing leaned against the divine tree, closing his eyes and emptying his mind, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. Are you all right? Imo Long inquired, sitting beside him. I am fine, just need some rest, Xue Yueqing replied, his pallor evident as he shook his head. His body was being corroded by numerous laws, particularly the petals from Hua Qingxin, which remained within him, quite peculiar. You should cleanse yourselves in the spiritual spring. I will tend to your wounds afterward, Dao Zun said, busying himself with something nearby. Let us go. Imo Long struggled to lift Xue Yueqing, and the three of them embraced each other, leaping into the spiritual spring. With a resounding splash, the pristine emerald liquid was instantly stained crimson, particularly in the vicinity of Xue Yueqing. Moonlight cascaded down, and the starlit sky resembled a shimmering waterfall, with silver rivers of starlight cascading down, rendering this sacred ground enchanting and mysterious. Xue Yueqing, with his eyes closed and bare upper body, welcomed the silver starlight into his being, a warm current coursing through his limbs and bones. By the time Xue Yueqing and his companions had cleansed themselves, it was already deep into the night. The fatigue and scars from battle were washed away by the sacred spring, leaving only the need to restore their vitality and essence. The moonlight was fragmented and sparse, the sky adorned with countless stars, while violet auroras sliced through the heavens. Beneath the night sky, several individuals sat around a stone table laden with an array of food. Besides Xue Yueqing and Dao Zun, there was also a young boy, his large eyes curiously observing Xue Yueqing and Liu Yang, occasionally tearing off a piece of golden meat from the table. At that moment, Dao Zun produced a black jar gifted by the sword god, his murky eyes gleaming with a hint of greed, even saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Master, what is this? Imo Long inquired, perplexed, for the black jar appeared ordinary, resembling a piece of mundane pottery. This is no ordinary vessel. It contains divine wine, aged for an extraordinarily long time. I have had the privilege of tasting it thrice. Once you drink this wine, your injuries will be healed by tomorrow. This is a treasure the old swordman has collected for thousands of years. He has only sought me out to drink it thrice in all those years, truly stingy. Were it not for Xue Yueqing's victory today, he would likely have saved it until he was laid to rest, Dao Zun remarked humorously. With a pop, Dao Zun opened the black jar, and an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, nearly overwhelming those present. Ethereal light surged upward, the fragrance enveloping the area in a sanctified glow. Within the black jar, a tempest brewed. It seemed as if true dragon sword and phoenixes sang, resplendent runes flickering like starlight, crystalline and radiant. The scent almost rendering one senseless. After 3,000 years, this is the aroma. Dao Xuan's eyes sparkled with divine light, his expression filled with excitement and rapture. Nearly tempted to consume the jar's contents immediately. Yet, he understood the necessity to first allow his disciples and Xue Yueqing to partake for their recovery. Carefully, Dao Xuan retrieved several cups, gently lifting the black jar to pour the divine wine into them. This wine has existed for over 10,000 years, and its brewing methods are unknown. It possesses numerous benefits. Its potency is such that it can intoxicate even saints, strengthen the physique. And within it lies an enigmatic principle that is beneficial to the body. The only drawback is that one must not drink excessively, for a single bout of drunkenness could last a century, leaving one unable to awaken. Dao Xuan solemnly passed the filled cups to them, his demeanor grave as he cautioned, "Master, I wish to drink as well," softly spoke the 10-year-old boy, casting a shy glance at Dao Xuan. The young lad was strikingly handsome, his clear and bright eyes seemingly holding the essence of stars, eagerly gazing at Dao Xuan with anticipation. The Blade Sovereign initially hesitated to offer the divine wine to the young boy, but upon witnessing his bright eyes and cherubic face, his heart softened. He retrieved a cup, poured a few drops, and diluted it with some spiritual spring water. "Drink up," he gently urged, ruffling the boy's hair. The child, saliva glistening, eagerly grasped the cup and gulped it down in one swift motion. Instantly, he felt the world spin, nearly succumbing to inebriation, as an intoxicating fragrance enveloped his being, radiating from his pores like endless rays of light. "Oh, my head feels so dizzy," the boy exclaimed, his handsome face flushed, eyes glazed, exuding a rich aroma that shimmered around him. As he spoke, swirling light escaped his lips, resembling a river of stars, leaving him in a state of delightful wonder. With a thud, the boy collapsed to the ground, soon snoring softly, drawing the starlight from the heavens into his very essence. "Ah, this," the Blade Sovereign muttered, perplexed as he tugged at his beard. "It shouldn't be like this. I diluted it significantly, yet he is still intoxicated." Xue Yueqing gazed into the cup filled with the wine, its crystalline liquid reminiscent of amber, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Licking his lips, he seized the cup and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, a rich aroma filled his senses, the potent medicinal effects coursing through his limbs and even seeping from his pores, transforming him into a being of light. Xue Yueqing's eyes widened as he sensed the pathways left by his adversaries within him dissipating, being eradicated, and even his essence being replenished. The elixir's potency was extraordinary. His injuries, which even divine remedies struggled to mend, were significantly healed by just a single sip, though he now felt a bit lightheaded. He was a paragon of excellence, renowned in his previous life for his vastness, yet now he was nearly felled by a cup of wine. Gulp, gulp. He finished the divine wine, leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, various fragrances swirling about, flushing his pale cheeks with color, as radiant light poured from his mouth and nose, embodying the purest medicinal energy. Instinctively, he activated his self-created blood refinement technique, channeling the medicinal essence into his bloodstream. Within his corporeal form, he could vaguely sense his body strengthening. Xue Yueqing's physicality and path were formidable. He swiftly refined the divine wine, reopening his eyes to a flash of brilliance, witnessing a cosmic collapse within. "What a splendid wine!" he exclaimed, glancing at Lu Yong and Emo Long, who were similarly absorbing the medicinal power. He realized that his injuries had healed significantly. A few more cups would surely restore him to his peak. Indeed. Otherwise, why would the old sword master be so stingy? The Blade Sovereign remarked with a hint of pride, finding Xue Yueqing increasingly agreeable. With a flourish, the Blade Sovereign poured half of the wine into a vessel to preserve its divine essence, while he retained the other half. On the stone table, a whole roasted lamb lay, surrounded by an array of dishes, alongside a flat cauldron containing golden broth. Xue Yueqing showed no restraint, savoring divine wine while indulging in succulent meat, the potent effects of the elixir and divine energy continuously mending his internal injuries, erasing the ephemeral floral shadows left by Hua Qingxin within him. "Master, I may embark on the path of the strongest trials alongside Xue Yueqing." Emo Long's complexion flushed slightly. His eyes clouded, while he clutched a piece of golden roasted meat. The knife master paused, contemplating deeply, and remarked, "Very well, you have indeed matured. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. He wished for Imo Long to remain, yet he also desired for him to accompany Xue Yueqing to the Imperial Pass. However, following Xue Yueqing would undoubtedly entail relentless hardships, even making him a target for the entire world. The fierce battle of today alone illustrated that the ancient path would harbor even more adversaries. Yet, a swordsman must forge ahead without hesitation. He resolutely supported his disciple. Chapter 24. Seclusion beneath the night sky. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Xue Yueqing and the others sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate from their injuries. "Boss, show us your spoils," Lu Yong said, reclining on a patch of grass and glancing at Xue Yueqing. Xue Yueqing nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding Zhao Sheng, Hua Qingxing, and Nangong Wenda, wondering what treasures they had acquired. He produced a 3-meter-sized pool, appearing only a few dozen centimeters in height. Inside the pool was a golden liquid, shimmering with radiant runes that gleamed with a metallic luster. This is the golden body liquid bestowed by Wu Qianquan. It is said that refining an entire planet may yield but a single drop, yet here we have a vast pool of it. One can only imagine the effort Wu Qianquan has invested in this regard. Golden body liquid, Lu Yong exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy. Although he had already known, witnessing it firsthand was still exhilarating. In contrast, Imo Long remained relatively composed. After all, he had a mentor of quasi-imperial status. While his master typically refrained from bestowing blessings or resources upon him, he had still received certain items. He had also experienced the golden body liquid. Xue Yueqing set the golden body liquid aside and retrieved a brilliant blue orb. The orb radiated a dazzling blue light, reminiscent of starlight, exuding a terrifying yet gentle aura of royal power without any trace of malice. It felt soft in his hand, akin to holding a water-filled balloon. And as the blue glow permeated his pores, it enveloped him in a warm sensation, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring during winter. This is the essence of the human king. Imo Long's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening, while Dao Zun looked on in surprise. Is this item truly so precious? Lu Yong inquired, puzzled, having only recently arrived on Ziwei Star and lacking familiarity with the so-called human king. Legend has it that this essence is the marrow of the human king from 10,000 years ago, a figure of immense strength. Some say he achieved an alternative path to enlightenment, while others assert he was merely at the quasi-imperial realm. Imo Long, consumed by envy, nearly drooled at the sight. Ancient texts recount that when the human king emerged, the human emperor seal and human emperor tower resonated, and a celestial phenomenon occurred with deities and demons kneeling in reverence. Moreover, 10,000 years ago, a tumultuous upheaval swept through Ziwei Star, during which the human king emerged to quell the chaos, leaving behind his treasures for the next generation of human kings. Such a treasure. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with desire, wishing to seize it, yet he dared not. Xue Yueqing, satisfied, nodded and placed the orb into the golden body liquid, intending to combine them for a bath. He then produced a small red tripod, seemingly belonging to Nangong Wenda. Xue Yueqing examined it briefly before lifting the lid with determination. Boom! A surge of blazing golden flames erupted, scattering the dark clouds of the night sky and suffusing the entire expanse with a golden hue. Dao Zun intervened, shielding the extraordinary sight, and in an instant, he was at Xue Yueqing's side, peering into the tripod, momentarily taken aback. This is the leaves of the Fusang divine tree. Dao Zun exclaimed, astonished. The Fusang divine tree was the immortal herb of the Sun Saint Emperor. How could it possibly appear here? What? A few individuals were utterly astonished, and even Xue Yueqing was no exception upon first encountering the undying divine elixir. Within the crimson small cauldron, a golden leaf flowed gracefully, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, emanating an aura of immortality that was both palpable and intensely heated upon approach. Nangong Wenda is quite generous, Lu Yong exclaimed, his heart yearning for the golden leaf, even harboring the impulse to seize it. Yet, recognizing it as Xue Yueqing's trophy, he suppressed his desire. The Fusang divine leaf held little significance for him, and since he had come to challenge me, it was likely in pursuit of mastering a certain divine technique, Xue Yueqing remarked. Having sensed something amiss during his fierce battle with Nangong Wenda, notably the inexplicable disappearance of the dissipating loss. Take it. It bears no value for me. Xue Yueqing offered the small cauldron to Lu Yong. Lu Yong stood momentarily stunned, glancing at Xue Yueqing, stammering, "This. Boss, how can I accept your spoils?" Although he longed for the golden leaf, he would not hesitate to refuse if it could enhance Xue Yueqing's prowess. Take it. What purpose do I have for it? Xue Yueqing insisted, pressing the cauldron into Lu Yang's embrace. Tears shimmered in Liu Yang's eyes, warmth flooding his being as he earnestly declared, "All right, boss. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, even if it means sacrificing my own body. Get lost, who needs your body?" Xue Yueqing waved his hand dismissively, then proceeded to unveil his spoils. There were 2 boxes, one belonging to Hua Qingxin and the other to Yichen. Xue Yueqing opened them one by one, but unlike before, he exhibited an unusual calmness, especially with Hua Qingxin's box, which contained a purple-black flower. The other box held a scripture, nameless, quietly resting within. Xue Yueqing sensed the profound significance of the purple-black flower, even surpassing that of celestial gold. The scripture given by Yichen contained insights into Tao and principles, reflections upon blades and spears, and elucidations on will, such as the essence of sword and tent. He decided to gift this scripture to Mo Long, while he himself would enter seclusion to refine his bloodline and physique, as well as consume the mysterious flower. By the way, boss, these are the storage devices we acquired from those prodigies we defeated today. Liu Yang and Mo Long emerged from the sea of suffering, producing a collection of rings, bracelets, necklaces, and vials. Subsequently, they revealed items like divine sources, and immediately, vibrant crystals filled the area, saturating the ground with a rich essence. An amalgamation of gentle and fierce energies permeating the space. Various spiritual energies coalesced into a colorful liquid rain. Xue Yueqing remained silent, methodically gathering the treasures, and called upon Dao Zun to lead him to his seclusion site. Behind the waterfall, Dao Zun personally carved a tunnel into the mountain for Xue Yueqing, arranging a secluded area along with formations. The cave was far from dark, various source stones were placed around, and the rich essence transformed into rain, fragrant and invigorating. Xue Yueqing took out the golden body liquid and the essence of the human king, placing them together before allowing the essence to drip into the golden body liquid. A tremendous energy erupted forth, with azure marrow emitting radiant hues, as fragments began to emerge from within. She shed her garments, revealing a slender, athletic form, shimmering with a silvery brilliance, and stepped gracefully into the 3-meter-wide pool. Upon entry, the golden body liquid enveloped her abdomen instantly. The moment she submerged, she shuddered as if electrified. Her blood roared within, while her skin crackled with the sounds of lightning and thunder. Within the pool, ethereal mist swirled, exuding streams of celestial light that completely engulfed Xue Yueqing, causing her bones to resonate and her flesh to tremble, as if undergoing a profound transformation. The golden body liquid flowed through her pores, and her consciousness vibrated, perceiving the fragments of the world's essence manifesting as imprints, weaving into her being through her skin. The golden body liquid, forged from the very essence of countless celestial bodies by the great sage, embodied the source of each star, utilized to cleanse the physiques of prodigies. This extraordinary substance activated latent potential and refined the entire body. How exquisite, Xue Yueqing murmured. The essence of the human king began to exert its influence as well. So comforting. She luxuriated in the golden body liquid, where the golden fluid and the essence of the human king synergized, revealing resplendent pathways. She felt each cell within her dividing and reorganizing, her blood akin to divine iron, refined by a colossal blue hammer that expelled impurities. Xue Yueqing was nearly overwhelmed with pleasure, floating in a state of bliss, as her flesh, bones, and blood underwent purification amidst the abundant golden body liquid and the potent essence of the human king. However, this comfort was abruptly shattered by a wave of excruciating pain. Every inch of her body radiated golden light, akin to a dagger tearing through her insides, as if her flesh were being scraped away piece by piece. She soon felt as though she might burst apart, her skin cracking and fissures appearing, from which divine light erupted, her bones and organs fracturing within. Fortunately, Xue Yueqing possessed the character secret, which swiftly mended her ruptured body and internal organs, as well as her blood vessels. My blood is repelling the essence of the human king, Xue Yueqing realized. The essence was intended for the human race, specifically for the body of the human king, and she, being of the demon clan, could not fully absorb it. Nevertheless, even if there was rejection, it mattered little. She merely sought to utilize it for body refinement and blood purification. She discovered her direction and began to operate her self-created blood refinement technique. Suddenly, Xue Yueqing sensed an impending breakthrough, yet she knew that such a breakthrough would likely invoke a heavenly tribulation. Enduring such a trial in the presence of the purple microstar was perilous. She restrained herself to avert the calamity, planning instead to traverse the ancient starry path during her ascension. Clangs resonated within her, as if she were being forged in an eternal divine furnace. With a golden blue hammer striking her veins, bones, and marrow, she felt her inherent flaws gradually being rectified, remnants from her lower realm existence. Xue Yueqing's vitality surged like smoke, beginning to escape through her pores, while her blood was refined within the golden body pool, leaving her akin to a desiccated corpse. Gradually, he began to feel increasingly at ease. Xue Yueqing produced the precious item gifted by Hua Qingxin, a violet lotus emanating an enigmatic black glow. With utmost seriousness, Xue Yueqing examined the black lotus, and the more he scrutinized it, the more astonished he became. This violet lotus seemed to exist beyond the confines of this time and space. The petals danced with peculiar shards, elusive and inscrutable, shrouded in profound mystery and haze. Regardless, he resolved to act. With a surge of determination, Xue Yueqing swallowed the entire lotus whole. Buzz! Immediately, an aura of black light enveloped Xue Yueqing, and a cascade of violet luminescence erupted, akin to the ethereal ascension of a celestial being, shrouded in mist. Mysterious, translucent fragments materialized, causing the very void to fracture. A potent energy enveloped Xue Yueqing's primordial spirit, and he sensed, albeit faintly, that his essence was expanding. It turned out to be a divine elixir for enhancing the primordial spirit. Xue Yueqing murmured to himself, and soon, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, striking without warning. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Chapter 25. Dreaming of a past life. The patient's heartbeat is stable. The patient remains in a profound coma. Suddenly, fluctuations in the patient's neural activity signal the awakening of consciousness. Gradually, Xue Yueqing perceives the faint sounds of conversation around him. He opens his eyes, yet they are blinded by an overwhelming glare. As he breathes, the air is saturated with the acrid scent of disinfectant, invading his senses, while a peculiar itch spreads across his skin, accompanied by an unsettling chill, as if jolted by an electric shock, leaving him in a state of numbness. He is awake, awake. The miracle has occurred. Excitement envelopes the room. His vision remains hazy, but he can make out several figures clad in green attire, wearing masks. One doctor pries open his eyelids and shines a flashlight into his eyes. Xue Yueqing sits up abruptly, bewildered, taking in his surroundings. He is still wearing an oxygen mask, surrounded by an array of medical equipment, while several doctors prepare for cardioversion. Was he not submerged in the golden liquid? How has he suddenly found himself in a hospital? He possesses no recollection of having fallen into slumber. Lie down. You must not move. A stern middle-aged man in green attire commands, attempting to push him back down. Yet, Xue Yueqing feels an undeniable weakness, his entire body aching and devoid of strength. Stay calm, stay calm. Here, drink some water. A woman in her 30s approaches with a cup in hand. Xue Yueqing remains in a daze, unable to sense the world-destroying power he once possessed, nor the torment of existence, having truly become an ordinary mortal. And in a hospital no less. You collapsed in your rental apartment. A child called for an ambulance. By the time we brought you to the hospital, you were already deceased, sudden cardiac arrest. But inexplicably, you regained a heartbeat and consciousness. A young doctor, holding a sheet of white paper filled with notes and sketches, exclaims with fervor. The optimal time for resuscitation from cardiac arrest is within 5 minutes. The chances of successful revival diminish drastically beyond 10 minutes. And death is certain after an hour without intervention. Yet clearly, much time has elapsed. Impossible. Impossible. Xue Yueqing mutters absently, glancing at his pale hands and feeling the buzz of weakness within him. Was his prior experience all a fabrication? Or perhaps a delusion before death? Now revived by the doctors, has he awakened from a dream? The operating room is permeated with the scent of disinfectant, the machines beeping rhythmically, enveloping the space in an eerie silence, with only Xue Yueqing's murmurs breaking the stillness. He touches the nearby instruments, the bed, the syringe. Everything feels achingly real. The cold sensation coursing through his fingers. He gazes at the door of the operating room, resolutely pulls out the 4-needle, blood spurting forth. He merely furrows his brow, saying nothing, and pushes open the door. Wait, don't run off. A group of doctors stood in stunned silence. Who could possibly walk away mere moments after descending from the operating table? Especially after undergoing electrical therapy, not to mention that his body was in a state of paralysis. And that his hand was profusely bleeding. Did he not feel any pain? Xue Yueqing disregarded the doctors behind him, instead pushing open the door. Before him lay a bright corridor, not particularly wide, flanked by numerous operating rooms, the pungent scent of disinfectant saturating the air, with various cabinets lining the sides. At the end of the corridor stood a pristine white door. As he approached, he discovered it required both a fingerprint and a password. Please, do not wander off. If another accident occurs, how can I explain this to your family? A balding middle-aged man shouted in exasperation. Forgive me, doctor. Might you open the door? I wish to prove something, Xue Yueqing said, gradually calming himself, his right hand still dripping with blood. The balding doctor wanted to scold him, but found himself at a loss for words, instead opting to bandage the wounds on Xue Yueqing's hand. He then placed his hand on a recess beside the door, pressing a few buttons, and with a series of beeps, the white door slid open. In that instant, Xue Yueqing was met with a rush of warm air. After a brief adjustment, he stepped outside. Just beyond the hospital corridor, he spotted an elderly couple seated on a bench, accompanied by a young man in his 30s. Upon seeing them, he paused, his eyes welling with tears as he tremulously uttered, "Father, mother, brother." "Xiaoqing, brother." His family echoed back, their faces etched with relief. Xue Yueqing's heart ached as he beheld his parents, their hair now streaked with gray, no longer youthful, while his brother appeared to be thriving in his career. The reality struck him. "At last, you've awakened," his mother exclaimed, stumbling forward to embrace him, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Xue Yueqing gently patted her back, savoring the warmth of maternal love, and softly replied, "Yes, I have awakened. That's all that matters. You are awake, thank goodness," his father said, pulling him into a tight embrace, suppressing his own tears while patting Xue Yueqing's shoulder. "Brother." His younger brother stood nearby, eyes glistening with joy as he gazed at his elder sibling. Xue Yueqing gently pushed his parents aside and approached his brother, his deep-set eyes appraising him before he rested a hand on his shoulder, reflecting, "The middle school student of yesteryear has blossomed into a 30-something elite. How have the years treated you? Since you fell into a coma, I've been working to support mother and father while studying. I scored over 600 on the college entrance exams and enrolled in an ordinary university," his brother replied. The two brothers leaned against the hospital corridor window, and his brother produced a cigarette, offering one to Xue Yueqing. He accepted it naturally, and his brother lit it for him. Xue Yueqing gazed out at the bustling city beyond the hospital window, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "This world is truly beautiful. Look, the people live in peace and prosperity, free from the threats of life and death, with a sound legal system." "Brother, you are mistaken," his brother interjected. As my younger brother lit a cigarette, he gazed out at the neon-lit city with a profound expression, releasing a plume of smoke. "This world is not as splendid as you imagine," he remarked. Having graduated from university at the age of 23 and spent 7 years navigating the complexities of the professional realm, I had engaged in daily intrigues. The city appeared enchanting, yet it was merely a facade designed to deceive. Xue Yueqing, unfazed, observed the world with a contemplative gaze, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to converse with our parents. On that day, Xue Yueqing engaged in lengthy discussions with his family, sharing numerous thoughts with his younger brother. Soon, he completed the discharge formalities and, after leaving the hospital, the family embarked on a journey across various destinations. During their travels, they visited the Great Wall, Mount Tai, and Huashan, marveling at the breathtaking landscapes. Over the years, Xue Yueqing had taken his family to witness fields of blossoming flowers and to behold majestic marine creatures swimming in an exhibition. One evening, atop Laojun Mountain, Xue Yueqing and his family sat upon a stone, gazing at the remnants of a sunset, the clouds ablaze like fire on the horizon. As the gentle evening breeze caressed their sleeves, the fiery ocean of hues enveloped them in an ethereal ambience, with clouds cascading over the mountaintop. As they leaned against one another, admiring the evening glow, silence enveloped them. "Mom, Dad, little brother, I must depart," Xue Yueqing softly uttered. His eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at the three. He had long realized that this world was merely a manifestation of his desires. He had sensed something amiss during his time in the hospital. The passage of time felt disjointed. "Where are you going?" his parents and brother inquired, puzzled. After a brief silence, they asked, "When did you discover this?" "I have long awakened and do not wish to shatter this dream, for it is our only chance to reunite. When I perished, my brother was merely a teenager. Now, as I awaken, he is already in his 30s. It is astonishing how wondrous this world can be," Xue Yueqing reflected, gazing at the luminous moon outside. "This world arose from a single thought of mine, embodying a longing within my heart. I have cherished these years of reunion with you, even if they are but illusions." Rising to his feet, he spoke softly, And just as he uttered those words, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. The realm shattered like a fragile piece of glass, and with a crack, it fragmented. His parents and brother, smiles adorning their faces, gazed at Xue Yueqing, yet the chasm between them widened, becoming as distant as the other shore. The entire world seemed to stretch, separating Xue Yueqing from his parents and brother, who, still smiling, held hands and waved goodbye to him. "Remember to take care of yourself over there." His mother's gentle voice lingered in his ears. "Brother, I will look after our parents," his sibling reassured him. "Son, go forth and explore," his father encouraged. As the distance between them increased, tears welled in Xue Yueqing's eyes as he waved at his family, choked with emotion. "How wonderful it would be to remain unaware. I would gladly succumb to this world bang." The entire world erupted, shattering into fragments, parents and loved ones, all transformed into a cascade of radiant light. In the darkness, this luminous rain illuminated everything. Xue Yueqing reached out to touch the celestial droplets, and his consciousness plunged into obscurity. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found himself still submerged in the liquid gold, once again feeling the abundant power coursing through his being. He remained silent for a considerable time. A faint smile graced his lips as he exhaled deeply and murmured, "This world is truly magnificent, is it not?" The obsessions of his past life had been resolved, leaving him with an indescribable sensation. Chapter 26. Once again setting forth, Xue Yueqing sat within the golden liquid, diligently refining both his physique and blood, while his primordial spirit underwent a transformation. Gradually, his spirit grew stronger and more solidified, with its foundation becoming increasingly stable. Truly, it was a remarkable acquisition for a youthful sovereign. Had I possessed such resources earlier, would I still have been relegated to a lesser status? What exactly was that flower? The original text made no mention of it, nor had any accounts surfaced. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. As long as it benefits me, that suffices. Shaking his head, he resumed the meticulous refining of his corporeal form and the honing of his path. Moreover, the gains from today's battle were indeed bountiful. Merely witnessing Xue Yueqing's ultimate technique revealed to him the concept of one flower, one world. As for that forbidden spell, he felt as though he had been hurled into a grinding mill, crushed and obliterated by countless sword energies. Xue Yueqing's foundation grew ever more robust. While refining his body and blood, he also utilized all the resources he had previously borrowed, depleting them in one go, thereby deepening his cultivation to a level where he could contend with saints. He produced a small cauldron, and in an instant, the void erupted, with the cauldron emanating arcs of black, red, and gray lightning. This cauldron, a holy artifact, had been extracted from the depths of the thunderous sea during his tribulation. With determination, Xue Yueqing forcefully unleashed the lightning from the cauldron upon himself. His body, initially radiant, turned charred upon contact with the lightning. During the ensuing seclusion, he continuously harnessed his existing resources, unlocking the treasures within his body, refining his cells to a singular essence, while all his cells absorbed the ethereal essence from beyond, resembling blood-red stars. Furthermore, the tribulation lightning within the cauldron incessantly refined his body and blood, even engulfing his cultivation, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. The barrier of the holy realm was far superior to that of ordinary beings, as impenetrable as celestial gold. However, should I break through the holy barrier directly, I might very well ascend to the level of a saintly king, Xue Yueqing mused. When Xue Yueqing emerged from his seclusion, a year had passed. Within the Taoist temple of the Blade Sovereign, Mo Long and Lu Yang were beaming with joy, clearly having reaped substantial rewards. Upon witnessing Xue Yueqing's return, they were eager to engage in a spar, which they did, but were swiftly defeated. "Goodness, boss, you seem significantly stronger than before," Lu Yang exclaimed, nursing his bruised face as he sat on the ground, feeling a twinge of envy towards the seemingly unscathed Xue Yueqing. "You've made quite the advancement yourself. The solar true fire has undergone a transformation, hasn't it?" Xue Yueqing remarked, sensing a searing heat coursing through his body. "Indeed, that golden leaf facilitated my metamorphosis," Lu Yang admitted candidly. "Mo Long, your swordsmanship and intent have become increasingly pure," Xue Yueqing noted, glancing at the similarly battered Mo Long, who had inflicted wounds upon him. It was worth mentioning that he had been cleansed and tempered by the golden liquid and the essence of the King of Humans, rendering him as enduring as a piece of celestial gold, nearly indestructible, comparable to a saint. In that sacred scripture, it is recorded that I have gained profound enlightenment regarding my own path, spoke Mo Long. Now that you have emerged from your seclusion, it is time to embark on your journey, for all the prodigies of Xue Star have already set forth on the imperial road, suddenly declared Dao Zun. The three nodded in agreement. Their wounds had healed, and their strength had ascended to new heights. With one more tribulation, they could break through to the mid-stage of the Dao-severing realm. However, they planned to undergo their tribulations on the desolate celestial bodies along the imperial road. For if they were pursued by beings of saintly caliber, triggering the heavenly tribulation would mean they would face it together. Let us depart in 2 days. The old swordsman will bring his disciple to join us, Dao Zun stated, though he cast a complicated glance at the group. Chen Jian? That fellow always wears a stern expression, as if everyone owes him an immortal gold piece, Lu Yang remarked, drawing Mo Long's attention. I didn't mean you. Lu Yang laughed awkwardly, for while Mo Long was not particularly cold, he bore an expression akin to a stoic mask, rarely smiling. On the following morning, as the blazing sun barely peeked over the horizon, 2 figures, a man and a youth, could be seen soaring through the sky on swords. Dao Zun observed the arrival of the sword god and Chen Jian. They had prepared provisions well in advance, as the elder wished to see off his disciple. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the land until it felt as if all moisture would evaporate. In Dao Zun's dojo, the group gathered around a table laden with sumptuous delicacies and fine wines. Little dragon, this journey can be likened to a brush with death, perhaps even to a place where one might find no grave. My master initially wished to spare you the trials of the ancient path, yet seeing your fervent desire, I shall grant you your wish, Dao Zun expressed with heartfelt sentiment. Mo Long fell silent, understanding that his strength might be insufficient on the imperial road. Yet it was the battle he yearned for. Throughout that day, Dao Zun and the sword god engaged in earnest conversation with their disciples, imparting their wisdom, which left Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang feeling envious. After feasting to their heart's content, the group digested the divine wine, elevating their spirits to their utmost peak. Surrounding Xue Yueqing, an ethereal haze began to form, with mysterious fragments swirling forth from his brow. Dao Zun and the sword god were momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. However, without further inquiry, they exchanged a knowing glance and acted in unison. With a thunderous roar, they summoned their divine powers, and a magnificent cascade erupted, unleashing a radiant 5-colored divine light that soared into the heavens, showering the realm with brilliance. A 5-meter-tall altar of resplendent hues emerged from beneath the waterfall, its surface shimmering with intricate runes that resonated like metal. Go forth and forge your own splendor, Dao Zun and the sword god bellowed in unison. Mo Long and Chen Jian opened their mouths but found themselves unable to voice their thoughts, as if something lodged in their throats. Both were not adept at expressing themselves and could only gaze with reddened eyes at their master before bowing deeply. As Dao Zun and the sword god concluded their exhortations, the divine light from the 5-colored altar enveloped Xue Yueqing and the others, whisking them away. Beside Dao Zun stood a small boy, tears streaming down his face. He was Mo Long's disciple, once a mere beggar, now adopted and transformed by Mo Long's guidance. Farewell, master, the young boy murmured with a quavering voice. Rest assured, master, I shall follow your path and tread upon the starlit skies. Subsequently, Xue Yueqing and his companions departed from the Xue Star, embarking on their journey to the imperial road. Within the confines of Xue Star, the populace had just witnessed a pillar of 5-colored divine light soaring into the vastness beyond. The final era had commenced. Who among them would traverse the corpses and ascend to the pinnacle of greatness? Some gazed at the vanishing 5-colored divine light, engaging in fervent discussions. Chapter 27. The eerie uncertain of how much time had passed, the surrounding darkness of the vast cosmos gradually illuminated with vibrant hues. When Xue Yueqing once again set foot on solid ground, they found themselves on another planet. Where could this be? Mo Long surveyed the landscape, which was a deep crimson reminiscent of a desolate wasteland, akin to an expanse of red desert. This place was devoid of life, with the ground stained a blood-red hue. Unchanged since time immemorial, littered with gravel, and sporadically dotted with stone formations that appeared as blood-red as the earth itself, eerily silent like tombstones. The sky bore no sun, only a tapestry of twinkling stars scattered across the firmament. What manner of place is this, devoid even of a single bird? Lu Yang lamented, gazing at the crimson ground. Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow. This scene evoked a sense of familiarity, as if he were standing on Mars, or perhaps within the primordial ancient mines. Let us proceed and explore, Xue Yueqing suggested, stepping upon the red gravel, moving guided by instinct. Along their path, they encountered bizarre creatures. The most formidable among them were half-saints, yet they exhibited no intelligence, displaying instead a frenzied and bloodthirsty nature. As they traversed the terrain, Xue Yueqing dealt with numerous mad half-saints, noting that the characteristics of these beings bore a resemblance to those of the ancient races. At that moment, an intense sensation coursed through them simultaneously, sending chills down their spines, a bone-chilling tremor akin to silver needles piercing their skin and scalps. Even Xue Yueqing was not immune. He activated his martial eye to survey the surroundings, only to discover a dense web of threads enveloping the area. Suddenly, a tremendous force swept across the red wasteland, casting the entire starry sky into darkness, revealing the ground ahead as a colossal black hole capable of devouring all in its path. The heavens transformed into an abyss. As if an omnipotent entity had spilled ink across the brilliant night sky, plunging it into eternal darkness, the surroundings now desolate, accompanied by wails reminiscent of a hellish realm. Yangzi, unleash your flames to illuminate the area, Xue Yueqing urged, sensing something ominous passing before him. Despite possessing the martial eye, the strangeness of this place unsettled him. With a roar, Lu Yang erupted in golden flames, instantly brightening the surrounding darkness. However, the shadows consumed even light, illuminating merely a radius of 3 meters around them. Boss, behind you. Lu Yang shuddered suddenly, feeling an unsettling prickling sensation at the back of his head. Even Chen Jian and Mo Long hastily distanced themselves from Xue Yueqing, fearful of being too close. Xue Yueqing's body tensed, as if a chilling breeze were blowing across his neck, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, every pore icy. Boom! Xue Yueqing's vital energy surged. He turned and unleashed a dragon fist, a brilliant silver light exploding forth, shattering the void behind him. A piercing shriek echoed through the silent expanse, akin to the agonized whispers of tormented souls from the depths of hell. The silver fist illuminated the surroundings, and in that fleeting moment, Xue Yueqing's body froze. Even the golden flames on Lu Yang seemed on the verge of extinguishment from sheer fright. Before Xue Yueqing stood a multitude of figures, their gazes vacant, blood streaming from their orifices. Some were covered in crimson fur, while a ghastly infant lay on the ground, its eyes filled with malice as it stared at Xue Yueqing. Among them were beings resembling humans but possessing serpentine heads. Others bore human forms yet were marred by decay, their faces overgrown with tufts of red, green, and black hair. All possessed strength at the dragon transformation realm. In this shrouded space of darkness, the sudden appearance of these entities, coupled with the vanishing stars, rendered the surroundings a blackened prison devoid of light. I shall vanquish you. Although Xue Yueqing bore the shadows of his past life, he harbored an energy capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, rendering him unafraid of these aberrations. With a resounding boom, he unleashed his might, producing a powerful shockwave that scattered a multitude of those grotesque corpses. Slay them, these phantoms. Xue Yueqing advanced boldly into the throng, his fist striking with a thunderous cadence that echoed through the oppressive silence. As he moved, those creatures unleashed guttural roars and charged at him. Some scuttled on all fours like spiders, their speed unnerving. In this lightless realm, every creature exuded an aura of strangeness, oppression, and bloodlust. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yang surged forth, imbued with solar fire, erupting into a radiant sun that evaporated the grotesque beings entirely. Once they had dispatched a horde of these anomalies, the celestial light of stars and moon reappeared, casting a gentle glow like mist. The once dim stars reignited, restoring the light as if the preceding chaos had never transpired. The celestial bodies flowed like rivers toward a distant convergence. The blood-stained earth appeared serene, with sands, boulders, and blood mountains draped in a delicate veil wherever the starlight touched. Xue Yueqing stood transfixed by this scene, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he murmured, "Could this be the primordial ancient mind?" Before long, a muffled sound resonated, and the starry brilliance was once again consumed, plunging the surroundings into pitch darkness. Why has it darkened again? They pondered, perplexed by this uncanny phenomenon, having never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. Even the creatures were unfamiliar to them, merely mentioned in ancient records with scant details. "Let us depart," Xue Yueqing instructed, leading Lu Yang and the others in the opposite direction. Activating his martial eye, he discerned the presence of formidable entities around them. Those lacking insight would surely wander toward the mind's entrance, unwittingly inviting great peril. Within, remnants from the chaotic era lay in wait, and from the ancient times, at least a dozen powerful beings lurked. Months later, Xue Yueqing emerged from the primordial ancient mind, weary and beleaguered alongside Liu Yang and the others. Inside, they had faced life and death crises, occasionally stumbling into forbidden zones, pursued by semi-saint and saintly beings. They were also ensnared by shattered formations, trapped for 3 arduous months as relentless divine patterns sought to obliterate them. Fortunately, Xue Yueqing, being a master of formations, managed to orchestrate their escape. They were swept away by waves of crimson and obsidian storms, their bodies covered in red hair, which took considerable effort to eradicate. At that moment, they emerged from the primordial ancient mine, bloodied and battered. Xue Yueqing's pristine white garments were stained crimson, while Liu Yang was left with half of his body shattered. And Qinjian and Imo Long bore grievous cracks upon their forms, a sight of utter despair. This place was cursed, rife with perilous abysses and terrifying creatures. After escaping, Liu Yang collapsed onto the ground, his blood saturating the red grains of sand, exposing the stark white of his bones. He gasped for air, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, while his injuries visibly healed, a testament to the secret passed down by Xue Yueqing. If I am not mistaken, we have arrived at the burial Emperor Star, Xue Yueqing said, his chest heaving with exertion. He too felt a sense of helplessness. Without the aid of the source heavenly book, even the most extraordinary prodigies would struggle to escape the primordial ancient mine. And they had managed only through their formidable strength and divine artifacts. They had even sacrificed dozens of holy weapons in their escape. Boss, your cursed constitution is truly troublesome. You can never remain at peace, Liu Yang remarked, coming to understand that while there might be rewards alongside Xue Yueqing, such fortunes came with the price of survival. Burial Emperor Star, there is little record of it in our Xue Star. We have only heard that it is a gathering place for myriad races, Qinjian replied coldly. The human race on the Burial Emperor Star faces the harshest existence in the universe. Those of royal and imperial lineage treat them as mere livestock, devouring them at will. Xue Yueqing stated somberly. Imo Long and Qinjian fell silent. As members of the human race, they naturally did not wish to witness the sufferings of their kin. Yet their limited strength could effect no change. Xue Yueqing understood that the Beta Star was merely a vast formation, painstakingly crafted by a celestial sovereign in hopes of breaching the immortal domain, only to ultimately serve as the wedding garment for the ancient emperor and his ilk. It must be said that the celestial sovereign was indeed pitiable, having seen his plans of several 100 million years come to naught. Let us proceed, Xue Yueqing said hoarsely. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting a fiery glow upon them as the dawn's light enveloped their figures. The 4 walked side by side into the distance. Xue Yueqing's flowing white hair resembling a celestial river, his snow-white attire marred by splashes of vivid crimson, leaving faint footprints upon the blood-red grains of sand. As the sun set, their shadows elongated into the horizon. Chapter 28. A world ruled by nobility. Xue Yueqing, Liu Yang, and their companion traversed the scarlet sands, their eyes drawn to a formidable crimson city in the distance. The city loomed large and imposing, exuding an air of oppression, as if it had withstood the test of countless ages, emanating an immortal essence. As Xue Yueqing approached the city gates, he was met by armored sentinels, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon them, extending their hands in demand. Liu Yang furrowed his brow, glancing at Xue Yueqing, who, with a frigid demeanor, suggested, offer them something. Liu Yang produced 2 fist-sized orbs of agate fire and hurled them towards the soldiers. Xue Yueqing frowned, unable to comprehend their language, presumably the dialect of the North Dipper. Yet he grasped their intent through a resonance of spirit. It was insufficient. They regarded them as mere gullible prey, injured and newly arrived. It was prudent to avoid confrontation with such a greedy race. Liu Yang swiftly retrieved several shards of ice source, fire source, and a divine source, tossing them to the soldiers while casting a chilling glare, warning them that any further avarice would lead to dire consequences. The soldiers froze in place, feeling as though they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, eyes wide with fear as they gazed at Xue Yueqing and his companions. They hastily collected the offerings and stepped aside, bowing in deference, though their greedy and bloodthirsty eyes remained fixed upon the 4. Let us proceed, Xue Yueqing instructed, guiding them into the city. Upon entering, they were met not with the expected vibrancy, but rather a suffocating desolation. The streets, while not devoid of life, were predominantly occupied by nobility, and rows of iron cages lined the thoroughfare, imprisoning humans, children, the elderly, and those in their prime. Their eyes were hollow, devoid of vitality, dressed in rags. The surrounding populace exhibited a numb demeanor, their expressions vacant. Even when subjected to the most grievous of injuries, they merely retreated silently, collapsing to the ground. Gazing up at the sun, slowly closing their eyes. Crack! Mo Long and Chun Jian gritted their teeth, their fists clenched, bodies trembling. And even the grip on their weapons tightened. Even Xue Yueqing found it difficult to bear, letting out a sigh and shaking his head, murmuring, "We must move on. We cannot effect change here. Only when we ascend to power can we alter the course of fate." Though he yearned to rescue those trapped, such aspirations were impractical. A reckless intervention would only lead to their own persecution, and his injuries were yet to heal. The crimson ground bore the remnants of shattered bones and flowing blood. The pungent scent and gruesome sights unsettling Mo Long and Chun Jian, especially as they witnessed their kin treated like livestock. As Xue Yueqing treaded upon the soft red sand, feeling the warmth and the hardness beneath his feet, his expression darkened. He understood he was stepping upon the bones and flesh that had accumulated to form this ghastly terrain. "Leader, do you think our kind once basked in glory?" Mo Long's face flushed with rage, his voice trembling with agitation. He was incensed and bewildered by the apparent weakness of the human race. "Why, dear leader, must we endure such suffering?" His fingers dug into his flesh, blood trickling down his palm, attracting the covetous gazes of myriad beings, their tongues flicking out in greed. Mo Long dismissed Xue Yueqing's words, suspecting they were merely a form of solace rather than truth. Perhaps, he mused, this was the inevitable cycle of rise and fall. All things exist in a delicate balance. It might be that in the future, human emperors would emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain. Xue Yueqing spoke up. After the end of the ancient era, human emperors began to appear in droves. It was a time of both sorrow and resplendent brilliance. One day, with the sword in my hand, I shall sever the chains binding humanity and dismantle the prejudice of the myriad races, Chun Jian declared with unwavering determination. The sword at his side hummed, creating a vacuum of intent around him, making him appear as a blade capable of cleaving the heavens. The city was stifling, filled only with the raucous laughter and gnawing of various races, punctuated occasionally by the sound of distant screams. The sky above was a murky crimson. Even the sun appeared tinged with red. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted behind Xue Yueqing. Turning, they beheld a ravenous young man with crimson hair, his silver tongue licking his lips in anticipation. "Ah, what exquisite blood! How delightful!" The red-haired youth circled around them, accompanied by several formidable middle-aged companions, all exuding an aura of power. Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow, his voice cold. "What is it that you want?" He recalled that during the ancient era, humanity had been treated as mere fodder, with only the sun and moon emperors to represent them, while other ancient human emperors remained concealed, implying a lack of cultivation for the race. In stark contrast, the sun and moon had shared their imperial teachings. Yet, to his surprise, both Mo Long and Chun Jian unleashed their auras, inviting trouble upon themselves. It has been ages since I've encountered such defiant and potent prey. Consuming you will allow me to ascend to sainthood." The red-haired youth was elated, a blood moon marking his forehead, mysterious patterns adorning his arms and neck. "Seize them," he commanded, stepping away from Xue Yueqing and gesturing with a swift motion. Boom! As his words fell, 7 companions erupted with an overwhelming aura, a terrifying force surging like a tidal wave, stirring up clouds of red dust and causing buildings to crumble. Half-saint, or perhaps a full saint. Lu Yang cast a resigned glance at Xue Yueqing, muttering, "Leader, you truly are." Shaking his head, he lamented their misfortune of stepping from one peril into another. "We must lure them away from the outskirts and eliminate them." Boom! A cataclysmic battle erupted near the ancient mine of Taichu, its intensity so profound that even the nearby cities trembled and the ground fissured into a crimson abyss. For semi-saints and 2 saints encircled Xue Yueqing and her companions. "When did our human race give rise to such formidable prodigies like you two?" A stern middle-aged man, standing upon the void, cast a frosty gaze upon Chun Jian and Mo Long. Suddenly, from the fiery red sky, a colossal hand materialized, descending with an overwhelming force. Nearby, several royal beings observed with contempt, while a red-haired youth reclined nonchalantly in a chair not far off. Mo Long, Xiao Jin, go and slay that red-haired youth. Xue Yueqing conveyed telepathically. Mo Long and Chun Jian exchanged nods, and in an instant, they vanished from their positions. The red-haired youth merely smirked as a burly elder emerged, radiating an aura of sanctity. Mo Long and Chun Jian's pupils constricted. This was a true saint. All things wither, ice sealing 3,000 states. Xue Yueqing stepped into the void, ascending higher with each stride, as ice-blue lotus blossoms bloomed beneath his feet. An aura of extreme cold emanated from him, blanketing the entire void in frost. The heavens grew ominously dark, the once blazing sun was obscured by dense clouds. while delicate white willow catkins drifted from the sky. With a crack, the crimson earth transformed into a snow-laden expanse, snowflakes cascading down, settling upon the semi-saints who remained oblivious to the ominous shift, even if they sensed something amiss. Evading the flurry of snow was impossible. Xue Yueqing's white hair billowed as his blood-stained garments dried stiffly. The wind howled fiercely as he regarded the crowd below with an indifferent expression, softly uttering, "Die." With a crisp crack, all the semi-saints were encased in ice. Even the saints succumbed to the frost. Yet, Xue Yueqing understood that truly killing a saint through the path of ice and snow would exact a heavy toll. With a gesture, he clenched the void, and with a resounding boom, the frozen semi-saints shattered into fragments. Their nascent spirits attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by the flurries of snow and ultimately crushed by Xue Yueqing. His mastery was profound. Having been refined by the essence of the golden body and the marrow of the king of humanity, he could now contend with true saints, determine victory and defeat. While his nascent spirit was safeguarded by mysterious shards, and his physical form rivaled that of a saint. Chapter 29. Each on their journey. Bang. The saint emerged from the ice with a grim expression, completely unprepared for the formidable strength of this being, who could effortlessly vanquish numerous semi-saints, and even ensnare him. It is well known that the barriers of the sacred domain cannot be breached. Even the most gifted of the 8 bands would struggle to slay a saint. Yet, this young man before him had achieved the impossible, undoubtedly possessing divine restrictions. Only those endowed with divine restrictions can transcend the barriers of the sacred domain. And such powers can only be awakened by a youthful supreme. "Tell me, to which faction do you belong?" the middle-aged man inquired, maintaining his composure. Generally, beings of such prowess are likely to hail from royal bloodlines, perhaps even a prince. Xue Yueqing remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on the saint as he looked down from the skies. His blood surged with excitement. At last, he had encountered a saint worthy of honing his skills against. A black spear materialized in Xue Yueqing's grasp. He refrained from using his Dao instrument, the celestial measuring rod, fearing that he might still be pursued by the entire royal family of the Northern Dipper before he had fully recovered from his injuries. "Not speaking? Once I subdue you." The middle-aged saint's words trailed off as Xue Yueqing made his move. With a swift motion, Xue Yueqing raised the black spear, its tip emanating an aura of terrifying intent, piercing through the void. He spun the spear, unleashing a blood-red crescent towards the saint. At this juncture, words held no value. "Arrogant! Do you think a mere Dao Slayer can challenge a saint? You are utterly unaware of your own insignificance." The crimson-haired saint's fury ignited. He had never been looked down upon. He ranked 5th among the bloodthirsty races. Boom. He extended a blood-red hand, and a colossal black hand materialized in the clouds above. The black hand was shrouded in chaotic energy, striking downwards and distorting the very fabric of reality, creating an abyss beneath. Clang. The spear pierced through the black hand, hurtling towards the saint, yet the crimson-haired figure showed no fear. Instead, he glanced at Xue Yueqing with disdain, extending a blood-red finger to meet the spear's tip. Boom. The spear collided with his finger, yet it had no effect, merely forcing the saint back a few steps. The crimson-haired saint smirked wickedly, declaring, "What if you are a paragon among the royal lineage? Once I capture you, I shall proclaim your defeat to the world, allowing your family to come claim you." To this point, he still believed Xue Yueqing to be an unparalleled prodigy from some royal family, as the burial emperor star was the domain of their clan, rendering it impossible for anyone from the younger generation to rival them. "Oh, is that so?" Xue Yueqing lifted his gaze, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes as he smiled. He sheathed the spear and unleashed a powerful fist. Boom. This punch resonated through the northern realm, the might of his physical form shattering the void. His body was already formidable, rivaling that of a saint, further enhanced by the rare treasures like golden body liquid that refined his physique, making him terrifyingly strong. Bang, bang, bang. Xue Yueqing and the saint engaged in a fierce struggle, their fists and feet colliding, blood splattering, though it was Xue Yueqing's own blood. Despite his physical prowess, he lacked the depth of understanding in the Tao, divine powers, and techniques that the saint possessed. Entering the realm of saints transcends the limitations of humanity, ushering one into an entirely new domain. This young man possesses extraordinary strength. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, increasingly astonished as he realized that Xue Yueqing grew stronger with each clash, his aura continuously ascending. Moreover, he discerned that Xue Yueqing bore hidden injuries. To engage in battle while wounded, does this not signify contempt for him? With a sharp admonition, Xue Yueqing unleashed a powerful roar as white Jade-like dragon scales emerged upon his hands. The might of the dragon reverberated through the heavens, and every pore of his being radiated a silvery luminescence. A resounding roar erupted from Xue Yueqing's fist as a dragon's silhouette coiled around it, exhaling chaotic energy with each strike, instilling terror in all who witnessed. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Yueqing's fists collided repeatedly with the saint, each impact inflicting further injury upon him. His arms were battered to a pulp, and one of his eyes burst, crimson blood streaming from the socket. Across the scorched red sands, the remnants of their fierce battle were evident, with countless ravines and fissures spreading like veins of destruction, as an abyss of divine terror belched forth its dreadful power. With a thunderous shout, Xue Yueqing unleashed a dragon punch, 6 worlds undulating above it. A colossal force surging toward the saint. What? Such a long-lost technique. The middle-aged saint gasped in astonishment, his voice tinged with horror. This martial art was said to be attainable only by the fated, its origins and era shrouded in mystery. Blood Moon descends. The middle-aged saint's expression grew grave as he formed a seal with his hands, a terrifying saintly might erupting from within him, casting a shadow over the dim sky. A blood-red moon ascended, its light flowing forth like blood, reminiscent of the eyes of a fearsome beast. Kill. With a deafening crash, Xue Yueqing was violently hurled away, his body shattering into pieces, flesh and blood scattering. Ultimately, he relied on the secret art of restoration to mend his form, yet his wounds, recently incurred from the ancient mines, had worsened. What? The crimson-haired youth was momentarily stunned, realizing that he was merely a notch weaker than the saint. A surge of murderous intent erupted within him. Such a being must not be spared. All of you, attack together. As soon as the crimson-haired youth uttered these words, several saints emerged from the void behind him, each exuding formidable power. Imo Long, Lu Yang, and Chun Jian felt their scalps tingle, silently lamenting, "This planet is truly uncanny." Teeming with saints. The saints immediately assailed the trio, prompting them to reveal their trump cards, painfully sacrificing their sacred artifacts, hurling them before the crimson-haired youth to self-destruct. Boom. The explosion of the sacred artifacts rivaled the mightiest strike of a saint, and with multiple artifacts detonating simultaneously, the area was obliterated into nothingness. As several saints joined forces to shield against the ensuing shockwave. Seizing this moment, Imo Long, Chun Jian, and Lu Yang hastily fled the scene. Go on ahead. I will draw them with me to undergo the tribulation. At that moment, the voice of Xue Yueqing resonated in their ears. He was originally capable of transcending to the mid-stage of the path of severance, yet he merely suppressed that potential. Now, with the impending thunder tribulation, one could say he is on the verge of becoming a formidable sovereign. Boss, we must leave. What about you? Lu Yang exclaimed anxiously. They understood that remaining would only serve to hinder Xue Yueqing. As for me, if you do not hear from me within a year, find a way to the imperial path. I will not perish, trust me. Xue Yueqing's voice resonated with calm and gentleness. He perceived that the baited ancient star was perilously treacherous in this era, particularly as the royal family had not yet fully sealed themselves. During the reign of the undying emperor, many figures of quasi-sovereign status among the myriad clans existed. Go, Xue Yueqing bellowed, sensing that his tribulation was drawing near. Although it was neither a saintly nor a semi-saintly tribulation, it was nonetheless exceptionally fearsome. Lu Yang, Imo Long, and Chun Jian fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, Boss, take care. Immediately, the three turned and fled in the opposite direction. Just as they began to run, the sky inexplicably darkened, and an oppressive aura enveloped them. Trying to escape? A red-haired youth sat casually on a chair, coldly observing the fleeing trio. Pursue. Before he could finish, a thunderous crack echoed as if a galaxy had descended from the heavens. Lightning struck. The storm erupted suddenly, as crimson earth was ravaged by the chaotic tempest, and the sky seemed to tear open, unleashing torrents of divine thunder like cascading waterfalls. Thunder dragons danced wildly, silver streaks soared, and chaotic energy permeated the air. Each bolt of lightning was tainted with chaotic light, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Yet their first instinct was to flee alongside the red-haired youth, who appeared utterly dazed at the unfolding chaos. Thinking of escaping? Xue Yueqing sneered, pursuing the red-haired youth with the secrets of the movement technique. For he was indeed the core of the matter. In the sky, palatial structures emerged, resembling an ancient celestial court amid the chaotic thunder. Humanoid forms of lightning flickered in and out of sight. The atmosphere was suffused with an aura that signaled annihilation, and at least 8 saints were concentrated in this locale. facing a total of 8 tribulations. Even a quasi-sovereign would be gravely wounded, left to lament. Xue Yueqing, harnessing the thunder tribulation, caught up with several saints. His speed was unparalleled, merging various principles of divine movement into a singular technique, rendering him unattainable even by saintly kings. Boom! A chaotic divine thunder struck Xue Yueqing directly, and with a resounding clang, his physique proved immensely powerful, akin to a piece of refined celestial gold. Rumble! The entire expanse of heaven and earth was enveloped in boundless lightning, blinding white radiance illuminating the entire northern domain, visible from any vantage point. This unprecedented event was a result of 8 saints simultaneously undergoing tribulation. The instigator was none other than Xue Yueqing. Any powerful being detected within the range of the tribulation would inevitably attract corresponding bolts of thunder, for who dared to provoke the heavens? Boundless thunder surged from his mouth, nose, and eyes, his pores exuding searing lightning, yet his body remained unscathed. Goodness, the boss is truly astonishing. Liu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the second time he had witnessed Xue Yueqing's tribulation. The first time was captured on the recording stone, but this occurrence unfolded right before him, albeit from a considerable distance. The vast and boundless northern domain was illuminated by the sprawling lightning of the tribulation, extending for millions of miles across the sky. Celestial stars from beyond the domain cascaded down like rain, crashing onto the crimson expanse of the northern domain and creating numerous deep craters. A cloud of red dust enveloped the atmosphere, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Chapter 30. The North Star Storm. The Burial of the Emperor Star, Northern Domain. The crimson earth stretched endlessly, perpetually shrouded in a twilight hue, yet at this moment, dark clouds engulfed the sky, and thunder descended like a torrential flood, accompanied by anguished cries. Boom! Thud! At this juncture, Xue Yueqing seized the opportunity, using the secret technique of the walking character to strike the red-haired youth deep into the thunderous tribulation, following him without fear. For his formidable physique rendered him impervious to such perils. However, the saints dared not enter, for their own tribulation to attain sanctity was akin to the current calamity. And this was but the second trial, with no elevation in realm to be gained, only to suffer needless strikes. You dare, insolent wretch! Several saints, incensed, disregarded their own demise in a desperate attempt to rescue their prince, yet the heavenly tribulation was not something they could provoke. Boom! Like the Milky Way, the thunder fell. And even Xue Yueqing felt a prickling sensation upon witnessing the spectacle. The 8 saints united, their chaotic divine thunder merging into a force potent enough to rival that of a saint king's tribulation. Indeed, the 8 saints were sent flying, some experiencing a gruesome separation of their upper and lower bodies, while others had their heads explode like watermelons. After being cast aside, they refrained from regrouping, instead bracing themselves to endure the heavenly tribulation, now intent on vanquishing Xue Yueqing. However, Xue Yueqing was not one to be easily subdued. From the depths of the tribulation, within the palace, a heart-wrenching wail erupted, sending chills through the air, reminiscent of a tormented spirit's lament. Today, you too shall face your reckoning. Had you remained a proper son of the divine, you would not have provoked me, Xue Yueqing derided, casting disdainful glances at the red-haired youth who continued to howl in agony. The red-haired youth was hardly of royal lineage, merely a member of one of the 10 bloodthirsty clans, a family devoid of any ancient emperors, with only 3 quasi-emperors to its name. And such a tumultuous display was unheard of during their tribulations. To the North Star, let us first slay a saint to stir the excitement, Xue Yueqing bellowed, triggering divine prohibitions as he unleashed his dragon fist, surging forth with the might of thunder towards the weakest of the saints. One punch shattered the chest of the weakest saint, obliterating flesh and bone alike. This saint, reduced to half a body by Xue Yueqing's dragon fist, saw his flesh scatter, crimson blood cascading amidst the tribulation, soon to be obliterated by the heavenly wrath, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. The pain penetrated to his very core. His left side disintegrating, bones vanishing, leaving behind only the right half, bleeding profusely. Having recently achieved sainthood, even the tribulation was less fierce than now, and to be forced into combat was beyond his endurance. He had not yet savored the sensation of entering the human realm, freely selecting his prey, only to be crushed by a slayer today, shattering his invincible resolve. Saints? Merely so. Amidst the divine punishment, Xue Yueqing stood resolute, lightning intertwining around his flesh. As he deliberately drew the tribulation into his being, refining his bones, blood, physique, and organs. At this moment, he radiated a brilliant glow, his pores exuding torrents of thunderous energy. His body tingled with a sensation akin to anesthesia, rendering him immobile in comfort, while any movement brought discomfort. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed as Xue Yueqing delivered a devastating punch that shattered the head of the saint. With the might of a dragon, he unleashed a flurry of punches, swift as lightning, obliterating the saint amidst the heavenly tribulation. However, a golden, fist-sized soul emerged, casting a venomous glare at Xue Yueqing, intent on fleeing. Just then, a crackling sound reverberated around him. Xue Yueqing stood resolutely like an ice emperor amidst the divine punishment, freezing the descending tribulation. While the expanse of the heavens transformed into a thick layer of ice, azure mist emanating from his pores. "Do not," the saint began, but was instantly encased in ice, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Xue Yueqing as formidable presence. At that moment, a radiant punch illuminated the northern domain, striking the soul with a resounding impact, shattering it into fragments like ice, consumed by the tribulation. This time, Xue Yueqing did not target the other saints. Instead, he observed a red-haired youth, deeply engrossed in his tribulation, momentarily taken aback. What audacity! How could he remain so calm after witnessing the demise of a saint? With a decisive swing of his dragon fist, Xue Yueqing navigated through the tempestuous sea of thunder, propelled by the quintessence of elemental lightning. "Stay away!" the red-haired youth cried out in terror. Though he too was a prodigy, he was but a mere talent compared to a being capable of slaying saints. Xue Yueqing remained silent, yet his punches spoke volumes, an aura of terror emanating from him, the might of a dragon overwhelming the atmosphere. With a resounding thud, he sent the red-haired youth hurtling into the chaotic sea of thunder. The chaos erupted, and before the youth could utter a scream, he was obliterated. The cataclysmic tribulation far surpassing that of an ordinary saint. On the sun, several saints erupted in fury, heedless of the consequences, charging through the lightning sea with bloodshot eyes, desperate to vanquish Xue Yueqing. Yet, he did not acquiesce to their desires. Instead, he advanced towards one of the saints, intent on making a swift exit as his injuries worsened, but not before selecting a weaker saint to eliminate. The tribulation was monumental, unprecedented, engulfing the area in a terrifying deluge of lightning, rendering the outside world blind and mute to its fury. "I, the demon emperor," Xue Yueqing's voice, though soft, resonated like thunder, causing the very heavens to tremble. He welcomed the chaotic lightning, cleansing his tall, robust form, his body shimmering with radiant light. Even as flesh was torn and blood flowed, the incantation rejuvenated his wounds swiftly. In that moment, he resembled a sovereign of thunder, towering above, surveying the seven saints below. "Arrogance! How dare a mere mortal aspire to be emperor?" The seven sages erupted in furious exclamations. For the title of emperor is not one to be borne by just anyone. A mere child, who relied on heavenly tribulations to slay the divine scion of their lineage, was utterly unworthy of such a designation. Whether he is arrogant or not is beyond my concern. All I know is that I have dispatched one sage, several half-sages, and a worthless individual. Thus spoke Xue Yueqing softly. Boom! Xue Yueqing charged towards one of the severely wounded sages, his presence heralded by the descent of heavenly calamities preceding him. His fists surged with formidable might, terrifying rays of chaotic divine thunder accompanying his assault. Bang! Bang! The two figures clashed amidst the radiant tribulations, blood splattering amidst the tempest of lightning, flesh and bone flying as the struggle raged from one side to the other. Xue Yueqing's aura intensified while that of the sage diminished. At that moment, the entire northern domain was astounded. Simply gazing upward revealed a torrential downpour of tribulations, the dim sky flashing with bolts of lightning. Who could be undergoing such trials? Could it possibly be a great sage? Someone shouted in bewilderment. Countless cities lay shrouded beneath ominous clouds, the world seemingly engulfed in darkness, with only the thunder remaining. Amidst the chaos, figures could be glimpsed battling within the tempest of tribulations. The brilliance of the heavenly calamities rendered the scene indistinct, prompting cries of despair from those watching, blood tears streaming from their eyes. The clash of sages was a cataclysmic spectacle. A single drop of blood could obliterate a star, let alone a heavenly tribulation. Countless stars fell from beyond the realms, crashing into the earth of the northern domain. Ah! A heart-wrenching wail echoed from within the tribulations, heard by nearby cities, even causing some to bleed from their orifices in shock. Die! The myriad tribes heard an enraged roar, a dazzling fist of light erupting from the tribulations. 6 black holes devouring all energy, obliterating blood and flesh. Then, the onlookers beheld a youth clad in blood-red garments emerge from the tribulations, bearing the chaotic divine thunder as he retreated, occasionally struck by crimson lightning that sent him sprawling to the ground. Following this, the 9-5 tribulation, the 5-element catastrophe, and ominous heavenly trials rained down upon him without restraint. I. The onlookers were left speechless, their faces flushed with disbelief, unable to articulate their astonishment. If the two characters WC were to circulate through the trilogy, the beings within would surely find their burdens greatly alleviated. Seldom rendered speechless in shock. Who is that person who has slain the Blood Moon Scion, along with 2 sages and a host of half-sages? Someone cried out, their scalp tingling with fear, as they had witnessed the events unfold nearby. As Xue Yueqing and his companions fled from the city, others had already begun to follow. What? How could this be? Report to the higher-ups, stating that a prodigious genius has emerged in our northern domain, one who may surpass even those recently sealed divine science. That individual possesses a formidable vitality, imbued with a vast dragon's might. If I could capture him and refine elixirs, I might live for another 1,000 years. Even distill dragon blood to transcend into the next life, mused a gaunt elder, observing from the void. He gazed in the direction where Xue Yueqing had departed, his cracked lips stretching into a sinister grin, revealing a row of sharp teeth glistening with remnants of flesh. He had already perceived Xue Yueqing's grievous injuries, marked by numerous concealed wounds. Unbeknownst to him, others harbored ulterior motives regarding his fate. However, to preserve his life, he dashed into the depths of the Taichu ancient mine. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the void, serenely preparing to transcend the tribulation. His primordial spirit emerged, wielding a jade-green, celestial measuring rod, which he cast into the tempest of divine tribulation, inscribing his understanding of the Tao upon it. With an authoritative roar, his spirit faced the chaotic celestial lightning, beginning to draw in the torrential bolts, engulfing the radiant lightning above. His entire being became a conduit for the 9 heavens' thunder, as boundless lightning surged into his body. He adeptly executed his self-created blood-refining technique, utilizing the thunder as a colossal hammer, methodically tempering his sinews, flesh, bones, and cells. Each cell, imbued with the essence of stars, illuminated by the celestial light, radiated with boundless energy. His flesh gleamed, each inch resembling exquisite celestial gold, devoid of impurities. Further strengthened by the infusion of golden liquid and the essence of the human king, along with various rare treasures, rendering his physique comparable to that of a sage. While tribulation struck terror into the hearts of many, for Xue Yueqing, they were but opportunities to enhance his combat prowess. The tribulation came eagerly as his blood-refining technique continued to evolve, utilizing the thunderstorm to temper his true blood, indeed, the swiftest method. The electric light danced upon his white hair, and with each blink of his eyes, torrents of thunder erupted, his physique radiating brilliance surpassing that of the sun itself. He was neither a divine body nor a saintly form, merely an ordinary snow hare, devoid of the so-called lunar jade rabbit bloodline. His ascent to this point stemmed from a vast understanding and an indomitable spirit, alongside the aid of the demon godflower, which had enlightened him in the art of blood refinement. In his heart, he felt an emptiness, free from self and material, each tribulation serving as a rare baptism, transcending not only his body but also his consciousness and Tao. This time, a bold idea took root in his mind, to infuse chaotic energy into his true blood. The fusion of chaos and true blood, would it give rise to the first chaotic dragon that could split heaven and earth? Yet, it remained merely a thought, a seed planted within his heart, awaiting the day of its eventual blossoming. Chapter 31. Fame in the northern dipper Lu Yang and his companions tumbled from the spatial rift into a dense forest. Before their departure, they had prepared the cross-domain array platform. Bang! The 3 of them collapsed onto the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air, their chests heaving violently, occasionally coughing up blood intermingled with fragments of their internal organs. They were uncertain of the state of their leader. Lu Yang spoke weakly. Although they had sacrificed several sacred artifacts, the residual forces had still wreaked havoc on their insides, and their resources were dwindling. As they fled, they had witnessed Xue Yueqing and the saint battling fiercely against the heavenly tribulation, accompanied by anguished cries. Yet, in pursuit of a swift escape from the northern domain, they found themselves lost and unaware of their whereabouts. I have indeed experienced the allure of our leader. Mo Long coughed up more internal fragments, initially exhilarated by the thrill, believing it beneficial to his blade intent. Yet now, mere survival felt like a victory. He felt like an ill-fated soul trailing behind Xue Yueqing, bringing calamity wherever they went. Do you recall what our leader said at the primordial ancient mine? Xun Jian remained silent, quietly tending to his wounds, as was his nature. At that time, Xue Yueqing had speculated that they were at the primordial ancient mine, sharing tales of the Northern Dipper ancient star, a place said to be the final resting ground of ancient emperors, referred to as the burial star of emperors. Perhaps we shall behold the likenesses of the four of us in this place, Xun Jian suddenly remarked. Revenge never waits for the night. We must find a way to make them pay. 2 days later, Lu Yang and his companions had recovered some strength, capable of movement and combat once more. They altered their appearances and emerged from the forest, arriving before a grand city. Though the soldiers belonged to a unique race, their demeanor was far more amiable than that of the previous region. The city walls were black, exuding an oppressive aura, even drawing in starlight from beyond the realms. The walls stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal black dragon coiled in place, as if the city had been forged from celestial bodies of darkness. Once within the city, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with that of the northern domain. There was no bloodshed here. The streets bustled with activity, though the human populace was scant, overshadowed by humanoid beings. After several days of reconnaissance, they learned this place was called the Eastern Wasteland, the Central Imperial City. It was a dynasty constructed collaboratively by myriad races, with some human influence, yet the royal families held dominion, leaving humanity stripped of dignity. Only those with the lineage of great saints retained a semblance of respect. Fresh human females for sale. Only a flame stone for those exquisite legs. Slaves. A cart of slaves for a divine source. One can whimsically sever a leg in joy, or consume it in sorrow. Such abhorrent cries echoed incessantly, and upon entering the city, Lu Yang and Mo Long's expressions darkened, filled with despair. They had never anticipated that such a beautiful city could harbor such filth. Our leader once mentioned that the human race here consists of migrants from various ancient life stars. Regarded as outsiders, Lu Yang conveyed sorrowfully to Mo Long and Xun Jian. Though not of the human race, he possesses a commendable understanding of humanity. Despite the incessant turmoil among humans, there exist virtuous individuals. In the realm of Fusang, however, such circumstances are absent, while the human race lacks formidable beings akin to saints. They are not subjected to such degradation. Indeed, exceptional talents are courted by various powerful factions, unlike in this place where they are merely regarded as fodder for advancement. Given the prodigious talent of our leader, I believe he is destined to ascend, perhaps truly a peerless demon emperor, Lu Yang conveyed through thought. Do you think, should our leader ascend, he would alter this reality? Mo Long inquired. Whenever Xue Yueqing witnesses humans being treated as mere sustenance, he intervenes, as he did on Fusang. Xun Jian remarked wistfully. The first encounter with Xue Yueqing had ignited his martial spirit, yet after witnessing the battle amid the ZY starry sky, his perspective shifted. The recent calamity further highlighted the disparity. Nevertheless, he would still opt to engage in friendly sparring with him. Days passed, and indeed, as anticipated, their portraits adorned every street and alley, fueling discussions among myriad races, rekindling a glimmer of hope in the eyes of some humans. On the city walls, the images of Xue Yueqing and Lu Yang were displayed, emblazoned with the words wanted in blood-red letters, accompanied by a series of bounties. The rewards were substantial: a dragon-like demon, a golden crow, and 2 humans. Strength, path-severing clues, 5 source crystals, 15 divine sources, 1 holy scripture. Capture reward, 10 source crystals, 50 divine sources, the blood moon ancient scripture, for sacred weapons, potential marital alliance. Such bounties were exceedingly generous, including even the transmission of lineage techniques, which are typically not shared lightly, yet this occasion was an exception. Alas, your information is rather outdated. Just days ago, a significant earthquake struck the northern domain, and you must be aware of the blood moon divine son's brazen arrogance, which led him to provoke the wrong individuals. Not only did he meet his demise, but 2 saints also fell, and the count of fallen semi-saints was no more than a handful. What? A path-severing being could achieve such a feat? Witnesses recounted a bloodied figure in white battling 8 saints of the Blood Moon royal family amidst a storm of thunder, claiming the lives of 2. The scene was truly astonishing. The myriad races within the ancient city were left agape. The royal family is the second most powerful lineage extant, and without the imperial family, who could rival them? Lu Yang and his companions exchanged astonished glances, though they understood Xue Yueqing's capacity for slaying saints. To eliminate 2 in a single encounter was beyond comprehension. This was not merely a semi-saint, it transcended human limits, capable of shifting the stars and obliterating star systems. Now, Those 4 individuals were in grave peril. Inciting the wrath of the royal family is no trifling matter, and the entire world would offer them no refuge. Moreover, the allure of the bounty was too tempting to ignore. I too must embark on a search for them. Within the primordial ancient mind, Xue Yueqing resided in the central region. Initially positioned at the periphery of the forbidden zone, he encountered a cunning old man, whose treachery compelled him to reveal his true form. That gaunt old fellow is truly insidious. I cannot fathom how he managed to locate me. Xue Yueqing lamented that shortly after overcoming a calamity and while in the midst of recovering from his injuries and refining his path, he was suddenly pierced through the chest by a blade. At that moment, his wounds were rapidly healing, the hidden injuries had vanished, and his essence was replenishing. He resembled that elder from 2 days prior, appearing even mightier than a sage, undoubtedly a sage king. However, his celestial platform was riddled with cracks, and his primordial spirit emanated a stench of decay and death, rendering his strength insufficient to reach the pinnacle of a sage. Otherwise, he would have indeed ventured into the primordial ancient mind. He was acutely aware that during his battle with the elder, others were present, and his identity had surely been exposed. In the ensuing days, he engaged in fierce battles on the brink of life and death within the primordial ancient mind, honing his combat experience and refining his mastery over the Tao. As Xue Yueqing had surmised, his identity had indeed been revealed, gaining notoriety across the northern Dipper. Some ancient beings emerged from their seclusion, eager to refine Xue Yueqing's vitality and seek his ethereal azure gold. Yet, despite their relentless searches, they could not locate him. Some even resorted to waiting outside the ancient forbidden land for several months, only to depart without having seen a trace of him. Within a tavern of a colossal city, Liu Yang and his companions exchanged glances, recognizing that their leader's identity had been exposed and that they were now universally regarded as enemies. Perhaps we should embark on the trial road. Remaining here will only hinder our leader. If captured, we would undoubtedly be used to threaten him, stated Mo Long with a calm demeanor. Indeed, as long as we know our leader is alive, it suffices. Once he embarks on the path of emperorship, he is bound to unleash some events, and then we shall know he has arrived. Liu Yang concurred. In Fuso Star, he had merely been a burden. Every time they were pursued, he would slay a few foes and flee, unable to run fast himself, while Xue Yueqing moved with astonishing swiftness, outmaneuvering everyone. But, can our leader escape the Northern Dipper? Chun Jian hesitated, reluctant to address Xue Yueqing as leader, yet the title lingered in his mind, making him feel out of place if he refrained. Have you forgotten our leader's true form? He is a rabbit. When you were mortals, could you ever catch a rabbit? Liu Yang teased, admiring this aspect the most. Mo Long and Chun Jian shook their heads. In the following 2 months, they prepared numerous items and heard rumors about Xue Yueqing. Indeed, some had sought him out but were met with demise, while a sage emerged gravely injured. The royal clan, infuriated, aimed to capture Liu Yang and his companions to threaten Xue Yueqing, imposing the primal transformation realm in every city. Regardless of the being, they could discern his true form unless one possessed immense strength or a special secret technique. Otherwise, evasion from the mirror's reflection was impossible. Liu Yang and Mo Long found themselves pursued once more, now by a large contingent. They traversed regions such as the Western Desert, Southern Ridge, and Central Plains. Let us depart. We have gathered sufficient items. In a great mountain, Liu Yang lay on the ground, covered in blood. Mo Long produced a 5-meter-wide multicolored altar, crafted by the Blade Sovereign, containing coordinates leading to the path of emperorship. Boom. The ink dragon activated the multicolored altar, and the radiant hues propelled the 3 individuals through the void, leading them towards the imperial path. Meanwhile, Xue Yueqing was filled with elation, for he had stumbled upon an extraordinary location, a veritable opportunity. It was a place of a dark water pool and a vibrant crimson pond. He could sense an extraordinary aura emanating from the vicinity, a dense atmosphere of peril permeating the air. Yet, it was precisely this kind of environment he desired. To grow ever stronger, one must embrace such a treacherous realm. Chapter 32. Crucible of Despair. Within the ancient mind of Taichu, the sky was adorned with countless stars, illuminating the crimson earth beneath. Xue Yueqing felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the dark pool of water, accompanied by a disquieting palpitation. In this forbidden zone, even a great sage would suffer grievous injuries. It was as if an unparalleled monstrosity lurked beneath the several-meter-wide black pool, akin to a colossal beast with a gaping maw, waiting for Xue Yueqing to leap into its depths. Resolute, Xue Yueqing gritted his teeth and stepped forward. The black liquid surged with an eerie glow, transforming the atmosphere into one thick with malevolence and piercing cold. In pursuit of greater strength and the ultimate path to enlightenment, he was determined to press on. As his foot made contact with the black water, a hissing sound erupted, and his shoe was instantly corroded away. Strange, he thought, as he glanced down at his pristine foot, which began to decay at the point of contact with the dark water. No turning back now. With a fierce resolve, he leapt into the black pool. Contrary to expectations, there was no splash. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped him. Yet, as he submerged, a hissing sound echoed around him. The moment he plunged into the black water, his garments were swiftly eroded, and the dark liquid encased his alabaster form. Xue Yueqing grimaced, feeling an excruciating pain as the corrosive liquid tore at his skin, threatening to rend him asunder. Hissing, white smoke emanated from his body, the black liquid exhibiting a potent corrosive effect. He felt a tumult of emotions as his foot began to rot. Flesh and bone transformed into the black liquid. The transformation was horrific, and soon, his ankles vanished, reducing his lower legs to a puddle of black water. Xue Yueqing stifled a groan, enduring immense agony. An unimaginable torment as the black liquid consumed his flesh and even melted his bones. This torment quickly spread to his arms and body. Yet, he frantically activated his secret technique, attempting to mend his wounds and replenish the lost flesh, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Resolutely, he ceased the restoration of his flesh and instead concentrated his divine energy to protect his skeletal structure. This was a nearly frenzied trial and transformation, utilizing the external forces to obliterate his corporeal form and subsequently reconstruct it. Xue Yueqing's body, save for his head, had morphed into a stark white skeleton, bones shattered. He sat cross-legged within the black liquid, gritting his teeth, with droplets of blood seeping through his clenched jaws as he bore the immense suffering. It is worth noting that he now stood on par with saints, his physical form immensely powerful, rivaling even the legendary physiques. Yet, he could hardly endure for a mere moment before being obliterated. Damn it! Were it not for the pursuit of strength, who would willingly subject themselves to such grotesque torment? Xue Yueqing could not help but voice his thoughts. The black liquid was terrifying, imbued with an inexplicable force of destruction. 2 hours later. At long last, Xue Yueqing let out a blood-curdling scream, crawling and rolling onto the shore. Aside from his head, which was still flesh, the remainder of his body was nothing but decaying bones, devoid of any flesh. Were it not for a faint luminescence that enveloped him, he might have been reduced to nothing but a head. This black liquid was truly peculiar. Even his divine power could be eroded and transformed into that dark water. Xue Yueqing was astonished, having never before encountered such a substance, which had not been documented or explained. Boom. Xue Yueqing's entire being radiated light as he activated the secret art, swiftly mending his injuries. His blood surged, divine energy boiling, rapidly restoring his corporeal form, allowing muscle tissue and blood vessels to re-emerge beneath his head, along with his internal organs. Once his physical body was fully restored, he felt as if he were a popping bean, crackling as he underwent an arduous transformation, subtly reinforcing his physique. It appeared to be effective, yet the pain was excruciating. Recalling his previous plight, he couldn't help but grimace, realizing that this was indeed a momentous opportunity. This black liquid might possess the power to extinguish even a sage's existence. After a period of recuperation, he began to step once more into the black water pool. Aware that his divine power could not prevent the corrosive effects of the black water, but could only delay the rate of erosion. Over the following months, Xue Yueqing would often scream in agony, yet he found himself enduring for longer stretches, his physical form gradually growing stronger as it was tempered by the black water. Thus far, he had not dared to engage his primordial spirit with this pool of darkness. His divine power was reined in, merging with his corporeal form, surrendering to the relentless onslaught of the black liquid, which continued to sap his vitality and harm his body. Xue Yueqing was enduring a veritable hell of torment. The black liquid sporadically washed away chunks of his flesh, transforming them into the dark water. Even his blood dripping down became blackened. Boom. When Xue Yueqing could no longer endure, he would ascend ashore to recuperate, radiating brilliance, expending divine energy to shake off the black water, beginning to reconstruct his entire being, for he was currently but a skeletal frame, white and decayed. With a whoosh, a burst of crimson radiance surged forth. Emanating from within Xue Yueqing, his flesh slowly regenerating, his organs reforming. The secret art was pushed to its limits as he drew in streams of celestial starlight from beyond, refining his internal cells and illuminating his flesh with stellar brilliance. After a day and a night, Xue Yueqing emerged, his corporeal form aglow with celestial light. enveloped in a mist of luminosity, resembling one on the verge of ascension. His physique had indeed grown resilient, though not a complete rebirth. It was a significant enhancement after months of tempering. Perhaps if he could elevate his body to withstand the corrosive nature of the black water, he would be ready to break free. With his true form refined, the next step was to hone his inner self and primordial spirit. Xue Yueqing gazed expressionlessly at the black water pool, his willpower having received a monumental boost, particularly through this perilous endeavor. After a brief respite, Xue Yueqing once again commenced his self-torture, summoning a black liquid to the surface of his body, which cascaded over his flesh while simultaneously drawing upon the corrupting waters that eroded his true blood. Indeed, this ordeal was more harrowing than any before, nearly leading to his demise within, as his bones began to decay once more, and even his primordial spirit suffered the same fate. Thus, Xue Yueqing persevered, continually refining his essence, rendering his true form increasingly formidable, even in the absence of divine power. His corporeal body radiated with a luminous aura akin to that of precious gems. His blood coursed with resplendent divine light, as if a single drop could shatter a planet, powerful and awe-inspiring. In the ensuing days, Xue Yueqing lost count of how many times he had reshaped his physical form. His primordial spirit had rotted several times as well, yet fortunate were those mysterious fragments that safeguarded his essence. Countless times, he felt his entire being dim, his divine power teetering on the brink of depletion, leaving only his head suspended in midair, struggling to draw upon the cosmic essence to reconstruct his entire body. At long last, after 1 year and 2 months, Xue Yueqing's physical form ceased to be eroded by the black waters. It appeared he had transcended yet another boundary, becoming terrifyingly powerful. Although his internal realm did not elevate, his physique grew remarkably stronger, akin to a mortal undergoing a profound cleansing. With flowing white hair and a visage both handsome and martial, Xue Yueqing presented an intriguing blend of an imposing yet gentle elegance, embodying a contradictory aura. Dressed in garments as white as snow, his profound gaze surveyed the outside world before briefly lingering upon the nearby pool of crimson liquid. He was ready to emerge, intent on vanquishing those who sought his capture, particularly the younger generation of the royal clans. However, he understood that this was a time of great peril for all beings. The ancient races were notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty, and a hierarchy had been established among them, comprising the 10 royal families, the 10 bloodthirsty races, and a plethora of lesser factions. Nevertheless, Xue Yueqing had not offended the royal families. Thus, he deemed it unlikely that they would wield supreme weaponry against him. Yet, for the sake of prudence, he was on the verge of embarking upon the ancient trial road. Departing, he resolved never to return. Casting a glance at the nearby black pool and the crimson waters, he contemplated and then employed 2 grand cauldrons to collect the black water and the crimson liquid. Proceeding to exit directly, he wished to experience the allure of the red pool, yet time was of the essence. Xue Yueqing traversed the red sandy terrain, leaving behind the desolate expanse, which was riddled with numerous formations. Fortunately, his prior mastery of formations had not faltered, and even now he navigated them with ease. The prowess of the formations was unparalleled. Did one not witness Chu Luoli establishing formations across the myriad realms, piercing through the highlands? In the Taichu ancient mine. Upon hearing that Xue Yueqing had survived within, throngs of individuals flocked to the site. However, after nearly 2 years of waiting, most departed, leaving behind a contingent of soldiers for protection, including even a saint. Ah, do you truly believe Xue Yueqing is perished? Perhaps. I have heard that within the ancient mine lie the slumbering supremes, and considering the multitude that ventured inside, they should awaken the supremes. Alas, one wonders who shall ascend to royalty in this lifetime, especially with our royal scion sealed away. On the crimson expanse of the earth, a grand city has risen, constructed specifically by these individuals in anticipation of Xue Yueqing, whose value has soared. The current bounty has doubled, even tempting the Holy King to consider the prospect. Chapter 33. The moment of life and death upon the crimson expanse of the primal ancient mine. Xue Yueqing stood with his white hair cascading over his shoulders, his countenance stern. Clad in obsidian battle armor and wielding a black spear, he was surrounded by a myriad of corpses. Towering beasts, as large as mountains, lay slain, their blood staining the ground, while the air was thick with the scent of death. Xue Yueqing's armor, once black, had turned scarlet, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to rend the heavens as a malevolent energy swept across the realm. You cannot escape, Xue Yueqing, a frail elder, collapsed in a pool of blood, bellowed in horror. Despite possessing the strength of a peak sage, He found himself powerless against this youth on the precipice of becoming a half-saint. The Silver Moon clan Xue Yueqing coldly regarded the fallen elder. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across his face, his left cheek smeared with red blood and white brain matter, his white hair now dampened, exuding a pungent metallic scent. As the elder beheld Xue Yueqing's grin, a chill ran down his spine, an ominous premonition enveloping him. He shouted, "Just wait, unless you never step foot outside. There will be no sanctuary for you in this world, not even among the royal families. Then I shall cleanse the realm of all cultivators below the status of your saint kings." Xue Yueqing replied coldly, instantly appearing beside the elder, delivering a devastating dragon punch. Boom. The elder, drained of all strength and resources, could only watch helplessly as the golden fist loomed larger in his sight. Bang. His head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Blood and gray matter sprang 3 meters away, as if the heavens unleashed a rain of blood. Flesh and bone disintegrated into fragments. A dreadful killing intent piercing through the elder's essence, transforming him into a cascade of light. Surrounded by corpses and shattered remains, Xue Yueqing remained motionless in the blood-soaked ground. His once white hair now entirely stained crimson, a dense malevolence emanating from his being. It had been 2 months since he had left the abyss of the ancient mine, and he was aware that Lu Yang and the others had been gone for over 2 years. After emerging from the ancient mine, he had frequently encountered various clans seeking him, often organized into teams, each accompanied by 2 sages. He had lost count of how many teams he had decimated. Fortunate that his own physique had undergone significant enhancement. It is time to depart. Xue Yueqing knew that many awaited him outside the primal ancient mine. A realization gleaned from his slaughter of those royal families and their consciousnesses. The Beidou Star domain was replete with resources and techniques. He could not afford to neglect their acquisition. The secrets of weaponry, the secrets of combat, the source heavenly tome, and the methods of various royal clans. A faint smile graced his lips. Although he did not know the precise locations of these techniques, it did not deter his pursuit. He coveted even the ancient enlightenment tree atop the Undying Mountain, as well as the incomplete holy spirits in the celestial tiers of green gold. 1 year later, Xue Yueqing emerged from the primal ancient mine, having slain countless foes along his path, rendering the heavens and earth pale. The entire northern domain resembled a hellish landscape, the crimson earth soaked in blood, and the ground littered with bones, remnants of his relentless campaign. He charged towards the domain of the royal clans, unleashing the remnants of a cataclysmic battle that decimated one ancient clan after another. The Blood Moon clan quaked in fear at his approach, prompting a great sage to pursue him personally, though ultimately, the endeavor came to naught. Now, even the semi-saints dare not hunt him down, and the saints themselves have been rendered fearful. His mastery of the ice and snow path has frozen entire cities in their tracks, with a mere snap of his fingers. An entire metropolis was reduced to nothing but dust scattered across the heavens and earth. This confrontation compelled dozens of great sages to unite, wielding quasi-imperial artifacts in their relentless pursuit of Xue Yueqing. This time, his demise seemed inevitable. Even the great sages had joined the fray, and it was hard to imagine his survival. Should he escape once more, they would have no choice but to summon the imperial clan. Someone in their hearts sneered at the thought. Xue Yueqing was indeed formidable, extinguishing the brilliance of the world's prodigies, even when our clan's Saint King intervened. He merely inflicted grave wounds before Xue Yueqing managed to flee. During the battle at Blue Spirit Lake, he annihilated all the prodigies of the Blue Spirit clan, including semi-saints and saints, forcing the clan's ancestral patriarch to emerge from seclusion, wielding a quasi-imperial artifact in pursuit of Xue Yueqing. This time, his fate appeared sealed. A consortium of royal clans gnashed their teeth at Xue Yueqing, their animosity reaching an irreconcilable peak, longing to consume his flesh and drink his blood. A peerless fiend. He is the first of his kind since the Emperor established the ancient Golden Age. Such unparalleled elegance. If only he were of the human race, we might have hope. Rumors of activity from the dragon nest circulate, though their authenticity remains uncertain. Some among the human race felt invigorated, while others expressed concern, and many dismissed it altogether, believing Xue Yueqing to be too arrogant for provoking the bloodthirsty royal clans. As for Xue Yueqing, he was presently entangled in a perilous fight for survival, enduring the gravest injuries he had ever sustained. His consciousness waned, and he could only rely on instinct to escape. Despite the relentless slaying of his foes and the bountiful spoils he amassed, including the coveted military secret inscribed on a wall, he meticulously committed its mysteries to memory amidst his flight. He also gathered a plethora of resources from various saints, carving a bloody path with his formidable physique, inspiring awe among the younger generation of sovereigns. In the East Wilderness, within a dense forest, Xue Yueqing's skull lay shattered, his form smeared in blood. His features were obscured, white hair matted together, and his black armor lay in tatters, revealing the stark white of his bones, blood seeping from wounds across his shoulders and arms. Coughing violently, he expelled fragments of his internal organs. Using a black spear to prop himself up, blood streamed from his armor into the ground, where it pooled and formed a chasm. His primordial spirit was riddled with cracks. Even his celestial platform shattered. Xue Yueqing murmured, his consciousness fading, as the world around him spun chaotically. Helpless, he had unleashed every last resort against the overwhelming assault of the great sages wielding quasi-imperial artifacts, sacrificing all his holy weapons, damaged quasi-imperial relics, and countless royal-grade armaments in a cataclysmic self-detonation. Yet, an assault capable of annihilating any life-bearing planet was effortlessly thwarted, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Boom. From behind, an extraordinarily brilliant beam of divine light surged towards Xue Yueqing, piercing through all, leveling the dense forest into a barren wasteland, where graves emerged upon the desolate expanse. Splatter. The terrifying divine radiance pierced through Xue Yueqing's body, propelling him several thousand meters away and carving a deep crimson trench into the desert. Bang! His form exploded. Myriad terrifying runes of the laws wreaking havoc amidst his scattered flesh and blood. However, as the bearer of the secret script, he swiftly recuperated from his injuries. Xue Yueqing stood tall, grasping a long spear, his complexion strikingly pale, his lips devoid of color, yet his expression remained fearless, resolutely straightening his back as he gazed towards the direction from which the divine light approached. The entire world fell into silence. The dim, yellowed sky brimmed with a sense of slaughter, and the once verdant forest abruptly transformed into a wasteland, with all existence extinguished. Such is the terror of a battle among the mighty. Some at the dragon transformation realm or formidable demons suffered from unprovoked calamities. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps resonated through the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, the entire realm froze. Even the void beside Xue Yueqing became solidified, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In the somber, cloud-laden sky, desolate divine light illuminated the barren desert, casting its glow upon Xue Yueqing's pale, defiant visage, while the black spear dripped with blood, shimmering with a fearsome luster. On the dim horizon, a dozen figures emerged slowly, each accompanied by a formidable aura of blood and a fearsome might that shaded the sun and the moon, colossal beasts eclipsing the sky, plunging the entire realm into darkness. A dozen indistinct silhouettes loomed in the firmament, arms crossed, gazing down upon Xue Yueqing. Though their features were obscured, one could sense the disdain and mockery in their gazes. Xue Yueqing, spear in hand, stood resolutely upon the desert, unyielding in the face of adversity. Despite his pallor, he emanated an aura of unparalleled valor, his right hand raised, aiming the spear at the throats of the dozen great saints, the cold gleam of the spear radiating ominously. You've dispatched the lesser, and now the elder arrives. Vanquish the elder, and yet an even older foe appears. One must admit, you are indeed worthless. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call you the rodent clan rather than a royal lineage, Xue Yueqing coldly remarked, refusing to yield even now. Xue Yueqing, one must say, you are truly remarkable. Had you a guardian, you might have attained enlightenment in this era. Alas, what a pity. Perhaps you could serve as my servant, and I might consider granting you a sliver of mercy. A shadowy figure proposed, their voice aged and weathered, reminiscent of a nonagenarian speaking. They wielded a fan, emanating a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding void to tremble and shatter. Xue Yueqing fixed his gaze upon the fan, instantly realizing that had it not been for this formidable and mysterious artifact, he would have long since fled. Alas, this fan was exceedingly powerful and enigmatic, with a gentle flap capable of appending the entire realm. With the form of a snow hare, I have reached this juncture. Had I not arrived at our ancient star? Perhaps you would have indeed attained enlightenment. Such is the will of fate, it desires your demise. A figure, obscured in features, emerged, hands clasped behind their back, gazing down upon Xue Yueqing with an air of superiority. They were in no rush to eliminate him. After all, it was their first encounter with such an extraordinary being, and they wished to observe him further. Moreover, they coveted Xue Yueqing's blood refinement technique. After all, what folly it would be to admit that a multitude of great saints could not vanquish a single fully fledged monarch. Fate, you say? Ha! Were I at the great saint level, slaying you would be as effortless as dispatching a chicken. Xue Yueqing spoke coldly. With his imminent ascent to the semi-saint realm, he could effortlessly slay saints, capable of withstanding a few breaths against a monarch, and had managed to evade a group of over 10 great saints for 2 entire days. Along the way, he had slaughtered numerous races, targeting royal lineages without hesitation, for enmity had already been established, and as for divine retribution, he welcomed it with open arms. As for his bloodthirst, that was a jest. These races were the most bloodthirsty and murderous, and he was merely fighting for survival. Perhaps. The great saints did not dispute this, for in their eyes, Xue Yueqing indeed possessed the power to slay them as easily as one would a chicken. Alas. There was no what if. Kill him, or risk unforeseen consequences. A renowned great saint spoke with indifference, and as he did, a colossal palm descended from the heavens, obscuring the sky. Boom. Merely the aura of a saint caused Xue Yueqing's body to crack. The impending attack had not yet arrived. Yet its mere presence shattered the desolate land, the very heavens lamenting beneath the might of a great saint's full strike. Crack. The black spear in his hand shattered under the immense pressure. Though it was not forged from celestial gold, it had been his companion for many years. A treasure unearthed from a secret realm within the ancient demon world. The blow from the great saint rendered Xue Yueqing as insignificant as an ant before a mountain. Akin to a mortal facing a natural disaster. Is this the chasm of disparity? Xue Yueqing strained to lift his gaze toward the heavens. Yet the entire sky remained devoid of light, an impenetrable darkness enveloping him. He could not see his own hand before him, the surrounding void thick like ink. With a sorrowful smile, he produced a doll resembling Bai Yao, gently caressing its head. He sighed softly, murmuring, "In the end, I am not the true unparalleled demon emperor. I am but an ordinary traveler. I fear I must take my leave ahead of time. From the moment I arrived in this world, it has already begun to change." Xue Yueqing had always believed himself to be the Xue Yueqing of the original narrative, but only now did he realize that with his arrival, history would be altered. Perhaps the world would lose an unparalleled demon emperor, or perhaps he would be the first demon emperor to breach the celestial domain. With the assault of over 10 great saints, he saw no glimmer of hope. Such was the plight of a rogue without backing. Nevertheless, even so, I shall not yield. Xue Yueqing gritted his teeth and shouted, a surge of icy white flames igniting around him, a solitary beacon of light amidst the darkness. My blood, my path and law, my form and spirit, my primordial essence, burn bright. Xue Yueqing bellowed, utterly consumed by madness, as he ignited everything that could be transformed into battle prowess. Even the essence of his very life. A resounding roar erupted. A resolute will surge forth from him, engulfing his being in a blazing inferno. The solitary radiance illuminating the vast expanse of the world and casting light upon the exalted great saints above. Like a moth drawn to the flame, he wielded the celestial measuring rod and charged towards the colossal hand that obscured the heavens. In the dimly lit cosmos, a silvery gleam surged towards the pitch-black sky, colliding with the ashen giant hand. Chapter 34. Survived. Xue Yueqing was engulfed in a tempest of blazing Dao fire, his entire being ablaze with silver flames. Akin to a torrential flood cascading down a mountainside, overwhelming and boundless. He endured immense suffering, his once robust physique transforming into a gaunt shell of bones, his body emaciated. Every inch of his flesh burned as all his cells unleashed their utmost potential, igniting in the flames of his anguished sea. While an extraordinary vision of a true dragon arose amidst the chaos. Indeed, such resolve is worthy of our admiration. Even in death, you shall be remembered by future generations. The great saints spoke in astonished tones, their voices chilling and cutting. Dripping with scorn as they observed Xue Yueqing flinging himself into the flames like a moth to the fire. To burn oneself entirely for a fleeting surge of power, rivaling that of the Saint Kings, one remarked coldly. Boom. Xue Yueqing wielded the celestial measuring rod, piercing through the void and tearing apart space itself. Chaos erupting as silver flames blazed through the heavens, causing distant stars to tumble from the sky. He collided with the massive black hand, and in an instant, the world fell silent, all sound extinguished. With a thunderous roar, an immense blast erupted, causing the entire eastern wilderness to tremble and crack. As if the very fabric of creation was being torn apart, the unleashed energy swept through surrounding cities, reducing them to mere dust of history. A brilliant light exploded. A blinding divine radiance soaring into the sky, visible even from far-off regions like Zhengzhou, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Xue Yueqing roared, his withered body seemingly propping up the heavens. The divine prohibition was triggered, and he pierced through the colossal palm, yet it was merely a superficial breach. The chasm between the great saints and the path of severance was as distant as a mortal's aspiration to reach the other shore. In the blink of an eye, he plummeted, his form disintegrating in an explosion of flesh and blood. Bang! The gigantic hand descended upon Xue Yueqing, crushing him into the ground. The desolate landscape transformed into a chasm thousands of meters deep, reducing him to a mere puddle of mud, his soul fragmented. As the energy aftershocks dissipated, the world regained its brilliance, a mournful breeze stirring the swirling dust, revealing a gaping abyss measuring tens of thousands of meters. Is he dead? A great saint remarked icily, his frigid gaze fixed upon the depths of the chasm, where fragments of golden essence lay scattered. Ah, he is still alive, truly incredible. He withstood my full force and yet remains. Another great saint voiced his astonishment. At the bottom of the abyss, the golden shards of essence began to slowly coalesce. Streams of radiant light rising. Moments later, a fist-sized Xue Yueqing, eyes closed, sat cross-legged in the void. Surrounding him, rivers of blood energy emerged, forming vast oceans that began to converge beside his golden essence. Xue Yueqing desperately activated his secret techniques, unwilling to surrender. He had yet to experience the pinnacle of splendor. Nor had he witnessed the despair of great battles or the prayers and tremors of myriad beings. Possessing unparalleled insight, he comprehended all hidden truths. His heart yearning for the celestial battlefield, for he was not the Xue Yueqing of the original tale. Boom! As the radiant light of Xue Yueqing erupted, a series of ethereal glimmers rose, enveloping him in a divine aura. His form began to rejuvenate, and he abruptly opened his eyes, which shone with an intensity that pierced the heavens. Yet, his body was gaunt and frail, his cultivation nearly extinguished, rendering him exceedingly weak, unable to withstand the overwhelming energy and the ferocity of battle. What should he do? Was he destined to face the tribulation of a half-saint? In his current state, he was certain he would not survive. Despair enveloped Xue Yueqing. The divine power within him had withered, and even his celestial platform showed signs of fracture. A year prior, he had been on the brink of ascension to half-saint, yet he yearned to transcend amidst the celestial path, for there were advantages to facing tribulation at such heights. However, now devoid of divine energy, even if he summoned a heavenly tribulation, the great saints could easily evade it, while he would merely lie on the ground, a victim to the fateful strikes. Suddenly, a colossal foot descended upon Xue Yueqing. From the skies, a middle-aged man in his 50s gazed coldly at the pit where Xue Yueqing lay, saying nothing, and simply brought his foot down, overwhelmed by despair. Xue Yueqing had exhausted all his trump cards, his essence was damaged, and even rising to his feet was a monumental task. He could only recline in the charred abyss, watching the titanic foot approach. Death, it seemed, would be a mere slumber. He closed his eyes. Had he possessed even a flicker of divine energy, he would have fought back, but now he was bereft of strength. Memories flooded his mind. From the moment of his crossing, he had diligently cultivated, entering the celestial realms, mastering various survival techniques, exploring secret domains, hunting prodigies for resources, and dabbling in archaeology. From the four polar realms, he had been relentlessly pursued, through the trials of the second tribulation, until he encountered Bai Yao, achieving tranquility for 8 years before venturing forth again. He had never rested, driven by the desire to attain enlightenment, to reach the celestial domain, and to assist the man who had dammed the spring waters. Had the original Xue Yueqing been in the ancient demon realm, he would have garnered the attention of numerous powerful factions, bypassing the trials of the heavenly demon pass, and instead, being directly transported to the strongest ancient path via formations. Alas, he had antagonized every faction in the ancient demon realm in pursuit of techniques and resources. Far from the unparalleled demon emperor of the original tale, everything changed the moment he arrived. The sensation of death loomed closer, and in that moment, time seemed to slow. The sky plunged into silence. Suddenly, a brilliant dark light erupted from within Xue Yueqing, and the world fell silent, even eliciting gasps from the outside. A booming resonance echoed, shaking the very fabric of existence, as an unparalleled imperial might envelop the realm, inciting terror among onlookers. Upon hearing the commotion, Xue Yueqing opened his eyes, momentarily stunned, before a warm current surged through him. There, a spectral figure stood in the heavens, delivering a single, devastating blow that shattered the colossal foot and even pierced the great sage. The apparition resembled an elderly man, radiating the imperial authority that emanated from him. The elder turned, smiling warmly at Xue Yueqing, and remarked, "Ah, I thought you had perished. How fortunate that I arrived just in time." The figure that approached was none other than Gut Song, or rather, an incarnation of him. He imprinted this incarnation upon a piece of warm jade belonging to Xue Yueqing, who was currently facing a life-and-death crisis, prompting his automatic emergence. Xue Yueqing's emaciated body resembled that of a zombie, with hollow cheeks and a withered countenance. He managed a faint smile and weakly uttered, "Old man, thank you." "Stop smiling. You look like a corpse." Gutsong shuddered slightly. Though he was not in his true form, he felt an unsettling chill. The sight of Xue Yueqing in such a dreadful state was truly terrifying. His entire desiccated body was cracked, reminiscent of decaying wood, and his smile was anything but reassuring. "Who are you?" A dozen great saints sensed impending doom, their scalps prickling with fear as they felt the weight of Gutsong's incarnation's gaze, which bore an aura of death. "Chasing after a junior. I cannot fathom how you have reached this level of cultivation. You seem to be worsening by the day," Gutsong remarked, shaking his head. In that moment, Gutsong ceased to speak. His incarnation could not maintain its presence for long and immediately launched an assault. There was no fierce confrontation, only an overwhelming suppression. Gutsong unleashed an even more formidable giant palm, regarding the dozen great saints with the disdain one might reserve for ants, and swept his hand. With a hum, the order of the Tao descended, saturating the entire realm with an oppressive imperial might that even stirred some forbidden zones. As a quasi-emperor of the 6th level, exterminating great saints was as effortless as squashing ants. Although his incarnation possessed merely 1/10 of his true power, it was still beyond the capabilities of the great saints. "Activate the quasi-emperor forbidden artifact." One of the great saints roared, pouring all their divine energy into a fan. In an instant, the mysterious quasi-emperor forbidden artifact awakened, surging forth like a vast ocean, causing even the great saints to involuntarily retreat, unable to withstand the approaching divine might. The fan emitted a soft chime, radiating brilliant light as 5 divine bird phantoms erupted from it, each exuding a terrifying aura that rivaled that of a quasi-emperor. A chaotic gale, reminiscent of a cosmic river, surged forth as the dozen great saints collaborated to wield the fan. With a thunderous roar as the fan swung, the entire void shattered extensively, revealing the profound starry sky beyond, as the stars from the outer realms exploded and the chaotic gale swept across the world. Gutsong merely glanced disdainfully at the fan, scoffing, "Even with its master present, death awaits." He then conjured an energy shield that enveloped the prostrate Xue Yueqing, extending a hand towards the fan. In an instant, a colossal gray finger pierced through, manifesting boundless laws as chaos enveloped the scene. This finger, akin to a pillar supporting the heavens, seemed poised to breach the celestial domain with overwhelming might. With a resounding crash, the finger collided with the fan, unleashing 2 torrents of terrifying power that swept across the eastern wasteland, plunging its inhabitants into dread. Gutsong furrowed his brow, observing the unscathed quasi-emperor artifact, then glanced towards a direction before fixing his gaze upon the dozen great saints. Turning back to Xue Yueqing, he declared, "Kid, watch closely. This punch will avenge you." The ancient warehouse lay in tranquil repose as Gutsong slowly raised his fist. In that ephemeral moment of his clenched hand, the very fabric of the heavens and earth dimmed, and an exquisite radiance erupted from his fist, illuminating the myriad realms and piercing the celestial expanse. Xue Yueqing's eyes sparkled with divine light as she activated her martial eye, earnestly observing the profundities of this punch. The atmosphere resonated with an enigmatic rhythm of the Tao, as she etched the principles and the essence of the fist into her heart, imprinting intricate patterns into her mind. With a fierce determination, Gutsong bellowed, "To battle heaven and earth." His long-accumulated power surged forth as he unleashed his fist with a thunderous crash. The very ground trembled beneath the might of his blow, sending shockwaves across the vast expanses of the eastern wilderness, northern domain, southern ridge, and central continent. This strike seemed to shatter the gates of the celestial realm. An unparalleled terror unleashed. With a resounding boom, silence enveloped the aftermath. Dozens of mighty saints were instantaneously reduced to ashes, their cries stifled before they could even escape their lips. Clad in divine strength, Gutsong swiftly carried Xue Yueqing away. Chapter 35. Healing and Enlightenment. Within the tomb of the Emperor Star, the figure of Gutsong grew increasingly ethereal. Accompanied by Xue Yueqing, he traversed through space, his gaze darting about as he occasionally approached the entrances of hidden realms. Yet, sensing the precariousness of their situation, he meticulously erased their traces along the way, extinguishing any lingering auras. "Youngster, what mischief have you been up to warrant being pursued by over a dozen great saints? If it weren't for my timely intervention, you would have surely perished." Gutsong chattered incessantly, one hand gripping Xue Yueqing, whose form resembled that of a withered, decaying tree. "I had no choice. Xue Yueqing replied helplessly, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of a grinding stone rasping against his throat. The myriad races of the tomb of the Emperor Star are all tyrannical. They seek to refine me upon sight, and covet my ethereal jade. The tomb of the Emperor Star, Gutsong murmured, casting a sympathetic glance at Xue Yueqing. Even in his youth, when he roamed the ancient paths, he had never set foot on this accursed star. As he approached the threshold of quasi-emperor status, he could feel the oppressive presence of imperial auras in the outer realms, akin to ravenous wolves awaiting the arrival of sheep to slaughter. Just now, I sensed 3 formidable auras akin to my own, Gutsong continued. They must be weapons. If they were living beings, they would have caught up to us by now. By the way, old man, when did you come to reside within me? Xue Yueqing inquired, perplexed. You chose to reveal yourself just as I was on the verge of exhaustion. At the moment you embarked on the ancient path, a fragment of my true spirit attached itself to a shard of divine jade within you, remaining dormant until the brink of life and death, Gutsong explained. He and Xue Yueqing traversed the entirety of the northern Dipper Star domain, encountering countless secret realms along the way. However, Gutsong remained unsatisfied and continued his search. 2 days later, Gutsong led Xue Yueqing to a hidden chaotic microcosm. He lingered at the entrance for quite some time, glancing at Xue Yueqing, hesitating to speak. Speak your mind, old man, Xue Yueqing urged calmly. After 2 days of healing, he had regained half of his divine power. Yet his body remained immobile due to the damage to his essence. Venturing into this chaotic microcosm may entail danger, but it also harbors opportunities. The choice is yours, Gutsong stated. He recalled how he had once led Xue Yueqing into this chaotic realm during his transformation into a dragon, a thought that elicited both amusement and a pang of guilt, as he remembered Xue Yueqing emerging with remarkable brilliance and unparalleled martial arts. Knowing he had wronged Xue Yueqing, he felt too embarrassed to claim any of his newfound treasures. Very well, what choice do I have? Xue Yueqing murmured softly. He truly felt he had no alternatives. Once he had sufficiently healed, he intended to journey down the ancient path of the human race, yearning to escape this sinister place and return when his powers reached their zenith to exact vengeance upon his adversaries. Gutsong nodded, supporting Xue Yueqing with one hand, his eyes revealing a profound mystery as countless runes flickered within their depths. Within the chaotic microcosm, terrifying formations enveloped the small world, chaos surging forth. And countless bolts of lightning danced about, with brilliant symbols glimmering like metal. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy assailed them, transforming into a rain of essence. And the entire realm exuded a fragrant aroma. The small world is not dilapidated. Rather, it teems with vitality, where ancient trees tower majestically and majestic mountains stretch endlessly, with rivers of stars flowing into its embrace. Within this chaotic realm, there exist many dilapidated and collapsed structures, yet no living soul is to be found, enveloped in silence. Gutsong accompanied Xue Yueqing to a crystal-clear emerald stream, and with a wave of his hand, a bamboo cottage materialized beside the brook. With another gesture, a great formation enveloped the surrounding area for miles. His ethereal form began to wane, and Gutsong gazed at Xue Yueqing, saying, "Young one, my incarnation is on the verge of dissipating. I shall impart some secret arts to you." Upon finishing his words, he placed his ethereal finger upon Xue Yueqing's cracked and parched forehead, as verses of scripture flowed into Xue Yueqing's mind through his touch. Techniques such as the earth-shifting art, the heaven-defying fist, and the one finger of heaven and earth. In addition to these martial arts, he also utilized his divine power to help Xue Yueqing mend the injuries within his Tao and the damaged celestial platform. Xue Yueqing closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently absorbing the profound essence of the techniques. Warm currents coursed through his body, and the shattered celestial platform began to restore itself. After a long while, he opened his eyes, gazing at Gutsong before him. "Old man, rest assured. Should I attain enlightenment, I shall seal you and bring you into the realm of immortals." Xue Yueqing spoke earnestly, confident that having survived, his strength had greatly increased, and his Tao was advancing. "Get lost. Let us see if you can survive first," Gutsong chuckled, then gradually faded away, transforming into a shower of light that dissipated into the air. Xue Yueqing watched the vanishing light for a long time in silence, then retrieved a collection of storage devices from the Sea of Suffering. These were the spoils of his year-long slaughter, space rings worn by the beings he had slain, containing either divine essence or martial arts and divine medicines. He extracted numerous divine essences and various divine medicines, selecting those that were over 10,000 years old. He then produced a massive black cauldron, poured in some spiritual spring water, and added countless ancient divine medicines to begin the refining process. Within the black cauldron, it was as if the gates of the immortal realm had swung open, with boundless and unparalleled spiritual energy permeating the air, divine radiance illuminating the surroundings, and colorful mists swirling in a magnificent display. The entire area was graced by a downpour of 9-colored rain, a result of the excessively rich divine essence, enveloping the place in a fog reminiscent of ethereal vapors. The harmonious sounds of dragons and phoenixes resonated as sacred beasts roared, and within the cauldron, indistinct sounds of Tao echoed, reminiscent of the primordial sermon at the dawn of creation. Wisdom tea? Xue Yueqing pondered, gazing at the small cauldron of tea leaves in his hand, feeling as though he possessed many such treasures. He retrieved several leaves, some resembling weapons and others reminiscent of living beings, each leaf infused with a mysterious aura, embodying the essence of Tao. These were relics left behind by ancient saints or young sovereigns who had recently risen to prominence. Xue Yueqing was aware that the undying mountain harbored a tree of enlightenment and knew that this particular tree had been brought from another realm by the emperor of the wasteland. Until now, he had yet to taste the wisdom tea. This time, he was determined to savor it. In a chaotic yet serene little world, ethereal mists rise gently as a great sun hangs majestically in the sky, casting warm rays upon the verdant woods, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within the heart. Xue Yueqing placed dozens of Tao tea leaves into a vessel, igniting the Tao fire to slowly brew the tea. Soon, fragrant wisps began to waft forth, enchanting the senses and elevating Xue Yueqing's spirit into an ethereal state, as if the essence of life had rejuvenated his very being. After a year of relentless slaughter, extinguishing countless races and carving bloody paths, his aura was laden with the weight of death. Thus, he sought to purify his murderous intent, striving to return to a state of transcendence. After a considerable time, the tea was ready, revealing delicate threads of ethereal mist that danced above the cup, shrouding the tea leaves in an ancient and obscure enchantment. Upon seeing the tea was brewed, Xue Yueqing first discarded his garments and, holding the vessel reminiscent of a teapot, stepped into the colossal cauldron, a wave of comfort escaping his lips, evoking fantasies in those who might listen. Leaning against the great cauldron, he closed his eyes, lifted the teapot, and took a deep sip of the Tao tea. The exquisite aroma filled his mouth, and he experienced a unique tranquility as even after years of carnage, his heart found peace. In that instant, he transcended into a state of enlightenment, merging with the essence of the universe. The world around him became hazy, and auspicious energy surged forth from all directions. He became oblivious to everything else, immersed in the rhythm of the Tao, feeling the treasures and divine spirits within him intertwining with the flow of the Tao. Xue Yueqing's mind grew increasingly serene, his body emanating a gentle luminescence, as latent potentials awakened to mend the wounds of his essence. Within the cauldron, divine herbs and various celestial treasures assisted his healing, flowing through his pores and beginning to restore his original self. His body radiated a resplendent glow, pulsating with luminescence. The once withered flesh visibly regained its fullness. Xue Yueqing's pores opened wide, actively absorbing the medicinal powers while he practiced the secret of blood refinement. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from him, a powerful aura surged, shaking the very space around him, its strength intensifying, threatening to break free. However, Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow, realizing a breakthrough at this moment could lead to premature demise. As the terrifying heavenly tribulation awaited, not only would healing be impossible, but should he be discovered again, he would have no protector. He suppressed the urge to break through, the medicinal power enveloping him in a sacred brilliance, extraordinarily vibrant. Xue Yueqing closed his eyes to heal, occasionally savoring the sweet Tao tea, which was utterly enchanting. Within him lay the remnants of the great sage's laws, mingled with the hidden wounds accumulated over the year. He sensed the sage's laws stirring within his meridians. Yet they were merely laws, once comprehended, that could be extinguished. For a year, he had been relentlessly pursued, with no time for healing or clearing the remnants of adversarial laws within him. Now, however, these remnants provided an inexplicable benefit, allowing him to replenish the parts he had burned away. Chapter 36. The Chaotic Little World. In the chaotic little world, ethereal spiritual energy permeates the atmosphere, with rosy clouds billowing and celestial mists swirling around. Towering mountains rise majestically towards the heavens, resembling formidable swords. Countless forests stand tall amidst the ruins of collapsed palaces, remnants of a war steeped in blood and fire. Adjacent to the crumbling structures lies an expanse of charred earth, while the palatial remnants bear scars of blades. With the lingering essence of combat still palpable, occasionally, colossal beasts roam the land, capable of crushing mountains with a mere step. Xue Yueqing, clad in a white garment as pure as snow, with silver hair gathered neatly, possesses a serene and ethereal visage. At this moment, he sits beside a tranquil stream, holding a fishing rod. Suddenly, he senses something amiss and swiftly lifts the rod. The placid waters churn violently as Xue Yueqing pulls with determination. With a powerful flick, a magnificent golden fish arcs gracefully into the air. This golden fish appears to be several dozen meters long, its eyes enormous like lanterns, exuding a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. As it opens its mouth, rows of pristine, sharp teeth emerge, stained with remnants of flesh. At last, I have caught you. A faint smile graces Xue Yueqing's lips. 2 years have passed since he began his journey of healing and enlightenment, during which he has shed his murderous aura, transforming into a figure akin to an immortal, ethereal and unparalleled. Over these 2 years, his cultivation has advanced, and he has traversed the expanse of this chaotic realm, discovering that its inhabitants possess an insatiable thirst for blood, almost devoid of spirit. Yet, with the majesty of a dragon, he remains undisturbed by the ferocious beasts. Under the blazing sun, the spiritual energy diffuses, enveloping the entire world in mist. Beside the serene stream, Xue Yueqing cooks the golden fish's flesh in a large cauldron. Once I finish this fish, it is time to explore the ruins, he murmurs, for he perceives this world to be extraordinarily ancient, as if it has survived from a primordial age. Amidst the charred ruins, Xue Yueqing treads upon the scorched ground, surrounded by remnants of walls and collapsed palaces. A grim and oppressive atmosphere envelopes him. This place has witnessed a cataclysmic battle. The lingering battle intent still emanates, a faint yet formidable aura that speaks of relentless blades and swords. Not far off, he spots a pristine white structure still standing, safeguarded by a faint energy. As he approaches, the ground is littered with various skeletal remains. Some belong to human beings, while others are unrecognizable, shrouded in an eerie black mist that rises ominously from the earth. At last, he arrives before the building, a 5-story tower crafted from an unknown divine jade, emanating an inexplicable luminescence, enveloped in a soft golden sheen, appearing fragile to the touch. The tower bears no distinctive markings, not even a name, yet it is remarkably well preserved. Xue Yueqing reaches out to touch the golden barrier, only to discover it is on the verge of collapse, unable to sustain itself for much longer. He tears a fissure into the barrier and steps inside. Upon entering, he is instantly enveloped by an ancient and primordial aura, as if he has stepped into a bygone era, feeling the weight of countless ages pressing upon him. Xue Yueqing arrived at the entrance of the attic, which appeared remarkably pristine, devoid of any dust. He gently pushed open the grand door, only to find himself confronted by an array of mysterious symbols that barred his passage. A resounding clang echoed as brilliant runes aligned to form a circular formation, exuding an aura of terror. Chaotic energy surged forth, yet due to the passage of time, they unleashed merely a fraction of their potential, perhaps only equivalent to that of the dragon transformation realm. With a flick of his fingers, Xue Yueqing unleashed beams of divine light, dispersing the runes. He then proceeded to push open the attic door, and upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. The interior was strikingly new, with some objects radiating a divine luminescence. Portraits adorned the walls, yet the floor was strewn with white sand and numerous golden skeletons. The majority of these were human remains, their hands tightly clasped together, gazing at Xue Yueqing, or rather, at the entrance, as if in fervent prayer. Ignoring these skeletal figures, Xue Yueqing turned his attention to the portraits. Some depicted grotesque creatures devouring living beings, while others illustrated heavenly soldiers charging into the ominous black mist. One soldier, clad in armor and holding a battle flag inscribed with 2 incomprehensible characters, conveyed a clear message: Celestial Court. Various soldiers engaged in bloody combat, while a youth with an indistinct visage unleashed his fists against the encroaching darkness. Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow as he examined each painting. The scenes were harrowing, and one particular portrayal depicted a cosmic vista far larger than his own world, shrouded entirely in black mist. As he walked and observed, he suddenly noticed a purple skeleton cradling a thick tome. Hastily, Xue Yueqing approached and took the book from the skeletal figuresque grasp, standing aside to gently brush off the dust before opening it. At the end of the chaotic era, The Heavenly Emperor led 800 celestial soldiers in a campaign against the darkness, subjugating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. None dared to defy. Yet, our Purple Sky Divine sect, situated near the demon state, was engulfed by darkness, forcing us to activate the Supreme Formation, sealing all within our clan's domain. The formation permits no life to enter or exit. Otherwise, annihilation ensues, a lamentable necessity. In the hushed hall, the only sound was the rustling of pages. After a prolonged silence, Xue Yueqing closed the book, meticulously digesting its contents. In essence, the tome chronicled a fragment of the dark upheaval, the darkness sweeping across the 3,000 states, with the entirety of the Purple Sky Divine sect mobilized, leaving only a handful to safeguard the sect while others fought alongside the celestial court against the darkness, ultimately perishing in battle. The individuals within the attic had activated the Absolute Formation, sealing their own fates. The reason for their absence remained a mystery to Xue Yueqing. Perhaps they believed the 9 heavens and 10 earths had fallen. This was the scripture repository, a sanctuary for the sect's profound heritage. Xue Yueqing's eyes sparkled with divine light as he surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He then ascended to the second level of the attic. The second floor was considerably smaller, yet it was filled with bookshelves, laden with jade and bamboo slips. Xue Yueqing casually retrieved a piece of jade, probing into it with his consciousness, wherein a technique known as the purple rain killing art manifested in his mind. However, he found it unattainable as the paths and systems diverged. Shaking his head, Xue Yueqing remarked that he could still distill elements of utility for himself. Over the course of the ensuing year, he diligently perused the scriptures of the second floor, feeling a profound resonance within. His blood-refining technique had notably advanced. He was inspired with numerous ideas, vowing that upon attaining the status of a sage, he would re-enter the secret realms of hardship. For this contemporary system was rooted in the ancient chaos, revealing many connections to explore. Subsequently, Xue Yueqing ascended to the third floor, which housed an array of weapons and scriptures. He meticulously selected several long spears and halberds, gathering all the scriptures into his possession. After surveying the third floor, he proceeded to the fourth, which offered little surprise, only shards of stone, withered divine flowers, and decayed, hardened divine fruits. He did not linger, but instead ventured to the fifth and final floor. Upon entry, a profound tranquility enveloped him. The space was modest, akin to a single room, featuring a stone table of 5 meters and a lengthy black box beside it. On the stone table lay a slender tome, 3 meters in size, accompanied by a golden, soft cloth. Xue Yueqing ascended the steps, reaching for the golden cloth, which bore an intricate array of runes shimmering with a metallic sheen, though the characters eluded his comprehension. Their essence was unmistakable. This was indeed a supreme technique, the Purple Sky Supreme Scripture. Within its pages were recorded several secret arts, including the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, the Purple Chi Body Refining Method, and the Purple Gold Fist. Xue Yueqing committed the core principles of this technique to memory before turning his attention to the 3-meter tome. It merely chronicled that only those who transcended to the supreme level could access the 5th floor. Since the establishment of the Purple Sky sect, no one had ascended here, making Xue Yueqing the sole exception. His journey through the Northern Dipper had nearly cost him his life, yet the rewards were abundant. Satisfied, Xue Yueqing nodded, resolving to explore the entirety of this world before his departure. Approaching the enigmatic black box, he noted the ominous flow of laws emanating from it, which had sustained significant damage, enough to slay a pathcutter, yet he felt capable of unlocking it. After a quarter of an hour, Xue Yueqing pried open the black box, revealing a 3-meter-long rectangular stone slab within. The slab exuded a hazy aura of chaos, ancient and imbued with an inexplicable Tao rhythm. Seemingly capable of suppressing the very fabric of time and space, its weighty presence palpable. Excitement surged within Xue Yueqing, his breath quickening, his body trembling with exhilaration as he stammered, "Goodness, this is Chaos Stone." To his astonishment, the Chaos Stone lay here, pristine and unscathed. Xue Yueqing extended his hands into the black box, grasping the edges of the Chaos Stone, exerting effort to lift it, only to find it immovable. "Huh!" Xue Yueqing bellowed. The blood within him surged like a roaring river. His bones crackled ominously as a formidable divine power erupted from his being, radiating a silvery luminescence. "Rise!" Boom! As Xue Yueqing grasped the Chaos Stone, the entire space resonated with a deep, thunderous sound. Fissures resembling spider webs manifested beneath his feet. Upon lifting the Chaos Stone, he cast it directly into the sea of suffering, and as the stone submerged, the waters heaved violently, creating towering waves that soared thousands of meters high. After a moment of composure, Xue Yueqing could not help but ponder the purpose of the Chaos Stone. He already possessed a vessel for enlightenment. But what of the instrument for safeguarding the path? Perhaps he should forge a spear. Chapter 37. The mounting dragon horse Xue Yueqing departed from the loft, continuing to explore the vast expanse of this world. He understood that this chaotic realm was merely a sect from a previous epoch. As evening descended, the sky was painted crimson by the setting sun. The small world was rife with ferocious beasts, and Xue Yueqing strolled through the ruins, investigating palace after palace. Yet his efforts yielded little reward. Initially, he encountered no beasts, only later realizing that the colossal creatures were deterred by the aura of the ancient storehouse, revealing themselves only upon its departure. The mightiest beings within posed no threat, limited to the realms of saints. He traversed towering mountains, witnessing the remnants of ancient feral bloodlines. However, upon reaching a particular valley, he was suddenly confronted by two sacred beasts, bearing their fangs. One resembled a lion, yet bore 3 heads and was engulfed in flames. Its enormous form stretching approximately 200 meters, with fur as resplendent as red agate. The other sacred beast was a black wolf, its forehead adorned with a silver crescent, emanating an ominous bloodlust. Xue Yueqing glanced behind the two sacred beasts, where a mist-laden valley lay ahead, radiating a fervent heat akin to the fiery breath of golden dragons. Perceiving the threat, he unleashed his own aura, a wave of dragon might cascading towards the sacred beasts. The two beasts shuddered, their fur bristling in terror as they bowed their heads, trembling. Suddenly, a torrent of crimson erupted from the valley, fire clouds billowing into the sky, resembling myriad dragons leaping forth, while a resonant roar reverberated throughout the valley, causing the sacred beasts to tremble even more violently. Then came the sound of galloping hoofs. From the void emerged a magnificent beast, striding upon the fire clouds with elegance, its head held high, gazing down upon Xue Yueqing, exhaling a plume of white mist. Unable to contain his admiration, Xue Yueqing observed the creature. Its body was a fiery red, akin to a dragon, with flames billowing beneath its hoofs. It bore scales of phoenix blood and gilded gold, along with a flowing mane. This was a dragon horse, a splendid creation birthed from the essence of this chaotic world. The dragon horse soared through the heavens, its body radiating fiery brilliance, with scales shimmering like phoenix blood. It sported 2 majestic dragon horns and glared fiercely at Xue Yueqing. Indeed, a magnificent creature, a semi-holy dragon horse, perfect to be my steed, Xue Yueqing mused, growing increasingly fond of the beast, despite its seemingly irritable demeanor, believing it could be tamed with proper training. Although the dragon horse could not comprehend his words, it resonated with his spirit, grasping the essence of his thoughts, and became enraged, proudly lifting its head and delivering a powerful kick. The force of that kick could shatter the moon, its strength comparable to a meteor striking the earth, capable of crushing weaker saints effortlessly. Xue Yueqing met the challenge head-on, and thus erupted a fierce battle in the valley. The earth trembled under the might of their clash. Countless towering mountains were crushed, as the mighty dragon horse trampled upon the void with its powerful hooves. With a single strike, everything within 1,000 miles was reduced to dust. The dragon horn atop its head rang out resoundingly, unleashing thousands of crimson sword waves that flattened the entire valley. Yet, Xue Yueqing merely swung his fist with simplicity. The dragon horse was formidable, but he surpassed it, having endured countless life-and-death battles and hellish trials within forbidden zones. His understanding of the Tao and its principles transcended even that of the saints. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Yueqing's fist rained down upon the dragon horse, which, after just a few blows, began to cough up blood. The dragon horse let out a long roar, its mane flickering like flames, its entire body radiating a brilliant red light. It was full of vigor, its 4 hooves striking the heavens, causing the void itself to shatter and space to fragment. Before the dragon horse could leap towards the sky, Xue Yueqing suddenly vanished, leaving the dragon horse bewildered as it paused in the void, its bright, innocent eyes scanning the surroundings. Bang! The dragon horse was instantaneously propelled away, crashing into the mountains, piercing through several peaks before coming to a halt, buried beneath the rubble. With a resounding roar, the dragon horse ignited in flames as fierce as those of the golden crow, instantly vaporizing the mountains that weighed upon it. Its eyes glaring furiously at Xue Yueqing. You seem quite fiery, allow me to temper that. Xue Yueqing chuckled, a bloom of blue gentian appearing at his fingertip. With a gentle breath, the flower soared towards the dragon horse. The dragon horse roared, its dragon cry echoing through the heavens. Its body ablaze with fiery intensity as it charged towards Xue Yueqing amidst flames and clouds. Yet, abruptly it halted, its red fur bristling with agitation. It gazed at the beautiful flower hurled by Xue Yueqing, sensing a power within it that rivaled its own full-strength strike, though it was merely a subsequent attack. The dragon horse retreated, its hooves shattering the void as it transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly darting away only to collide with a nearby mountain, creating a transparent tunnel through the rock. However, it could not evade the blue flower, as if it were fated to be ensnared. With a mighty dragon roar, its eyes erupted with divine fire, and flames poured from its mouth and nostrils, collapsing the void around it as it unleashed a torrent of fire capable of incinerating worlds. Boom! The flames collided with the icy bloom, sending forth a wave of terrifying energy, just as the dragon horse reveled in its triumph over Xue Yueqing. A chilling blue mist surged forth, freezing the entire valley in an instant, sparing neither of the sacred beasts. Subsequently, with a crack, the dragon horse itself became encased in ice, witnessing Xue Yueqing's golden fist hurtling towards it. It would perish. This was the instinctive feedback of its spirit, and it was seized by terror. What manner of beast was this, effortlessly poised to slay it? In that fleeting moment, it braced itself for what was to come. Please, do not kill me. The dragon horse trembled, uttering in its dialect. A wise person recognizes the times. Boom. Xue Yueqing unleashed an unparalleled aura, a domineering dragon might flooding the small world. He approached the dragon horse like a true dragon soaring across the heavens, embodying the regal stride of a dragon and tiger. Gently patting the body of the dragon horse, I reassured, do not worry, I shall not bring harm to you. I yearn to ride upon you and venture into the celestial expanse. Subsequently, Xue Yueqing dispelled the ice, liberating the dragon horse from its frozen confinement. Upon its release, the dragon horse felt rigid, realizing that its vital essence, innate spiritual fire, and even its blood had been encased in ice, leaving its very soul immobilized. At that moment, it exhaled shards of ice from its mouth and nostrils. Hearing Xue Yueqing's words, the dragon horse nodded with a hint of grievance. Having been enjoying a relaxing soak at home, only to be abruptly confronted by an overwhelming presence at its doorstep. Upon stepping outside, it discovered a bipedal creature. Initially intending to engage in combat, the dragon horse was struck by the formidable power of this being. Though of a lower realm, this individual could effortlessly subdue it. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the emotional turmoil inflicted upon my spirit by a fist the size of a sandbag? Yet, such sentiments remained unspoken. Come with me, said Xue Yueqing as he mounted the dragon horse and gave it another reassuring pat. It was time to depart, having lingered here for over 2 years, healing his wounds, advancing in his cultivation, absorbing numerous scriptures, acquiring the Chaos Stone, and taming the dragon horse as a steed. It was finally time to embark upon the celestial journey. Chapter 38. Leading all races through the tribulation. As dawn broke, the sky transformed into a delicate azure, adorned with a few lingering stars, while the earth lay shrouded in a silvery mist, reminiscent of a gossamer veil. The chaotic small world was rich in spiritual energy. The morning fog nourished the flora, dripping with ethereal dew. With the first light of day, Xue Yueqing tidied his modest abode, while the dragon horse reclined by the stream, its fiery red mane dancing gracefully in the breeze. As one's power increases, it becomes increasingly challenging to suppress one's realm. On the journey to the human race's checkpoints, formidable adversaries are inevitable, and one must first endure a tribulation. Xue Yueqing pondered deeply, sensing an odd contradiction within himself. He felt as though he had transcended into a half-saint, yet he had not truly broken through. If one were to liken his body to a bucket, his cultivation had overflowed beyond its confines. The richness of this chaotic small world was overwhelming, teeming with myriad divine herbs aged over 10,000 years. Alongside various legacies of techniques and manuscripts he had thoroughly examined, he realized the numerous flaws in his earlier cultivation. Moreover, after 2 years of refinement, his physique had reached its utmost potential. The path of severance comprises 9 tiers. He had already attained the 8th layer. The completion of the 3rd tier signifies a half-saint. The 4th tier represents the realm of saints, while the 5th denotes a saint-king, and beyond that lies the great saint, with each realm encompassing 9 layers. In the boundless cosmos, amidst the resplendent rivers of stars, planets traversed the universe, exuding radiant hues. Xue Yueqing stood amidst this celestial expanse, while the dragon horse observed him from a distance, its large eyes swirling with thoughts unknown. Feeling the vastness of the universe and the regal aura of the Big Dipper, He remained still, reflecting upon the ancient stars of the Dipper with a smile. His condition had long been adjusted to its pinnacle. Both his physical form and mental will had achieved unprecedented strength. It had only been 3 to 4 years since his last advancement. Yet he was poised to break through once more. Typically, as cultivators progress, the path becomes increasingly arduous. Ascending to the next tier could take a decade, and the subsequent tier might require 30 years. Come forth, heavenly tribulation. Xue Yueqing's deep-set eyes gazed toward the ancient stars of the Big Dipper behind him. His blood surging with fervor, spontaneously emitting thunderous divine sounds that resonated throughout the universe, conjuring various phenomena. His body radiated immeasurable light, and the roar of his blood echoed louder than the mightiest rivers. Seated in the cosmos, Xue Yueqing's bones crackled, his consciousness refined to an extraordinary degree. A golden figure sat within his brow, channeling energy as he struck through the barriers of the 9th layer with a single fist. Boom! Like a dam bursting, his advancing cultivation surged forth like a torrent, enveloping his entire being in an instant. A tremendous thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking him directly. The tribulation had commenced. The once resplendent universe was instantly engulfed by cascading waves of thunder, with some massive stars being obliterated. Yet, Xue Yueqing displayed no fear or sense of crisis. Instead, he exuded calmness and composure, plunging into the deluge of lightning, reveling in the cleansing fury of divine retribution. His physical form had been tempered through countless divine elixirs and rare treasures of heaven and earth, while his primordial spirit was safeguarded by mysterious fragments. In a state of spiritual tranquility, he refined his body amidst the torrential thunder, sanctifying the golden figurine, and cast his celestial measuring rod into the sea of thunder. This measuring rod resembled a sword, possessing a handle but no blade, its body a deep azure, extending approximately 1.3 meters in length, with a 3-foot-long handle. Endless bolts of lightning struck the rod, inscribing it with intricate runes. Xue Yueqing could distinctly sense that he had grown exponentially stronger, achieving an all-encompassing enhancement. Whether it be his spiritual perception or combat prowess, he had ascended to an entirely new realm. He could feel a faint aura of sanctity emanating from within him. The Great Tribulation had commenced, boundless and ferocious, manifesting as a cosmic spectacle. In the cold, dark, and profound expanse of the cosmos, great stars occasionally streaked across, and the galaxy swayed. Yet today, the thunder engulfed the universe, as stars exploded one after another. Xue Yueqing's pores expanded, actively inviting myriad bolts of thunder into his being, honing the chaotic stone slab within the sea of suffering. Up to this point, he remained uncertain of what weapon he intended to forge, whether it would be one of destruction or one of protection, or perhaps an integration into the celestial measuring rod itself. Oh, someone is undergoing tribulation. Who could it be? Comparable to a sacred tribulation. On the ancient star of Beidou, amidst a towering mountain, surrounded by spiritual herbs and beasts, an elderly man with silvery hair and radiant eyes gazed into the void beyond. Many took notice, yet few cared, for in this era, it was commonplace for individuals to transcend sacred tribulations every few days, or for a new generation to begin their path of enlightenment, emerging with remarkable prowess. As Xue Yueqing faced his tribulation, he remained indifferent to whether the ancient clan had noticed him. He was devoid of fear. Little did he know that others were too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Could it be that the Golden Lion Divine Son was beginning his sacred tribulation? It seemed likely, as rumors circulated that the Blood Tiger Divine Son was also undergoing his tribulation today. After all, they lacked the qualifications to tread the ancient path. If not now, when would they? It was said that the Blood Moon clan had selected yet another son destined to sever the path from the ancient star of Beidou. Gazing into the distant starry sky, a figure cloaked in white stood resolutely amidst the thunder, radiating with electric energy. Boom! Suddenly, outside the domain of the Beidou ancient star, several terrifying bolts of lightning manifested, shrouding the entire universe in an oppressive atmosphere, a sense of world-destroying aura permeating the air. In another direction, a colossal red lion, measuring tens of thousands of meters, was struck by an endless torrent of lightning. A golden lion was also undergoing tribulation. They did not disturb one another, treating the heavenly tribulation with utmost seriousness, unaware that someone might strike from the shadows. Observing this scene, Xue Yueqing smiled faintly, feeling several terrifying gazes fixed upon him. The time for vengeance had come. A surge of excitement coursed through Xue Yueqing's heart. The thought was exhilarating. After all, the ancient repository had bestowed upon him the secret arts to transform the world, capable of altering his aura and primordial spirit. Additionally, He had cultivated numerous transformative techniques from the chaotic miniature world, merging the profound essence of certain disguising arts from the tumultuous ancient methods into the transformative arts of this era. Perhaps only a quasi-emperor could discern his true identity. Thus, they failed to recognize him. Bang! Xue Yueqing surged forward, transforming into a golden flash of lightning that tore through the void, instantaneously arriving in a forest within the eastern wasteland. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom how this individual, who had been undergoing tribulation, had abruptly vanished from the cosmos only to reappear above the Blood Moon clan. Thunder roared. In an instant, a more ferocious heavenly tribulation materialized, catching the Blood Moon clan, who were deep in secluded cultivation, completely off guard. With a deafening crash, an expansive sea of thunder descended upon them, overwhelming the Blood Moon sect and reducing countless beings to mere vapor. Who? A series of furious roars erupted as palatial structures shattered, and waves of terrifying sacred might swept through the surroundings. However, the moment several great saints emerged, they were rendered speechless. Their entire clan had been engulfed by the boundless sea of thunder, with numerous disciples wailing in despair. Suddenly, they too experienced a tingling sensation that sent chills down their spines. Even Xue Yueqing was no exception, hastily retreating from the impending tribulation. The great saints, upon exiting their seclusion, instinctively unleashed their full sacred might, provoking the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Chaotic divine thunder, solar divine thunder, lunar divine thunder, and elemental divine thunder relentlessly inundated the Blood Moon clan, reducing their edifices to ashes and claiming the lives of many disciples. Witnessing this scene, Xue Yueqing could not help but smile. Having arrived, it would be remiss not to seize something. This location, in the southwestern part of the eastern wasteland, was the ancestral ground of the Blood Moon clan, where 10,000 towering mountains thrived and endless palatial structures stood like a paradise. Yet now, it had transformed into a sea of thunder, obliterating everything in its path. Boom! An elder cried out in despair, his face smeared with blood, utterly bewildered as to who had launched this attack. The brilliance of this place was blinding, and he dared not release even a fragment of sacred might for fear of being struck down by the thunder. When he finally reopened his eyes, he was left in disbelief. The once resplendent celestial mountains had now turned into a desolate wasteland, as if the very earth had been upheaved. The elder was at a loss. The foundation of their Blood Moon clan lay within, including sealed saints and their first-generation strongest divine offspring, all confined within the divine source. Xue Yueqing fled, as terrifying divine thunder struck him repeatedly, causing blood to spurt from his left shoulder and bones to shatter, yet he wore a triumphant grin. With his right hand, he dragged a mountain thousands of meters high, occasionally tossing out glimmering stones containing men, women, and the elderly, all of whom he unceremoniously flung into the tribulation. Is it too much to bring along the offspring of those dozen great saints while they pursue me through the tribulation? Xue Yueqing mused, considering that those great saints were already doomed. Nevertheless, he dared not overindulge but decided to take along his enemies from the eastern wasteland to weather the tribulation together. Soon after, Xue Yueqing began to navigate through the royal clan's territory, carrying the terrifying tribulation with him. His physical body was immensely powerful, having long surpassed the level of a saint, leaving him untroubled by the chaos around him. The Silver Moon clan, the Bloodline clan, the Blood Ant clan, the Divine Kuan clan, all have felt his presence, without exception, as the heavenly tribulations, akin to cats scenting fish, emerged in droves. Today marks a historic moment in the eastern wilderness, where hundreds of cities have been reduced to ghost towns, and the populace glares with seething resentment at that white silhouette. Which wretched scoundrel has summoned the heavenly saints' tribulation into the eastern wilderness? As I gaze upon the heavens, they appear shrouded in darkness, with thunder cascading like a galactic river. Were it not for the knowledge that this rogue is leading countless races through the tribulation, I might have thought the world was coming to an end. Have you noticed that this fellow seems to be dragging several colossal mountains along, while discarding hundreds of divine sources, each containing hidden treasures? The entire array of races in the eastern wilderness is left bewildered. It is an unprecedented act in the annals of creation. Xue Yueqing departed from the ancient Big Dipper star, hauling immense mountains toward the depths of space, employing the secret of movement and countless divine techniques to distance himself from the Big Dipper star domain, his speed rivaling that of a great sage in flight. Seated in the cosmos, Xue Yueqing manifested several towering mountains behind him, while thunder obliterated them, countless formations materializing. Yet, these formations were designed to obstruct living beings. not to withstand the heavenly tribulations. The strength of the formations matched that of the tribulations. He cast several celestial mountains into the tribulations, and in an instant, the protective arrays were annihilated, causing the celestial mountains to erupt, releasing an abundance of heavenly materials and divine sources. "We've struck gold," Xue Yueqing murmured, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the destruction of the celestial mountains, an endless stream of resources flowing forth like a river. In the profound, frigid cosmos, auspicious signs erupted. Radiant streams of light burst forth, and nine-colored divine brilliance ascended, transforming into a cascading rain. Shortly thereafter, a unique divine source emerged, sealing a celestial peach within. Upon witnessing this, Xue Yueqing seized it instantly, examining it before stowing it away. He collected items of utility and those that appeared peculiar, discarding the rest into the tribulation. In an instant, the tribulation intensified, and those weapons and seals erupted with phantoms, yet before they could comprehend the situation, they were struck down by the heavenly tribulation. Once I have perused the trilogy and recorded some pivotal moments, I shall activate the Sun 10,000 mode. Additionally, I humbly request some votes. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 39. Embarking on the divine path in the vast expanse of the cosmos, Xue Yueqing sat in the void, undergoing the baptism of heavenly tribulation, drawing in torrents of thunder to refine his flesh, bones, and blood, while simultaneously tempering the chaotic stone tablet, inscribing his path upon it. Boom! The heavenly tribulation intensified. With blood-red divine lightning striking down, it had scarcely harmed Xue Yueqing's corporeal form. Instead, it only served to augment his strength. Time passed, and it seemed the heavenly tribulation realized it could do nothing to Xue Yueqing, reluctantly retreating. After a considerable interval, the thunderclouds dissipated, and Xue Yueqing radiated brilliance. Enveloped in an immeasurable glory, a golden figure exhaled and inhaled lightning, while crimson threads seeped from the pores of his skin. Both his primordial spirit and physical body ascended to a new realm, his overall strength enhanced to the point where he could effortlessly vanquish saints. He surmised he could exchange a few blows with a Saint King before retreating with grievous injuries. No longer was there an insurmountable gap where he could not withstand a single strike, nor barely escape. It was time to set forth, Xue Yueqing murmured, though he felt a tinge of regret for not locating the source heavenly book and the fighting character secret. He deemed the discovery of the ancient law as his greatest triumph, rivaling the celestial scriptures. He had already gathered 4 of the 9 secrets, the secrets of all. The secrets of action, the secrets of existence, and the secrets of weapons. The whereabouts of the other character secrets remained unknown to him, and he possessed only a fragment of the group character secret. The character secrets had lost much of their significance. A saint must embark on their own path, and he had already traversed half of his own. In the central continent, amidst a dense forest, the fabric of space suddenly tore apart, and Xue Yueqing emerged, startling a horse into rising. "You're not dead?" The dragon horse gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized Xue Yueqing, recalling the multitude of pursuers that had sought his life, yet here he stood, alive. Initially, it had witnessed Xue Yueqing depart, abandoning it in the starry void, which had brought it great joy. It galloped into the ancient star, seeking a secluded forest to explore the outside world, but Xue Yueqing's appearance shattered its dreams. During the tribulation, it had felt no danger, existing in a state of exhilaration, akin to a child thrilled by the prospect of holding several mountains of gold. The dragon horse circled Xue Yueqing, scrutinizing him closely. At that moment, it had transformed into an ordinary black horse. Its crimson scales akin to phoenix blood and golden dragon horns vanished, even the slightest trace of its former self erased. "I distinctly saw many people pursuing you. How is it that you remain unharmed?" The dragon horse murmured, its glossy, dark eyes swirling in contemplation, pondering the mysteries of the situation. "Did they?" Xue Yueqing mused, momentarily lost in thought, unaware that others might have been preoccupied with their own tribulations. "After a brief respite of 2 days, we shall set forth," he announced, patting the dragon horse's side before mounting. "Let us traverse the territories of the human race and seek out what we require." As he embarked on the divine path, it was inevitable that he would encounter desolate planets. Thus, he intended to procure fine delicacies and exquisite wines, for otherwise, amidst the chaos, there would be no pleasure to be found, and that would be most unfortunate. In the ancient city of Zhongzhou, a realm inhabited by humans, Xue Yueqing, with his flowing white hair and refined demeanor, resembled a scholarly gentleman, clad in black battle armor and leading a black steed. He leisurely traversed the cobblestone streets of the historic town. The thoroughfares were lined with shops, and the passers-by wore expressions of pure joy, creating a lively atmosphere. Storytellers could be heard regaling the crowd in open spaces. Delicious dragon buns for sale. Fresh and delectable dragon fish, just one source stone. Called out a vendor. Candied hawthorns. Only a copper coin per skewer. Various merchants enthusiastically attended to their customers, while some shopkeepers lounged at their doorsteps, squinting at the leisurely pedestrians passing by. Hey, young man. Would you like a skewer of candied hawthorn? These are made from the snow lakes of Tian Shan in the far north, crafted with snow lotus. An elderly man, holding a display stand of candied hawthorns, approached Xue Yueqing, eagerly promoting his wares. The stand was adorned with ice-blue candied fruits, each glistening and exuding an alluring sheen. Please give me 50 skewers, Xue Yueqing requested. Though he did not have a particular fondness for candied hawthorns, he had grown accustomed to them since Bai Yao enjoyed them so much. The old man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he had a significant customer. His excitement burgeoned as he hurriedly arranged the skewers while inquiring, "Young man, dressed in battle armor, what ventures await you? You are still so young. Why seek the world beyond?" His expression bore a trace of concern. Out there lurks a horde of savage beasts. Were it not for our clan's strongest warriors banding together to establish this ancient city, we would live in constant fear. He continued, "Yet, those beasts enter with arrogance and sometimes commit murder in the streets. Since then, any beast that dares to enter is closely monitored by our soldiers." As he arranged the candied hawthorns, his tone grew cautious, revealing his deep-seated anger. Why do they follow? Are they not afraid of those races turning against them? Xue Yueqing inquired, aware that such times often lead to internal strife. What is there to fear? Or can outside suffer the most? Should we show weakness? Our people will know no peace, destined to serve as subordinates for generations. Thus, the strongest among us chose to confront those formidable beasts. Leading to a gradual concession from the outside, the elder explained, his expression tinged with sorrow. This is how we secured our tranquility. Although some exceptional talents ventured out to hone their skills, and to this day, we have heard nothing of them, either slain, devoured, or betrayed. Xue Yueqing fell silent, reflecting on the plight of the human race in this era of the North Star, where they faced the harshest of circumstances. Whether it be the dark upheavals of later generations or the rampant arrogance of ancient clans during Yi Fan's era, they remained undeterred by the existence of a human emperor. It was worth noting that only 2 human saints had emerged during ancient times. Therefore, young man, this place is the safest haven, the elder concluded. The old man carefully wrapped 50 skewers of candied hawthorn and sincerely offered them to Xue Yueqing. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head. Meanwhile, Longma held 3 skewers of candied hawthorn in its mouth, its curious eyes scanning the surroundings. It remained silent, quietly observing while trotting alongside Xue Yueqing. As Xue Yueqing entered various shops, collecting food and clothing, he contemplated that although he could conjure garments using his powers, well, what would happen when his divine energy waned? It would be utterly humiliating. Despite not needing sustenance, he had maintained the habit of eating for decades, finding it hard to relinquish. Eventually, he arrived at a spacious area that resembled a stage, with steps fashioned from blue stone leading up to a 5-meter-long divine jade, surrounded by a throng of people. On the stage stood a young man, wielding a folding fan. His countenance was as radiant as jade, exuding an aura of elegance and intellect. His hair tied back with a white cloth, clad in a flowing blue robe. The crowd erupted with cheers and shouts of excitement, some even tearing off their shirts in fervor. Curiously, Xue Yueqing led Longma closer to the stage. Despite the crowd, he scanned the area and found a suitable spot to sit atop Longma, gazing intently at the young man on stage. It is said that after emerging from the ancient mine of Taichu, Xue Yueqing transformed into a veritable harbinger of death, instilling fear in even the royal families, causing a year of bloodshed across the northern domain. With a mere snap of his fingers, he brought 10 cities to ruin. Though the loss of his kin was regrettable, it was better than languishing in a state of despair as mere fodder. Death was a kinder fate, especially with so many royal families perishing alongside. However, Xue Yueqing's reign of terror was short-lived, as he soon found himself besieged by numerous formidable opponents, some wielding artifacts beyond imagination. The details of that battle remain unclear, but it is whispered that during that clash, Xue Yueqing fell, taking down over a dozen great saints alongside him. How tragic it is, how lamentable. The young man on stage shook his head, tears brimming in his eyes, and the crowd fell into a profound silence. Such a feat was worthy of being etched in history. Stunned, Xue Yueqing mused internally, had I possessed the strength to perish alongside a great saint, My predicament would have been far less dire. Targeting a single great saint would have sufficed, and death would have been no loss. He realized that these people had deified him, explaining the sudden influx of strange powers into his being that he had subsequently purged. As some of those energies were benevolent while others were marred, he comprehended that this was the power of belief, immensely potent yet of little use to him. Yet, I believe Xue Yueqing did not meet his end, for today, someone was undergoing tribulation in the starry skies, later venturing towards the eastern wilderness, rallying the very races that had once targeted Xue Yueqing to face the tribulation together, uprooting the very ground beneath them. This marked the onset of the most significant calamity in history, as royal families crumbled to ashes, and certain races suffered unwarranted disasters, becoming mere dust in the annals of history. Surely, you have noticed the peculiarities of today. As suddenly dark clouds gathered, the entire world trembled, emitting mournful sounds. It was the earth weeping, unable to bear the weight of such a colossal heavenly tribulation. As the storyteller spoke, his eyes sparkled with divine light, his voice soaring with excitement, even prompting him to dance with fervor. After listening intently, Xue Yueqing turned and departed. By the time he had gathered all that was necessary, the evening had settled in. In the twilight, the setting sun intoxicated the horizon with its vibrant hues. Clad in black armor, Xue Yueqing rode a black steed, departing under the fading glow of dusk. With his head held high, he gazed into the heavens, his expression resolute and his features radiating a youthful charm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the warm light of the sunset, the pair, a man and his horse, seemed to transcend the world, stepping forth into the realm beyond. The evening glow elongated their shadows, evoking a sense of an era drawing to a close, while simultaneously heralding the dawn of a new legend. Chapter 40. Trials on the Imperial Path. The end of the Celestial Road, 2 chapters combined. Xue Yueqing, clad in battle armor and wielding a cerulean measuring rod, rode a dragon steed with his white hair flowing freely, his expression devoid of emotion as he stepped into the starry expanse, embarking on a distant journey. The royal families and various races, forced to endure tribulations, ground their teeth in frustration, having yet to uncover the identity of the one who had upturned their foundations. Whispers circulated that it was indeed Xue Yueqing, who had fallen for over 2 years, but these claims remained unverified, and since that day, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Alas, none of this concerned Xue Yueqing any longer. Henceforth, ancient stars such as Ziwei and Beidou would only echo with his legend, never to behold his presence again. 5 years had elapsed since Xue Yueqing's departure. He rode his dragon steed along the desolate celestial road, traversing the ancient paths forged by the Beidou, embarking on the path of the strongest trials. Far removed from the ancient demon star, he crossed over 100 celestial bodies and navigated countless star systems, facing relentless perils and fierce battles. Emerging from each conflict with bloodshed, the hardships encountered and the terror of formidable foes remained largely unknown. He had been pursued by the sacred kings countless times. Even he, as powerful as he was, faced several unexpected calamities, nearly losing his dragon steed on multiple occasions. Were it not for Xue Yueqing's desperate flight with his steed, he might have truly perished in those realms of death. Once again, Xue Yueqing activated the 5-color altar and arrived at a dim, grayish planet, where a stone tablet stood nearby, inscribed with certain words. "Boss, I knew you would come. This journey has been perilous. The 3 of us nearly perished. We await you ahead, eager for your illustrious reputation. Lu Yang." Xue Yueqing smiled, relieved to hear no ill tidings. These 3 were among his few brothers, having known each other for nearly a decade. At this moment, his armor was stained with blood, his white hair matted together, exuding a foul odor. He had no time to cleanse himself. The journey was fraught with dangers, and only by reaching the sacred realm could one hope to evade significant misfortunes. Moreover, his cultivation had grown increasingly solid, allowing him to transcend to true sanctity, yet he yearned to break through at the human race's checkpoint, where certain imperial laws exerted their constraints. Xue Yueqing set forth once more, holding the measuring rod and riding his remarkably handsome dragon steed, treading the celestial road in battle. The dragon steed moved with astonishing speed, its hooves striking the heavens as it traversed the fiery clouds of the void. It had narrowly escaped death on several occasions, and due to its inability to maintain pace, it shamelessly implored Xue Yueqing for the secret of movement, persistently wearing him down. In the time that followed, silence enveloped both the dragon steed and Xue Yueqing, a calm numbness settling in. The steed appeared listless, akin to a stagnant pool resting upon the earth. Meanwhile, Xue Yueqing sat aside, bloodied and weary, clutching a white fabric doll, lost in contemplation. This was a planet teeming with life, albeit modest in size, inhabited by countless colossal ants, including an ant king. Within the vibrant green forest, life thrived abundantly. By the crystal-clear brook, Xue Yueqing submerged himself, cleansing the blood and filth from his body. His battle armor no longer shimmered with a lustrous black sheen. Instead, it bore the scars of countless blades and spears, smeared with the remnants of flesh and stained with crimson and ivory brain matter. Crafted from stardust and the divine black gold, these materials were of the highest order. Yet now the armor appeared tattered and on the verge of disintegration. How much longer until we reach your destination? Longma lay motionless upon the water's surface, his eyes vacant, as the once clear brook became tainted with blood from both man and steed. Not long now, Xue Yueqing replied, his voice hoarse, his formerly sun-kissed cheeks now cold and imperious, radiating an aura of menace. He was uncertain of the journey's duration, yet he pressed onward, for retreat was no longer an option. Once he had tended to his wounds, Xue Yueqing and Longma sat in silence by the brook, consuming their provisions along with the flesh of the sacred beasts they had hunted along the way. Sated, they resumed their journey. With his white hair tied in a ponytail, Xue Yueqing rode forth, engaged in relentless battles, and encountered the king of this planet, a saintly monarch of the ant tribe who summoned countless subjects to pursue him. Xue Yueqing and Longma carved their way through the onslaught, and on that day, the planet was drenched in the blood of the ant clan, rivers of crimson flowing as the ant saint king watched in impotent rage as Xue Yueqing vanished from sight. In the ensuing decade, Xue Yueqing lost track of his whereabouts, having clashed with the ant saint king, vanquished innumerable saints, battled incomplete divine spirits, and slain a fractured saintly monarch, forging a path through thorns and brambles. 15 years had passed since he and Longma embarked on this journey, filled with countless skirmishes and battles, nearly shedding blood together on multiple occasions. Whenever fatigue weighed upon his heart, he would take out Bai Yao's doll, which brought solace to his spirit. Many saints from lesser realms could only gaze upon his departing figure. 15 years of warfare, a baptism of blood and fire, amidst the desolation and chill of the celestial realms, had forged Xue Yueqing's heart to be as steadfast as celestial gold, paving his own path. He witnessed the rise of mighty warriors, encountered thousands of esoteric techniques, and came across various potent medicinal resources that enhanced his strength. In a peach orchard, the petals had fallen, carpeting the ground in a fragrant pink path. A small bamboo cottage stood beside a waterfall hundreds of meters high, where a young woman clad in a pink floral dress sat upon a boulder, her bare feet gliding in the crystalline waters. In her hands, she held a charming doll, tilting its head skyward, her eyes filled with longing. Bai Yao, are you thinking of that young man again? Gusong emerged from the void, approaching her side. With graying hair and an ordinary, aged visage, he exuded no discernible aura, resembling an elderly mortal of over 80 years. Standing beside Bai Yao, his gaze was filled with affection. Having fathered no children of his own, he had long regarded Bai Yao as his granddaughter. Before departing into the starry expanse, Xue Yueqing had entrusted Gusong with the care of Bai Yao, ensuring that she would not face even the slightest danger. He feared that Bai Yao, akin to the original narrative, would hasten her cultivation to the point of transcendence. Gusong had acquiesced, having lived with Bai Yao for over a decade, referring to each other as grandfather and granddaughter. Grandfather, today I heard someone say that Yueqing has become invincible in the starry sky, Bai Yao beamed. Having matured from a girl into a graceful young woman, clad in a pink floral dress, her delicate face radiated youthfulness, flushed with a rosy hue. Her elegantly arched brows framing eyes that sparkled like celestial bodies. Her petite nose was charmingly refined, and her ruby lips curled into a proud smile. Invincible in the starry sky is still a distant goal, though she has surpassed over 99% of others, Gusong remarked, shaking his head. He was acutely aware of the challenges on the path of the emperor, where countless prodigies had emerged from ancient stars. Since the dawn of time, over 30 extraordinary masters had ascended to the imperial realm, each leaving behind a legacy. However, Xue Yueqing had no background on the emperor's path, making it exceedingly difficult for her to navigate. If she were to encounter the same perilous circumstances as a decade prior, it would be dire indeed. Surpassing over 99% of others means she is not far from invincibility, Bai Yao said with a smile, her alabaster feet playfully splashing in the crystalline waters of the lake. Haha, indeed, Gusong laughed heartily. With Xue Yueqing's innate talent and brilliance, She has the potential to surpass most ancient emperors throughout the ages. Bai Yao, you too have transformed. Do not be overly eager in your pursuit of higher realms. Steady progress is essential. Otherwise, unforeseen calamities may arise. Gutsong hesitated, aware that Bai Yao had encountered some issues in her recent cultivation. Her rapid advancement had left her foundation precarious as she sought to explore esoteric scriptures. A moment's inattention could lead to transcendence. Thus, he remained close to her, fearing for her safety. I understand, grandfather. I will be cautious, Bai Yao replied. Her eyes shimmering like crescent moons, her smile akin to blooming peach blossoms, captivating and beautiful. She playfully pinched the face of her plush doll, Xue Yueqing, and embraced it tenderly. In the frigid cosmos, where darkness knew no bounds, a solitary traveler savored the solitude and loneliness of the desolate realms. Alone with his steed, he traversed one star domain after another. Despite the myriad dangers, Xue Yueqing's resolve remained unshaken as he fought fiercely for nearly 2 decades. Throughout his struggles, he had faced numerous calamities, including an encounter with a formidable celestial beast upon entering a realm of death through a stargate. They had narrowly escaped death, with Xue Yueqing hurling a vial of black-red liquid from the ancient mines into the beast's maw, inciting its wrath and resulting in their violent expulsion. Yet, this perilous moment brought them to the brink of death, forcing them to recuperate for an extended period. When will it end? When will this relentless slaughter cease? Murmured the dragon steed, carrying Xue Yueqing forward across the obsidian terrain, ever vigilant of their surroundings, a habit cultivated through countless trials. Xue Yueqing merely shook his head in silence. After 17 years of relentless toil and countless tribulations, his resolve remained unyielding. No force could ever shake the foundation of his convictions. Since embarking on the ancient path through the starry skies, he had long grown accustomed to solitude and strife. This dim and desolate planet was littered with graves, each marked by stones inscribed with words. Countless specters roamed this ancient world, their presences formidable, with the weakest among them at the dragon transformation realm, and those at the path-cutting realm congregating in clusters. Boss, I find myself regretting this path. Regretting stepping onto this road. Lao Mo and Lao Chun have been grievously injured, lying in a coma for a year, while I have shouldered their burdens, fleeing from place to place. It has been exhausting. We barely survived a tribulation together once, passing by an ancient star. Yet, I am the only one who feels regret. However, I shall carry them both forward to the Imperial Gate. Boss, I await your ascendance to dominion. Lu Yong. Xue Yueqing fell into a deep silence as he gazed at a stone tablet, a meter in height, pulsating with a fiery aura. Golden blood trickled within the carved recesses of the inscription, shimmering with a ghostly glow. Surrounding it were numerous other tablets, each bearing inscriptions. Some were final words, while others expressed regret and longing for home. Countless mounds of graves stood erect, and specters drifted aimlessly, retreating upon sensing Xue Yueqing's presence. These graves belonged to the luminaries of various ancient stars, some possessing extraordinary physiques, others being the offspring of supreme beings, all having perished here. This journey was brutally unforgiving. Treading upon the remains of countless heroes, with blood and tears staining the path as one sought the elusive imperial way. Was it truly worth it? The dragon steed exhaled a plume of white mist, its tone somber. We know not who will attain enlightenment, nor who will emerge from the multitude of heroes to grasp the supreme path. All of this is for the sake of proving one's worthiness, whether it is worth it. I cannot say. I only know that I shall have no regrets. Xue Yueqing spoke solemnly. Whether others felt regret was irrelevant to him, for he did not. On this planet, both Xue Yueqing and the dragon steed encountered no peril. The remains of ancient beasts lay scattered, colossal as mountains, long extinct, alongside the presence of spirits. Yet, they did not encounter any beings of the saintly caliber. However, after Xue Yueqing methodically exterminated the spirits, he delved into the depths of his consciousness and discovered promising news. There were living beings in the depths of the cosmos, and they were human, not the desolate and barren planets of yore, nor were they devoid of hope. At long last, the end was in sight. The dragon steed bore wounds across its body, even losing patches of its dragon scales, with horrifying scars marring its form. Meanwhile, Xue Yueqing's black armor was adorned with the marks of epic battles. Sword intent, spear intent, and blade intent surged forth from the armor, while blood and brain matter coated his entire being, a sin of iron that they had long since grown accustomed to. Clad in black armor, Xue Yueqing's stern visage bore a scar at the corner of his eye, rendering him an imposing figure, akin to a formidable demon. He was, after all, a creature of darkness, exuding an aura of malevolence that enveloped him like a tempest, as vast as the oceans themselves. Let us proceed. In the ensuing days, Xue Yueqing rode upon his dragon steed, bravely traversing through thorns and brambles, vanquishing countless foes. Utilizing the small five-colored altar to navigate, he journeyed across numerous planets. Ultimately arriving at a remarkable path, they embarked upon this celestial road, where they encountered various individuals along the way. Sensing a vibrant energy, no longer the suffocating silence and oppression that once surrounded them. The sound of tinkling bells resonated melodiously as blood-stained war chariots, filled with an aura of menace, swept past. Ethereal maidens, seemingly untouched by the mortal realm, commandeered the golden-winged rock, soaring through the heavens. Additionally, colossal beasts, as immense as mountains, roared mightily, their fervent blood surging like a tempest, staining the celestial road crimson. Were these beings the distinguished heroes from the ancient stars? Xue Yueqing scrutinized the approaching cultivators. Chapter 41. Arrival. Xue Yueqing rode upon his celestial steed, traversing an ancient path shrouded in a gray haze that exuded a heavy and ominous atmosphere. Gradually, a multitude of figures began to emerge. Along the way, stone tablets and directional markers dotted the landscape, and the throng of people ahead swelled. Each individual exuded an aura of invincibility and dominance, with the weakest among them being half-saints, while the strongest were full saints. Even their steeds were of saintly caliber. However, they appeared less wretched than Xue Yueqing, for they were mostly gathered in groups. As Xue Yueqing observed these figures, he noted that each was accompanied by a saintly protector, in stark contrast to his solitary passage through the boundless starry expanse atop his dragon steed. The starry sky was trampled upon by colossal beasts, all sacred creatures, hurrying forth alongside their esteemed companions. Yet, they soon came to a halt not far away, while Xue Yueqing, steadfast upon his dragon steed with the celestial measuring rod in hand, coldly surveyed the scene ahead. The scent of blood was thick in the air. The ancient path was stained with crimson traces, and a formidable aura emanated from them, as if they were generals sweeping across the realms. A dreadful, baleful energy tinged the heavens with a hue of red, a clear indication of countless lives extinguished in their wake. Get lost, a voice thundered, shaking the void as a figure clad in dark battle attire rode a sacred beast. This majestic creature, akin to a dragon lion, radiated a terrifying sanctity, dimming the brilliance of celestial bodies. On its back sat a man, bare-chested, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to eclipse the cosmos, his eyes gleaming with divine light, embodying supremacy. This man had attained the half-saint realm, his demeanor haughty, viewing others with disdain. The dragon steed sensed a menacing bloodlust emanating from behind, accompanied by two piercing gazes, causing it to halt in displeasure. What was its identity? A dragon steed nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. A rare being found once in tens of thousands of years. It had never been so scorned. Let us proceed, it uttered, moving forward at a measured pace. Yet the man behind was incensed. Get lost, he bellowed once more, charging forth atop his sacred beast, each thunderous hoofbeat shattering the stars. A tempest of ferocity engulfing the cosmos. The onlookers around appeared amused by the spectacle. This time, the dragon steed came to a standstill, exhaling white steam that fractured the void, muttering, "Why provoke us? I have already drawn blood." It was irate. It would have sufficed to follow calmly behind or pass by without incident, yet they insisted on demanding it to disperse, oblivious to the peril of their actions. Slay him, Xue Yueqing commanded coldly. Such an individual was undoubtedly a villain. To spare him would be akin to leaving a threat unaddressed. On the imperial path, such figures were abundant. Should one find them displeasing, they would be eliminated without regard for profit, motivated solely by the desire to eradicate potential threats. With a resounding clang, as Xue Yueqing's words echoed, the dragon steed's eyes ignited with divine brilliance, its horns unleashing a torrent of sword energy, cleaving through the distant stars, which fell like scattered leaves. A tempest of sword intent surged forth toward the rear. Bold. The man behind had not anticipated that he would act without uttering a single word. However, he remained undaunted. At that moment, he patted the magnificent beast resembling a chelan beneath him, prompting it to unleash a mighty roar towards the heavens, from which a divine sword emerged, hurtling towards Xue Yueqing and his companions with a piercing intent. The clash of the divine sword against the sword energy resounded like a symphony of metal, accompanied by explosive bursts of energy that sent waves of terrifying sword intent soaring into the sky. Xue Yueqing gently patted the dragon horse, which turned to face the unruly man with its icy gaze. With blood-stained white hair and armor marked by various weapon scars, Xue Yueqing drew a golden war spear. Channeling divine power through it before casting it forward with great force. Whoosh! The golden spear sliced through the air, illuminating the gray, ancient road with a breathtaking golden light. The spear pierced through all obstacles, causing the void to erupt like a blossoming flower. Thud! Like a flash of lightning, the golden spear penetrated both man and beast, showering the starry sky with crimson rain as the golden primordial spirit was obliterated by a terrifying malevolence. In their final moments, the man and his sacred beast remained oblivious to the monstrous entity they had provoked. A mere throw of a spear had sealed their fate, nailing them to the void and transforming them into a torrential blood rain. This was a half-saint level prodigy and a descendant of the Pishio. Yet he was felled in a single blow. Who could this be? The ancient road was filled with commotion as onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. This youth, seemingly risen from a river of blood, was not to be trifled with. Xue Yueqing paid no heed to the crowd, mounting his dragon horse and continuing on his way. As he passed by, those nearby instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by his potent aura and murderous intent. They exited the ancient road, where all markers and stone tablets had vanished, leaving only an endless expanse of brilliant stars. Ahead lay a grand city, a colossal black edifice exuding an oppressive presence, its magnificence transcending time. The dragon horse's large eyes sparkled with awe at the sight of this monumental city, as if mere mortals were confronted by a towering tsunami. An aura of terror washed over them, instilling a sense of dread that made it difficult to gaze directly at the city. All halted in their tracks, ceasing to advance, as a profound atmosphere enveloped them, infused with an ancient, eternal power. "We have arrived," Xue Yueqing spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld the city standing resolutely amidst the starry sky. After years of bloodshed, they had finally reached their destination. The city was majestic, not perched upon a planet but suspended in the cosmos, bathed in the light of countless stars. Surrounded by an intricate tapestry of celestial bodies that flowed like pebbles in the river of existence. Its vast expanse was reminiscent of an endless great wall, as its towering fortifications coiled around the heavens like a true dragon. Heavy gates stood closed, as if capable of withstanding the charge of 1,000 armies. Moonlight cascaded down like waterfalls of starlight, with radiant rivers of stars hanging above, imparting an air of mystery to this ancient city. Had I not known of this place, I might have thought I had arrived at the imperial gates of a chaotic antiquity. Xue Yueqing was deeply astonished. The descriptions in the book could scarcely capture the grandeur of the scene before her. It was only upon witnessing it firsthand that she comprehended the magnitude of the spectacle. The planets nearby appeared as large as Earth in every fleeting moment, while the colossal city loomed like a child in its presence. Before the ancient city, ferocious beasts roared, and divine birds circled and cried out, each of these sacred creatures bearing upon their backs figures of remarkable prowess. More and more individuals began to emerge. Xue Yueqing gazed at the figures stepping onto the ancient paths not far from her. Some were moved to tears, while others wore expressions of somberness, reflecting the myriad emotions of humanity. None among them were weak. Each was a formidable presence in their respective realms. Yet, here they appeared somewhat dimmed. At that moment, a resounding chant echoed from one of the ancient roads, a voice both profound and enigmatic, instilling a sense of calm within all who heard it. A beam of golden light seemed to shatter constraints, illuminating the entire ancient path. Soon after, several bloodied monks emerged from that road, their faces serene despite the crimson stains upon them. They were the 7 sacred monks, hailing from an ancient star domain, their strength unfathomable. It was said that they had battled fiercely along their journey, wielding mysterious energies that were both fierce and domineering, even stirring the very heavens. Xue Yueqing was taken aback. A group of monks, their smooth heads reflecting light, bore the marks of blood yet wore expressions of sorrowful peace, as if they were here to deliver salvation to all beings. Clad in saffron robes, their bronze-toned upper bodies revealed muscles that exuded an aura of strength. Every inch of their skin radiated power. Some wielded large blades, while others held wooden fish. Without exception, they emanated an aura of formidable terror. And as the 7 stood united, their combined strength was even more imposing, suffused with an overwhelming sense of authority. "Poor monk Xianchen, I have encountered you all," he intoned. Chapter 42. The first trial of humanity before the grand city. A multitude had gathered beneath the celestial expanse. Each individual emanated a formidable aura, with many exuding a palpable sense of murderous intent. Amidst this throng, Xue Yueqing stood out like a solitary bloom, accompanied solely by a dragon steed, while those within a 10-mile radius kept their distance. The overwhelming stench of blood and brain matter emanated from him, his battle armor marred and riddled with the marks of countless blades. The 7 holy monks were similarly striking, yet they appeared remarkably amiable, each one harmoniously coexisting with the others. They wielded an array of weapons. Some brandished great blades, wooden fish, or green lanterns, while others opted for boxing gloves or staffs. As they traversed the ancient path, a golden cloud trailed behind them, filled with celestial monks reciting scriptures. "Greetings, fellow Taoists," spoke a notably handsome bald monk, his voice melodious and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. His refined features were complemented by sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he held a golden staff adorned with intricate runes. Xianxun, the leader of the 7 supreme monks, emerged from an ancient realm, and it was unexpected that he had only just arrived at the ancient path. Rumors spoke of his immense strength, leaving one to wonder how he compared to the trio recently discussed. Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow, attentively listening to the discourse on the trio. Could they be referring to Lu Yang and his companions? He pondered their well-being. The origins of the holy monks remained shrouded in mystery, seemingly tracing back to epochs long past. Their lineage was undeniably powerful, possessing the chilling ability to transcend mortal limits, a formidable adversary indeed, as some whispered to themselves. Throughout the unfolding events, Xue Yueqing maintained an air of tranquility. He recalled that prior to the tumultuous age, a monk from their order had ascended to become an immortal king. Alas, the lineage had been severed. Had it not been so, they would be even more formidable. He sensed no overwhelming threat from any of the 7 monks. Xuanzhen's gaze drifted toward Xue Yueqing's direction, sensing an extraordinary power within him, one capable of posing a genuine threat. The aura surrounding Xue resembled an unfathomable abyss, deep and inscrutable. When their eyes met briefly, Xue Yueqing chose to disregard the encounter, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. "Master, why does this individual attract your attention?" inquired a rugged-faced monk. Observing Xue Yueqing and seeking insight from Xianxun, he understood that his leader seldom regarded beings lightly. And such a scenario typically indicated either extraordinary abilities or an individual too formidable for even his master to confront, considering Xianxun had awakened the Eye of Wisdom. This individual emanates an unfathomable presence, exuding a faint draconic majesty. His physique is elusive, yet it surpasses our own, Xianxun replied gravely. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful adversary. He had relentlessly pushed through his ancient star and fought for years to arrive here, facing incessant battles along the way, seldom encountering a threat akin to that which Xue Yueqing projected. "Shall I engage him?" suggested a monk wielding a bloodied great blade. Excitement evident in his voice as he took a step forward, his eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixated on Xue Yueqing. "That would be unwise." Xianxun raised his hand to halt, shaking his head gently. He could not quite articulate the reason, but he sensed that if he were to go, it might lead to unfortunate events. His instincts were sharp. The gathered crowd had waited a full day and night. Xue Yueqing, shaking off the blood from her body, utilized the icy path to cleanse the stains from her face. During this process, more individuals arrived. Over 100 had congregated from the depths of the cosmos. And before the colossal city, more than 300 had gathered in total. The first threshold for the human race opened once every 6 months to 5 years. Although it was designated as a day of passage, entry was not guaranteed. I had heard that a formidable warrior of seed-level strength must be present for the masses to gain access, which could lead to a wait of up to 5 years. Rest assured, this time entry would be assured. The holy monk's 7 absolutes had fought fiercely, already drawing the attention of the emissaries. Could they possibly deny passage? Furthermore, the recently emerged divine body also possessed seed-level prowess, ensuring entry without doubt. Indeed, many formidable figures had arrived this time. It was rumored that an unparalleled celestial beauty had appeared among the human race, effortlessly transforming countless strong individuals into mere petals with a wave of her hand. Moreover, the trio who arrived a decade ago was also quite powerful. The holy monk's 7 absolutes was not the only standout. Xue Yueqing listened intently, revealing a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Hua Qingxin had already gained such renown across the stars, and the trio from 10 years prior must certainly be Lu Yang and his companions. Ultimately, 328 individuals reached the forefront of the human race's first threshold, standing before this eternal and indomitable giant city. Enter. With a creaking sound, the ancient city gates swung open, heavy and imposing. This was a colossal city rising amidst the starry expanse, harboring an environment suitable for the existence of living beings. Hundreds of cultivators soared on divine birds, rode upon primal ancient beasts, or even proceeded on foot. Each individual radiated an aura of invincibility, exuding an unwavering momentum. As they embarked on this path, the uncertainty of life and death loomed. They could either soar to great heights or be obliterated. Xue Yueqing rode slowly upon a dragon steed, observing the ancient city emanating an air of primordiality, forged from dark, massive stones, as if crafted from stars themselves, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Soldiers guarded the city walls, though few in number, clad in glimmering metal armor that exuded a chilling aura. They projected a terrifying presence, as if they had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, watching the crowd with predatory gazes reminiscent of celestial warriors. A wave of overwhelming murderous intent swept over them, as if they had battled across numerous star realms, vanquishing countless formidable foes. These soldiers were the vanquished who had taken this path. The journey remained tranquil. No one spoke, awestruck by the open giant city. And none dared to provoke Xue Yueqing unless they sought their own demise. A woman clad in golden armor rode atop a fierce white wolf, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it gazed intently at the passers-by. The woman was exquisitely beautiful, with an air of heroism between her brows. Looking down upon the crowd from her elevated position on the wolf, akin to a regal queen. Her golden armor shimmered with an unblemished luster, appearing untouched by the ravages of battle, perfectly accentuating her proud physique. Bowing one's head and not seeing one's toes signifies the extraordinary nature of humanity. Moreover, this woman possesses an exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a general commanding troops on the battlefield. It must be said that she exudes immense strength, her battle aura suffocating those around her, causing several practitioners to retreat in haste. The white wolf upon which she sits gazes intently at the crowd, its predatory demeanor palpable. Such an aura is characteristic of top-tier individuals who dominate their respective territories, compelling others to yield and step aside. As the surroundings distanced themselves from these formidable figures, only Xue Yueqing remained, elegantly mounted on his dragon steed, advancing toward the city gates. The woman clad in golden battle armor regarded him with a piercing gaze. Her interest piqued. Her features were exquisite, a radiant, oval face, a forehead shimmering with wisdom, almond-shaped eyes that glimmered like autumn waves, a delicate nose, and lips that curved in a subtle smile, completely undeterred by her overwhelming presence. She was the most powerful prodigy of her ancient star, possessing a unique physique capable of slaying saints as a semi-saint. Yet, a seemingly unremarkable and stoic young man had the audacity to withstand her aura, as did his steed. A spectacle was about to unfold. Xue, a seed-level figure known for her unparalleled dominance, had witnessed everyone else vacate the area, while this white-haired youth remained unfazed. Envy simmered among onlookers as they beheld Xue Yueqing's strength. Being too powerful invited jealousy, while being too weak led to exploitation. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated clash did not materialize. Instead, they continued their separate paths toward the city gates. Xue Yueqing was acutely aware of the hostility trailing him, yet he remained indifferent. Devoid of any conflict of interest, he deemed a battle merely for pride as unwise, fearing that an inadvertent misstep could lead to dire consequences. As he approached the colossal city, a wave of reflection washed over him. After years of combat, his battle attire lay tattered and stained with blood, marked by the scars of various weapons, emanating an aura of horrifying lethality. Similarly, his dragon steed bore the marks of battle, its armor bloodied and devoid of embellishment. Forged in the crucible of conflict, radiating an unstoppable aura of violence. Upon nearing the city gates, Xue Yueqing discerned the walls adorned with the scars of blades and spears, ancient relics that could not conceal the weighty atmosphere that enveloped him. Mysterious patterns flickered, indicating the first layer of the most formidable trial, replete with terrifying formations. Though they were reluctant, these guardians of the city could impose order should a few top-tier individuals descend into chaos. Regrettably, they soon found themselves disappointed by the ordinary demeanor of this group. "I warn you," declared a leading soldier with a cold smirk, upon entering the foremost city of humankind. "Even dragons must coil, and tigers must lie low. Fighting within the city is strictly forbidden, or else." Xue Yueqing's expression remained impassive. His white hair cascading over his shoulders, his appearance and aura having undergone a transformation, even the dragon energy within him subdued. Thus, he and his steed entered the city. Chapter 43. The indifferent guide Xue Yueqing rode into the city atop a dragon steed. The city was vast, with broad streets flanked by ancient trees whose lush canopies seemed capable of obscuring the sky itself. Numerous edifices adorned the landscape, including elixirs halls, weapon shops, and an array of majestic palaces, taverns, inns, and gaming houses. The onlookers were astonished. This was a city conducive to habitation, brimming with vitality. Children chased one another joyfully, their curiosity piqued by the newcomers as they cast curious glances. If the conquest of the emperor's path were to fail, settling here would not be a futile journey. One mused softly. I merely wish to witness the mightiest of this era, another remarked. Some ventured to the ancient stars in search of a habitable world, while others sought companionship for a shared life or to traverse the path of conquest. The merchants lining the streets leaned out to observe, while many vendors retreated to their stalls, making way for the illustrious arrivals. This place felt infinitely superior to the eastern wilderness. The dragon's steed surveyed its surroundings with intrigue. In the eastern wilderness, it had only sensed an overwhelming oppression. Here, however, it was saturated with life and the myriad expressions of existence. A vibrant tapestry of the mortal realm. Look at that white-haired man. Doesn't he resemble Xue Yueqing, who caused a stir across the ancient routes decades ago? A shopkeeper noted, having recognized Xue Yueqing. Indeed, there's a resemblance, yet Xue Yueqing radiates a sunny handsomeness, while this man exudes an air of dominance and coldness. Besides, even if Xue Yueqing dared to tread the path of humanity's ancient routes, he would stir no great tempest. Let us not forget that the true paragons of a decade ago were the genuine prodigies, some of whom even felled the elderly. It is possible that Xue Yueqing's prowess was merely a byproduct of his path. If he fails to carve out his own way, he is destined to fade into obscurity upon the emperor's path. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion, yet ultimately failed to recognize him. For Xue Yueqing had undergone a profound transformation after a decade of slaughter. Questions lingered regarding how he compared to the legendary flower fairy, who, after all, had attained the source of the Tao and earned the world's recognition, seemingly poised to attain enlightenment. Admiration flickered in some eyes. Flower fairy? Watching Xin? She was once bested by Xue Yueqing. At that moment, a voice broke the chatter, causing the crowd to halt in their tracks. Even the woman clad in golden armor instinctively paused, her gaze fixed upon the speaker. The man, now the focus of many illustrious figures, was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing he had misspoken, after all, the allure of the flower fairy captivated the stars, with an overwhelming majority of her admirers. Let us elaborate. The woman in golden armor began, her voice melodious and magnetic, imbued with an air of authority reminiscent of a sovereign. Her form was ensconced in the golden armor, accentuating her striking physique. I hail from the same celestial expanse as the flower fairy. When Xue Yueqing arrived at our ancient star, a host of prodigies sought to challenge him. Xue Yueqing faced off against the flower fairy, Wu Qianquan, Nangong Wenda, Zhao Sheng, and another prodigy. Ultimately, he triumphed over them all. What I witnessed with my own eyes was nothing short of extraordinary. Xue Yueqing first vanquished a half-saint and subsequently triumphed over numerous prodigies, showcasing an unparalleled strength. The young man grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his body trembling with excitement. My heavens! The individuals he mentioned are the very ones who have stirred up endless turmoil recently. He merely faced defeat on the path to transcendence once he encounters a saint. Perhaps Xue Yueqing will not be able to stir up such waves. Moreover, the individuals you just referenced are on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King level. Indeed, he is but a mere rabbit, and after consuming a divine herb, he dares to believe he can contend with those monstrous talents? A voice tinged with jealousy remarked. Even some soldiers wore expressions of envy. They were part of that same group from over a decade ago, all of whom were failures, naturally unwilling to remain in their current state. Why should others excel beyond them? Why should an ordinary snow rabbit be capable of defeating such remarkable prodigies? They found it unacceptable. One man clad in black armor sneered at the retreating figure of Xue Yueqing, murmuring, "Isn't Xue Yueqing rather arrogant, daring to walk alongside the divine maiden Guqiu? Truly, he is oblivious to his own mortality. He understood that the ancient road beyond had its own rules. Whenever a supreme being released their aura, others would yield. To stand firm in such a situation would be a provocation, and these proud individuals would never concede, leading to the formation of enmities outside." Guqiu gazed profoundly at the departing Xue Yueqing, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she patted the white wolf beneath her and moved onward. Xue Yueqing, astride his dragon steed, allowed his silver hair to dance in the wind, his expression impassive as he regarded the throngs around him. He uttered not a word, but continued to ride forward. The crowd traversed the broad streets, guided by a few soldiers toward the central square of the city. The square was paved with azure stone slabs, leading to a tall stone platform where an elderly figure appeared silently. His form was indistinct, save for his eyes which gleamed like a divine lantern. As he proclaimed, I am the harbinger and also the lord of this city. I wish to convey a few points. First, not everyone will be able to continue on this journey. Rest well, for shortly you shall enter a trial ground to undergo your first test. Now, disperse and seek out your lodgings to recuperate. With that, the indistinct figure faded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. The crowd, initially expecting a detailed exposition, was taken aback when he spoke only 2 points and concluded in less than a minute, leaving many matters still unclear. Such a perfunctory address led some to speculate whether the old man intended to investigate the domestic situations of the widow's village. Indeed, a few even wished to pose questions. But he hurried away, displaying a complete lack of responsibility. Let us depart. We must find rest, Xue Yueqing said, patting his dragon steed. The crowd parted, each seeking a place to recuperate, while some merely came to observe the spectacle, seeking amusement. The once tranquil city erupted into activity as the locals commenced their businesses, no longer yielding the streets to the esteemed individuals, despite most of them being mere mortals. They had no fear of these prodigies, for any harm inflicted upon them could be reported. A life for a life. Could mortals truly fear the lives of prodigies? Rabbit meat buns, crafted from the thighs of the soft-boned rabbit, with thin skin and ample filling. If they are not fragrant, do not pay a penny. The purple star fruit cluster, an ancient medicinal treasure, is both fragrant and delectable. The ancient city has regained its vibrancy and bustling atmosphere, with a ceaseless flow of traffic and a lively scene that leaves one awestruck. Some cultivators are so exhilarated that they gather in the narrow alleys to engage in profound discussions, eager to debate until the very heavens seem to tremble. Is this truly a different world? How wondrous it is! Lama, filled with curiosity, carries Xue Yueqing as they traverse east and west, witnessing such sights for the first time. Having ruled over the chaotic little world since birth, it had known no humans, no cities, only primal existence. During its time in the Northern Dipper, it had only encountered towns marked by oppression and fleeting joy, unlike the current scene, where a plethora of goods flourishes, devoid of any stifling atmosphere, replaced instead by warmth and exuberance. Xue Yueqing rides through the city, absorbing the various happenings. Looking up at the sky, a layer of shimmering crystal glass envelopes the area, with countless stars twinkling brilliantly, radiant and beautiful, as they are absorbed by the ancient city to sustain the great formation. Let us find an inn, Xue Yueqing suggests. Having seen and purchased what was necessary, it is time to rest. After 10 years of conflict, such a rare opportunity for respite is truly cherished. Chapter 44. The grand gathering. The night sky sparkled with brilliance, resembling a cascading waterfall of stars, welcomed by the great city below. A divine veil enveloped the entire metropolis, while colossal celestial beasts soared past, indifferent to the spectacle. Xue Yueqing dismounted and sought refuge in an inn, instructing his dragon steed to follow, although it was preoccupied with its surroundings. Ignoring the wandering creature, Xue Yueqing examined the establishment and inquired, how much for a night's stay? As more patrons entered, they too scrutinized the inn and one another, some instinctively recoiling upon catching sight of Xue Yueqing. The inn exuded an aura of antiquity, adorned with divine jade tiles akin to exquisite porcelain, while luminous pearls hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space. Behind the counter sat a young man, engrossed in his records, who, without lifting his gaze, replied, "One piece of divine source." Many newcomers to the great city were taken aback by the exorbitant price, muttering amongst themselves, a scam. Although the divine source was plentiful for them, the notion of paying one for merely a room seemed ludicrous. Is sleeping on the streets also going to cost a divine source? The young clerk finally raised his head, addressing the crowd with a resigned tone. You must understand. The foremost city of humanity is situated in the depths of the cosmos, where resources are scarce. As he observed their reactions, he prepared to depart. But the urgency in his demeanor shifted, and he quickly added, the accommodations are undoubtedly worth your investment. It is not merely an inn, but a microcosm where the seasons interchange. Xue Yueqing remained silent, quietly observing. Divine source? He possessed several. Parting with one for a mere room was trivial. Dear friends, you are soon to embark on a trial. I am confident you will return laden with treasures. Divine sources and ancient herbs will not be a concern. If only my strength were greater, I would not have to rely on this dilapidated establishment. The young clerk smiled, his words resonating with the crowd. They found his reasoning compelling and promptly produced their divine sources to hand over to him, who accepted them with evident delight. Xue Yueqing tossed a piece of divine source across the counter, stating, 1 room, please. Certainly. The young clerk beamed. Each time a prodigy visited the ancient city, They would inflate the prices, as was customary in the town. Ordinary dishes might as well be sold for a divine source. That fierce individual, someone whispered cautiously, casting furtive glances at Xue Yueqing. Relieved by Xue Yueqing's indifference, they exhaled deeply. This figure, resembling Xue Yueqing, exuded formidable power, seemingly insurmountable. Before the city gates had even opened, he had slain a talon on par with a saint, piercing through two with a single strike. What was he doing here? Should he not be at the tavern where prodigies congregated? Some regarded Xue Yueqing with suspicion, their eyes glimmering with uncertainty. Clad in a blood-stained black battle armor that bore the scars of blades and spears, his long white hair cascaded over his shoulders. His expression was one of cold indifference, emanating an aura that left others breathless. Uncertain of how he compares to Xue Yueqing, especially after the competition that unfolded the moment they entered, some murmured quietly. Upon their arrival, it became evident that Xue Yueqing and Xue Yueqing, the goddess, were equally formidable, neither yielding an inch. Disregarding the crowd, Xue Yueqing followed the attendant to his lodgings. Although the inn was rather expensive, it proved to be worth every coin, boasting a picturesque courtyard adorned with pavilions, flowing streams, and a garden-like design that was truly enchanting. One could even alter the environment to suit personal desires, an exquisite delight. However, a creature stood upright nearby, its hooves clutching a bloodied leg, gnawing on it with relish while occasionally spitting out fragments of bone, muttering, "How utterly unpalatable! Is this truly a sacred beast? Hardly better than an ant. Can one believe that a horse would consume flesh, and raw meat at that?" Xue Yueqing inquired sternly, concerned that this beast might be courting trouble. The dragon horse's carnivorous behavior was regrettable after years of combat on the ancient roads with scarce divine herbs to nourish it. He had been forced to resort to meat, an outcome he had not anticipated. It was infuriating. He had intended to purchase 3 strings of Leju divine fruits, only to discover that a white wolf also desired them, resulting in a quarrel. When the wolf could not prevail in argument, it resorted to violence, and he had taken one of its legs. The dragon horse, in a fit of irritation, recounted this tale. The Leju divine fruits came in 7 strings, and the wolf had sought to provoke him, even attempting to acquire his own. How could he endure such insolence? The dragon horse grew increasingly agitated, casting aside the wolf's leg with disdain, spitting several times in disgust, its mouth and teeth matted with white and red fur. What a misfortune! The dragon horse, visibly vexed, sauntered with elegance to the edge of a lake and leapt in with a splash. Meanwhile, Xue Yueqing remained seated in contemplation, aware that someone was testing him, most likely the woman clad in golden battle armor, Xue Yueqing. Some individuals, it seemed, relished the act of probing others, displaying arrogance, confidence, and even hubris, under the delusion that being the strongest prodigy of the ancient star could vanquish all opposition, believing that as a national goddess, they could toy with others at will. It was utterly exasperating. Xue Yueqing sighed and shook his head. He merely wished to navigate the first trial of the human realm peacefully and proceed to the next challenge, yet troubles seemed to multiply. "Nay, my lady is merely confident." Suddenly, a voice broke through Xue Yueqing's thoughts. A vague silhouette emerged from a distance, revealing a middle-aged man clad in black battle armor, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. "Who are you?" Xue Yueqing inquired coldly, having sensed a faint presence lurking nearby. "I am a follower of the lady. You may call me Liang Kuan," the middle-aged man declared arrogantly, looking down upon Xue Yueqing with an air of superiority. "I have no interest in your name. State your purpose, or face death." Xue Yueqing's eyes turned icy, his tone commanding as he rose, producing a dark red spear that ominously pointed toward Liang Kuan's throat. Liang Kuan felt as though a long spear was pressed against his throat, the chilling glimmer of the weapon piercing his skin, causing a sharp pain. Sweat trickled down his forehead. However, he soon straightened his back, and although his complexion was somewhat pale, he spoke with unwavering confidence. "You have passed my lady's test. Remember to come to the Supreme Palace tomorrow. My lady wishes to see you." His tone was imperious, emanating an air of command, as if he were selecting followers or choosing a blade, utterly disregarding Xue Yueqing. "Oh, your lady is quite domineering, but I have no interest. You can either leave or face death." Xue Yueqing replied coldly, observing the lofty demeanor before him. If he did not depart soon, Xue would truly resort to violence. What? Violating the laws of the ancient road? Attempted murder? Surely, my self-defense is not excessive. At that moment, Xue had already formulated his justification. "Humph, you shall regret this." Liang Kuan's voice was hoarse, his gaze piercing into Xue Yueqing, before he transformed into a cascade of light and and vanished from sight. Sighing, Xue Yueqing shook his head, feeling weary for those arrogant and domineering prodigies. The celestial enforcers, the celestial souls, all are brawlers. Rejectors shall perish. Provokers shall perish. Disobedient shall perish. Blockados shall perish. This is the celestial realm, where the great prodigies run rampant, ruling with unparalleled tyranny, destroying what they cannot possess. He murmured. They still wish for me to attend their grand gathering. Surely, I would merely be met with ridicule or attempts to gather information. Whether he attended or abstained, he would offend someone. Perhaps it would be more prudent to eliminate the strongest contenders during his training. In truth, there was an even better strategy, to fully reveal his true identity and directly slay those renowned prodigies. This would attract more foes, allowing him to unleash a massacre upon the ancient road of humanity, achieving a permanent resolution. However, he dared not act thus until he reached the Saint King realm. Should those guardians and guides unite against him, it would spell disaster. With only a week remaining until the trial grounds opened, he needed to quickly restore his energy. Xue Yueqing mused, disregarding the dangers that lay ahead, as peril accompanied opportunity. Life and death were trivial. If challenged, he would fight. Forget it. It's nothing. Chapter 45, The Assassination. As the stars began to fade and the ancient city lay shrouded in mist, a serene tranquility enveloped the night, with starlight cascading like delicate wisps of smoke. Within the inn, Xue Yueqing suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a piercing light, radiating an aura of coldness that froze the surrounding void, as if time itself had come to a standstill. At the moment his eyes snapped open, a dark red divine force sliced through the air, aimed directly at his throat. Clang! A azure ruler, adorned with mysterious patterns and shimmering brilliance, hovered beside Xue Yueqing, intercepting the dark red divine force as it struck against the celestial measuring tool. That dark red energy, akin to a sharp blade capable of severing sacred artifacts, was alarmingly swift, prompting Xue Yueqing to instinctively summon the ruler. Finding no success, the dark red divine force receded, merging into the void without leaving a trace. Boom! Xue Yueqing unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the vacuum, creating a terrifying imprint of force. He stood there like an invincible war deity amidst the void, seemingly having struck something. With a whoosh, a vague shadow was sent flying by the force of his punch, blood raining down beneath the starry sky, only for the figure to swiftly vanish into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Xue Yueqing let out a cold snort, and in an instant, he too disappeared. Employing secret techniques such as the walking character secret and the mysterious thunder step to pursue his assailant, the assassination techniques of this individual were extraordinarily peculiar, seemingly merging with the void itself. However, Xue Yueqing had faced numerous assassination attempts before. They were merely swift, coupled with a mastery of spatial techniques. Yet, in the presence of absolute power, all such abilities were rendered trivial. He surmised that someone was deliberately testing him, perhaps seeking to eliminate certain formidable adversaries on behalf of another. Crack! With a single step, a thick layer of ice crystals manifested in the void, freezing the surrounding area within 100 miles, creating a blue wall that encased everything. In the void, the shadow reappeared, not to confront Xue Yueqing, but to shatter the ice and attempt an escape. This punch obliterated the cosmos, unleashing a ferocious aura that resonated throughout the void, causing it to tremble. Boom! A brilliant flash of light illuminated the ancient city, the tremendous noise awakening some from their slumber. The shadow plummeted from the void, blood raining down, crashing onto the street. However, he quickly executed an enigmatic movement technique to flee. His movements were bizarre, ghostly, devoid of any presence, and he wasted no time in retreating. For him, this was merely a mission that had now been fulfilled. Boom! Suddenly, a dragon horse appeared, its hoof shattering the void as it charged forward with a single stomp, each hoof capable of fracturing the heavens and the earth. Bang! The individual was struck by the horse's hoof, sent flying several dozen yards, trying to use a special secret technique to vanish into the void, only to realize that the surrounding space was encased in a thick layer of ice. Xue Yueqing was an expert at fleeing, having been pursued by countless powerful adversaries, honing his skills to perfection and blending various swift techniques together. With the walking character secret, he could elude even the mightiest of saints for days. How could he falter against a mere saint? Boom! The shadow was struck by Xue Yueqing, instantly propelled away and crashed into a nearby shop, blood cascading like petals in the night sky. Xue Yueqing pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches, offering the shadow no respite or opportunity to flee. The shadow, akin to a fledgling chick, struggled feebly, yet remained firmly ensnared by Xue Yueqing's might. Meanwhile, Longma occasionally launched surprise attacks, its hooves engulfed in terrifying flames, landing a blow upon the shadow's waist, while its dragon horn emitted a blade of energy aimed at the shadow. Clang! The shadow drew forth a forbidden artifact, a dark red sword radiating the majesty of a saint king, and swung it towards Xue Yueqing. The forbidden artifact could unleash but a singular strike. With a swoosh, a wave of dark red sword energy surged forth, surpassing even the saint, an overwhelming tide of sword intent that engulfed the entire area, obliterating nearby structures. Alarmed, Xue Yueqing observed the oncoming torrent of sword energy and promptly activated the Xing secret technique, employing various arcane arts to evade. In that moment, the shadow seized the opportunity to escape. Though he could contend with a Saint King for a brief exchange, it would leave him gravely injured. Such an entity was an insurmountable force. Even a single strike from the Saint King would be detrimental, potentially inflicting severe harm. Boom! The sword energy struck the earth, creating a chasm hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters deep, resembling a cleaved cliff. The pervasive sword intent spread, and the streets were suddenly adorned with dense runes, shimmering golden and resonating like the clash of metal, providing protection to the surroundings. With a whoosh, Xue Yueqing vanished from his original position, pursuing with all his might. An overwhelming aura enveloping the space. His eyes gleamed like those of a hawk, scanning the vicinity with an enigmatic light, his pores exuding a chilling atmosphere. Fragments of blue emerged from the void, coalescing into strange formations, and with a crack, the space was instantly frozen. Boom! With a single step, Xue Yueqing shifted instantaneously to the shadow's side. Just as the shadow attempted to retrieve something, it found itself immobilized by Xue Yueqing's icy grasp. Such a confrontation inevitably drew the attention of the townsfolk. Nearby inns and courtyards flickered with cold light, gazing towards Xue Yueqing's direction, yet none dared to intervene, opting instead to spectate. Kill. The synchronized battle cries reverberated throughout the ancient city, akin to a galaxy crashing to the ground, sending tremors through the bones of onlookers. Their blood surging. The soldiers guarding the great city arrived, numbering over 20, surrounding the area and clearing the obstructive buildings to advance. Under the cool moonlight, Xue Yueqing grasped the shadow with his left hand, while his right hand rained down punches upon the shadow's head, blood splattering and painting his face. Since there were those curious about his true identity, he would provide tangible proof. What transpired? A guardian inquired solemnly. Release the person you are holding. The surrounding guardians encircled Xue Yueqing, brandishing their spears with watchful intensity. Beneath the starry sky, Xue Yueqing halted his actions, the starlight illuminating his cold, blood-stained visage. His expression was one of indifference as he remarked, "This individual attempted to assassinate me, but has failed." Shadows danced under the celestial canopy as a multitude of formidable figures approached, encircling him with predatory gazes fixated upon Xue Yueqing. From the heavens descended 7 gleaming bald heads, resembling incandescent bulbs, and a girl clad in a black gown strode forward, her icy gaze locked onto Xue Yueqing. She was a sage of considerable strength, and the fact that he had subdued her was astonishing. Who was he, and why had such a powerful being remained unknown? Someone voiced their incredulity loudly. "Who are you? And who sent you?" Xue Yueqing bellowed, directing his attention towards the masked figure cloaked in black robes. The masked sage appeared to be a man, donned in sacred garments capable of concealing his aura and merging with the darkness, yet he remained silent. His blood-red eyes bore into Xue Yueqing. As Xue Yueqing prepared to rip off the mask, a sudden, thunderous voice interrupted. "Halt. This individual is disrupting the order of the city and must be apprehended by us. The enforcers. Release him." A soldier clad in golden armor shouted, brandishing a long spear aimed at Xue Yueqing. With his white hair billowing under the starlit sky, Xue Yueqing cast a frosty glance at the soldiers before shifting his gaze to the most potent figures within the crowd. He remained uncertain about who was orchestrating the assassination or testing him. However, Guqiu was the prime suspect. "Do not look at me. It was Timi," Guqiu protested, furrowing her brow. She was not foolish enough to initiate communication with Xue Yueqing today, only to have an assassination attempt follow so swiftly. "Very well. Let us reveal his true identity," Xue Yueqing declared, poised to unmask the figure. But, at that moment, a terrifying flash of gunfire erupted as the golden-armored soldier lunged at Xue Yueqing with his spear. "Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you," the armored soldier shouted. "This man has violated the order of the city and should be dealt with by us, not you. Surrender him." The crowd exchanged knowing glances. and the astute recognized that the soldiers were likely acquainted with the masked figure or had some ulterior motive. Observing the unmoved expressions of the onlookers, Xue Yueqing chuckled softly. "Oh, how delightful. In that case, let death ensue." His eyes shone with divine light, and rather than removing the mask, he unleashed a powerful punch that obliterated the soldier's head, akin to a watermelon bursting, splattering red and white matter high into the air, cascading down against the backdrop of the night sky. With a swish, a dark red soul sought to flee but was ensnared by Xue Yueqing. Yet, the essence obscured its true form with some arcane technique. Boldly defying the will of the Guardian, "You shall be slain," the Guardian bellowed, his spear radiating a terrifying aura as he lunged forward. Xue Yueqing coldly regarded the oncoming Guardian and warned, "Take another step forward, and I shall end your life." The Guardian was merely a sage. After all, cutting him down would be no challenge. Chapter 46. Slaying the Guardian beneath the starlit sky. In the first gate of the human realm, the gathered crowd exchanged glances, some regarding the Guardian and the indistinct primordial spirit with an expression of bewilderment. "You threaten the Guardian of the city. Your transgressions multiply," the Guardian clad in golden armor spoke coldly. Could Commander Golan be in collusion with the assassin? If that were the case, who would dare traverse the ancient path of humanity? A voice echoed discontentedly, audible to all present. Boldly spoken. "Who dares to speak behind my back? I, the Guardian, uphold all the laws of this city. Any who engage in brawls or speak ill of the Guardian within the city shall be apprehended," Golan bellowed. Xue Yueqing paid no heed to the Guardians, instead focusing on the dark crimson primordial spirit, which remained silent yet sought to convey its message. Unfortunately for it, Xue Yueqing had isolated himself from the others. Even if a conversation were to ensue, no one would overhear. "Speak. Who are you?" he demanded again, growing impatient. Should it remain silent, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. "Ha ha, Xue Yueqing, I did not anticipate your early arrival. I had intended to remove certain threats from my master. Yet I unexpectedly encountered you," the dark crimson primordial spirit replied with self-deprecation. Xue Yueqing narrowed his eyes slightly, choosing silence over words, and proceeded to dismantle the dark crimson primordial spirit. With a resounding bang, it erupted like fireworks, illuminating the night sky, to kill wantonly within the city, defying its order and regulations. "Everyone, seize this madman," Golan shouted, his eyes aflame with fury, brandishing a long spear. His armor concealed his visage, leaving only a pair of bloodshot eyes visible. "Kill," Golan roared, as if venting some pent-up fury. Among the 23 Guardians, 5 were of the saint level, remnants of those who had failed over a decade ago. They were naturally united, harboring resentment and jealousy towards this prodigious talent. The thought of subduing such a peerless figure was intoxicating. As the gathered Guardians charged towards Xue Yueqing, many were struck with fear, their faces paling. Yet, some remained unfazed, their expressions tinged with intrigue. Only Xianxin maintained a serious demeanor, the light of the Buddha flickering upon her forehead, her gaze fluctuating, as she turned a string of prayer beads in her hand, adorned in a flowing golden gown, with a collar of white gauze fluttering in the breeze. She seemed to be accentuated by the stars themselves. Another girl, clad in a black dress, observed the scene with an impassive expression. She was strikingly beautiful, with a porcelain oval face, willow-like brows, and eyes like radiant stars. She appeared no older than 17 or 18, standing at a modest height of 1.60 meters. The split of her black dress revealed her fair, delicate legs, bare feet adorned with a red string. Boom. The battle was imminent as the 20-plus Guardians converged, encircling Xue Yueqing and the dragon horse. The cold, eerie gleam of their long spears shimmered ominously. In an instant, various divine lights pierced the heavens, dozens of supernatural abilities inundating the area, intent on extinguishing his life. Moreover, the 5 saints advanced in unison, unleashing a barrage of terrifying powers that shattered buildings in their wake. In an instant, Xue Yueqing was grievously injured, a spear piercing through his body, lifting him off the ground and leaving him suspended in midair. Wrath surged within him, while he was confident in his ability to vanquish 5 saints alone. Facing over 20 opponents alongside 5 saints was a daunting challenge. Moreover, these adversaries had emerged from the ancient battleground, surpassing ordinary saints in strength, with half-saints potentially capable of slaying saints. Drip. Blood trickled down the spear, and Galang displayed a cruel grin as he hurled the suspended Xue Yueqing towards a nearby wall, intent on impaling him. Boom. Grasping the spear with both hands, Xue Yueqing's eyes blazed with divine light, his expression impassive. A surge of silvery radiance enveloped him, instantly encasing the spear in ice, which then spread to Golong's hand. Golong's expression changed, and he hastily cast Xue Yueqing away. The spear, along with his form, cleaved through the night sky, crashing against the city wall with a resounding thud. Drip, drip. Silence fell over the city, the sound of a pin dropping audible, leaving only the sound of dripping blood. This was the consequence of violating the city's rules. His capture was imminent. Golong smirked, feeling an unprecedented exhilaration at the thought of slaying a peerless prodigy in front of a multitude of talented individuals. Is that all there is? The crowd gazed at the motionless Xue Yueqing pinned to the wall, suddenly feeling a sense of boredom. Only a few wore grave expressions, discreetly distancing themselves from the scene. Indeed, a guardian, with a flushed face and head held high, approached Xue Yueqing with an air of indifference. Just as he was about to close the distance, an unexpected roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems that without bloodshed, someone thought I was an easy target. Xue Yueqing, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. His white hair cascading over his face, his body stained with blood. It was not merely his own prowess that faltered, but the overwhelming strength of the 20 saints. Each a top-tier prodigy of their realm, their defeat merely leaving behind stronger demons. In their own ancient stars, had they not also suppressed the prodigies of their worlds? Boom. Xue Yueqing unleashed an even mightier aura, his battle prowess reaching its zenith, a formidable divine might bearing down upon the crowd. Instantly, cracks echoed as weaker half-saints were pinned to the ground, unable to move, some even suffering shattered bones. Xue Yueqing threw his head back and let out a piercing cry. His hands gripping the spear shaft as he slowly drew it out, the grating sound sending shivers through onlookers. Bang! He plummeted from the wall, crashing onto the blue stone, which fractured like a spider's web. Kill! Xue Yueqing commanded, a golden war spear materializing in his hand, aimed at the approaching guardian. In the darkness, the golden spear sliced through the starry sky, tearing through the void with an indomitable force. Thud! The golden spear pierced through the guardian's neck, the head exploding instantaneously. Crimson blood and brain matter splattering, staining the azure street red, as a headless body erupted a fountain of blood several meters high. A cerulean soul attempted to flee, but was crushed beneath a black hoof. A life had been extinguished. A sudden outcry shattered the tranquility of the broad street, causing a throng of people to scatter in a frenzied manner, for they understood that this time, matters would not be resolved amicably. Longma unleashed a torrent of invective towards the guardians, a cacophony of insults pouring forth, each one unique, having been learned from Xue Yueqing over their years of combat. After more than a decade of bloodshed on the ancient trial path, Xue Yueqing occasionally interjected with eloquent phrases, having been reprimanded numerous times for instigating trouble. Gradually acquiring this skill, the crowd was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly taciturn black horse could unleash such a diverse array of vitriol. Die early. Golong seethed with fury, his battle armor now bespattered with Longma's saliva. Kill. Xue Yueqing activated the secret arts of the operator, mending all wounds in an instant. A wave of malevolent energy staining the surroundings crimson as he charged into the enforcement squad wielding a golden spear. With a resounding crash, Xue Yueqing and Longma breached the enforcement team, a myriad of celestial lights erupting and various magical artifacts slicing through the skies, raining down upon Xue Yueqing. Yet, in a startling twist, they suddenly faltered. The secret of the soldier. This was a technique Xue Yueqing had comprehended from an ancient stone tablet during a year of fierce battles in the Northern Dipper. In an instant, Xue Yueqing resembled a god of slaughter, his eyes glowing with crimson light, exuding an overwhelming ferocity, his malevolent aura billowing like dark clouds. In a mere heartbeat, the spear pierced a guardian, lifting him into the air, whereupon he exploded, the guardian's essence attempting to flee, only to be ambushed by Longma, who crushed the essence, bursting forth in a display as splendid as fireworks. Who on earth is he? Why is it so effortless for him to slay a saint? His technique is so refined. He dispatched a saint in the blink of an eye, aided by this formidable black horse. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Ah! Golong bellowed in rage, his eyes blood-red. He had already received some orders, but he had not anticipated the extraordinary strength of this individual, leaving him at a loss on how to proceed. Having personally led his troops for over a decade, witnessing the immediate demise of 2 saints, not mere half-saints, was a catastrophe. Should the higher-ups demand an explanation? He would be left speechless, his wrath directed solely at Xue Yueqing. Chapter 47. The slaughter of the guardians. Even if I were to kill you 10,000 times, it would not quell the hatred in my heart. I shall extract your very soul, binding it eternally within the depths of the 9 nether dead stars, forcing you to light the heavens for 100,000 years. Golong bellowed, brandishing his spear as he charged towards Xue Yueqing. You are but a band of failures, attempting to bully some prodigies for your own twisted pleasure. Do you believe yourselves to be formidable? This night, I shall eradicate you all. Even if the enforcers of the ancient path pursue me, I will carve out a bloody path. Let your demise serve as the prologue to a war against the world. Xue Yueqing's tone was remarkably calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. With his white hair cascading down, clad in garments as white as snow, he met Gelong's gaze with an icy indifference, colliding with him head-on. The clash of spear and lance echoed through the air. Clang! Xue Yueqing wielded his golden spear with a fluid motion, distorting the very essence of the path before him, embodying an indomitable spirit as he engaged Gelong in combat. Meanwhile, Longma was besieged by 10 guardians, yet remained unfazed. It had witnessed countless grand spectacles, and these mere 9 semi-saints and 1 saint were inconsequential. With a thunderous gallop, Longma unleashed a terrifying inferno that erupted from its being, engulfing the entire battlefield. The searing heat melted the surrounding streets and structures, etching countless runes into the blue stones. Ah! The saints cried out in despair, as the 9 semi-saints were instantaneously vaporized, consumed by the flames, leaving only 1 saint struggling to withstand the onslaught. Kill! The cries of battle reverberated through the streets, dimming the sun and moon, causing the hearts of the spectators to surge with bloodlust as they retreated from the chaos. Xue Yueqing moved with incredible speed, navigating the battleground as if it were an empty realm, occasionally piercing through to eliminate a saint. While Longma's divine fire incinerated the souls of the saints, leading to yet another fallen foe. This youth is formidable. I am no match for him. Gelong furrowed his brow, astonished by Xue Yueqing's dominance in their fierce exchange. His palms were bloodied from the impact, yet Xue Yueqing appeared unscathed. Die! Seizing the moment, Xue Yueqing surged onto the battlefield alongside Longma, his spear whirling with lethal precision. The golden spearhead flickered ominously, sharp as a blade. Thud! 1 guardian was cleaved in 2. And a gruesome cascade of viscera spilled forth, bones grotesquely exposed, the lifeless body collapsing onto the blue stone surface, blood pooling like a river. You wretch! Once I locate your family, I shall ensure each one meets their end. Gelong's eyes gleamed crimson as he helplessly watched Xue Yueqing slaughter his soldiers, companions he had lived with for over 2 decades, now regarded as brothers. Yet, through his singular fateful decision, he had led them to their doom. Kill! Gelong unleashed his celestial powers, summoning radiant lights that transformed into a multitude of silver lances, filling the skies beneath the endless stars. A barrage of spears was aimed directly at Xue Yueqing, resembling an ocean of silver, vast and immeasurable, illuminating the entirety of the city road. Die! As Golan S-words fell, the silver spears descended like a torrential rain, piercing towards Xue Yueqing with relentless ferocity, resembling a cascade of falling stars from the heavens. Run! Golan has gone mad. This failure has lost his wits. Some, witnessing the barrage of silver projectiles, were incensed, fleeing while still denouncing Golan as a loser. Indeed, he was a failure, one who faltered at the hands of others, his folly astounding. How could he act so recklessly? The crowd began to stir, eager to incite chaos. It was uncertain who instigated it, but many echoed the sentiment. Golan, Commander, you have lost your way. Indeed, utterly bewildered. Perhaps a black horse has kicked sense out of him. In unison, they distanced themselves from the fray, fearful of being caught in the conflict. Provoked, Golan's bloodlust intensified, and his reason waned, bellowing, silence. Whoever speaks shall perish. Golan, Commander, you have lost your way. You are the enforcer, the protector. Alas, a failure is merely a failure. Venting his frustrations recklessly, someone continued to taunt. Golan was further agitated, the taunts echoing in his mind. You are confused. You are a failure. You are but a failure. The torrent of derogatory words flooded his consciousness, igniting a thirst for blood within him. A multitude of silver spears launched toward the fleeing crowd, falling like rain, yet they were of little consequence. Who ventured out without a few hidden cards? At that moment, some produced sacred cauldrons to shield themselves, others wielded indestructible umbrellas, while one peculiar individual levitated a black bowl above his head, deflecting the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Xue Yueqing adeptly maneuvered through the storm of spears, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. All of you, converge and annihilate this wretch. Golan commanded, his eyes ablaze. Of the 23 in his squad, he remained the sole saint, accompanied by a handful of scattered half-saints. He could not quell the fury within without eliminating Xue Yueqing. Yet he failed to recognize his own faults. After all, Prolonged enforcement breeds a sense of superiority. This arrogance stemmed from years of subduing the most formidable talents, causing them to suffer at his hands, even forging alliances with certain factions to handle those without backing. They would stifle the ascension of those exceptional beings, fabricating charges to imprison them in dark dungeons for a decade, and upon release, they found themselves outpaced by the times. Little did he anticipate that today he would encounter a formidable challenge. Hesitant to confront Gu Qiu and Xinshin, he nonetheless perceived Xue Yueqing as no less than Gu Qiu, leading him to entertain malevolent thoughts. As expected, assistance soon arrived. Kill. The remaining enforcers had no choice but to charge at Xue Yueqing, for they had all made enemies. A myriad of divine abilities and artifacts descended like a shower of meteors from the cosmos, powerful and intimidating, radiating with resplendent light. No one would have imagined that such a trivial matter could escalate to this extent. It is an unprecedented occurrence, a lawless affair. With a resonant hum, Xue Yueqing sheathed his spear and slowly raised his fist, causing the very heavens to tremble, as if intervening in the great laws of nature. Plunging the night into a pallid haze, the fist of heaven and earth, Xue Yueqing's fist surged towards the oncoming divine abilities and artifacts, obliterating a multitude of them in a single strike. Simultaneously, a verdant measuring rod appeared in his grasp, adorned with flowing mystical patterns. With a deft motion, Xue Yueqing wielded the celestial measuring rod, guiding the incoming artifacts mid-air. Boom! The artifact shattered the heavens, none descending to the ground, devastating the cosmos for dozens of miles, shaking the very stars in the sky as dense runes materialized high above, shielding the colossal city. This was the art of the soldier, Xue Yueqing. With the slightest of measurements, enacted a defense that rendered the Guardian's artifacts utterly ineffective. Prepared for pursuit, he feared not the unmasking of his true form, choosing instead to strike terror into the world. After all, having slain a squad of enforcers in broad daylight, he would inevitably face relentless targeting in subsequent encounters. It was better to reveal himself voluntarily, circumventing minor troubles while inviting greater ones, for the minor nuisances would have to queue. Xue Yueqing, wielding the celestial measuring rod, breached the Guardian's ranks, each strike claiming the life of a half-saint. Heads flew, a fountain of blood erupted, staining the cobblestone path crimson, as one half-saint after another fell, akin to slaughtering chicks. The city ran red with blood, the pungent scent permeating the streets, while the corpses lay pale and lifeless. Gelong beheld the battlefield resembling a hellish realm, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, his only outlet for the remorse that consumed him being an incessant roar of fury. Die. Xue Yueqing's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a fist that shook the very foundations of the world, turning the skies asunder. Gelong raised his spear defensively across his chest, attempting to withstand Xue Yueqing's dragon fist. Clang! Gelong felt as though he had been struck by a primeval beast, hurtling backward and crashing through buildings, traversing one street to another. He carved a gash dozens of meters long in his wake, the bloody cobblestones bearing witness. Xue Yueqing pursued relentlessly, delivering blow after blow to Gelong's abdomen and spear, an overwhelming aura of power engulfing the city, vast and boundless, akin to an endless ocean. Crack! The sacred artifact in Gelong's grasp emitted a resounding snap, followed by a thunderous explosion as it shattered. My heavens! The artifact was destroyed. He had crushed a sacred instrument with his bare hands. It was he, Xue Yueqing. That rod was his instrument of enlightenment. The crowd gasped in horror, some even filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu and the others exchanged glances laden with complexity as they recognized their own limitations. Facing the entire enforcement team alone would prove arduous. Even if they could eliminate 1 or 2 saints, they could not contend with 5 saints and a dozen half-saints simultaneously. At that moment, Gelong's anguished wails echoed throughout the street. With a thunderous explosion, Gelong's essence dissipated. Xue Yueqing emerged from the ruins, holding Gelong's severed head, her gaze devoid of emotion as she surveyed the crowd. She first cast her eyes upon the holy monk Qijue, then glanced at Gu Qiu and the girl clad in a black dress. Should you trouble me again, I shall regretfully eliminate you all, she declared. I detest violence. Xue Yueqing discarded Gelong's head into a heap of corpses. The onlookers fell silent, taken aback by the nightmarish scene before them. Was this not a contradiction? Yet, the holy monk Qijue and Gu Qiu regarded Xue Yueqing with impassive expressions, coldly asserting, Xue Yueqing, we acknowledge your strength, but you cannot kill us. Oh, do you dare to test that theory? Xue Yueqing grinned, her pearly white teeth glistening, her face smeared with blood, her white hair matted with brain matter and gore, presenting a visage of a death god. You should ponder how to survive the days ahead, Gu Qiu replied coldly, devoid of any hint of intrigue. The girl in the black dress cast a lingering glance at Xue Yueqing before departing. At that moment, the horizon began to lighten, heralding dawn. And an entire night had slipped away unnoticed. It seemed Xue Yueqing was the first to execute a pair of enforcers upon entering the human realm's checkpoint. Troubles would surely follow, yet she felt no regret. In such circumstances, who would compromise? Having recognized the threat these individuals posed, would it be wise to spare them? Although future troubles and dangers loomed, she could retreat to the trial path for safety until her strength increased to settle accounts later. The second checkpoint of the human realm offered a suitable location for transcending tribulations, she mused. To her knowledge, that place was imbued with imperial laws and the essence of creation. She departed with the dragon horse, leaving the bodies for the other enforcers to handle. However, she pondered why no other enforcers had appeared after she dispatched this pair. Perhaps they felt powerless against her, or perhaps they were simply unprepared. Such uncertainties eluded her understanding. In a few days, the first trial path would commence, and she wondered if the guide would impose sanctions upon her. She hoped he too disdained such conduct, lest she face further complications. Xue Yueqing contemplated many things along her journey, especially given the assassination attempt against her. She had acted in self-defense, seeking to unveil her adversaries' true faces, yet had been thwarted at every turn who would not feel vexed in her position. She was no one's punching bag. Yet what did Gelong's final words signify? What did he mean by warning her of even greater foes awaiting her, and that she should not expect to navigate the first 50 trials of the human realm unscathed? Shaking her head to dispel further thoughts, she resolved that the essence of existence boiled down to a single word: action. Life and death held no weight for her. If one would not yield, then they must engage. Chapter 48. The trial ground unveils though the ancient city stands resolutely amidst the starry cosmos. Surrounded by celestial rivers and not anchored to any terrestrial land, it experiences the rhythmic cycle of day and night, revealing the breathtaking grandeur of the universe. As dusk descends, the starlight cascades like a waterfall, dispersing the remnants of sunlight. The colossal city has been unusually tranquil these past 2 days, reminiscent of the serene calm before a tempest. Xue Yueqing remained within the inn, refraining from venturing outside, yet he found it peculiar that no enforcement squad had come seeking him. With the trial ground set to open tomorrow, all were poised for the impending challenges. At last, the official announcement reached every cultivator embarking on the celestial ancient path. Causing their hearts to tremble with anticipation, the moment had finally arrived. Xue Yueqing opened his eyes, radiating divine light with each blink. Gazing upon the glassy dome of the sky, murmuring softly, "Is the slaughter by the great sanctuaries merely a means to pave the way for others?" On the day he vanquished the leader of the Gorin, a fragment of information had slipped from the dying leader's lips. It spoke of imprisoning top-tier powerhouses, those without backing and who had not yet attained the sage realm, in the black prison for a decade, rendering them incapable of cultivation. This, without a doubt, severed the paths of many, and the enforcement squads were well aware of those without connections. This was a customary practice, a collaboration among the majority of the enforcement teams. Thus, having slain a squad of guardians, it was inevitable that similar occurrences would unfold on the path ahead. Should any unforeseen variables arise, progress would be impeded, and they would be obliterated by the protectors of the great sanctuaries. Within the massive city, discussions swirled among the populace. Yang Kuan had been notably active today, rallying others as if to unite against Xue Yueqing, even allying with that divine entity. Alas, the ancient path is littered with bones. Xue Yueqing had already proven invincible at the first hurdle of the human race, yet the concerted efforts of numerous prodigies might prove formidable. As they were all nurtured by powerful factions as sons and daughters of destiny, the celestial prodigies seemed intent on eliminating Xue Yueqing, only to subsequently contest amongst themselves for supremacy. Nonsense. I sense their true motive lies in the coveted Yuhuachi gene or the arcane techniques wielded by Xue Yueqing. Disputes erupted within the ancient city. Some advocated for Xue Yueqing to eradicate all prodigies, while others doubted his capabilities. For those who tread the path of trials were all champions of their respective realms. No matter how formidable Xue Yueqing may be, could he withstand the onslaught of ravenous wolves? As the sky lightened with the dawn, a resounding horn echoed, vast and distant. Xue Yueqing, astride a dragon steed, his silver hair tied back, clad in ebony armor, traversed the throngs with an impassive demeanor, causing those who beheld him to instinctively part ways. Meanwhile, Guqiu approached, riding a majestic white wolf through the air, her long black hair fashioned into a ponytail, her exquisite visage radiating an aura of valiance. Adorned in golden armor and wielding a golden spear, Her figure was striking, the armor accentuating her curves, while her long, fair legs, clad in petite golden boots, revealed a glimpse of her delicate, jade-like thighs. Yu Qiu appeared as a queen descending upon the battlefield. Soon after, a succession of unparalleled masters emerged. Though silence enveloped the gathering, every gaze unconsciously gravitated towards the unscathed Xue Yueqing. Ignoring the crowd, Xue Yueqing guided his dragon steed to the city center, approaching the platform with purpose. Upon the elevated platform, the guide appeared, his form still shrouded in ambiguity, the space around him distorted and surreal, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone like divine lamps. He gazed at the serene Xue Yueqing, and in an instant, their eyes met, stirring a palpable force in the air, though the guide harbored no ill intent. He spoke calmly. Gaelong, the enforcer. You deserve to be slain for defying the will of the enforcers. Should such an occurrence arise again, I shall personally execute each offender. His tone was composed, indifferent to such trivial disturbances. However, the crowd erupted in outrage. Why do you not punish this madman? It seems you are intimidated by Xue Yueqing's strength, rendering you devoid of confidence, truly a pitiful lot. The assembly chose to communicate telepathically, with some expressing discontent, their jealousy directed towards Xue Yueqing. Silence. The guide gestured gently in the void, and suddenly, no one could utter a word, as if an invisible hand was constricting their throats. Such occurrences were commonplace along the ancient path, where various factions had infiltrated too deeply. Yet, this was part of your training. We, the guides, shall not intervene in such matters. Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow. Did the guide truly refrain from intervention? He was skeptical, for sufficient profit. Even the Supreme would emerge from the forbidden zone to take action. The horn continued to sound, a primal aura enveloping the atmosphere, reminiscent of a world dominated by ferocious beasts. When the horn ceased, the guide resumed speaking. The sole purpose of today's trial is to grasp the profound truths of that realm. Should you lack such insight, your journey ends here? Indeed. After briefly unsettling Xue Yueqing, the guide reverted to his previous demeanor, casting a deep glance at Xue Yueqing before fading into obscurity, completely vanishing. What did this signify? Xue Yueqing pondered, recalling the meaningful glance the guide had cast upon him. The assembled heroes felt a mix of helplessness and dissatisfaction, reluctant to voice complaints, knowing that if they disturbed the lord of the city, they might never leave this place. I shall lead you onward. Follow me. A white lion emerged, upon which sat a middle-aged man clad in battle armor, exuding an air of martial prowess, his temples graying. Upon his arrival, he immediately locked eyes with Xue Yueqing, both remaining silent. He was the commander of the city's guardians, having ascended to leadership following Gaelong's demise, a formidable sage, on the cusp of becoming a sage king. He ranked among the 3 greatest under the guide. Trailing behind him were 20 soldiers, their armor radiating a deadly aura, each guardian wielding long halberds and iron spears, their murderous intent palpable. These were all failures, having ventured far along the ancient path of the starry sky, overcoming countless trials, only to ultimately fall to their contemporaries. Each bore a serious demeanor as they accompanied the commander to escort the group into the trial grounds. A thunderclap resounded, splitting the void, as a colossal altar materialized above the plaza, immense enough that all trial participants could stand upon it without crowding. Boom! The altar erupted with a brilliant beam of light, piercing the cosmos and tearing open a vast spatial passage, the destination of which remained a mystery. Onward, Xue Yueqing stepped onto this ancient path, evoking a sense of temporal disarray, as if a fleeting moment spanned a century, or as though eons rushed by, blurring the lines between time and space. The illustrious individuals around him beheld countless star realms left behind, reminiscent of traversing the primordial cosmos, arriving at a distant shore. The duration of their journey remained indeterminate until all emerged from the passage, entering the frigid expanse of the universe. The starry sky shimmered, constellations twinkled, and the sacred Milky Way flowed like crystal waters as they drifted light years away from the foremost city of humanity. Gazing ahead, Xue Yueqing discovered a colossal island, neither a celestial body nor a meteorite, shrouded in a nebulous mist that obscured its interior. It was the Isle of Fallen Saints, more immense than an ancient star. It exuded an aura steeped in the weight of countless epics, having endured untold cataclysms, leaving behind an endless tapestry of legends for posterity. This island had once been the battleground of humanity's ancestors, where countless supreme beings had perished. Among them were several who had reached the pinnacle of power. Enough of that. Once you enter, focus solely on comprehending the supreme truths. Should one lack the requisite insight, then they might as well not embark on this journey. Clearly, This island harbored stories said to have originated in the mythic age, weathering the trials of time. In the distance, over 100 individuals coldly regarded Xue Yueqing, their gazes ablaze with fervor, revealing a palpable intent to kill. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu and the revered monk Jiju observed Xue Yueqing with smiles, nodding as if reluctant to confront him directly. Xue Yueqing surveyed his surroundings, a slight smile gracing his lips, and mused, how intriguing. Having just arrived at the first trial, so many are eager to offer their heads. Entering the great island, conflict was inevitable. Those cultivators believed that by unleashing their full arsenal, with hundreds wielding sacred artifacts, Xue Yueqing would surely meet his demise. Chapter 49. Breaking through the pack of wolves in the frigid expanse of the cosmos. Starlight cascaded down as hundreds of trial participants descended alongside the supreme leader of the first city of humanity, arriving upon a colossal island. The trial grounds were about to commence, and the path to your destiny was about to unfold. We shall wait and see if another magnificent emperor, radiant through the ages, will emerge. The supreme leader sat atop a white lion, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he surveyed the crowd. The title of emperor has existed in every era. During the tumultuous ancient times, some families referred to the supreme beings as emperors, indicating that not every era has a specific title for its leaders. A tremendous roar echoed through the air, a manifestation of psychic resonance, akin to a colossal tide surging forth from the island, signaling the presence of a peerless savage beast. Many turned pale. This island housed sacred beasts, and the challenge was far more complex than merely comprehending the great principles. A moment's carelessness could lead one straight into the jaws of a ferocious creature. As the supreme leader elaborated, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grave. Even the strongest among them were not exempt. The fallen Saint Island was vast, divided into 49 external regions, with a central forbidden zone known as the 50th District. This forbidden zone was a death trap. For the majority among you, its existence was invincible. To prolong your survival, one must refrain from provoking enemies beyond your level. The 49 regions were fortified by barriers, making them difficult to breach. Once a region was chosen, as the supreme leader continued his explanation, nods of understanding rippled through the crowd. To shatter the barriers and pass through, one would have to endure the crushing weight of a million-pound seal, akin to battling formidable foes while shackled by a million-pound burden. Should one encounter a similarly ranked adversary while under such a heavy restraint, death would be inevitable. This coercive measure proved to be remarkably effective. In truth, many might not withstand a million-pound seal. Their physical forms could easily shatter, reduced to mere fragments and sanguine remnants. A certain young child remarked, "The future generations are rather lacking, aren't they?" The distinguished individuals refrained from action, opting to observe, wary of the possibility that competitors might band together and eliminate them. In recent days, some had formed alliances, creating formidable small teams whose collective strength far surpassed that of individual combatants. "Let us move," Snow Moonlight said softly, gently patting the dragon horse. The dragon horse, now cloaked in darkness, bore a few strands of fur that shimmered with a brilliant crimson reminiscent of phoenix blood. It exhaled a white mist, casting a disdainful glance at a large group nearby. That group was composed of over 100 members, led by Liang Kuan, who harbored disdain for Snow Moonlight due to her past victories over their goddess and the slaying of a guardian, inciting their jealousy. Yet, more were drawn to the allure of the heavenly measuring ruler, the 9 secrets, and other powerful techniques, while some were simply motivated by self-interest. They sought to eliminate their formidable rival to their master, as Snow Moonlight's strength inspired a sense of despair within them. However, when the crowd gathered, their combined powers could overwhelm her. "Fear not," one scoffed. "What are a horse and a rabbit to be so arrogant about? Once we enter, we shall surround and slay her." I refuse to believe that over 100 of us cannot defeat Snow Moonlight. Jiang Kuan spoke with a somber expression. He had also allied with others, voluntarily distancing himself from the goddess Gu Qiu. In a flash, Xue Yueqing and Long Ma transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing directly into the first district. "Let us go, follow closely." Jiang Kuan gestured, leading hundreds of individuals in pursuit of Xue Yueqing. The crowd stirred, for Xue Yueqing had boldly chosen the first district, becoming the focal point of attention. What did entering the first district signify? Did he possess unparalleled strength to dominate over 300 people? Many gazed in astonishment as Xue Yueqing entered the first district. Simultaneously, the enigmatic Xianchun and his companions from the holy monk Qiju began to chant scriptures, their bodies radiating with golden light. Their bald heads gleamed like mirrors as they surged towards the 12th district. A melodious chime resonated through the void, sweet and harmonious, as a young maiden approached. Barefoot upon the air, surrounded by blooming black lotuses that accentuated her delicate feet. Her feet were fair, petite, and rosy, rippling the void beneath her like the surface of a tranquil lake, evoking an irresistible urge to admire their perfection. Clad in a flowing black gown, her pristine oval face bore a crimson cord wrapped around her ankle, glistening with a luminous sheen. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth were as striking as ice. Yet her beauty was unparalleled, rivaling that of Hua Qingxin, as she entered the second district with graceful strides. A thrill coursed through the hearts of onlookers. This breathtakingly beautiful yet frosty maiden dared to step into the second district. Did she intend to engage in cross-domain combat? Her name was Hanya. Hailing from an ancient star realm, her strength unknown, for she had yet to reveal her prowess. Whispers circulated, recounting her origins. Like her name suggests, Hanya possessed an icy demeanor coupled with noble elegance, akin to a snow lotus standing resilient upon a snowy peak, isolated from the world. Without a single follower or protector, she resembled a pristine lotus blooming amidst murky waters. Soon, more individuals entered the area, some forcefully blocking off sections to prevent others from entering. Meanwhile, the goddess Guqiu opted for the fourth district. The most formidable seed-level powerhouses successively entered the fallen Saint Island, each embarking on a distinct path. However, Xue Yueqing's choice was an exception. It seemed that all these individuals were on the verge of becoming saints. Many felt an overwhelming pressure, especially those cultivators preparing to break through on the ancient path. Remaining silent, the seed-level powerhouses had ascended to the saint level, while Xue Yueqing lingered at the pinnacle of semi-saint, poised to break into the saint realm at any moment. Yet he chose to suppress his strength, likely sharing their sentiments. It was said that breaking through realms on the ancient path and enhancing one's power bore immense benefits for the future. Thus, many had arrived with their strength restrained, currently lacking an advantageous position. In the first region, blood flowed like a river, and the ground was strewn with dismembered corpses, painting the dense forest a deep crimson. Occasionally, the sounds of collision and anguished cries echoed, as the pace of the fierce battle surged rapidly, with holy beasts intermittently intervening. This was an island imbued with an air of desolation, larger than a continent, suspended in the cold cosmos, timeless and eternal, adorned with countless towering mountains that stood like colossal demons against the sky. Ancient vines, as thick as water tanks, had grown for countless ages, resembling serpentine dragons coiling upon the great peaks, cascading down the sheer cliffs. Such a breathtaking scene was now marred by destruction. Countless celestial lights erupted, and an array of magical artifacts soared into the heavens, while an infinite power of laws descended, each breath capable of shaking a great mountain. Clang! Xue Yueqing, with bare hands, shattered a holy artifact, his physique remarkably powerful. Even surrounded by over 100 assailants, including many saints, he remained unfazed. Xue Yueqing was too formidable. Should he advance beyond the 20th checkpoint, those who followed him might very well face defeat, their resolve shattered, and their path to supremacy lost. It was better to eliminate him now. This sentiment echoed among the crowd, their singular purpose to eradicate an unbacked prodigy for their master. Kill! Liang Kuan bellowed, producing a holy artifact and activating it to launch an assault. The others followed suit, unleashing their own artifacts, immense cauldrons that overshadowed the heavens, long spears piercing the skies, blood-red great swords rending the firmament, and cauldrons exhaling primordial flames. As the holy artifacts erupted in dazzling brilliance, a murderous aura enveloped the sky. I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and beseech us for mercy, grovel at our feet, and then sever your own cultivation. You may leave alive, but never again dare to tread the ancient path of the strongest, Liang Kuan stated flatly, clad in dark attire, his gaze lofty as he looked down upon Xue Yueqing. The others laughed, nodding in agreement. They not only sought to slay Xue Yueqing but also to obliterate the resolve of an unparalleled genius, relishing the sense of achievement it would bring. They were all peak powers from their ancient stars, now uniting against one individual, though it felt somewhat dishonorable. The thrill was undeniable, especially with the prospect of gain. There is no unwarranted animosity in this world. It is all driven by self-interest. Xue Yueqing's white hair was stained with blood, and his armor bore numerous marks from blades and spears. Since his arrival, he had been engaged in relentless combat with hundreds of saints. Countless holy artifacts rained upon him. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique, he would have been shattered. Yet, he bore injuries, blood streaming down his armor. Have you finished your last words? At this moment, Xue Yueqing was remarkably calm. Despite his wounds, He faced the encirclement of over 100 half-saints and saints without fear. From a young age, he had encountered countless scenes. Was this truly daunting? It was not even as fierce as the onslaught of a dozen great saints. The sensation of impending death was absent. All present were momentarily taken aback. How could he remain so composed while being besieged by so many? This was an affront to their dignity, as if he had completely disregarded their presence, sending a chill through their hearts. They had failed to intimidate him or disrupt his composure. The Dragon Emperor has endured your antics for long enough. Come forth and meet your demise. The dragon horse roared, boldly proclaiming the title that resided in his heart. The starlight cascaded like a waterfall. And within the island of fallen meteors, various savage beasts howled. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, as a terrifying aura steadily ascended, shattering the surrounding space. Standing atop the mountain, Xue Yueqing did not conceal his presence, unleashing a formidable battle intent that surged like a vast ocean, sweeping across the realms with an air of unparalleled supremacy. His white hair flowed like a waterfall, and his gaze radiated divine brilliance, exuding a magnificent aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, dominating the celestial void, and gazing down upon all saints with disdain. Kill. The faces of those present darkened. They had not anticipated the overwhelming loathing emanating from Xue Yueqing. United, they launched their assault, the heavenly cauldron obscuring the sky as the long spears tore through the void. While the earth-shattering seals crushed the ground, various terrifying sacred artifacts danced through the air, embodying unparalleled dread. Most alarming were the numerous forbidden devices that detonated. Capable of annihilating several saints, these were truly lethal weapons, akin to Xue Yueqing's earlier self-detonation of sacred artifacts before his foes on the ancient path. Boom. In an instant, a 1,000-mile radius was reduced to rubble, the earth sinking deep, leaving this area barren and devoid of life, as countless towering mountains vanished, seemingly evaporated. These forbidden devices, crafted specifically to slay saints, had been brought along the ancient starry path to target extraordinary powerhouses, and were now unleashed in a bid to encircle and eliminate Xue Yueqing. The onslaught of attacks vaporized everything within 1,000 miles, countless rays of sacred light piercing the heavens. Even those in distant regions bore witness to the terrifying celestial radiance, though they merely regarded it with indifference. Had it not been for the unparalleled great formation on the island of fallen saints, the island would have undoubtedly been shattered into fragments. Observing the brilliance of the shattering sacred artifacts, Xue Yueqing's speed surged exponentially, fragments of time flickering beside him. And in that fleeting moment, even the sacred light could not strike him. Having mastered the secret of movement to an extraordinary level, and combining it with various divine movement techniques he had acquired, time seemed to stand still for an instant. Enveloped by the dragon horse, he charged into the throng of over 100 remarkable individuals, wielding the celestial measuring staff to unleash sword energies that swiftly claimed the lives of several semi-saints. Before flashing to a mountain peak, coldly surveying the scene below. What? How can he evade such a relentless barrage? He could easily slay any prince, and even those above the 20th barrier would meet their demise, yet he has escaped unscathed. They observed his movements, reminiscent of the prince who had emerged from the tomb Emperor Star. The secret of movement. Instantly, the expressions of the multitude of saints transformed into greed and astonishment. They could not let this opportunity slip. This was a technique of the celestial sovereign. Though every planet possessed some degree of legacy, they had neither encountered nor obtained it. Since the dawn of the ancient era, those who tread the path of the Emperor had, to some extent, acquired fragments of celestial sovereign techniques, having traversed ancient stars and overcome the most formidable challenges. Chapter 50. The bloodbath in Area 1. The starlight cascaded like a waterfall over the island of the fallen saints. In Area 1, towering mountains vanished in an instant, as if they were mere paper, shattered by Xue Yueqing's might. Kill. The thunderous battle cries reverberated through the cosmos, forcing even the nearby sacred beasts to retreat in fear. The divine power within that region was overwhelmingly terrifying, awakening various sacred and forbidden artifacts. Nearby celestial peaks were obliterated, reduced to mere dust in the vastness of the world. Boom. A colossal cauldron, blotting out the sun and moon, crushed the earth with the force of 1,000 miles. And the ground sank into an abyss. Xue Yueqing commanded the dragon horse, "Go and slay their mounts," as he cast a glance at the ferocious beasts not far off. Over 100 figures, among them dozens riding steeds, each possessed of semi-saint capabilities, and even true sacred beasts, surrounded him with a confidence born of their numbers. Never once contemplating defeat, the dragon horse roared mightily, its ebony mane transforming into a fiery crimson, hooves entwined with flames, as its dragon-like eyes surveyed the enemy with disdain, shattering the void beneath its feet as it charged forward. Boom! A massive cauldron fell from the heavens like the celestial bodies, its impending descent capable of collapsing mountains and rivers, causing the earth to plunge into chaos. With every gesture, Xue Yueqing summoned sounds akin to landslides and tsunamis. His vibrant blood surging like an ocean, he embodied the spirit of a battle god, overwhelming the realms with his formidable presence. Unleashing a series of 6 punches directed at the cauldron and the celestial seal, each blow carried the weight of a world, wielding an unparalleled dominance that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Clang! Xue Yueqing's physique resembled indestructible divine metal, his fists radiating brilliance akin to immortal gold. With each strike, he met the onslaught of sacred artifacts head-on, the resounding clash echoing throughout Area 1. Bang! With flowing silver hair and a calm demeanor, he shattered the sacred artifacts with mere punches, unleashing a torrent of holy light, a terror beyond imagination. How, after battling for so long, while sustaining injuries, can he still destroy sacred artifacts with his bare hands? Some were struck with dread, their souls trembling. Do not fear. Revive all our sacred artifacts. I refuse to believe he can annihilate over 100 forbidden instruments. Liang Kuan's expression darkened, his voice hoarse, as if a shoe were lodged in his throat. From over 100 combatants, only around 80 remained, testament to Xue Yueqing's overwhelming strength, capable of obliterating several semi-saints with a single punch. Even true saints could barely withstand 10 strikes. Boom! A fiery giant furnace ascended, exhaling solar flames, igniting the starry sky and dyeing the clouds crimson. Resembling a sea of blood, desolate and tragic. Yet, Xue Yueqing's battle intent surged, his entire being radiating silver light, his vitality manifesting and overshadowing the celestial bodies. He gazed down upon the saints with contempt, and with a single palm strike, sent the furnace flying, fissures appearing upon its surface. Why did we provoke him? One saint lamented, trembling with fear, the first pangs of regret for their decision washing over him. Xue Yueqing was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Boom! The void reverberated with explosive sounds as countless sacred artifacts emanated a murderous intent, illuminating the dim and oppressive Saint Island with an ethereal glow. Even the challengers situated in distant zones could witness the celestial radiance soaring into the heavens. The onlookers, including Liang Kuan and his companions, felt a shiver run down their spines as they beheld the fierce combat between Xue Yueqing and the sacred artifacts high above. Xue Yueqing resembled a demonic deity, bathed in the divine light exuded by these artifacts. He embodied an ancient emperor, effortlessly shattering sacred weapons and piercing through the cosmos, his physique akin to an eternal, indestructible celestial gold. Suddenly, a spear, forged as a forbidden weapon specifically designed to slay the sacred, pierced through Xue Yueqing's body. Emotionless, he dismissed the weapon with a flick, turning to hurl it forcefully towards Liang Kuan. With a swift motion, Xue Yueqing manipulated the spear through a military formation, cutting through the void and instantly piercing several individuals, transforming them into mere blood mist, their primordial spirits shattered and extinguished upon the Saint Island. Liang Kuan found himself impaled by the spear, his lower half dissolving into a cloud of blood mist, utterly obliterated. His anguished scream echoed as his upper body was flung backward, hair disheveled and face etched with terror. Stripped of his previous arrogance. Why could so many not defeat Xue Yueqing? Why was it that a single strike nearly claimed my life? He was merely a fortunate rabbit. Rage consumed Liang Kuan as he shouted internally, his eyes burning red with fear, his resolve shattered. Save me. At that moment, Liang Kuan sensed the space around him freeze, an icy chill enveloping him. Xue Yueqing, alone in the void, battled the multitude of revived sacred artifacts, effortlessly destroying them with mere punches. Suddenly, he formed a divine seal with his hands, his expression solemn as an ice lotus blossomed from his palm. Upon its emergence, he activated the 8 bands, casting it into the throng, where it detonated spectacularly. The ice lotus contained the core essence of ancient chaotic techniques, synthesized from scriptures he had studied in the chaotic microcosm. These techniques were deeply aligned with the Tao, each movement resonating harmoniously with it, terrifyingly powerful. Boom! The ice lotus erupted, unleashing the overwhelming path of ice and snow that enveloped the entire first region, encasing everyone in a frigid grip. From a distance, the once dim and oppressive area transformed into a scene of sublime beauty, with rows of mountains and rivers frozen into exquisite ice sculptures, ancient beasts, cracked earth, and thick vines all encased in ice. The world shimmered in shades of icy blue, glowing under the starlit sky, exuding a mystical mist. The onlookers were left in shock. How could Xue Yueqing also be adept in the path of ice and snow? Had he not always fought with his physical prowess? Why delve into such an obscure yet formidable path? Nevertheless, the sacred beings were not to be underestimated. They were merely temporarily immobilized and did not perceive any imminent threat to their lives. Xue Yueqing stood resolute beneath the starry sky, his silver hair dancing in the fierce winds, blood staining his form, some sections of his armor shattered. Yet, he turned to the gathered sacred beings with a faint smile. A sense of dread washed over them as they felt an overwhelming aura of death descend upon them. Xue Yueqing gently raised his right hand, and with a snap of his fingers, a signal was sent forth, causing the frozen expanse around him to disintegrate. Suddenly, an explosive sound resonated as over 80 half-saints perished, their souls shattering, their flesh encased in ice, transforming into blooming crimson flowers of blood and bone that withered in the void. The surviving saints were instantly gripped by a chilling terror, as if they stood before an unparalleled demon emperor. Xue Yueqing, with a punch directed at the sacred artifacts, unleashed the secret technique of the weapon character. A mastery capable of controlling ultimate weapons, exuding an aura of formidable power. With a thunderous explosion, numerous sacred weapons detonated beneath the starry sky, releasing vibrant, multicolored sacred light that shot forth like fireworks, dazzling in their beauty. Yet, the saints did not perceive this as beauty. Rather, they regarded it as a death knell, as if the dark deity was watching them with amusement as they perished in the display. In a mere breath, all half-saints were annihilated, and the sacred artifacts lay in ruins. How could they possibly contend with such devastation? Xue Yueqing loomed like an insurmountable mountain amidst the cosmos, casting a gaze upon eternity that left them unable to fathom his retreating figure. He served as a beacon, prompting the masses to break free from the ice and flee in various directions. Yet, Xue Yueqing's expression remained impassive as he wielded the celestial measuring ruler, employing the secret technique of the line character to pursue them. In the remnants of District 1, anguished wails and curses echoed intermittently. Blood mist erupted, and souls burst forth like golden fireworks in the air. Xue Yueqing cleaved through all directions, his silver battle aura surging, embodying supremacy as he stained himself in blood, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing saints with the line character technique. The entirety of District 1 was soaked in blood, strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. Countless flesh paving the way, splattering onto nearby thickets and the thick vines, while ancient trees bore gruesome remnants. The entire space exuded a pungent odor of blood. Meanwhile, the dragon horse was also slaughtering the sacred beasts. The several primal ancient beast mounts were vaporized by the dragon horse's fiery strike. The mountains and valleys crumbled to dust, obliterated as if made of paper, as Xue Yueqing systematically hunted down the remaining saints. During this onslaught, he encountered life-threatening perils, where several saints united to unleash their trump cards, setting deadly formations that nearly claimed his life, while others summoned ancient saints nurtured by the land to surround him, attempting to lure him into perilous situations. Now, bloodied and breathless, Xue Yueqing staggered from a deadly trap, having slain those who encircled him, yet new threats emerged. He found himself surrounded once more by individuals who had crossed domains. Among them stood a formidable middle-aged man and several youths. The middle-aged figure, evoking the aura of a sovereign, radiated a presence that could sweep across the realms, crowned and striding with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. He exuded overwhelming authority. Saint Xue Yueqing had to concede the truth. He had surpassed everyone's expectations by annihilating over 100 formidable opponents. Seeing that you are nearly exhausted, I could grant you a chance for survival. However, you must relinquish the ruler and forbidden techniques in your possession, or else. The middle-aged man sneered as he gazed upon the gravely injured Xue Yueqing. In addition to him, 4 youths stood in peculiar formation, surrounded by an intricate web of patterns. Xue Yueqing coldly regarded the group and retorted, "Why feign innocence like a rat lurking in the shadows? If you possess courage, come and take it. In a few days, I shall write with greater diligence. Recently, there have been matters at home that have demanded my attention, leaving me little time to engage with my computer. During my spare moments, I can only compose on my mobile device. Presently, I lack the time to proofread for errors, so I shall write and publish as I go. Once time permits, I will see if further revisions are possible." Chapter 51. The Enigmatic Forbidden Artifact, the Craniotomy, a fusion of 2 chapters beneath the starry sky. An overwhelming scent of blood permeated the entirety of the first district, as various sacred beasts began to howl and feast upon the fallen flesh of the saints. The path was strewn with blood and bones, with fragments of shattered weapons protruding from the sunken ground, each piece emanating a faint glow, embedded within tree roots and entwined with colossal vines. At the entrance of a perilous domain, a silvery light reminiscent of celestial beings enveloped the surroundings. Shrouded in a haze akin to the ethereal, Xue Yueqing, with her once pristine white hair now transformed into a crimson cascade, donned tattered armor that revealed her stark white bones, her breath uneven and her chest heaving with exertion. She had just stepped into the argent realm behind her, where upon entering, she experienced an epiphany, accompanied by an illusory sensation of imminent ascendance, only to be jolted awake by the piercing sting of her spiritual senses. This was indeed a place of transformation. It could be said that her current strength was but a fraction of its former self, burdened as she was by severe injuries. Not far from Xue Yueqing stood a middle-aged man, tall and robust, adorned with a crown and clad in a royal dragon robe. Possessing striking golden eyes and flowing hair that resembled a waterfall, exuding an air of divine might and grandeur, akin to a celestial king. Yet, if not for his intent to hunt a single individual, his demeanor would have been far more regal. As he opened and closed his eyes, golden light flickered within, and strands of divine power radiated from him. He bore the aura of an emperor, truly extraordinary, as though a dragon resided within him. This was undoubtedly a master, a formidable figure of potential, rarely encountered and utterly fearsome, especially with the imperial essence that surrounded him. "Ah, I see you are elegantly attired. You must be the ruler of this domain," Xue Yueqing remarked coldly, scrutinizing the man before her. She assessed him internally, estimating that even with her diminished strength, she harbored no fear. "I am Su Long. You may refer to me as the Holy Emperor Su," he proclaimed with arrogance, a haughty glimmer in his eyes akin to a divine sword, accompanied by a mischievous smile. His audacity was remarkable, daring to proclaim himself as an emperor. "Haha. You possess no semblance of an emperor, merely a cowardly weakling fearing defeat," Xue Yueqing retorted with a cold smile, shaking her head. "Lacking even the courage to confront me in battle, you can only cower like a rat, and now you dare to emerge? Truly pathetic." Su Long's expression shifted, a terrifying aura erupting from him, yet he soon responded with a chilling laugh. "If the end justifies the means, does the method truly matter?" He was eager to acquire Xue Yueqing's celestial measuring device, yearning to delve into her forbidden techniques, for then he would ascend among the strongest on the mountain peak, stepping over her corpse to solidify his invincible resolve. "You, a mere rabbit, dare to make noise at the brink of life and death. His Majesty has graciously allowed you to live, yet you do not appreciate it, truly believing yourself invincible?" A youth spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Xue Yueqing couldn't help but laugh. The logic of the people in this world was indeed peculiar. "If you desire it all, then come forth and take it," she declared coldly, despite her body still burdened by injuries. At that moment, her form was gradually mending, with blood vessels emerging from her stark white bones, soon to be enveloped once more by her resplendent skin. "If you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame us for what follows." Su Long broke into a grin, a formidable aura radiating from him like an expansive ocean, directly bearing down upon Xue Yueqing. "Humph, a wounded wretch dares to defy his Majesty, utterly oblivious to the consequences," remarked another young man coldly as he formed a divine seal, the chant echoing from their celestial palace. In an instant, the remaining three advanced with deliberate steps, encircling Xue Yueqing and forming a sacred formation aimed at subduing him. At that moment, Xue Yueqing moved with astonishing speed, transforming into a divine light and appearing beside one of them. With a swift motion, he struck out, silver radiance shimmering and producing a crisp sound. Utilizing the art of the Xing character, he transcended the heavens and delved into the underworld. No formation could impede his passage. With a single slap, he sent the youth who had opened his mouth flying through the air. Blood sprayed forth as the individual was sent spiraling through the sky, rotating wildly like a drill. Half of his face obliterated, blood gushing forth, his jaw missing as he crashed into the distant area of transformation. In an instant, he was enveloped in white light, transforming into celestial radiance, dissipating like rain upon the earth. Quick, too quick, they thought, struggling to comprehend the rapid turn of events. They had assumed Xue Yueqing was on the brink of exhaustion, incapable of creating any significant upheaval, yet they had gravely underestimated him, as well as the mysterious realm behind him. Utterly oblivious, Xue Yueqing remarked flatly, as if crushing an insignificant ant. The sight of him instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining three, while Su Long raised an eyebrow, his expression void of emotion. He strode forward with the gait of a dragon, coolly stating, "Xue Yueqing, I must concede, even in your wounded state, you emanate a perilous aura. However, this is where it ends." Xue Yueqing approached with the same majestic stride, appearing disheveled yet maintaining an upright posture, unflinching. Boom. The two unleashed a torrent of powerful energies, creating a terrifying whirlwind, their forces colliding, splitting the very heavens into gold and silver hues. Merely posturing, Su Long shouted, as chaotic energies surged forth. The principles of chaos manifesting as if to cleave the heavens, delivering a ferocious punch aimed directly at Xue Yueqing. Boom, boom. They clashed 10 times in succession, shaking the very foundations of the universe, turning mountains to ash, flattening dense forests, transforming sprawling ranges into desolate wastelands, and evaporating hundreds of lakes in an instant. Some sacred beasts fled in terror, abandoning even the remnants of their shattered bones. This was a terrifying confrontation, one that astonished Xue Yueqing. It must be said that Su Long possessed the audacity to engage him fiercely without faltering, a rare talent indeed. Alas, Xue Yueqing was wounded. Otherwise, he could have vanquished him in 100 moves. Not bad, Xue Yueqing remarked in admiration, though he was genuinely surprised that this individual had grasped a measure of chaotic principles. After years of battles and bloodshed, he encountered such a figure for the first time. A true powerhouse from an ancient star rather than a minor world. Yet, this level of assault was still insufficient. Su Long's countenance darkened, perceiving Xue Yueqing's words as an affront. He was, after all, the youngest sovereign of his ancient star, a prodigy of immense strength, endowed with a unique physique and mastery over various forbidden techniques. Yet, was he merely satisfactory to her? He struck with the speed of lightning, chaos enveloping his fists, embodying a celestial warrior engaged in fierce combat, with myriad divine insights converging into his blows against Xue Yueqing. Boom. Gradually, white dragon scales manifested upon Xue Yueqing's arms, extending to her wrists. With a resounding dragon punch, a surge of silver radiance erupted from her form. The two clashed across the expanse, annihilating countless mountain peaks and obliterating myriad spiritual veins, leaving many ferocious beasts to suffer untimely demise in the wake of their battle. Surrounded by swirling chaos, Su Long traversed the ravaged earth with unparalleled swiftness, akin to a river of light. Bang! A single punch from Xue Yueqing sent Su Long hurtling through an ancient peak, his crown dislodged, hair disheveled, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Altogether, Su Long emerged from the rubble, rallying his followers. Yes, 3 of his companions, though not seed-level powers, were saints in their own right, formidable nonetheless. A hint of cold amusement graced Xue Yueqing's lips. Though her strength was but a fraction of its former glory, it was sufficient to vanquish them. Moreover, the dragon horse had yet to arrive, and given its nature, it might be lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. The first region sprawled endlessly, its mountains deep and ancient trees towering, as primordial beasts roared. The tumult of their fierce confrontation was so tremendous that, were it not for the unparalleled protective array of the fallen Saint Isle, the landscape would have been utterly decimated. Boom. From another area, the sound of explosions echoed, as mountains visibly melted away, prompting Xue Yueqing and her adversaries to shift their battlefield. Yet, with each clash, Su Long grew increasingly alarmed. According to reason, Xue Yueqing's divine power should have been depleted by now, yet her vitality appeared boundless, her physical form exuding immense strength, even fracturing his grip. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Resolving this, Su Long hastily unleashed his forbidden techniques, summoning a magnificent golden dragon to materialize behind him, Imperial Dragon of Awe. With a thunderous roar, his eyes flared with draconic might, releasing a penetrating divine light that surged toward Xue Yueqing. The golden dragon radiated an overwhelming aura, its vast form nearly filling the heavens and earth, its scale shimmering as if it had traversed the annals of time from a realm of deities to the present. Heaven-battling fist. Die! Xue Yueqing bellowed, dragon scales appearing upon her right hand. She unleashed 6 punches, each compounding upon the last, crashing forward with such force that the very fabric of the world seemed to upheave, the region quaking as mountains trembled under the residual impact. Boom! A breathtaking flash of fistlight illuminated the gray world, piercing through the golden dragon's head, her arm plunging directly into its brow. A mournful wail erupted from the golden dragon, as if it possessed consciousness, sending a shiver of dread through the hearts of those who beheld it. Its massive form, stretching over 100 meters, thrashed wildly, its tail sweeping away numerous mountain peaks, resembling a corpulent worm rolling on the ground. At that moment, Xue Long and his 3 companions ascended to engage in battle, wielding sacred artifacts that shone with an extraordinary brilliance against the dimming heavens. The 4 encircled Xue Yueqing, unleashing terrifying divine abilities capable of obliterating the very fabric of existence, restoring the world to its former vibrancy. Xue Long produced a forbidden artifact, a malicious weapon potent enough to slay a sage with a millennium of cultivation. Xue Yueqing felt a chilling sensation coursing through him, fissures appearing on his celestial platform, as if pricked by countless needles. The surrounding void seemed to freeze, rendering him immobile. His face, too, bore the marks of such torment, as numerous tiny pits emerged, blood oozing forth in an eerie spectacle. The crimson streams coalesced in the air, and even the arcane techniques he wielded could not mend the damage swiftly enough, creating an unsettling sight. This forbidden artifact was crafted for me by a sage king. With a mere breath, it can strike down foes from millions of miles away. Xue Long, with disheveled hair and blood-stained attire, wore a cold smirk, seemingly indifferent to his own injuries. Though it can only be activated once, it suffices. "You 3, attack together," he commanded, stressing the importance of maintaining the integrity of the forbidden artifact's activation, for any interruption would render it useless. The trio surged forward, brandishing their lethal weapons, while Xue Yueqing found himself utterly immobilized, as if gripped by an unseen hand, left to endure the onslaught. A spear pierced through his chest. A war lance erupted from his back, and a sword cleaved through his body. Blood spilled onto the earth, drawing the greedy gazes of ancient beasts who dared not move. Xue Yueqing let out a muffled groan, casting a cold stare at his assailants. Were it not for his prior battles against countless adversaries, the ambush he had endured, and the relentless pursuit by various sacred beasts, he would only require a moment to recover from this current predicament. Heavenly secret technique. Xue Long's golden eyes widened in concern as he observed Xue Yueqing's rapid recovery. Could it be the secret arts recorded in ancient tomes? The heavenly secret technique. A cry of astonishment erupted, eyes gleaming with avarice as they hastened their assault. Xue Long's eyes shone with divine light, his breath quickening as he brandished a slender needle in his right hand and a doll in his left, quickening his motions. The chaotic light enveloped his fingers, intensifying the torment Xue Yueqing endured. The speed of his recovery outpaced the injuries inflicted, resulting in his handsome visage becoming increasingly marred by countless pits, even obscuring his features in a torrent of blood. Suddenly, a colossal mountain peak, hundreds of meters in height, hurtled towards them from the distance, blocking out the sun and moon, descending rapidly upon Xue Long. "This is bad." With a thunderous shout, Xue Long swiftly retreated, causing the sacred king's forbidden artifact to falter and the puppet to disperse. Seizing this opportunity, Xue Yueqing unleashed a formidable dragon might, shattering the bindings that restrained him. With a powerful swing of his dragon fist, he obliterated the skull of a nearby saint. The sound of impact echoed as the top of the skull flew off, brain matter and blood mingling in a chaotic spray, staining the ancient ground. A few sacred beasts sauntered by, indifferent to Xue Yueqing as they carried away the saint's remains, offering a nod of gratitude and even a salute before departing. Xue Yueqing, taken aback, wondered how these wild sacred beasts could remain so unperturbed, seemingly unconcerned about the threat he posed. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and a cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield, yet amidst the chaos, a flicker of crimson light could be discerned in the distance. Capitalizing on this moment, Xue Yueqing swiftly dealt with the remaining 2 saints. With a decisive kick, he sent another saint's skull soaring into the air, where a fierce bird swooped down to snatch it, nodding in respect to Xue Yueqing as it departed. "Spare me. Spare me. I will comply with whatever you ask," cried the 2 golden figures, now kneeling in the void, stripped of their former grandeur. They sensed an overwhelming aura of dread enveloping them, as if the entire space had transformed into a quagmire, rendering them immobile. All their trump cards had been exhausted. Yet they still found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of Xue Yueqing's dragon fist. His terrifying physique was akin to eternal divine iron, shattering their path of enlightenment artifacts with brutal force. With a resounding crash, the artifacts exploded in the void like fireworks, but instead of colorful sparks, a rain of blood and shattered sacred relics rained down. Meanwhile, Xue Long had vanished without a trace. As the dust settled, the ravaged landscape lay lifeless, all creatures and vegetation reduced to mere powder, save for a few sacred beasts gnawing on remnants of flesh and bone, alongside a newly arrived mountain. Xue Yueqing cast his gaze in that direction, and his expression darkened. There stood a red dragon horse, rearing on its hind legs, having just kicked the mountain to disrupt Xue Long's incantation. Chapter 52. The Enchanting Saintess the Dragon Horse, adorned in a striking blend of black and crimson, refrained from revealing its true form. Its body remained entirely black, with fiery red mane and hooves, each foot enveloped in flames. At this moment, it stood upright. Akin to a horse mastering a profound technique, its expression brimming with pride. The front hoof struck a posture, one supporting its weight while the other executed a kicking motion. Undoubtedly, the dragon horse possessed immense strength, effortlessly sending a mountain peak hundreds or even thousands of meters high, flying as if it were merely kicking a pebble. At that instant, Xue Yueqing noticed Xue Long had distanced himself, racing towards the regional barrier and subsequently traversing into another area. Eventually, the dragon horse appeared fatigued from maintaining its stance, releasing a long, resonant neigh as it soared through the air, its coat gleaming. It had vanquished all adversaries and arrived at this location. Upon arrival, it witnessed Xue Yueqing inexplicably reduced in size by an unknown arcane technique, being pricked by needles, a sight that its steed could not bear. Alas, your misfortune is profound, having just dispatched over 100 foes, yet more come to assail you. It feels as though the very heavens are about to turn upside down. The dragon horse gazed at Xue Yueqing with a hint of melancholy. As a mount and a celestial beast, it cherished its existence dearly, yet was constrained by Xue Yueqing's overwhelming presence, rendering it unable to flee. Go, pursue that scoundrel, Xue Yueqing commanded, his gaze fixed upon Xue Long escaping from the first district. He instinctively touched his cheek, relieved to find it restored. Had he borne a face marred with pockmarks, it would surely have been terrifying, even to himself, more ghastly than a malevolent spirit. Soon, both the man and the horse entered the second district, an expanse equally vast and boundless, characterized by deep ravines, towering ancient trees, and the roars of ferocious beasts alongside the majestic rivers and mountains. As they ventured deeper, they felt an increasing burden, as if bearing the weight of a colossal mountain. With shackles of blood-red iron appearing upon their limbs, heavy as the heavens themselves. Any ordinary cultivator ensnared by such bindings would undoubtedly face shattered bones and a body turned to pulp. Even those who had trodden the path of the strongest trials would find it arduous to endure this weight of 1,000,000 pounds. However, Xue Yueqing and the dragon horse remained undeterred, perceiving it merely as a means of fortitude. Upon delving into the second district, they discovered that Xue Long appeared to have allied with others, waiting atop a mountain peak. This was a remote area amidst towering mountains, infused with a wild and primal aura, where exotic beasts roamed freely and a palpable sense of murderous intent loomed. Ahead lay an open space where Xue Long stood with 7 others, their gazes cold and greedy, only Xue Long adorned with a red shackle. Why have you not fled? The dragon horse scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at them, exhaling plumes of white vapor, its gleaming teeth reflecting light. Humph, I never contemplated escape. It was merely a strategic retreat. See, have you not fallen into my trap? Xue Long retorted with a disdainful snort. He would never concede that his resolve had nearly been shattered or that he had almost been slain by Xue Yueqing. His retreat was driven by the heart. Xue Yueqing, should I label you as arrogant or merely self-assured? One of the individuals spoke coldly. The oil has run dry, and yet you dare to cross domains? Have you been kicked in the head by a horse? Another youth remarked sarcastically. Hey, dear brother Yueqing, if you surrender your secret characters and your celestial gold, we shall grant you a path to survival. A bewitchingly alluring woman spoke seductively. Her figure was captivating, clad as if in mere scraps of fabric that crossed over her shoulders, supporting her ample bosom while exposing a generous expanse of snow-white skin. This scant attire, from a side view, revealed a picturesque scene that stirred desire. Her lower half was equally tantalizing, adorned in black shorts that left her creamy skin tantalizingly bare on either side. Her long, straight legs were encased in shimmering silver liquid leggings, complemented by silver high-heeled shoes. Her exquisite features were enchanting, with elegantly arched brows, eyes glimmering with a certain red light, and crimson lips, radiating an irresistible allure. Yueqing's gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over the group, ultimately breaking into a smile as he strode forward, remarking, what an extraordinary combination. 1 on the street, 5 bodyguards, and a sovereign who resembles a beggar. What does it mean to be on the street, dear brother Yueqing? The alluring woman shot him a flirtatious glance, her delicate tongue licking her crimson lips, her voice laced with a soft breath. Yueqing felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over him, and even his dragon scales began to surface. wishing he could deliver a dragon punch to that fairy-like face, distorting it into fragments. Being on the street is a term used to describe beautiful women. The dragon horse interjected with a suppressed chuckle, fully aware of its meaning. After all, having battled through the ancient trials for over a decade, they had ventured into various lesser realms, exposing the dragon horse to the myriad of worldly experiences. Once, it had observed beautiful women standing in narrow alleys, and driven by curiosity, it had asked Xue Yueqing about it, only to be encouraged to enter, emerging with a face full of dirt. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman pondered deeply, gazing at her two heavy treasures before her, her head bowed to hide her toes. Indeed, she often stood on the street, relishing the admiration of others for her beauty, particularly those prodigies who emerged from ancient stars, desiring them to become her slaves. Hiki, Black Horse, you speak the truth. I am indeed one who stands on the street. The alluring woman chuckled, covering her lips with her fair hand. Uffed. Xue Yueqing burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, and even the dragon horse joined in, both laughing heartily. Ha ha! The dragon horse nearly toppled over with laughter, dismissing the group entirely. Kid, what are you laughing at? One of them coldly remarked, brandishing a holy artifact, a longsword. Oh, nothing, just laughing a bit, the dragon horse coughed, the once tense atmosphere oddly diffused. However, seeing how you flatter the lady, I might reluctantly leave you with a complete corpse. The enchanting woman's tone turned icy, her piercing gaze fixed on the man and the horse. She intended to eliminate Xue Yueqing first, while probing into the primordial spirit. After extensive investigation, it was revealed that Xue Yueqing had no background, and the primordial spirit was largely devoid of formidable restrictions. Allow me to handle this. Let her experience the sting of society's whip. Longma, filled with anticipation. Despite bearing shackles weighing 1,000,000 pounds, heavy as a mountain, and significantly hindered in movement, transformed into a streak of fire, displaying extraordinary speed as he thundered towards the few individuals atop the mountain. On the opposing side stood 7 individuals, with only Xue Long encumbered by shackles. At that moment, his divine power was fracturing, blood-soaked, and barely able to stand. As Longma moved, the 2 unshackled individuals on the opposing side sprang into action, their speed akin to a flash of lightning, deftly evading Longma's hoofs. Armed with sacred artifacts, they unleashed a relentless assault. Longma, taken aback, swiftly retreated. Nearly overwhelmed by their velocity, and with a hint of irritation remarked, carrying a 1,000,000-pound burden truly complicates matters. Again, Longma let out a mighty roar, engulfed in flames, shattering the cosmos as he charged at the 2 not far away, delivering a series of 999 stomps. With a resounding crash, the entire void was obliterated beneath Longma's might. Despite the weight of a 1,000,000-pound confinement, Longma engaged in fierce combat with the 2 wielding sacred artifacts, gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Xue Yueqing seized this moment to restore her divine power, pulling forth dozens of millennia-old medicinal herbs from the sea of suffering, ravenously consuming them without concern for cost, swallowing them whole with a resounding gulp. Troubling. We must not allow her time to recover, otherwise we shall all perish. Xue Long cried out in panic. Realizing he could no longer confront Xue Yueqing, his resolve shattered. Fear flickered in Xue Long's eyes as chaotic energy enveloped him. Though diminished from before, it still enabled him to stand against a half-saint upon the mountain. Qingting observed Xue Long with keen interest. She was the enchanting woman, a saintess of the demonic sect from an ancient star. Though currently at the half-saint level, even ordinary saints were no match for her. With a thunderous force, Xue Yueqing unleashed a punch that altered the very fabric of reality. The mountains crumbled and beasts roared as she appeared instantaneously beside Xue Long and his companions. A fierce battle aura emanated from her, transforming behind her into a faint silhouette of a silver dragon, its eyes glimmering like divine lanterns. The silver dragon swiftly shrank, perching upon Xue Yueqing's arm as she prepared to strike. In an instant, several mountain peaks were obliterated as if made of paper. The 7 were taken aback, their strength nearly exhausted, yet she wielded such formidable power. They summoned all their might, deploying various magical instruments, and even a sacred artifact fully revived to suppress her. Be cautious. She is immensely powerful, seemingly possessing several celestial techniques, Xue Long warned gravely, brandishing a jade sword, his hair disheveled, his dragon robe tattered, and fissures appearing all over his body, revealing stark white bones. With a clash, Xue Yueqing's dragon punch swept through all the weaponry, and with a flick of the silver dragon's tail, it sent a portion of the sacred artifacts flying. Immediately, He unleashed a flurry of 6 punches towards the sacred artifact and several individuals, generating a torrent of 6 black holes that obliterated all brilliance. A terrifying and grotesque aura emanated from these voids. Boom. Crack. A sacred tower was utterly shattered by Xue Yueqing's might, and a massive black cauldron was left riddled with cracks. The master of the sacred tower felt a pang of heartache, yet could do nothing to alter this grim reality. Su Long was enveloped in chaotic light, though he could not suppress his dread of Xue Yueqing. The best way to dispel fear, however, was to confront it head-on and vanquish it. First, I shall deal with you, insignificant wretch, Xue Yueqing declared coldly, gazing at Su Long from a distance. Despite the dwindling divine power within him, his physical prowess remained his greatest strength. You cannot kill me, Su Long cried out in despair, thoroughly terrified by Xue Yueqing, having witnessed the hellish scenes in District 1. Even the Sacred King's forbidden artifact had failed to slay him in his severely injured state, and his followers had been mercilessly slaughtered. Stop! Qianting attempted to intervene, her alluring steps carrying her forward through the void, ready to strike. With a swift motion, Xue Yueqing activated all techniques to enhance his speed and triggered the 8 bands, arriving before Su Long in an instant. A single dragon punch obliterated Su Long's head. The crown of his skull exploded, sending blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, annihilating his primordial spirit and drenching Qianting in gore, her long legs encased in silver liquid stained crimson, while her pristine abdomen bore the marks of shattered flesh. After dispatching Su Long, Xue Yueqing ignored him and turned his attention to Qianting and her companions, delivering a barrage of punches that felled a remarkable individual, sending blood and severed limbs soaring into the air, transforming the sky into a rain of crimson. This place resembled a slaughterhouse. Activated by the 8 bands, Xue Yueqing embodied a demonic deity. Boom. Qianting shrieked in anguish, unleashing her most formidable secret technique. Enchant the world. A wave of pink enveloped the arena, causing Longma and the others to halt, their eyes gleaming with greed, drooling as they made inappropriate gestures toward the ancient celestial tree. Ancient celestial tree. Qianting's forbidden technique only affected Xue Yueqing for a fleeting moment before he regained his composure, his primordial spirit shrouded in mysterious fragments. This technique had little effect on him. Boom. Qianting's complexion turned pale upon realizing she could not contend with Xue Yueqing. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her trump cards, activating dozens of sacred artifacts and hurling them at Xue Yueqing. Boom. A dense array of sacred light erupted, exploding upon nearing Xue Yueqing, the terrifying holy might shattering the heavens and overturning the universe. Even Longma and his companions were thrown back by the aftermath, with one of Longma's hips transformed into a dance of blood. In the heart of the explosion, Xue Yueqing stood, his body covered in fissures, blood gushing forth. Yet his physique was stronger than that of a saint, as these sacred artifacts were merely the combined efforts of dozens of saints striking his flesh. Purple Heaven Divine Shield. Xue Yueqing let out a thunderous roar, his hands forming divine seals as he summoned the ethereal purple aura from the heavens to envelop himself in a formidable defense. This was the entirety of his defensive techniques acquired from the Zetian sect, meticulously fused with his own methods, resulting in an astonishing level of protection. He activated the divine barrier. The ensuing explosion violently hurled Qianting away, shattering her holy garment and leaving her body battered amidst the jagged rubble, her form marred by ghastly wounds. Struggling to rise from the debris, Qianting disregarded her disheveled appearance, her gaze fixated on the epicenter of the explosion where Xue Yueqing resided. However, upon witnessing the scene, despair consumed her, and she collapsed in terror. Xue Yueqing sat amidst the shattered void, his body riddled with cracks, surrounded by a divine purple glass barrier, adorned with resplendent golden runes that enveloped him entirely. He was impervious to all, exuding the majesty of an unparalleled celestial emperor reigning over the river of time. With a clang, Xue Yueqing opened his eyes, unleashing beams of divine light as he dispelled his defenses and lunged towards Qianting. A sickening thud resounded as her pink soul, cracked and trembling, filled with dread, knelt in the void, imploring him for mercy. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my transgressions. I beseech you, grant me a path to survival. I will comply with your every demand. Her expression was a portrait of despair, even shedding the remnants of her pink attire, laying her vulnerability bare before him, pleading pitifully. Die. Xue Yueqing replied coldly, uttering a single word, and then he struck with a devastating punch. In an instant, Qianting's once pitiful visage twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. Howling like a vengeful spirit, cursing, Xue Yueqing, I curse your path to be severed. May your friends and kin be slaughtered." An onslaught of vile invectives poured forth from her lips. Yet, Xue Yueqing's dragon fist surged forward, colliding with a resounding boom. As pink fireworks erupted against the starry backdrop, her soul was utterly obliterated. In her final moments, she could hardly fathom the extent of Xue Yueqing's strength, nor the activation of the fabled divine barrier. Xue Yueqing stood expressionless in the void, gazing down upon the devastated landscape below, a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. And softly intoned, "This is the path of the Emperor. The first trial is this merciless. Each challenger is their own adversary." Chapter 53. The trial comes to a close. The entire world fell into a profound silence as Xue Yueqing swept through over 100 formidable adversaries, conquering the cross-border battle and vanquishing those who stood on the highest echelon. Su Long and Qian Ting, both esteemed among the elite, found themselves unable to prevail against Xue Yueqing despite their combined efforts. In his wake, the surviving ferocious beasts trembled, retreating into hibernation within their lairs, too fearful to emerge. Riding upon his dragon steed, Xue Yueqing gathered every potent herb, miraculous fruit, and divine elixir capable of restoring his strength. Departing from the ravaged battlefield, he settled upon a mountain peak, enveloped in tranquility, basking in the bountiful rewards of his triumph, particularly the treasures acquired from slaying 2 seed-level powerhouses. Among the myriad items salvaged from the 100 who sought to encircle him, he amassed a great collection of storage devices, as some still preferred the convenience of rings and bracelets despite the existence of the vast sea of suffering for storage. Surrounding himself with divine essences and medicinal elixirs, the air thickened with vitality, which he absorbed through every pore of his being. The warmth of the medicinal power coursed through him, mending his injuries. After a day and night, Xue Yueqing's wounds healed, and his strength returned to its zenith, fending off would-be assailants with swift kicks from his dragon steed. "Let us embark on the path of enlightenment," he declared, rising to his feet and patting his steed before venturing into the primordial mountain range to contemplate the profound truths of the land. His mind and spirit were unclouded, cleansed of the aura of slaughter, as he traversed the rivers and mountains, causing even the sacred beasts to tremble in his presence. The way of nature? Xue Yueqing sighed. Having spent half a day grasping the flowing principles of the universe, discerning the essence of its truths, regrettably, they did not align with his own path. His vast sea of understanding encompassed a singular doctrine, the purification of bloodline, allowing any creature to transcend and transform into a dragon. Alas, it remained incomplete, however. His physical form grew ever stronger, and in due time, he would surely break through the shackles and soar through the heavens as a true dragon, invincible above and below. Simultaneously, he mastered numerous principles of the great Tao, with the way of strength as paramount, complemented by the forces of ice, snow, and thunder. He resolved to reforge the secret realms within his body at a higher level, combining it with the techniques of ancient blood transmutation to carve out his own ultimate path. Once he departed, the mountains once again echoed with roars. A cacophony of chaos resumed as the trial grounds returned to their former state. Xue Yueqing, with flowing white hair and clad in blood-stained garments, emerged as a striking figure, having cleansed himself of all impurities, now exuding an aura of cold elegance. Radiating a soft luminescence, he strolled through the woods, inhaling the fresh, pure air, his spirit harmonizing with nature as he contemplated the way of nature. At this moment, he resembled a celestial being, an ethereal spirit born of the mountains and rivers, exuding the essence of the natural world. Xue Yueqing found it challenging to traverse this path peacefully, for the way of nature offered countless insights worth emulating. Committed to completing his trial and forging his own path, he devoted himself to contemplation for 3 days and nights before finally rising to depart. With an abundance of pathways to explore, including mastery over formations and poisons, he faced a wealth of choices yet to be decided. Self-reliance is the true path, Xue Yueqing remarked lightly, asserting that as long as one's own strength is formidable enough, no matter which grand path one cultivates, it all ultimately leads to power. A single punch can shatter myriad paths, a mere foot can cleave the heavens. The first district had long been deserted. After the massacre of the 100 men of Liankuan, no outsiders dared to tread there. The second district was scarcely more populated, as during his retreat, Dragon Horse had nearly annihilated its inhabitants, leaving it devoid of life. At that moment, Dragon Horse ambled through the area as if on a leisurely stroll, nonchalantly devouring a rare medicinal herb, akin to crunching on a cucumber, the crispness resounding. Should onlookers witness this, they would undoubtedly lament his profligacy. The ancient island of Usaint was replete with various medicinal treasures. Yet those that had endured for millennia were a rarity, for the most formidable trials would yield a new wave of challengers only once every 10,000 years. In the ensuing days, Xue Yueqing commenced a journey across realms alongside Dragon Horse, surging forth with a multitude of shackles weighing down upon him, amounting to millions of pounds. As if forged from blood-red divine iron, gleaming astonishingly. His arms, legs, neck, and torso were all burdened with these chains. He had traversed through over 10 regions, encountering various individuals along the way. Upon sighting Xue Yueqing, these individuals wasted no time and rushed to attack. After all, he had advanced from the 1st district to the 10th, bearing shackles that felt as heavy as the heavens themselves. With each step he took, the very earth trembled and swayed. Those who approached mistakenly believed him to be a target of pursuit, eager to partake in the spoils. However, they overestimated their capabilities. Even with the weight of tens of millions of pounds shackling him, he was able to vanquish numerous cultivators. At this juncture, even Dragon Horse's physical form struggled to withstand the burden, with each of his steps causing the ground to quake as if an earthquake had struck, the surrounding mountains swaying. Ultimately, Xue Yueqing set his sights on the central forbidden zone of the 50th district, advancing forward alongside Dragon Horse. There, the roar of sacred beasts echoed, mingled with a blood-red radiance soaring into the sky. The Grand Commander had issued a warning forbidding challengers from entering this place, deeming it unnecessary. One merely needed to comprehend the first 49 districts. However, it was also stated that this was a domain not meant for ordinary prodigies to tread. As Xue Yueqing and Dragon Horse proceeded, they encountered no immediate peril until nearing the area, where they sensed a palpable aura of menace. The surrounding wilderness was alive with the roars of savage beasts, and colossal mountains thrust skyward, as if piercing the very cosmos, dark clouds swirling ominously. Along their journey, Xue Yueqing and Dragon Horse encountered numerous sacred beasts, each exhibiting a common trait. They lingered nearby, unwilling to depart. What secrets lay within the heart of the forbidden zone, attracting such powerful entities to remain? Dragon Horse whispered. Upon entering, Xue Yueqing instantly felt an indescribable killing intent, as though he had stepped onto a ferocious battlefield. A formidable adversary fixating upon him. Dragon Horse followed closely behind, feeling a sense of trepidation, as he soon perceived several sacred beasts lurking nearby. They had barely entered when they were met with these creatures. One could only imagine the terror posed by the strongest entities within. The path ahead was fraught with danger, replete with zones capable of slaying saints, places of transformation, remnants of unparalleled formations, and sword intents left from past battles. Fortunately, Xue Yueqing's strength was formidable, otherwise they would have encountered dire straits. Truly, this was an ominous place. The Dragon Horse gazed intently at the distant trap behind him, where silver light billowed, marking the realm of an unparalleled powerhouse, a place where the flames of the path had yet to extinguish. He and Xue Yueqing had narrowly escaped the abyss of eternal damnation, truly deserving of the name Fallen Saint Island. This could very well be the domain of the fallen emperor, Xue Yueqing remarked, her hair disheveled, her aura fluctuating unpredictably. They had encountered numerous life and death crises along their journey. Even someone as formidable as Xue Yueqing could not evade them. At times, they were besieged by sacred beasts, yet they persevered and reached the innermost depths, where blood energy surged like a radiant sword, piercing the heavens and merging into the firmament. A blood lake, the Dragon Horse exclaimed as he beheld the scene ahead. Before him, blood energy surged into the sky, and the gleam of swords resonated, all emanating from the Crimson Lake, which spanned nearly 10 miles in diameter. Its vivid red hue blindingly bright, with blood clouds roiling ominously. Even from a distance, one could feel the piercing murderous intent that seemed to transcend the ages. As beams of blood light shot upward into the sky, the blood pool was vast, stretching for dozens of miles, and the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the resonating sound of swords. Such terrifying might. One could only imagine the strength of the powerhouse who had fallen here. It was said that this place dated back to the age of mythology, indicating its ancient existence, and even now, the blood energy remained undiminished, Xue Yueqing mused, furrowing her brows. No wonder this path was known as the ultimate trial of the strongest. Each step was a means of forging strength in the successors. With a sigh, Xue Yueqing continued, any individual who entered could evolve into a second self. The blood-soaked battlefield lay within the lake, riddled with crimson fissures. Without hesitation, Xue Yueqing and the Dragon Horse each entered a blood-red crack. Upon entering, they were instantly confronted by a version of themselves. Boom. Shortly after Xue Yueqing entered, An earth-shattering battle began. The blood fissures sealed shut, creating a closed world. This clash was nothing short of spectacular, yet no one could witness its grandeur. 3 days later, Xue Yueqing emerged, her body drenched in fresh blood, her skull shattered, revealing her pulsating brain. She had suffered near-catastrophic injuries, even with the healing spell of the Xue character. The pain was excruciating. The reason was simple. She had unleashed her full potential, battling against herself. The technique she wielded, her counterpart mirrored. Her martial prowess was equally understood by that entity. Moreover, as she transformed into a dragon, so too did the other, leading to a ferocious struggle that obscured the heavens and darkened the earth. The only difference was that her opponent lacked her honed combat skills, will, and intellect. This was the most brutal battle Xue Yueqing had ever faced, unparalleled by any other. It was a clash of equals, a frenzy of slaughter. Even when besieged by a dozen great saints, she had the ability to escape, but against herself, there was no avenue for retreat. When Xue Yueqing finally emerged, the dragon horse was retching, bloodied and battered, barely holding together, his white bones exposed, spewing forth rainbows. I finally feel how powerful I have become. Never have I loathed myself as I do today. How could I be so difficult to defeat? How could I not die? My true self nearly perished within. Yet, I am still stronger. Alas, it is a tragedy for the prodigies of this age to encounter me. The dragon horse, cursing incessantly, simultaneously vomited while shamelessly praising itself. Evidently having fought to the brink of madness, it produced a precious divine herb, absorbing its potent essence and frantically employing secret arts to hastily mend its injuries. Meanwhile, the dragon horse gnawed on a small medicinal king, vomiting for a full 2 days before gradually regaining its composure. Are there others battling against me? The dragon horse inquired. On the 12th day, a resounding bell echoed throughout the fallen Saint Island, signaling that the time had come for all challengers to depart. Failure to do so would result in being sealed within, destined to perish unless they could break the formidable barrier. Xue Yueqing changed out of his tattered white garments into a brand new black battle suit, mounting the dragon horse as he ventured forth. At that moment, his vitality and spirit had ascended to an astonishing realm, his blood energy surging like an ocean, and his consciousness refined like celestial radiance, transforming him into a terrifying reincarnation of a great emperor. Figures emerged from every exit, warriors from various star realms, some bearing grave injuries, others radiating vitality. Stepping forth from the trial grounds, Guqiu, hailing from the ancient star of Tianyu, emerged, truly a vision of grace, a peerless beauty of her generation. Many who beheld this extraordinary woman felt as though she had undergone a profound transformation, her presence imbued with an indescribable aura. Yet it was palpable that this Guqiu, clad in golden battle armor, exuded an even more formidable presence, akin to a queen descending. Following her, 7 members of Xinshan, from a unique ancient star, emerged, their expressions untouched by worldly concerns, as if they had transcended all earthly matters, golden light cascading around them. Why has no one emerged from the 1st and 2nd districts? Someone pondered. That striking Kuan must have gathered over 100 to hunt Xue Yueqing. Could it be that they have yet to locate him? Is he blocked at the exit? Conversely, where were the 2 seed-level powerhouses, Su Long and Qianting? Both were certainly on par with Guqiu and the others. Just days prior, I encountered the fleeing Xue Yueqing. He had traversed from the 1st district to the 13th, his physical prowess unparalleled, even shackled with a 1,000,000-pound burden. He could still vanquish numerous foes. Everyone awaited, their gazes fixed on the 1st district, even the 7 absolute saints, Guqiu, Hanya, and several other seed-level warriors remained attentive. Chapter 54. Ominous Clouds. Everyone is aware that Liang Kuan serves as her personal guard, one of her earliest followers, having journeyed from the ancient stars to the path of the strongest trials. Yet, he has not made an appearance. Even the Grand Commander and his companions await anxiously. Out of over 300 who entered, only a little over 100 have emerged, leaving approximately 200 still unaccounted for. In the 1st area, I witnessed a scene of blood and fire, a crimson expanse where flesh and bones paved the way. A voice, barely above a whisper, broke the silence. Yet the crowd was momentarily taken aback. The onlookers were not naive, piecing together the ventures of Xue Yueqing across numerous regions and the discussions between 2 individuals. They surmised that Xue Yueqing was the cause, or perhaps some unforeseen event had transpired. However, with Xue Yueqing absent, their conjectures remained mere speculation. A white-haired man clad in a black robe, wielding a long spear, sighed. Xue Yueqing is truly remarkable, traversing the 10 directions and slaying the saints as they wither. I beheld his unparalleled grace in the 10th district, where, despite bearing the weight of millions of pounds in shackles, he could not be deterred. What? The demon Luo, renowned for the massacre of several life-bearing planets, praised Xue Yueqing, a rarity indeed. This formidable sea-level contestant, who acknowledged his own inferiority to Xue Yueqing, left many pondering the true extent of her strength, a mystery to those who had not yet reached the 40th trial. Clearly, the demon Luo was a powerful entity himself. Having blocked the entrance to the 10th district, preventing others from entering, yet he had witnessed Xue Yueqing's rampage in the 9th district and humbly conceded his lesser prowess. Oh, Brother Luo, is Xue Yueqing truly as formidable as you claim? Gu Qiu questioned, skepticism in her tone. After all, carrying millions of pounds in shackles raises doubts about one's physical endurance, especially when battling peers, where one would naturally find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, if Luo was not weaker than Gu Qiu and Hanya, then did that not imply they were equally outmatched? Gu Qiu glared at Luo with displeasure, while Hanya maintained her lofty demeanor, seemingly unaffected. Luo, casting a glance at both, emanated an aura of murderous intent that stained the heavens crimson, akin to a deity spilling blood upon the sky. Behind this aura lay a narrow path strewn with bones, where a figure sat upon a throne of skulls. Such a terrifying manifestation of murderous energy hinted at the strength of its source. Why not try slaying 100 of your kind while bearing millions of pounds in shackles? Traversing 10 directions to slay foes? Who knows if he has breached the 49th district? I, for one, do not presume to be his equal, Luo remarked, shaking his head. He was not one to harbor arrogance. He possessed self-awareness and would not challenge Xue Yueqing in foolish bravado, for they had all witnessed the truth. I have seen another who also traversed 10 districts, a certain Miss Hanya. If I am not mistaken, Luo continued. He appeared robust, resembling a middle-aged man. Yet his white hair and the mysterious patterns adorning his face lent him an otherworldly and formidable presence. What? A woman alone conquering 10 districts? The ethereal Hanya, seemingly delicate, possesses such formidable strength? Many were astonished. This maiden, as beautiful as a snow-capped mountain's ice lotus, was unexpectedly powerful. Fairy Han, have you engaged in battle with Xue Yueqing? I witnessed a cataclysmic clash in the 2nd district. As if the very heavens were upheaved, a nervous cultivator inquired. Since her appearance, Hanya had remained aloof, not uttering a single word, her strength concealed and unknown, yet her formidable aura was undeniable. Many gazed at the breathtaking and elegantly proud figure of Hanya. She exuded an ethereal beauty, transcending the mundane. Her cold and serene demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by worldly affairs. However, at that moment, she shook her head, her expression grave as she focused intently on the 1st district. The crowd followed her gaze. With a resounding roar, the passage trembled as if a deluge were surging forth, shaking the cosmos with a terrifying aura of slaughter, a blood-red tide overwhelming the skies, dark and ominous, shrouding the entire starry expanse. They understood that someone was about to emerge. The steeds were galloping, but who could possess such might? The heroes glanced at the strongest among them, only to find their expressions tense, as if a formidable foe were approaching. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted, followed by a myriad of celestial lights ascending, as a celestial steed shattered the heavens, charging forth with a primal ferocity, as if an army of thousands were arriving. Upon its back sat a cold, aloof man clad in snowy garments. They stood proudly in the skies, gazing down upon all. Xue Yueqing's eyes emitted a divine radiance as he spoke. Do you truly believe a mere 100 can encircle and slay me? Pathetically weak, I have no interest. The crowd was taken aback. Ultimately, only one man and his steed charged forth, while the others fell silent. Indicating a grim reality, Xue Yueqing had slaughtered his way through the entire fallen Saint Island, over 200 souls buried within. Could he have single-handedly breached the entirety of fallen Saint Island? Thank heavens I did not encounter this demon. Su Long and Qianting had yet to emerge, and it seemed several seed-level powerhouses had likely perished at his hands. This is dire. The death of seed-level experts at his hands foretold a tumultuous path for humanity. A single demon dared to challenge everyone. It was remarkable enough to have enemies throughout the world, yet he had slaughtered so many, leaving no refuge for himself upon the ancient path. Outside, many displayed a look of shock, with some even directing murderous intent at Xue Yueqing. A demon had brazenly slain so many prodigies, tarnishing the reputation of the entire human race on the ancient path. Even the leader seated upon the white lion began to darken in countenance, yet he dared not act rashly, even as a half-step Saint King. He would not confront Xue Yueqing. If he were to flee, it would spell disaster. Soon after, the leader produced an iron plate, casting it into the cosmos, enveloping fallen Saint Island in a soft, sacred radiance. As the dust settled, Su Long, the emperor, Qian Ting, the saintess, and the divine body saint had all perished here. Many felt that Xue Yueqing was overwhelmingly powerful, having single-handedly slain over 200 formidable cultivators, each a noteworthy presence on the ancient stellar path. A total of 136 individuals survived as we set forth, declared the Grand Commander of the human clan. This journey primarily revolves around comprehending the profound truths of the universe rather than a mere contest of strength. Yet, some covet the treasures of Xue Yueqing, igniting fierce competition upon sight, leading to conflicts that resulted in fatalities. Over 200 souls were interred on the fallen Saint Island. Some individuals, even before engaging in battle with Xue Yueqing, found their mental states in disarray, pondering the purpose of their path and the reasons for confronting such a formidable adversary. Was it merely out of pride and self-assurance? They remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. In previous endeavors, although many entered, only a handful fell, at most a dozen, but this time, over half perished, indicating some monumental event transpired within. Congratulations to you all for taking the successful first step. In just a few days, you shall depart, embarking on a most illustrious journey. Cherish these final moments in the human clan's foremost city, the Grand Commander encouraged, casting a lingering glance at Xue Yueqing and the seated Longma before allowing the heroes to disperse. In a few days, they would step onto the first battlefield and leave the human clan's foremost city, with the 2nd and 9th trials being particularly conducive for transcending to the sage level. Xue Yueqing sat in meditation within the inn, deep in thought. I have heard that many intend to venture to the 9th trial to break through to the sage level, where numerous marks of ancient emperors linger, leaving behind profound laws of the universe. Achieving sagehood there would prove advantageous for the future. Longma remarked while gnawing on a rare herb. He often roamed the streets, feeling restless if a day passed without doing so. The 2nd trial is also intriguing. A mysterious dojo. Perhaps it would be wiser to attain sagehood in the next trial. Otherwise, encountering sage kings in ambush could spell disaster. Xue Yueqing mused softly. Let us follow your lead, Longma replied nonchalantly, reclining on a massive stone, tossing divine herbs into the air before catching them in his mouth. Though accompanying you is perilous, the rewards are indeed bountiful, Xue Yueqing observed, smiling at the contented Longma. Having fought alongside him for nearly 2 decades, a bond had formed. In the human clan's foremost city, Longma stood as his only friend. As for acquaintances within the city, he preferred solitude, for friendships carry certain costs. The potential for someone to leverage a friend against him was a troubling thought. With regard to Mo Long and the others, he felt no such apprehension. Meanwhile, in the outside world, undercurrents surged and dark clouds gathered. Countless factions received the grim news of their princes and divine offspring's demise, their expressions darkening with rage directed at Xue Yueqing, utterly oblivious to the nuances of human relationships. Chapter 55, The bustling path ahead stars cascade like a shimmering waterfall, the Milky Way draping delicately like gossamer over the first city of humanity. In recent days, this city has been unusually tranquil, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Within the flower pavilion, Xue Yueqing occupies a position on the upper floor by the window, gently swaying a bronze wine cup, the crystalline liquid dancing within as he gazes deeply at the bustling streets below. At this moment, Xue Yueqing has altered his appearance and spiritual essence, his long, ebony hair cascading over his shoulders, complemented by his sharp brows and starry eyes. The flower pavilion is abuzz with activity. Renowned as the largest tavern of the human race and a hub for the dissemination of vital information, recent rumors indicate that Kun Xian has broken through to the realm of the saints and is preparing for a decisive battle against an indomitable golden body, as well as a confrontation with the Flower Fairy. The Flower Fairy has been wreaking havoc in the 50th challenge, while Wu Qiankun has been left mentally shattered after facing the dominant body. Nangong Wenda's prowess is also formidable, yet he fell to the hands of a monkey. It is said that the Flower Fairy possesses an innate Tao body, naturally attuned to the great Tao. Her teachings encompassing an entire world within a speck of dust and a universe within a single flower, her strength is unparalleled. The tavern buzzes with excitement, and Xue Yueqing listens intently, noting the name Kun Xian, the dominant body, the indomitable golden body, and a monkey. Xue Yueqing's gaze remains fixed outside the window, his mind calculating. The indomitable golden body must refer to the saintly body of a future era, while the monkey that bested Nangong Wenda is likely the fighting saint ape. Regrettably, it is now part of a royal lineage with only 3 progeny. However, Xue Yueqing is certain that this is not the fighting saint emperor of millennia hence, but rather the fighting saint ape that has existed throughout history. The name Kuan-Xian reverberates across the starry expanse, said to have gained the acknowledgement of the Tao source, positioning him as a leader among the younger generation, yet few can rival him. Xue Yueqing, holding a jug of wine, approaches a table occupied by 3 individuals engaged in lively conversation. Their demeanor shifts to one of caution upon his arrival. Fellow Taoists, there is no need for alarm. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Xue Yueqing places the jug on the table and opens it, releasing an intoxicating aroma of fine wine. It is holy wine. A young man gazes at the jug, his eyes alight with desire. All 3 are mere half-saints. Consuming this wine could elevate their cultivation tremendously. Ask away. I am known as the all-knowing one, and my knowledge is boundless, one of the youths boasts, patting his chest. Xue Yueqing nods, channeling his divine energy to pour the holy wine for them as he inquires, could you elaborate on Kuan-Xian, the dominant body, the monkey, and the indomitable golden body? And what of the prominent young sovereigns? He remains unaware of the formidable young sovereigns that lie ahead. The 3 youths exchange peculiar glances, recognizing that those figures are renowned throughout the ancient paths of the stars, known by all. Why, then, does this individual seem as though he has emerged from the mountains, unaware of such matters? However, upon witnessing the holy wine, they are too intrigued to question Xue Yueqing's ignorance. Kuan-Xian, it is said, hails from the ancient star of Hongwang, specifically from the vicinity of Kunlun star, a descendant of the Kunlun legacy. His power is extraordinary, having defeated numerous young sovereigns, and he is followed by an astonishing number of protectors and devotees, even drawing the attention of the great sages. He single-handedly defeated Wu Qingkuan, Zhao Xing, and Ba Ti, and was said to be on par with the Flower Fairy, perhaps even surpassing her slightly. He possessed an aura that could engulf mountains and rivers, declaring himself supreme, to the extent that even Dao Yuan came to acknowledge him, earning the recognition of heaven and earth, making it highly likely that he would attain enlightenment in this era. 3 young men spoke with reverence, their eyes shimmering with admiration, yet they sighed in resignation. Xue Yueqing furrowed her brow in contemplation, hailing from a particular lineage. The Kunlun remnants bore the bloodline of immortals, a legacy from the long-lost era that barred entry into the immortal realm, guarding the path to ascension while being nurtured by the essence of celestial energies for years, having produced several supreme beings within their clan. They possessed celestial artifacts, including a celestial bell, which had nearly led to the annihilation of their clan by the emperor. As for the indestructible golden body, his blood ran with gold. His physique and combat prowess were terrifyingly formidable, capable of shattering sacred king artifacts with bare hands. His extraordinary manifestations were astonishing, and he wielded a remarkably powerful fist technique. Known as Wenjun, his name was gentle and elegant, yet he was a battle maniac, fighting recklessly, standing his ground against Ba Ti, who hailed from an ancient star. With neither side gaining the upper hand, the outcome of that battle remains unknown, a young man remarked as he downed a cup of sacred wine. Ba Ti possessed a divine nature unique to his kind, powerful and fearsome, having swept through the world since his emergence. Yet he encountered the Flower Fairy and Kuan-Xian on his path, both of whom were the most controversial figures. The Flower Fairy, rumored to be a natural Tao body, was innately close to the great Tao, battling Kuan-Xian without faltering, while her true strength remained a mystery, perhaps only known to Xue Yueqing. However, Xue Yueqing might not be able to rival them, as they had both gained the recognition of Dao Yuan, having advanced beyond the level of saints, nearly reaching the sacred king status, and Xue Yueqing's cultivation speed might not keep pace with theirs, one person sighed. Xue Yueqing touched her nose, wondering if it was appropriate for others to speak of her inadequacies in her presence. Nevertheless, she had transformed her appearance, and no one recognized her. Xue Yueqing was the only one to have defeated the Flower Fairy, and recent news had emerged that Kuan-Xian and other top contenders awaited him at the 50th checkpoint. One drunkenly remarked, overwhelmed by the potency of the sacred wine. A slight smile graced the corner of Xue Yueqing's mouth as she squinted at the starry sky outside the window, lost in thought. Were they on the verge of breaking through to Sacred King, forging their own paths? Rest assured, they would soon arrive at that place. A few days later, the horn sounded, vast and distant, summoning all challengers. An altar emerged, perched upon the sky, radiating a misty brilliance and exuding a mysterious aura. A vague figure appeared, The guide manifested. Next, you must fight your way to the second checkpoint, allowing yourselves to engage with anyone. For each one of you, every person is an enemy, and only those who survive to the end will pass. The guide's words left everyone astounded, for they understood that a bloody storm was about to unfold. The guide cast a deep glance at Xue Yueqing before vanishing. Xue Yueqing and the 100 others stepped onto the altar, venturing into the unknown realm. Lush green mangosteens, crimson blood fruits, and golden sharp fruits hung in clusters upon the branches. This place resembles a celestial wonderland, shrouded in mist, with ethereal vapors rising. The landscape is alive with vitality, as clusters of tropical fruits emit a tantalizing aroma that intoxicates the senses. Towering mountains loom ahead, forming a continuous range. This is a pristine realm, replete with the essence of heaven and earth. For an hour, Xue Yueqing and the dragon steed have roamed this extraordinary world. Yet they have encountered no rivals, only scattered holy beasts. The dragon steed bit into a cluster of crimson fruits, juice splattering forth as it indulged in the feast. Oblivious to any lurking danger. This space is under a restriction that forbids flight. Xue Yueqing furrowed his brow, realizing that even he, with his formidable powers, was unable to break free from the confines. Since flight was not an option, they would proceed on foot. Xue Yueqing mounted the dragon steed, exploring this realm step by step in search of a way out. According to the guide, this place serves as a bridge connecting to the next sacred city of mankind, and the only way to reach it is through combat. Over the course of the following day, Xue Yueqing gradually encountered many beings, yet they were all ferocious beasts, devoid of humanity. During their journey, they discovered they had trespassed into the territory of a holy dragon, who, moved by Xue Yueqing's reasoning, chose not to pursue them further. They learned that the outside world was embroiled in chaos, with various divine nations engaged in brutal conflict. The emergence of a Tao source had incited this turmoil, as it is a powerful treasure capable of enhancing one's strength, rumored to be rarely seen throughout the ages. Those recognized by it could very well ascend to the status of emperor. A battered giant led the way, flanked by Xue Yueqing and his companions, muttering incessantly, "How dare you strike me? Offending this dragon means you will never learn the path to the second trial." The giant's fury was palpable. He had intruded upon his own domain and suffered at their hands. Xue Yueqing found himself at a loss for words until the transformed dragon eventually calmed down. "Were it not for my clan's defeat and subsequent imprisonment here, how could I have become a guiding dragon? This truly vexes me," the dragon lamented. Subsequently, the dragon steed inquired about their purpose in this place and how to reach the next sacred city. "This is a blood-soaked arena. All who tread the ancient path of cultivation are adversaries. You must understand what you need to do. Furthermore, seek the elusive Tao source to strengthen yourselves." The dragon spoke with agitation, cursing the guide of the first sacred city of mankind. Xue Yueqing and the dragon steed comprehended that the external world was engulfed in conflict, with various divine nations clashing over the coveted Tao source, and that to escape, the challengers must fight their way to the end and enter the second sacred city. The Tao source is a rarity, and you have arrived too late. For decades, some have successfully claimed portions of it. Once one undergoes the tribulation and merges with it, they will likely become invincible, the dragon warned. The dragon steed, astonished, felt the weight of the Tao source's significance grow heavier with each revelation. It was indeed formidable. The Tao source seemed intimately connected to the tribulation, serving as an unparalleled celestial artifact for enhancing potential and realms. Its exact effects could only be discerned through acquisition. As Xue Yueqing and the dragon steed were escorted out by the dragon, it cast a fierce glare at Xue Yueqing before they departed. "Damn it! That guide withheld such vital information," the dragon muttered in frustration. The dragon horse, in a fit of exasperation, stomped forcefully upon the ground, causing it to tremble and resonate with a thunderous roar. Xue Yueqing was well aware of the nature of this entity. The Tao source emphasizes recognition by the heavens and earth. However, as a person who defies the natural order, how could one possibly attain such acknowledgement? Yet, one could still capture it to exchange for scriptures or the like. Furthermore, the descent of divine punishment, wasn't that a means to enhance one's own strength? Xue Yueqing mounted the dragon horse, transforming into a streak of lightning as he surged towards the horizon. Half an hour later, he burst forth from the mountain range, arriving at a vast, blood-red wasteland. Kill. Thus, I intend for the protagonist to endure tribulation and break through to the fifth layer of the sage realm, achieving the status of Sage King within the 50th trial, thereby catching up. Chapter 56, The Unrecognized Realm of Heaven and Earth, 2 chapters combined, The sky blazed in fiery hues, the dawn's glow cascading down, casting the entire realm into a twilight-like ambience. Dust swirled through the air, mingling with the splatters of blood, as the world descended into chaos and carnage. The cries of battle echoed fiercely. Boom! Riding upon a majestic dragon steed, Xue Yueqing arrived at the fringes of the battlefield, gazing upon the desolate expanse resembling a domain of gods and demons, where the clamor of slaughter resounded. Powerful magical artifacts soared through the air. Banners fluttered wildly in the wind, and savage beasts charged into the throngs, trampling everything in their path, shattering the very heavens. A symphony of blood and fire. Bones and smoke enveloped the scene, the stench of carnage pervading the atmosphere, painting the sky a deep crimson. Numerous violet figures mounted on stone warhorses clashed fiercely in the fray. Towering demons, as colossal as mountains, unleashed devastating blows upon the local factions, shaking the very fabric of the earth, their realms formidable, the weakest among them wielding the power of the path. A cascade of radiant light descended, a massive meteor shower, summoned from the cosmos, glittering brilliantly as it plummeted towards the battlefield. Thousands of meteors fell unerringly, burying countless beings beneath their weight. The ground rumbling as a vast chasm formed, shrouded in dust and obscuring the chaos within. Boom! A gigantic fist fell from the heavens, nearly driving the dragon's steed into the depths of the earth. What misfortune is this? To arrive only to be greeted by a fist the size of a meteor. The dragon's steed, enraged, shattered the ground beneath its hoofs. Here, no one was weak. Magical artifacts and divine brilliance danced through the air, capable of annihilating mountains and obliterating great nations. You must be the trial seekers of the human race. This place likely harbors the source of the path, which could aid my demon kingdom in claiming this territory. We can share the spoils. A colossal figure, radiating a sinister aura, descended. His stature was immense, akin to a mountain, dwarfing even the dragon's steed to the size of a mere toenail. This was a great demon, his musculature coiling like a dragon, adorned with dark, sprawling markings. The dragon's steed's fur bristled in alarm as it narrowly avoided being crushed, promptly unleashing a torrent of curses. What is the purpose of your immense size? Xue Yueqing could distinctly sense that this demon possessed only the strength of a half-saint. He understood that a fierce battle for the source of the path was unfolding beyond this locale. Such an opportunity was rare. Legend spoke of the birth of over 20 sources of the path throughout the ages, though some claimed there were as many as 39, most of which had long been claimed by ancient beings, making them exceedingly rare. Yet, the aura of the source permeated this very place. Our adversaries include the spirit kingdom, alongside the divine kingdom and the 9 heavens, among other formidable realms. If you ally with us, we shall share the source. For decades, only 2 exceptional trial seekers have acquired the source, heralding an unprecedented era signifying their acknowledgement by the heavens, potentially leading them to enlightenment. If you fail to obtain it, you shall find it impossible to contend with them in the future. Thus, let us unite. Several towering demons encircled Xue Yueqing, persuading him to join their cause. For just moments prior, a powerful entity had sensed the presence of the source beneath the battlefield, igniting this fierce conflict. In the midst of the swirling snow and moonlight, an ominous frown creased Xue Yueqing's brow. Suddenly, dozens of colossal cauldrons soared through the air, their dark forms obscuring the sun, each crowned with a celestial star. Saturating the sky, blood and a palpable aura of slaughter poured from within. With a thunderous crash, 10 of these mighty cauldrons descended, having traversed several miles, forming an unusual array that ensnared the area before plunging down with ferocity. This was a surprise attack, occurring while Xue Yueqing engaged in dialogue with Longma and the denizens of the demon kingdom. The impact of the descending cauldrons was formidable. Xue Yueqing enveloped Longma in divine power, activating a secret technique to escape to a mountain peak. Gazing across, she spotted a small figure clad in purple, its eyes glinting with cold light, commanding the tremendous cauldrons to strike downwards. With a resounding boom, the cauldrons crashed down, instantly reducing several semi-saint demons to mere pulp, their souls exploding in the process. Among them was a saint from the 9 heavens divine kingdom. Longma exhaled flames from his mouth and nose, fixating on the distant purple figure. Xue Yueqing raised her hand, summoning a battle spear from the battlefield using a military secret technique, its silver radiance illuminating the surroundings. With lightning coursing along its length, she hurled it toward the purple figure. The 2-meter-long spear transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, slicing through the void. A shadowy light piercing the heavens and earth, reaching its target in an instant. The purple figure attempted to evade, but the spear, seemingly alive, pierced through its chest in a heartbeat. The purple figure, formed from divine jade, possessed formidable strength. Yet it could not withstand the assault and hastily raised the black cauldron to shield itself. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced the cauldron as if it were mere paper, experiencing no resistance as it directly impaled the figure, blood gushing forth as its body erupted. The soul too disintegrated under the spear's might. Such was the terrifying power of Xue Yueqing. A single strike was sufficient to slay a saint. Having accomplished this with calmness, she surveyed the battlefield, where the cacophony of battle filled the air, shadows darting everywhere, spirits, demons, divine beings, denizens of the 9 heavens, and fearsome beasts. An overwhelming number of formidable warriors. Numerous trial seekers had also arrived, and Xue Yueqing recognized some familiar figures among those vying for dominance, clearly aware of the unfolding chaos. The battle raged fiercely, various artifacts swirling through the air, their chilling gleams blinding. A stunning woman clad in golden armor rode a white wolf, cutting through the fray with lethal grace, while several holy monks erupted in golden light, their radiance purifying the malevolent energies and enlightening the powerful. A girl in a black dress floated gracefully through the void, her dark aura intensifying. Those semi-saints who approached her were reduced to dust without her lifting a finger, their remnants scattering in the air. This was a realm of chaos, where blood frequently splattered, had it not been for the suppressive barriers. This ancient ground would have been obliterated countless times over, for the beings on this battlefield were overwhelmingly powerful, even saints joining the fray. As a flurry of sword rain descended, the dim sky was illuminated by the cascading blades, countless laws permeating the air as the flying swords indiscriminately attacked, leveling majestic mountains and claiming innumerable lives. Soaring towards the ethereal realm of snow and moon, his gaze blazed with intensity, unleashing 2 beams of divine light that pierced through the cascading rain of swords, transforming it into shimmering motes that dissipated in the air. Xue Yueqing turned his eyes towards the being that conjured the sword rain, a member of the human race, who stood defiantly in the celestial expanse, commanding a multitude of flying swords that ruthlessly cleaved through adversaries. With a black spear in hand, Xue Yueqing hurled it towards the human sage while plunging into the fray. An aura of terror enveloped the battlefield, causing the formidable warriors nearby to retreat in astonishment, their gazes drawn towards him. As the sage, who had unleashed the sword rain, heard the ominous sound, it was already too late. A potent wave of energy surged forth, striking terror into his heart. Though he attempted to shift the very fabric of reality to evade it, escape was futile. Numerous magical artifacts erupted from within him, forming a desperate barrier. Yet, he could not avert his doom. The obsidian spear pierced through all defenses, shattering them, and embedded itself in his forehead. With a sickening pop, his head exploded like a ripe watermelon, his primordial spirit enveloped by a malevolent force that scattered into the void. A gruesome spectacle ensued, as crimson blood gushed forth from the corpse, mingling with white brain matter that splattered across the battlefield, staining the faces of onlookers in a shocking display. It was he, Xue Yueqing. The butcher had returned. "Flee, what are you waiting for?" Someone cried out, abandoning the scene and transforming into a streak of light to escape. Among the trial takers traversing the ancient celestial path, there were originally over 300, but more than 200 had perished at the hands of Xue Yueqing, leaving just over 100 to confront this stage, and they had yet to provoke him. Observing the trepidation in the eyes of these challengers, one proposed, "Let us eliminate him first, then vie for the source of the Tao." In that very moment, forces from the demon kingdom, the divine kingdom, the spirit race, the 9 heavens divine kingdom, and countless human factions converged upon Xue Yueqing, unleashing magical artifacts and divine powers in his direction. A golden furnace, as colossal as a mountain, loomed, while a blood-red gourd seemed to consume the very elements of the world, accompanied by golden celestial nets cascading down from the heavens. Xue Yueqing remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in the void, launching a devastating dragon fist that rendered the entire realm devoid of color. This was his self-created martial art, a fusion of combat techniques that birthed a silver dragon shadow, sweeping across the beings of several divine nations, causing their artifacts to explode. Boom. The magical artifacts and divine spells detonated in the sky like fireworks, an endless cascade of vibrant divine energy illuminating the otherwise gray expanse. Armed with his spear, Xue Yueqing charged into the battlefield, surrounded by thousands of beings intent on his destruction, where right and wrong held no meaning. Only the allure of profit and the necessity to eliminate threats posed by the powerful. Countless arrows rained down upon him, yet Xue Yueqing harnessed the secret of military strategy, bringing the storm of arrows to a sudden halt in midair before redirecting them towards the enemy ranks. In mere moments, thousands of elite warriors met their demise. Not just any warriors, but sovereigns and lords of their realms. On the dusk-lit battlefield, the ground was drenched in the sanguine hue of countless lives lost. A grim tapestry woven from blood and bone, rendering the earth beneath their feet akin to a treacherous snowfield, swallowing them whole until they reached the ankle. A terrain formed from the very flesh of the fallen. In the midst of the battlefield, Xue Yueqing surged forth, painting the heavens and earth crimson with bloodshed. The malevolent aura shattered the clouds, enveloping the sky like a dark shroud, while the fiery dragon steed swept across the land, its hooves shattering the very fabric of the heavens. Mounted upon his dragon steed, he wielded a black spear, eradicating all in a designated area, including those trial seekers who had ventured onto the ancient starry path, previously lurking in the shadows. They believed themselves to be undetected. Yet none escaped the reckoning of Xue Yueqing, a god of slaughter. The beings encircling Xue Yueqing began to halt their actions, retreating in dread, awestruck by the ferocity of his onslaught. No one dared to provoke him further. They were all subdued, acknowledging him as the paragon of this ancient land. A cascade of auspicious light descended from the heavens, illuminating the sanguine battlefield. Xue Yueqing, drenched in blood, his once white hair, now stained a deep crimson, stood resolute atop a mountain of corpses, surveying all below. His gaze fell upon Xianxun, Hanya, and Guqiu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Are there more challengers to come? He seemed to inquire, his visage and form splattered with blood, even his dragon steed bearing the marks of battle. The others remained silent, their desires shifting away from conflict. They sought only to depart this place in pursuit of the source of the Tao to enhance their own power, recognizing that further bloodshed would yield nothing but wasted time. The source of the Tao, someone exclaimed, as a glimmer of light flickered from deep within the earth, emanating an essence that resonated with the very foundation of existence. The foremost individuals, initially intent on retreat, abruptly paused, many racing forward to seize this mysterious power, for it signified the universe's affirmation. Upon witnessing this, Xue Yueqing instructed his dragon steed to remain, plunging into the depths of the earth in pursuit of the radiant source. Guqiu and the others followed suit, albeit lacking proficiency in the art of formations, relying solely on the residual aura to guide them. Xue Yueqing, unmatched among his peers in agility, had spent his youth exploring ancient tombs and excavating significant relics, earning him the title of the apex archaeologist. He had also delved into numerous texts on geomancy and formations, mastering these arts with remarkable skill. Within the earth, the dragon energy surged, celestial light radiating forth, various auspicious phenomena flowing in abundance, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Upon encountering Hanya and the others, Xue Yueqing activated the walking character secret and various divine movement techniques, pursuing the source of light while simultaneously deploying a series of formation discs to obstruct Hanya and her companions. Ahead lay a light source, roughly the size of a human head, swiftly traversing the subterranean layers, pursued by several saints, yet their speed paled in comparison to Xue Yueqing's. He even unleashed poisons and formations in his wake. Xue Yueqing, let us compete fairly, someone shouted, tormented by the projectiles he had cast. Xue Yueqing merely smirked in disdain. At such a juncture, engaging them in direct combat was an impracticality, preferring instead to pursue the tangible. He too was in pursuit of the luminous orb, equipped not only with the walking character secret but also with a fragment of the character formation secret, swiftly closing the distance. The source of the Tao, imbued with divinity, quickened its pace upon sensing another S approach, vanishing deeper into the earth in the blink of an eye. The saint and the challenger, who had pursued relentlessly, engaged in fierce combat without delay. The ground trembled, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers, as this ancient land, shrouded in sealing, threatened to collapse. Powerful waves radiated outward, fissures began to appear in the earth, and countless bones and flesh plummeted into the abyss. Suddenly, the earth split open, and figures such as Xue Yueqing, Emosheng, Lingxing, along with Guqiu and 7 others, emerged. To the astonishment of the crowd, 8 or 9 ancient saints, who had existed for countless years, were embroiled in the chaos, soon joined by more ancient saints from the horizon. Xue Yueqing found herself encircled by several ancient saints, including Guqiu and Sheng Tsung Qiju, while even Hanya had arrived, equally surrounded. With a thunderous roar, the combatants clashed in midair, blood cascading like rain. Xue Yueqing unleashed her dragon fist, piercing through one ancient saint with astonishing might, and battled fiercely against 7 or 8 others without losing ground. With a powerful strike, she sent Gu Qiu crashing into a stone mountain, leaving numerous imprints on her battle armor. Her graceful figure contorted under the force. Shangxing Qiju, too, suffered under Xue Yueqing's relentless assault, his bald head swelling from the blows as they fled in panic. They could not comprehend why Xue Yueqing took pleasure in striking their heads. Despite their formidable physicality, hers surpassed theirs, leaving their crowns reddened and swollen. With a resounding slap, Xue Yueqing struck one of the saints, the sound reverberating throughout the arena as a golden figure was sent crashing into a nearby mountain, buried beneath the rubble. Xue Yueqing's power was overwhelming. Amidst the chaos of ancient saints, she stood tall, competing fiercely against the mightiest, commanding the respect of all. Many spectators marveled, particularly the challengers who had embarked on the ancient path of the stars, feeling a sense of despair in the presence of such a powerful figure. They realized they could only remain in the shadows, perhaps only Hanya and a few others could rival her. On another front, Hanya faced 5 ancient saints. Yet she remained remarkably composed, occasionally unleashing a darkened green palm, obliterating one ancient saint with a black lotus. Her strength was unparalleled. With a powerful punch, Xue Yueqing sent an ancient saint from the 9 heavens divine kingdom flying, mangling half of their body, blood spilling into the air like a crimson river. Suddenly, the source of the Tao, radiating a gentle glow, soared directly towards Hanya, signifying her recognition. The crowd erupted in excitement, unleashing their abilities against Hanya. Even the ancient saints abandoned their battles with Xue Yueqing. What? She has received recognition. Many gasped in astonishment, their spirits lifted. For they understood the significance of this acknowledgement. It heralded the hope of attaining enlightenment. They were witnessing the birth of a sovereign master of the Tao. In a flash, Xue Yueqing rushed towards her, as intricate patterns of the Tao manifested in the air. Combining the secret of the action character with a partial version of the character formation secret, he reached the source of the Tao in an instant. His dragon claws poised to grasp it. The dragon's claws shimmered in silver, obscuring the heavens and the sun, as a partially incomplete secret array sealed the surrounding void, preventing the escape of the source of the Tao, directly imprisoning it within the formation. Initially, Xue Yueqing harbored little hope of capturing such an elusive entity. Yet it approached him willingly, allowing him to seize it. This was a celestial material that could be exchanged for unparalleled cultivation techniques. Even if it were unrecognized, it could merely serve for mundane tasks like foot baths before being sold off. In the palm of Xue Yueqing's hand rested a luminous orb, the size of a human head, radiating an aura of serene purity, adorned with various profound runes, exuding an air of mystery that was both enigmatic and profound. He had captured the source of the Tao. Heavenly marvels unfolded before our eyes, astonishingly. It had been merely 20 years since the last individual had attained the source of the Tao. The ancient sages and prodigies sprang into action. A dozen ancient sages converged, including Hanya and Gu Qiu, who also rushed forth. However, at that moment, their movements halted as a vague will emanated from the source of the Tao, reverberating throughout the vicinity. To harbor ambitions that defy the heavens, to rebel against the cosmos, is to be denied the path to ascendance. The source of the Tao projected this indistinct will. This brief expression caused many to widen their eyes in disbelief, straining to comprehend the unfolding events. For none had anticipated nor heard of a conscious will residing within the source of the Tao. Suddenly, the source of the Tao shattered, scattering in all directions. Yearning to return to the cosmos, yet it was ensnared by an intricate web of Tao patterns, unable to break free. Xue Yueqing shall never ascend. The heavens do not acknowledge him. A voice erupted in uncontrollable laughter, collapsing onto the ground in mirth. Even Hanya and her companions regarded Xue Yueqing with peculiar gazes, while other challengers exhaled deeply. The heavens had denied such a formidable figure, one who had stifled the breath of many powerful beings, and had even bested several of the most exceptional young sovereigns in the path ahead. Xue Yueqing promptly produced a black cauldron, imprisoning the source of the Tao within, and then withdrew it. The celestial measuring tool appeared in his hand, stirring frantically inside the cauldron. Why do I require the heavens' acknowledgement? You are merely a commodity to be sold. If the heavens do not recognize you, then I shall shatter the heavens. Xue Yueqing's voice resonated with a domineering coldness as he inscribed ancient characters and Tao patterns in the void, sealing the source of the Tao within the cauldron. Chapter 57, Blood Battle, Second Stage, 2 chapters combined. The Grand Cauldron, vast as an abyss, devoured the heavens and the earth. It was a sacred vessel. Yet thin wisps of ethereal light battered against its walls, unable to escape its confines. Bound by a half-ruined secret script. It was stirred violently by Xue Yueqing's celestial measuring ruler. Many were left astounded. Even the ancient sages shared the same sentiment. Throughout history, there have been beings unrecognized by the heavens, whose essence would shatter and return to the cosmos. Yet, never had any life form forcefully sought to seize the Taoist source. At that moment, Hanya and the others retreated, distancing themselves from Xue Yueqing. Their gazes fixed upon the sky. They understood that divine retribution was imminent. A terrifying aura enveloped the atmosphere, as chains of divine order manifested in the firmament. Radiant as the feathers of an immortal phoenix, piercing through the heavens and slashing toward Xue Yueqing. It was a rare act of irreverence. For few dared to challenge the sacred source of the Tao, knowing full well the punishment that awaited. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xue Yueqing remained undaunted. Even displaying a glimmer of anticipation, he struck towards the divine punishment, fiercely countering the calamity, a dragon's punch shattering the celestial expanse. Boom! The chains of divine order were thwarted. The anticipated scene of death and obliteration did not unfold. Instead, Xue Yueqing absorbed the divine chains into his being, forging himself anew. A cold smirk graced Xue Yueqing's lips. The so-called calamity was nothing more than this. He had faced far greater dangers before. And even the tribulations of his own ascension paled in comparison. Suddenly, the heavens roared with thunder, crimson lightning erupted, and countless bolts of calamity illuminated the sky. Cascading towards Xue Yueqing and his ruler, the massive cauldron. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. The heavens were enraged. No one had transcended realms, no prodigies had faced tribulation. It was solely due to Xue Yueqing's sacrilege against the source of the Tao. Terrifying light danced, and searing electric brilliance flooded the area, transforming it into a realm akin to a divine kingdom, drowned in thunder. This was nothing short of divine punishment. The sea of thunder was too immense to withstand. Who among them could survive such a heavenly tribulation? Boom! The thunderous waves were terrifying, each bolt akin to a starry river plummeting from above, the atmosphere oppressive. The celestial might unparalleled. How could mere flesh and blood withstand it? The beings surrounding Xue Yueqing were pushed back thousands of miles, establishing a clear divide. Before anyone could utter mockery or lamentation, Xue Yueqing plunged directly into the heart of the thunderstorm. Heavens! He dared to enter, risking his life? What a pity for such a remarkable talent. Yet those who had witnessed Xue Yueqing's tribulations bore grim expressions. The voices of those lamenting were those of the ancient beings of this star. As Xue Yueqing entered the heavenly tribulation, electric light surged from every pore of his body, channeling the lightning to refine himself, also submerging the celestial ruler into the sea of thunder. The chaotic stone tablet engraved the scene of divine punishment descending to the mortal realm. He had resolved to forge a mirror from the chaotic stone tablet. But there remained much material. Thus, he would also forge a celestial measuring ruler to unite with his current ruler in the future, while the remaining materials could be fashioned into a battle garment. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Some felt a chilling dread as they beheld Xue Yueqing, unharmed amidst the thunderstorm, sending shivers down their spines. In the midst of the heavenly tribulation, Xue Yueqing sat in a meditative state, absorbing the thunderous energies that coursed through him. At the center of his brow, a golden figure materialized, consuming the thunder and expelling fragments of shattered chains of order. By drawing the thunder into his being, he was refining his true form through the tribulation, an act truly defying the heavens. The onlookers gasped in awe, unable to suppress their astonishment. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, deserving a place among the stars along the ancient celestial path. Contrary to the anticipated scene of bloodshed and shattered bones, Xue Yueqing's physique radiated an air of ecstasy, as if savoring an exquisite vintage. He discovered a natural force of order within himself. After a considerable time, he inscribed countless runes upon the black cauldron, completely isolating the aura of the source of the Tao, causing the tribulation to vanish and the thunderous light to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Yueqing activated the Xingzi secret, combining it with various divine movement techniques, enveloping his dragon steed in divine power and fleeing. They just ran away? A bewildered onlooker gazed at the figure and horse dashing through the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. With graceful steps, Hanya executed a technique rivaling the Xingzi secret, moving swiftly, her elegant form leaving a trail of fragments in her wake. The awakened crowd immediately set out to hunt Xue Yueqing, as dozens of ancient saints appeared to pursue him. In the dimly lit, tranquil forest, starlight cascaded down, and the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the entire realm with streams of the Milky Way. Countless figures emerged from the void. From all directions, formidable experts converged. To the left, towering demons riding primal beasts descended, while to the right, a battalion of diminutive figures in purple and red encircled him, alongside numerous powerful beings of the spirit race. Cursed the heavens for their misfortune, the dragon's steed lamented, its body drenched in blood. 2 days had passed since Xue Yueqing acquired the source of the Tao, and a holy king had descended. It could be said that now there was no refuge for the two anywhere on the ancient star. Xue Yueqing, mounted upon his dragon's steed, unleashed a massacre upon the ancient celestial road, growing stronger in the face of adversity, competing fiercely among countless experts, and battling amidst the myriad of prodigies on this imperial path. For those who truly sought to tread the imperial road and reach the pinnacle, this was a blood-soaked path, destined to be littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing beneath their feet as they emerged victorious. Kill. Wielding the celestial measuring rod, Xue Yueqing cleaved the heavens. Each strike severing foes in twain, decisive and swift. Waves of sword energy erupted from the celestial measuring rod, sweeping across the battlefield and annihilating all adversaries. With each thrust, bodies fell, 1, 2, hundreds, each a soldier or cultivator from various divine nations, many being those who had severed the Tao or were half-saints, while the saints had been shaken off. Countless cultivators wailed in agony, yet Xue Yueqing remained impassive, wielding his blade, instilling terror in the hearts of living beings, shattering their resolve and extinguishing their will to fight. This was a one-sided slaughter, a massacre. Blood splattered, flesh was torn asunder, and a grotesque array of brain matter and intestines littered the ground, transforming the once verdant forest into a grotesque tapestry of crimson and dismembered remains, with stark white bones scattered across the earth. Ultimately, ancient saints emerged, not merely one, but several, converging from all directions to encircle the scene. Xue Yueqing erupted in fury, radiating a luminescent aura, while a towering silver dragon coiled in the starry sky behind him, draining the world of its color. With a mighty dragon fist, he unleashed devastation. The silver dragon's ethereal form surging forth in tandem, he leapt onto the back of his dragon steed and fled without hesitation. For even a drop of divine energy could not be squandered in this perilous place, with countless enemies blocking his path. Boom. The ethereal silver dragon and his dragon fist obliterated the forest, sending several ancient saints tumbling through the air, one of whom Xue Yueqing specifically targeted, most of his assault directed at a demonic saint. With a sickening explosion, the demonic saint was torn apart, flesh and blood scattering in the aftermath. Bathed in sacred blood, Xue Yueqing carved a path through the chaos, with none daring to impede him. In the ensuing fortnight, the ancient lands were steeped in unrest, engulfed in bloodshed. Xue Yueqing faced wave after wave of adversaries, his iron-fisted slaughter rendering vast regions of the divine realm silent. Meanwhile, Hanya and her companions chose not to pursue Xue Yueqing any further, opting instead for another battlefield in search of the source of the Tao. In the end, as the sun and moon lost their radiance and the heavens dimmed, countless mountains and rivers lay ravaged, some forces entirely evaporating. A number of divine cultivators fell victim to Xue Yueqing's onslaught, subject to indiscriminate massacre. Once enemies had been made, why not eliminate their prodigies? There were no loyalties, no right or wrong, only a sense of grievance fueling the carnage. Across the ancient realm, Xue Yueqing had slain over a dozen saints, instilling a profound dread that silenced any thoughts of retaliation or provocation. Of course, crises did arise, as saints from the divine kingdom, demonic kingdom, and the nine heavens appeared. But he deftly evaded them, employing techniques to alter his appearance and aura, isolating his presence with a fragmented secret art. After half a month, even Xue Yueqing, with his formidable constitution, began to feel the weight of fatigue from relentless combat against trial-takers and formidable foes, his body bearing hidden wounds from the pursuit of divine soldiers. He had slaughtered no less than 100,000, drenched in blood, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. A river of blood flowing from the sheer terror of battle. In the midst of this chaos, he discerned that the source of the Tao had ceased to manifest. The only source lay firmly within his grasp. As the ancient bell tolled, urging the trial-takers onward, a colossal altar materialized in the void, showering down resplendent beams of light. He soared across the skies, appearing in various ancient battlefields, as the trial-takers took flight, ready to embark on their journey. Xue Yueqing, drenched in blood, had transformed. His white hair now a vivid red, with droplets of crimson cascading from his locks, and his celestial measuring rod had turned a deep red, adorned with intricate celestial patterns. His entire being was surrounded by countless corpses, rivers of blood flowed, and mountains of bodies piled high, forming a 5-meter-tall hill. Xue Yueqing stood atop the mound of corpses, gazing at the gradually brightening sky. His physique was battered, riddled with cracks, blood oozing from his body on the verge of shattering. "It is finally over," Xue Yueqing spoke calmly as dawn broke. A beam of golden sunlight piercing through the dark clouds, illuminating his bloodstained face. He frantically activated the secret technique, mending his bones and wounds. Though the internal injuries and hidden afflictions would take days to heal, only a few dozen figures remained at the altar. Over 100 had arrived. Yet now fewer than 50 were left. Their gazes were dim, and silence prevailed, each person stained with blood. Xue Yueqing rode a dragon steed, treading through the heavens, when several ancient saints emerged, compelling him to engage in a bloody battle. He fought his way to the 5-colored altar, eventually shaking off a few ancient saints. However, the conflict did not cease. Upon reaching the altar, Hanya, Guqiu, the holy monk 7 absolute, and 3 sea-level saints launched a simultaneous assault on Xue Yueqing. Thus, with a final flash of brilliance, they vanished into the ancient land, engaging in a fierce struggle within the dark passage, their bloodshed cutting through to a magnificent, grand holy city of the human race. Blood spilled, the chilling clash of holy artifacts echoed, and terrifying celestial light engulfed the heavens. This battle resembled a clash of divine beings, brutal and intense, sweeping across all directions. Within the dark passage, Xue Yueqing faced several opponents alone. As meteors from the heavens ignited, ancient stars shattered, and the cold, dark universe was torn apart, a consequence of their fierce conflict. Hanya was particularly astonishing. Her physical form rivaling Xue Yueqing, her Tao and method strikingly formidable, far surpassing Guqiu and the others. Thud. Xue Yueqing hurled Guqiu and the others out of the passage and engaged in fierce combat with Hanya. The grand, monumental city loomed like a slumbering lion, exuding an air of majesty and inviolability. Xue Yueqing and his companions crashed into the city, stirring a tremendous uproar. This was unprecedented. For many years, no one had dared to act recklessly within the city, yet here was a challenger who had battled his way to this point, shocking the entire city. Xue Yueqing single-handedly fought against Hanya, Guqiu, the holy monk 7 absolute, and 3 seed-level saints, their clash reaching a fever pitch, their energies penetrating heaven and earth, causing the entire holy city to tremble. Passers-by on the streets hurriedly retreated, while several buildings collapsed in chunks. Who is this person, so audacious as to fight his way into the holy city, pioneering an unprecedented trial route? Even the previous group had to dismount and enter on foot. The figure standing at the center, battling fiercely in all directions, was none other than he, commanding the might of numerous foes. Exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and terrifying combat intent, a rarity throughout the ages, many formidable cultivators in the city arrived, both observing the battle and engaging in discussion. Due to Xue Yueqing being drenched in blood, his visage appeared crimson, blood seeping through his hair and dripping down, rendering him unrecognizable. Cease at once. How dare you desecrate the holy city? Do you wish to test the law with your lives? Those who defy the city rules shall be mercilessly slain. The soldiers guarding the ancient city shouted fiercely, their faces pale with indignation, as they realized they were being publicly humiliated. Even the most distinguished figures had dismounted to enter. The messenger was also alerted, and a deafening proclamation echoed from deep within the ancient city, compelling Xue Yueqing and her companions to cease their fierce battle, lest they face dire consequences. Reluctantly, they halted, their murderous intent palpable as they exchanged cold, indifferent glances, refusing to retreat. In this clash, Lama endured a brutal assault from 7 bald adversaries, sustaining considerable injuries, whereas Xue Yueqing bore scars but was otherwise unscathed. Guqiu had his golden armor shattered, exposing his fair skin, with only 2 pieces of the armor modestly covering his vulnerable areas, while his silver liquid pants were ruthlessly torn apart. Xue Yueqing, return the Tao source to me. Hanya's eternally composed elegance and icy demeanor darkened, her face flushing with rage. She was undeniably beautiful, with a porcelain oval face, delicate brows and sparkling eyes, a petite nose blushing pink, and luscious red lips. Dressed in a black gown that tightly hugged her graceful figure, her fair, delicate feet evoked an irresistible desire to touch. Her beauty rivaled that of Hua Qingxin, yet her perpetually stern expression suggested that the world owed her something. Though her current anger rendered her unexpectedly charming, even the holy monk Qiju felt tempted to return to the mundane. As a monk wielding a large blade stared intently at Hanya, I seized it myself. Why should I give it to you? Xue Yueqing remarked, tilting her head with a grin, her cheeks flushed with vibrant red, her pearly white teeth glistening, exuding an unsettling allure. It acknowledges me. It is of no use to you, Hanya replied, her voice melodious and resonant, imbued with a domineering allure that was both captivating and inviting, stirring an instinct to conquer. If you desire the Tao source, you must offer me something of satisfactory value in exchange. Otherwise, I would rather use it to wash my feet than relinquish it to you, Xue Yueqing declared. The second holy city in the starry sky was vastly more magnificent and imposing than the first, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. The Grand Commander of the second holy city wore a displeased expression, scrutinizing them for an extended period before speaking. You possess extraordinary audacity to treat the human race's holy city as a mere testing ground. Do you seek to wage war against the city's formidable warriors? Having departed from the blood-soaked battlefield, only 50 or so survived to arrive here, the rest having perished. A heavy silence enveloped the space, with some cultivators bowing their heads in tears. You are Xue Yueqing of the demon race, Hanya of the celestial ancient star, and Gu Qiu of the celestial edict ancient star. The Grand Commander, with a stern countenance, listed the names of those who had fought valiantly, igniting a wave of commotion. Good heavens, it is Hanya, murmured the crowd, her name having already echoed through the city during their journey. A paragon of prodigious strength capable of rivaling the previous champions. Xue Yueqing has also arrived. I thought he would hesitate to tread this path upon hearing the illustrious names of Kunshan and others. The audacity of the demon race treading upon the ancient path of humanity was indeed remarkable. The city erupted into a cacophony as many, upon learning the identities of the combatants, expressed their astonishment, while some gazed hungrily at Hanya and Gu Qiu. At this moment, Hanya's black dress was stained with blood, and a grotesque scar marred her jade-like arm. The back of her black gown had been torn apart, revealing her smooth, glistening white back, with 2 black shoelaces dangling enticingly. Her delicate shoulders exposed, evoking an irresistible urge to approach her. For 3 years, I would gladly endure such a sight. However, behind her, golden patterns and runes flickered, presenting an intriguing spectacle. Gu Qiu, on the other hand, was clad in tattered golden armor, with only ragged remnants of battle gear adorning his form. Strips of fabric concealing his vulnerable areas, yet offering a feast for the eyes. The holy monk Shi Hao had met his demise at the hands of Xue Yueqing. His crown shattered, crimson blood saturating the golden robe. Moreover, 3 other elite figures lay incapacitated, their hearts shattered, each with a bloody hole in their foreheads, and half of their bodies obliterated, blood gushing forth. The prowess of Xue Yueqing, who single-handedly subdued several formidable foes and nearly claimed lives, was enough to instill fear and a chill in the air. The envoy declared a special pardon, expressing regret for their extraordinary cultivation and opting not to pursue further consequences this time, but warning that there would be no second chances. Any further violation of city regulations would result in death. Thus, this tempest passed, leaving unresolved tensions that merely became fodder for conversation among the populace. Regardless, Xue Yueqing and her companions had carved their path through bloodshed into the city, leaving a significant impact that rippled even into the cosmos. Rumors arose that Xue Yueqing had acquired the source of the Tao, sending shockwaves along the ancient road, yet upon realizing it lacked the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, many scoffed in disbelief. Xue Yueqing paid them no heed, riding her dragon steed to an inn, while Hanya trailed behind like a devoted shadow. Humph. I shall trade you for my unparalleled celestial scriptures, Hanya coldly declared, aware that the source of the Tao is linked to transcending tribulations and future enlightenment. Thus, parting with 1 or 2 volumes of celestial texts mattered little, for in any case, Xue Yueqing could not attain enlightenment. Xue Yueqing contemplated. Recognizing the source of the Tao as a hot commodity, she intended to sell it only after a thorough cleansing. Very well, she resolved, dismissing further thoughts. Possessing such exceptional scriptures could aid in crafting new laws and would significantly benefit those destined to transcend. Chapter 58. The resolute Hanya, 2 chapters combined. The gentle breeze dances with the melancholic rain, as the autumn hues weave into the city, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In the second holy city, ancient trees line the streets, their once lush green leaves now wilted and yellow, akin to the demise of all living things. A number of battle-hardened challengers stagger into various taverns. Some weep in anguish, while others silently consume jug after jug of liquor. The evening sun casts a sorrowful crimson glow over the holy city, as withering maple leaves cascade down in the autumn breeze. In this ancient city steeped in the essence of fall, The challengers quietly recuperate their bodies for the battles ahead, striving for survival. Yet, some have completely lost their fighting spirit, collapsing against the city walls, gazing at the setting sun in solemn silence. What year is it now? The starry sky remains oblivious to the passage of time and seasons. Once again, autumn arrives, and the fallen leaves resemble the heroes who have been forsaken. Elderly figures sit at shop entrances, shaking their heads at the sorrowful challengers. As they tread the ancient path beneath the stars, how many have withered like those leaves? Departing for distant lands in pursuit of an elusive path to enlightenment, only to find their bones scattered and forgotten? The only one remembered by the world is the strongest of this era. Xue Yueqing strides with unwavering determination through the autumn-laden holy city, his injuries healing rapidly due to his mastery of arcane secrets. His mind is as steadfast as iron, each step imbued with resolve. His confidence unshaken as he traverses the weathered ancient road. The setting sun bleeds into the horizon, painting a scene reminiscent of a sea of blood and fallen corpses, evoking an inexplicable sense of desolation. Upon entering the grandest tavern in the city, Xue Yueqing hears despondent murmurs, with Hanya following closely behind him. We are like solitary boats adrift in a vast ocean, reduced to mere backdrops for a select few. Over 300 of us embarked on this ancient path. Yet now only a handful remain. 2 cultivators, their eyes hollow, uttered these words, their spirits weathered in mere months, their once sharp gaze is now vacant and dull. Streaks of white frosted in their hair. Have they truly chosen to withdraw? Someone beside them inquired, laden with the same bitterness, yet tinged with a sense of defiance. But what could defiance accomplish? They could not prevail in battle. Merely surviving to reach the second holy city was already a monumental stroke of luck. A dozen cultivators fell silent, a pang of bitterness swelling within their hearts. Once they were the pride of their domain, unparalleled prodigies, yet upon embarking on this path, their former brilliance had faded, leaving them to gaze up at the backs of others. Xue Yueqing concealed his appearance and spiritual aura as he entered the tavern, observing the silence of the 10 or so individuals who had emerged from the blood-soaked battlefield. A despondent young man lay drunkenly on the ground, overcome with emotion, weeping uncontrollably as he lamented, "Once, I was proud and invincible in my realm. Here, that means nothing, trampled mercilessly by others." The struggle for supremacy along the imperial path is a battleground for but a few, while we are merely pebbles by the roadside, mere dust, with a gentle breath. We are reduced to nothingness. Had my companion heeded my counsel, she would not have sought to encircle and slay Xue Yueqing, ultimately leading to her demise in the extinguishing of her path. With nothing left, all that remained were the echoes of former pride and the brilliance of a bygone era. Before such formidable adversaries, we were akin to sheep and cattle, no, even less than that. Upon uttering these words, many fell into silence, for they too had once roared against the heavens, conquering mountains and rivers. Yet, upon arriving at the ancient path, all was shattered. My wife perished before my very eyes, resembling a wilting butterfly, desperately shielding me from foes in her final moments. I was powerless to save her, merely a trembling spectator in the shadows. It was only after the enemy departed that I cradled her lifeless form from the pool of blood, watching helplessly as her eyes dimmed and her body grew cold. Life slipping away. Yet, in a way, this too could be deemed a form of completeness. Another voice murmured, etched with tears and anguish. He understood that some perish before friends, yet even their corpses cannot be preserved, reduced to mere fragments. On that night, figures burdened by reluctance and sorrow chose divergent celestial coordinates, embarking alone upon the 5-colored altar, their silhouettes forlorn and tragic. Xue Yueqing sat by the window of the tavern, a white wine glass in hand, silently swirling its contents. Opposite him sat an ordinary-looking girl, Hanya. "This is all of your making. Do you not feel any remorse?" Hanya softly inquired, gazing at the man before her. "Remorse? You are human, and I am a demon. Why should I feel remorse? Moreover, those who tread this path are all adversaries. If they are foes, why should I feel remorse?" Xue Yueqing replied, draining the glass in one swift motion. Among the remaining few, some believed in their potential, convinced that their realms were simply insufficient, and that they could gradually grow to become legends. Others took residence in the holy city to observe the strongest of this era, while some sought a suitable life-bearing planet. Ambitions and aspirations varied among them. Xue Yueqing remained serene, having grown accustomed to life and death. Since embarking on the path of cultivation and engaging in bloody battles, what confusion could he still harbor? Only a heart as unyielding as celestial gold remained, for he yearned to swiftly attain enlightenment and behold the vistas at the pinnacle. As for Hanya, It was unclear why she was so fervently devoted to the source of the Tao, persistently following Xue Yueqing, even willing to exchange unparalleled scriptures. At that moment, Lama was soaking in water at the inn, savoring a pearl fruit, relishing each bite. It seemed to sense something, glancing toward the pavilion, before losing interest. Hanya regained her original appearance, her smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders, with an alabaster oval face bearing a faint chill. Moving with an elegance reminiscent of a swan. What do you wish to exchange? Speak, Xue Yueqing inquired, gazing intently at Hanya. She responded with poise and composure. I possess the complete Tao scripture, encompassing all realms, renowned as the most suitable ancient text for the Wheel of Sea. I wonder if you find it enticing? Xue Yueqing calmly shook his head, stating that the Tao scripture was something anyone could cultivate in this era, and thus he remained unperturbed. However, he felt a tinge of surprise. After all, the complete Tao scripture encompassed the entirety of the cultivation realm, akin to a priceless treasure, comparable to the celestial texts. Tao scripture? I possess that as well. Perhaps you could offer me the 9 secrets of the celestial venerable, or even celestial gold would suffice. Xue Yueqing said with a faint smile. Hanya furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent as she contemplated. Upon witnessing this scene, Xue Yueqing's eyes sparkled. This young woman must have a significant background or possess numerous ancient imperial texts. Generally, when one made a proposition, most would likely take offense and depart. One must understand the significance of the source of Tao. Acquiring it signifies the potential to attain enlightenment. Yet, I cannot achieve such enlightenment. Even if you were to bestow upon me everything within your mind, it would not change my fate. So, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly, do not hesitate. Perhaps tomorrow someone will come seeking me to exchange the 2 celestial scriptures of Taiying and Taiyang. Xue Yueqing continued, his demeanor reminiscent of, since you possess the Tao scripture, how about I trade you the solar celestial scripture in return, along with the forbidden text, thus completing the 5 secret realms? Even Hanya, no matter how graceful and composed, felt a twinge of pain at this moment. Xue Yueqing, though maintaining a calm facade, was internally unsettled. How did she come to possess the forbidden text as well? He too practiced the Taiying and Taiyang techniques, yet had only reached the 4 extreme secret realm. The ancient era was a time of extraordinary brilliance, with numerous imperial texts preserved in their entirety. However, in the later generations, these scriptures had been nearly obliterated through several dark upheavals. In this epoch, the solar and lunar celestial scriptures were akin to the foundational texts of the human race, with nearly everyone learning at least a fragment of them. Hanya frowned, gazing at the utterly composed Xue Yueqing, unsure how to proceed. Is the source of Tao of great significance to you? Xue Yueqing inquired, clearly eager to ascertain its importance to Hanya before drawing any conclusions. If the source of Tao were of use to you, I would not consider an exchange. The competition for the path of emperors is fierce. You have little hope of attaining enlightenment, whereas I do. Recognition of the source of Tao equates to the acknowledgement of the heavens and earth, Hanya confidently responded, her beautiful eyes gazing dreamily at Xue Yueqing. Xue Yueqing nodded, saying, since I cannot attain enlightenment, you should present all your ancient imperial texts for exchange. After all, I cannot reach the pinnacle. As he spoke, he sighed and drained the cup of wine, his bitter expression reflected in Hanya's eyes. Impossible, Hanya replied, shaking her head. Though she yearned for the source of Tao, she was not foolish. I possess the Linzi secret. I will give you the solar celestial scripture and the Taiying celestial scripture, excluding the forbidden text. Hanya stood up decisively, her flawless visage now pale with resolve. Each of her possessions was a scripture that could stir the ages. The mere dissemination of one would draw the pursuit of formidable beings. Especially the Linzi secret of the 9 secrets. The Linzi secret, created by the transcendent venerable for transcending tribulations, enables one to enter the realms of divine prohibition. It is said to enhance one's defense tenfold or more, although the original text does not elaborate on this. Xue Yueqing smiled lightly. Whether the Linzi secret allowed entry into forbidden realms or enhanced defensive capabilities, the 2 celestial scriptures, the Taiying and the Taiyang, were already sufficient. After all, to forge one's own path, one must also draw inspiration from various ancient texts. Very well, Xue Yueqing nodded in agreement, before producing a black cauldron. Its surface adorned with a myriad of intricate runes that cloaked it in a shroud, isolating all traces of its aura. He placed it on the table, entirely unperturbed by the prospect of it being seized. Hanya extended her pale, jade-like hand, her slender fingers gently resting against Xue Yueqing's forehead. A delicate fragrance emanated from her, stirring a sense of disquiet within him. She relayed the cultivation methods from her mind to Xue Yueqing. The Taiyang scripture could empower one's consciousness to become as radiant as the sun, forbidding any competition for glory. By practicing this scripture, one could transform into a solar consciousness, purging mortal impurities, refining true yang, and seizing the essence of creation. The Taiyang scripture, embodying the primordial force of ultimate darkness from the dawn of creation, harbored boundless lethal intent, proving nearly impossible to control or refine. Xue Yueqing silently absorbed the scriptures but had no intention of refining them, as they were techniques meant for humanity. Nonetheless, he could certainly glean insights from them. The Linzi secret could enhance one's physical defenses tenfold, irrespective of whether one had entered the sacred domain. In an instant, golden patterns began to materialize along Xue Yueqing's arms and entire body, a dense array of runes appearing, subtly manifesting beneath his skin. Time passed unmeasured until Xue Yueqing opened his eyes, observing Hanya across from him, calmly storing away the black cauldron. "How did you acquire the Linzi secret?" he inquired. Hanya paused momentarily before replying. "No comment. I take my leave." Her ancient star seemed to have a pathway to immortality, alongside a grave. She had fallen into it while being pursued, where she beheld a plump figure sealed or perhaps in slumber, accompanied by a stone tablet inscribed with numerous secret arts. This secret had never been disclosed to another, and she remained ignorant of the identity of that figure, unable to approach it. Xue Yueqing sat within a pavilion, gazing at Hanya as she departed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The coming days promised to be anything but tranquil, although attempts on his life were inevitable. Hanya would undoubtedly face even greater tribulations. With the celestial scripture in hand and assistance to shield him from harm and trouble, he felt a sense of exhilaration. In the cool night sky, the bright moon hung high, its light cascading like starlit dew, spreading a gentle chill across the heavens. The boundaries of his realm became increasingly difficult to contain. Soon, he would need to visit the mysterious sanctuary to transcend and attain sanctity. Sitting atop the roof, Xue Yueqing contemplated the profound starry expanse, holding a figurine in his hand. Just moments ago, several individuals had sought to assassinate him, yet they fell victim to his counterattack. Unfortunately for Hanya, she had disseminated the information, claiming that Xue Yueqing had exchanged the source of the Tao with her. Thus, this night would likely prove troublesome for her. As anticipated, a sudden, thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the night, shaking the entire holy city, as a blinding light erupted from a nearby location. A chorus of anguish cries echoed, more than just one or two, as a cataclysmic battle erupted within Hanya's residence, even drawing the attention of saints. With some holy kings making their presence known, Xue Yueqing observed from a distance, witnessing Hanya unleash some arcane technique, sending a cloaked saint sprawling with a single strike. After a while, the Grand Commander of the Holy City arrived, yet the herald did not make an appearance, which was rather peculiar, causing several holy kings to leave in haste. A few days later, tranquility reigned, devoid of the fierce battles that had transpired that fateful night. As the great bell tolled softly, the herald finally emerged, seemingly foreseeing something and unwilling to allow Xue Yueqing and the others to recuperate for too long. Merely 3 days had passed before the trial grounds were to be opened. The aspirants stepping onto the ancient celestial path were all invigorated, although some had taken up arms within the city or lingered there. However, numerous indigenous individuals also began their journey, with over 100 appearing. Aside from a few who had arrived from other realms, the remainder were from groups that had come years or even decades prior. Xue Yueqing rode upon his dragon steed, traversing the void, while Hanya glared at him with indignation. Despite her usual coldness and elegance, she could no longer maintain her composure. This fellow appeared completely unscathed. While she had divulged the fact that Xue Yueqing possessed 9 secrets, yet he had not faced any attacks. In contrast, she found herself besieged by dozens, truly unfortunate. Xue Yueqing tilted his head, offering a faint smile and a nod to Hanya, only to observe her clenching her fists, teeth gritted in frustration. Chapter 59, The Sanctification Tribulation, 2 chapters combined. Within the second city of humanity, in the expansive plaza of the ancient city, 12 portals materialized out of thin air, leading to a mysterious trial ground. The divine gates shimmered brilliantly, as if beckoning one to the realm of immortals. Take heed of your actions and diligently hone your skills. In times of yore, many have encountered immense fortunes within these grounds, their names echoing through history. Figures like Huaxian, Taiying, and Taiyang have all gleaned profound insights here, declared the guide, casting a glance at the nearby Xue Yueqing and Hanya. As the 12 portals opened, the trial seekers ventured into the enigmatic arena. accompanied by disciples from various powerful factions, while the guide, the chief commander, and the soldiers did not impede their entry. Only after all had passed through the divine gates did the portals gradually close. Emerging from the divine portals, Xue Yueqing stood upon a vast, desolate expanse, where numerous ferocious beasts roared and a few golden crows soared across the sky, trailing fiery streaks behind them. A dragon elephant pounced upon a formidable beast resembling a Pishio. The dragon horse was absent from his side, having seemingly vanished, leaving him uncertain whether the 12 portals had scattered each individual across different locations. Nevertheless, he knew he must swiftly comprehend the path to breakthrough. With eyes shut, Xue Yueqing advanced step by step, striving to immerse himself in the overwhelming atmosphere. Sensing an inexhaustible surge of power, the path of strength, the forces of time, space, the heavens and earth, and all things were inextricably linked to power. He felt an affinity with this world, his blood surging with vigor, resonating within him like thunder, radiating an unparalleled combat prowess that stirred the dragon blood within. His physical form was extraordinarily robust, rivaling even the most unique of constitutions. Ever since his transformation, he had ascended to the ranks of the strongest. In this place, he naturally melded with the ambience. Walking barefoot, he closed his eyes to perceive the essence of all creation, capturing the path of strength, his essence surging, igniting a desire to rend the mountains and rivers, to shatter constraints, and transcend this realm, striving towards the outer sanctum of tribulation. In truth, he was already on that path, for he sensed an impending calamity looming. Within the mysterious arena, Xue Yueqing contemplated the cosmos and the great Tao, each movement resonating with the world around him. The endless laws intertwined, piercing through the mountains and rivers. The resplendent order stood in proximity to his physical form, rendering him dazzling, as if a deity had descended, radiating divine light. There was still time. He would slowly cultivate his understanding. Xue Yueqing refrained from recklessly rushing into tribulation, instead prioritizing his comprehension of the great Tao. Half a month later, he felt prepared and suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance tearing through the void. Coursing with newfound strength, capable of shattering the sun, moon, and stars with a mere gesture. During this time, the dragon horse had also located him, equally ready to break through. Meanwhile, the valiant figures among humanity did not engage in conflict, but rather focused on their enlightenment. Quarrels could wait. After all, to miss the chance to comprehend the Tao would be a grave loss, and attaining such understanding would only bolster their strength. In the deep of night, silence enveloped the world, and Xue Yueqing made all necessary preparations. Boom! The steed gallops through the vast expanse, a lone rider defying the heavens. Xue Yueqing wields the celestial measuring scale with a single hand, cleaving through the cosmos. The dragon fist, unparalleled in might, shatters the very fabric of existence, causing the entire dojo to tremble. The void erupts, and a myriad of intricate runes materialize, representing the bindings of ancient power. Yet, Xue Yueqing, employing the profound techniques acquired from the chaos of antiquity, amalgamates them into a singular, earth-shattering strike. With a piercing sound, the world is engulfed in a blinding whiteness, as a resplendent violet river of stars surges forth from Xue Yueqing's being. A formidable sword aura cleaves through the heavens, drawing the ethereal purple essence of the 9 heavens into the dragon fist, obliterating the firmament with a single blow. Xue Yueqing rides through the skies, shattering seals, and emerges into the boundless expanse of the starry domain, transcending all confines. An overwhelming aura blankets the surroundings, invoking an instinctive reverence, exuding an air of unparalleled supremacy both above and below. Ahead lies a colossal star, astonishing in its grandeur, surrounded by an array of luminous moons, sparkling brilliantly. This realm once thrived with life, yet now stands desolate, echoing the glory of a bygone era. The essence of the ancient sovereign lingers. Xue Yueqing strolls amidst the stars, gazing upon the immense ancient celestial body. The dragon horse gazes at the great star, perplexed, yet suddenly shudders, halting in its tracks, hesitant to advance. The star is suffused with transformative power. Within its silvery flames intertwine various chains of order, golden foundational laws, gray mists, and green life forces, coalescing into a singular brilliance. The entirety of this great star is steeped in transformative energy, marking the end of all things upon it, an unfathomable phenomenon. The dragon horse's eyes widen in disbelief, instinctively retreating. Xue Yueqing bows his head in contemplation, discerning the vestiges of a mythical epic. Standing there, both rider and steed find tranquility, silently absorbing the ancient vicissitudes of the great star, their divine essence elevating, illuminating the celestial platform. At that moment, a wave of decrepitude washes over them. The emperor has perished, the divine generals are in disarray, the heavenly court collapses, and a singular moment of dissolution unfolds. This fragmented utterance resonates like a thunderclap across the vast cosmos. Xue Yueqing remains composed. He had long been aware of the existence of such a realm. Though he inquires of the dragon horse regarding its revelations, the steed merely shakes its head. It is time to break through. Xue Yueqing softly declares, elevating his essence to its zenith. If you are unafraid of transformation, that ancient star ahead will be your blessed ground for seizing destiny. He gestures towards the shimmering brilliance ahead, where various flames surge and the laws intertwine, the essence of transformation permeating the air. He understands that the dragon horse requires a sanctuary woven from myriad laws to comprehend the order of heaven and earth, and that great star is fortuitously situated nearby. It would be sheer folly to pursue such a path. I dare not venture forth. Let me remain prudent. The dragon horse's expression shifts, shaking its head, eager to distance itself from Xue Yueqing. Who can withstand the power of transformation? A moment's negligence could lead to either transformation or the complete annihilation of one's path. You have no alternative. If you wish to grow stronger, this is the ideal domain. After all, I will be riding you into the world. And it would be quite disgraceful if you are as weak as an ordinary steed. In a fleeting moment, Xue Yueqing arrived beside the dragon horse, propelling it towards a pulsating star adorned with silver flames. The dragon horse emitted a peculiar cry but did not falter. Instead, it surged forward, driven by this force, into the heart of the great star. Boom! As the dragon horse's words faded, its tribulation materialized, a spectacle of grandeur, an unending torrent of thunder. An overwhelming amalgamation of calamities, lunar, solar, the five elements, and chaos, all intertwining, a myriad of the most fearsome tribulations. Crash! The five thunders struck, causing the dragon horse to convulse violently, frothing at the mouth. It was time for me to face my own tribulation. Xue Yueqing unfurled his form, embracing the vast cosmos. Standing resolutely amidst the boundless starry expanse, preparing to confront his own tribulation. Waves of sacred energy emanated from within him, divine radiance bursting forth, illuminating his entire being. Enveloped in a resplendent silver glow, his vital essence surging like true dragons ascending from his crown. Boom! In that instant, celestial punishment erupted, its ferocity unimaginable, dazzling beyond comprehension. Akin to countless seas of stars cascading down, overwhelming the realm like colossal waves, submerging the area in a deluge of thunder. Xue Yueqing vanished, consumed by the sea of lightning. As this starry domain drowned in divine brilliance, light and thunder engulfing all, rendering him invisible. The dragon horse widened its eyes, witnessing Xue Yueqing swallowed by the thunderous sea, a shiver coursing through it. If one were to say the dragon horse's tribulation exceeded that of a typical sage, resembling a myriad of star rivers converging into an ocean, then Xue Yueqing's tribulation was akin to vast oceans crashing down upon him. It was profoundly stimulated. In the frigid expanse of the cosmos, the terrifying tribulation fell like a waterfall. Amidst blinding radiance, planets began to shatter, transforming into blinding light. Meteor fragments plummeting into the sea of thunder, creating mere ripples before vanishing. This was a punishment that flayed skin and refined bone, tempering every ounce of flesh. A true endeavor to shatter bones and reassemble them. For Xue Yueqing's sage tribulation was so fearsome that even he struggled to withstand it. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted, a crimson torrent crashing down. The celestial measuring ruler was summoned by Xue Yueqing, alongside a 3-meter-long chaos stone tablet, both rising and falling together, enduring the baptism of the tribulation. The chaos stone tablet resembled a bronze artifact yet bore the essence of stone, emanating an ancient aura, with peculiar patterns etched upon it. Mysterious lines beginning to appear in response to the onslaught of tribulation. Xue Yueqing cradled the 3-meter chaos stone tablet, directing it toward the divine calamity, and with a resounding crash, the tribulation was pierced through. The chaos stone. The dragon horse watched, tears streaming from its mouth, yearning to seize it, while Xue Yueqing refined the chaos stone. He simultaneously resisted the lightning tribulation, the celestial measuring ruler hovering above him, receiving the purifying storm. Time passed, and Xue Yueqing's bones were shattered multiple times. His entire body nearly obliterated, flesh and marrow scattering across the starry sky, continuously reassembling and refining himself. The chaos stone was exceedingly hard. Xue Yueqing, utilizing both Tao fire and heavenly tribulation, barely managed to cleave the stone in two. One half was fashioned into a mirror, while the other became a celestial measuring tool. The remaining materials were crafted into a garment, However, given his current strength, he could only forge a rudimentary form amid the heavenly tribulation, merely an outline, enduring excruciating pain. He braved the calamity, not daring to relax for a moment, inscribing his Tao upon the outline of the chaos mirror, nurturing it with his dragon blood. Whilst the measuring tool was firmly gripped in his hand, severing the protruding edge of the chaos mirror, a torrent of thunder cascaded down, vast and boundless. A mere fragment of the thunderous sea. The grandeur of the tempest was immeasurable, as the tidal wave of heavenly tribulation swept across infinite star domains. An endless expanse of black lightning crashing down. Was this truly a trial for mortals? Black heavenly tribulation, and crimson as well? In the distance, a dragon horse was ravaged. Its skin torn and flesh shredded, bones splintering under relentless reconstruction and body refinement. Boom. A sea of blood engulfed the star domain. An ominous crimson divine thunder descended. More formidable than any previous tribulation, flooding this celestial expanse, burying countless stars, which erupted one after another. This was a terror of unparalleled magnitude. A sight that would terrify any saint. How could such a malignant heavenly tribulation manifest? Xue Yueqing grimaced in pain. The blood-red divine thunder was monstrous, piercing through his entire being. Even his primordial spirit was not spared. Boom. Another black divine thunder fell, casting the star domain into a dichotomy of black and red. The flickering lightning utterly shattered Xue Yueqing, fracturing his measuring tool, leaving him more passive than ever, even when struck by humanoid thunders. Those thunderous figures could still resist. But this ominous heavenly tribulation was relentless. Crack. The measuring tool suddenly became riddled with cracks, on the verge of disintegration into fragments. Xue Yueqing, enduring the agony of being pulverized, reforged the measuring tool, sparing not even the chaos mirror embryonic form. His blood, bones, and marrow were shed upon the two artifacts, inscribing his Tao and principles upon them. The measuring tool transcended the mundane, a celestial material exclusive to emperors, designed to forge unparalleled imperial weapons. Now, undergoing reforging, it was subjected to countless trials, with numerous feather-like patterns emerging along its length. The embryonic form of the chaos mirror began to take shape, gradually becoming round, resembling a compass. Boom. Another magnificent sea of thunder descended, resplendent with golden light, illuminating the entire universe, as if a cosmic explosion had occurred. That blinding radiance was 1,000-fold more terrifying than the burning of infinite star domains. The solar divine thunder struck, causing Xue Yueqing's flesh to scatter. Even the powerful dragon body was on the brink of annihilation, every inch of its bones fracturing, veins bursting, his head exploding. While his primordial spirit sat amidst the thunderous sea, exhaling bolts of lightning. Once again, the measuring tool cracked, nearly shattering into pieces, floating before Xue Yueqing, ready to disintegrate in all directions. The chaos mirror began to take a more defined shape, now resembling an ordinary disk, not yet polished to reflect. Yet it could still unleash divine might. Xue Yueqing activated the secret technique, merging his shattered body into one, simultaneously refining the measuring tool and the chaos embryonic form through relentless forging. Boom. A radiant tempest of 5-colored divine lightning descended, casting 5 beams of divine light that adorned the entire cosmos in a resplendent array of colors. Xue Yueqing now found herself immersed in a sea of vibrant hues. Yet it was indeed a tempest of various colors of lightning. There were shades of black, blood red, and now 5 distinct colors converged, striking down and shattering the surrounding stars into oblivion. Boom. Another calamity ensued, as the brilliant lightning illuminated the sky, with endless gray thunder filling the expanse. Gritting her teeth, she endured yet another ominous bolt of divine lightning. Crack. The celestial measuring ruler fractured into countless pieces, drifting through the universe, surrounding her as it lost its luster. Xue Yueqing gazed at her cherished artifact, now in ruins, and felt a pang of sorrow. It had accompanied her in her quest for enlightenment for decades. The myriad strands of lightning fell with a thunderous resonance, striking the fragments and producing a cacophony of sound. Bang! Her body cracked once more, bones creaking as blood splattered, staining the shards of the celestial measuring ruler in the embryonic chaos realm. Clang! As blood cascaded, all the fragments began to glow, emanating a piercing sword aura that cleaved through the vast cosmos, shattering the calamity and resonating with a melody that reverberated throughout the entire star domain. Xue Yueqing recalled the teachings inscribed in the Tao scriptures, which described the method of refining qi, reaching sublime heights during the sage's tribulation. necessitating the celestial measuring ruler to transition from death to life, giving birth to a divine spirit, or the essence of the artifact. Perhaps it is time to return to the forge and toil away. Chapter 60. Ascendancy. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a tempest of thunder raged. The cataclysmic tribulation saturating the cosmos, with torrents of lightning cascading relentlessly. Xue Yueqing found himself adrift like a solitary vessel amidst tumultuous waves. His voice echoing through the heavens as he inhaled the tempestuous energy, his primordial spirit separating from his corporeal form, coiling within the thunderous sea. Boom! The great calamity descended. 9 beams of colored light struck down, obliterating all in their path, causing numerous stars to explode. This region, shrouded in heavenly tribulation, erupted in cataclysmic chaos, akin to the very birth of the universe. Crash! Xue Yueqing's physical form shattered, his primordial spirit fracturing. The secret art of the character activated, allowing his spirit to reunite, while his body rapidly underwent restoration and reassembly. Boom! The thunderous tribulation continued to rain down. 1 strike, 2 strikes. An innumerable deluge of lightning, each strike unique, relentlessly battering him. His primordial spirit was scattered repeatedly, yet it struggled to coalesce once more into a singular entity. Time lost its meaning as Xue Yueqing became desensitized by the relentless onslaught of thunder. The thousandfold tribulations persisted, devoid of pain. Only the resonance of a profound Tao echoed in his ears. At that moment, his flesh, shattered bones, and fragmented primordial spirit began to meld with the shards of the cosmic measuring rod, rising and falling within the thunderous sea, undergoing profound refinement. His spine extended, transforming into a measuring rod that fused seamlessly with the cosmic measuring rod. Xue Yueqing's flesh and bones became indistinguishable from the rod itself. Even his primordial spirit shared this unity. Boom! The tribulation intensified, a calamity of unparalleled ferocity, chaos roiling and engulfing the starry sea. The primordial chaotic calamity breached the thunderous sea, shattering the cosmic measuring rod, causing Xue Yueqing's dragon bones to explode as well. This time, the cosmic measuring rod, forged from ethereal azure gold, was utterly annihilated, reduced to dust, nearly obliterating Xue Yueqing's flesh and spirit, scattering them across the cosmos. This was the most harrowing moment. This trial signifying destruction, as the heavens seemed intent on erasing all, compelling Xue Yueqing, who dared to defy fate, into despair, dissolving into nothingness. Yet Xue Yueqing felt neither fear nor anxiety. At the precipice of life and death, he found tranquility. Having endured countless tribulations, he understood that within every calamity lies a sliver of hope. Indeed, amidst the annihilation, a force of rebirth emerged, piercing through the vast chaos, illuminating the void from the depths of the cosmos. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the entirety of the universe. The preceding chaotic tribulations, elemental, ominous, were all dispelled. As a more terrifying tribulation descended, a surge of life energy unfurling. The calamity of creation. It swept away all prior tribulations with its monumental might. Capable of reducing any sage to ash, yet it harbored a glimmer of hope for life. Xue Yueqing and the cosmic measuring rod disintegrated, becoming naught but dust. Even the primordial chaotic mirror bore numerous fractures. His primordial spirit transformed into countless golden grains of sand, radiant and minute, scattered amidst the starlit cosmos, becoming points of starlight. Before the calamity of creation fully descended, Xue Yueqing seized the opportunity to restore his physical and spiritual forms, successfully coalescing anew, and thereafter forged the cosmic measuring rod and the primordial chaotic mirror in the light of the calamity of creation. Regrettably, it is not the essence of chaos. Still lacking a certain depth, however, Xue Yueqing finds contentment, for she can seek supreme celestial materials in the future to elevate the quality of the chaos mirror. Thunder rumbled. The catastrophe of creation descended like a world collapsing, teeming with myriad creatures amidst the vast sea of lightning surrounding Xue Yueqing. The birth of all things manifested: flowers, birds, fish, insects, celestial bodies, deities, demons, and spirits. All conceivable forms coalesced here, accompanied by ethereal immortal light cascading like rain, a manifestation of the great Tao's radiance. The Kunping spread its wings, soaring to great heights, while the demons roared, forging the chaos of the celestial soil. The true dragon's tail stirred the sun, moon, and stars. As immortals ascended, countless celestial feathers arising from the thunderous tribulation, they took the shape of arcs of lightning. A grand spectacle unfolded, all transformed by the lightning's brilliance. Xue Yueqing's expression shifted as she beheld the endless onslaught of thunderous beings. Even a mere blade of grass could cleave countless strands of sword and tint, capable of slaying sages. Boom! Xue Yueqing struck at the approaching entities with her fists, each blow faster than the last, draining color from the heavens and earth. The once resplendent and terrifying sea of thunder turned to gray. Xue Yueqing's flesh was shattered and reformed, her primordial spirit likewise, seated in meditation. Inhaling and exhaling the light of creation's tribulation, boundless and without waste. Subsequently, she inscribed the scene of those transcending into immortality onto the celestial measuring ruler. Utilizing the ethereal rain of light to forge the ruler, drawing upon the power of the deities and the 10 fierce thunders to shape the body of the chaos mirror. Bang! Xue Yueqing and her artifact shattered and reassembled. She guided with her spirit, nurtured with her flesh, and used thunder as fire to commence the rapid formation of both the celestial measuring ruler and the chaos mirror. The celestial measuring ruler took shape, adorned with feather-like patterns. Its azure body breathtakingly bright, flowing with lightning, mysterious lines covering its surface, reminiscent of the patterns of ascension radiating with ethereal fragments. Meanwhile, the rear of the chaos mirror was filled with the roars of deities, ancient beings, the vermilion bird, Kuanpeng, true dragon, and more, encircled by the sun, moon, and stars. Alongside flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Buzz! A formidable sword aura erupted from the celestial measuring ruler, cleaving through the stars, nearly affecting the dragon horse. The celestial measuring ruler birthed deities, manifesting an immortal will, officially becoming an immortal sacred weapon, radiating a hazy immortal light. With scattered ethereal rain of light bursting forth all around, time became indeterminate as the catastrophe of creation began to fade. And Xue Yueqing erupted with a terrifying sacred might, shattering the sun, moon, and stars, resonating with the celestial measuring ruler. Xue Yueqing opened her eyes, unleashing 2 beams of boundless immortal light that pierced through the thunderous tribulation. Her body propelled forth amidst myriad rays of dawn. The might of a sage overwhelming the heavens as she struck towards the vanishing light of the tribulation. Boom! The dragon fist shattered the catastrophe of creation. Resonating like the sound of a great bell, waves of sound reverberating through the starry domain. At last, Xue Yueqing gave a light shout. As both her flesh and primordial spirit, along with the celestial measuring ruler, began to consume the sea of thunder, devouring it with insatiable hunger. The chaos divine tribulation tempered her true blood, while the ethereal immortal light refined her primordial spirit, and the mysterious fragments upon her primordial spirit gradually faded from sight. Xue Yueqing was uncertain of the nature of the fragments surrounding him, yet he recognized that these shards had shielded him from countless mental assaults. During the blood-soaked battlefield, these fragments had once withstood the spiritual onslaught of the Saint King. The tribulation of thunder had not yet concluded. Gazing at the ancient star, once home to a great emperor, Xue Yueqing mused that the trials of the sage were far from simple, especially given the presence of ancient sovereigns in this realm. With his long white hair cascading over his shoulders and a physique both tall and robust, Xue Yueqing's cold gaze pierced through the heavens, resembling a divine being surveying the cosmos. As his words faded, a formidable young man emerged, descending from the tempestuous sea of thunder. His rich hair flowed thickly, and his profound eyes exuded an air of unparalleled supremacy. In that instant of his arrival, the entirety of the universe fell into an eerie silence. Although the lightning crackled and raged, the presence of this individual rendered time itself seemingly frozen. Yet, the features of this man remained obscured. Only his hair, eyes, and a body shimmering with light were visible, akin to a true youthful ancient emperor gracing the world. Xue Yueqing stood resolute as a mountain, exuding an indomitable aura, poised to engage in battle with this young sovereign. With a thunderous roar, this figure, emerging from the chaos, unleashed a formidable punch, radiating divine might. His white hair swirling in a tempest of energy, Xue Yueqing felt a surge of adrenaline. He speculated that this individual was a reflection of himself. For among the ancient emperors, none bore white hair. In the original narrative, Xue Yueqing was depicted with black hair. He pondered how he had become the anomaly of white. Beside him, the dragon horse gazed in astonishment, simultaneously warding off the trials of the saint and the perils of transformation. Witnessing Xue Yueqing's confrontation with the thunderous apparition, it was further disheartened. This was not merely a cataclysmic trial. It was a convergence of devastating divine thunder, compounded by the emergence of a youthful ancient sovereign. Was this not sheer bullying? Yet, the thunderous figure appeared curiously similar to Xue Yueqing, sharing the same white hair and physique, even possessing identical divine abilities. Could it be that he had been imprinted by the heavens? Such an anomaly was unfathomable. The dragon horse was left in awe by the magnitude of Xue Yueqing's tribulations, a challenge so formidable that even the ancient emperors seemed to have faltered before it, with no tales of success to recount. Then, a chilling development unfolded before the dragon horse's eyes. 9 white-haired, thunderous figures emerged from the chaos, without uttering a word. They charged directly at Xue Yueqing. This was a daunting assembly of 9, far too overwhelming. The dragon horse quickly distanced itself from Xue Yueqing, fearing it might become a target of one of the thunderous forms. It could not afford to be entangled in this calamity, lest it face immediate obliteration. Boom, boom, boom. In the starry expanse, all existence seemed to dissolve, as Xue Yueqing valiantly battled against the 9 manifestations of himself, plunging the world into darkness. Turning the very fabric of reality upside down, his blood essence saturating the cosmos. He stood unmatched as the void collapsed under his might. Xue Yueqing remained steadfast amidst the celestial chaos, his blood essence dispersing the sea of thunder, shattering the chaos itself, transcending time and space, gazing disdainfully upon the universe. Even as his form faced destruction, he continued his relentless assault without uttering a single word. Boom. Xue Yueqing continuously unleashed the dragon fist, channeling the ethereal purple chi from the 9 heavens, embodying the martial arts of the purple sky divine sect, along with various profound boxing techniques. He struck the void, manifesting tangible fist imprints in the cosmos. In the starry expanse, he unleashed countless fist beams, filling the grayish sky with a myriad of silver fists, densely packed. These fists soon merged into a singular force, an astonishing blow. A single punch shook the heavens and the earth, dispersing thunderous tribulations and cleaving through chaos. This strike resembled the creation of the universe itself, a mere flicker of divine might obliterating nearby planets. The void erupted like fireworks, forming a web-like pattern. The secrets of the Lin, Xing, and Zhi characters were all invoked, even triggering divine prohibitions. Stepping into forbidden realms, his defenses and combat power multiplied tenfold, resulting in the obliteration of one among the 9 adversaries. Boom. The intent of his fist swept across the cosmos, striking out for 30,000 miles, causing the surrounding universe to tremble violently as if on the brink of collapse. Alone, he battled 9 foes, executing grand movements, his fists might astonishing through the ages. An indomitable resolve shattering the sun, moon, and stars. Every punch sent celestial bodies quaking and the void fracturing. From a distance, Long observed as the crimson essence engulfed the starfield, rendering even the heavenly tribulations dim in comparison, merely a backdrop. Xue Yueqing fought fiercely, reaping immense rewards. Each secret technique was being evolved by his opponents, reaching the limits of their potential, which greatly benefited him. The heavenly thunder fist, dragon fist, purple sky divine fist, earth-slaying fist, and the astonishing fist all converged, infused with an unstoppable aura. Xue Yueqing's eyes gleamed brighter, and he began to deduce his boxing techniques. The 9 counterparts engaged in their own studies of various secret arts, battling him to validate and elevate the deeper truths of their paths. Having endured the heavenly tribulation of severing the Tao, he was well acquainted with the current tribulations, cycling through intense confrontations. After vanquishing the 9 figures like the Emperor, the Undying Sovereign, and the Celestial Lord emerged to engage in combat with Xue Yueqing. In this fierce battle, his physical form shattered, and his primordial spirit was torn, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, amidst the relentless assaults from the sovereigns, he managed to preserve his life. The invincible laws and terrifying paths intertwined. Blood and flesh splattering, shattered bones littering the starry expanse. Survival itself was victory. Xue Yueqing let out a long howl toward the heavens, fiercely exploding several celestial lords, only to be confronted by ancient emperors. Time became indistinct as Xue Yueqing fell into a state of numbness, yet he forcefully transcended the sacred tribulation. Alone in the starry void, drenched in blood, he could not recall how many times he had been reduced to fragments. Divine prohibitions had been triggered multiple times, concluding only in bloodshed. Each ancient emperor and celestial lord was invincible. As the sacred tribulation began to dissipate, Xue Yueqing softly remarked that the higher one ascended. The more one understood the ancient emperors. But I too am invincible, he stated quietly, his tone calm, yet imbued with a sense of superiority over all realms. Coupled with a domineering aura that could encompass mountains and rivers, his will and resolve remained unshaken. The tribulation was not yet over. Suddenly, a continent emerged in the heavenly realm, figures clashing and battling. The shouts of war reverberated through the cosmos. Amid the ruins and shattered walls, celestial palaces stood tall. Yet flames of conflict raged, blood and flesh flying, all amidst the thunderous storm. Xue Yueqing, weary and battle-worn, found himself embroiled in the chaos of war, relentlessly charging forward. His spirit aflame with the fervor of combat, he fought fiercely before the ancient heavenly court, immersing himself in the bloodshed of countless souls. Treading upon a multitude of lifeless bodies as he advanced, his path was marked by relentless warfare, traversing the heavens and the earth, spanning 100,000 miles. Proclaiming his supremacy, slaying foes in all directions, yet encountering none. In search of his own destiny, he harbored an invincible belief. Unaware of how many days and nights he had fought, until exhaustion overcame him, and the shadows of adversaries vanished from sight, leaving countless bodies strewn beneath his feet. With shattered weapons embedded in the earth, starkly real. The battlefield was thick with smoke, yet it was merely the aftermath of thunderous wrath. If the battleground of the mythic era was such a spectacle, what then of the tumultuous ancient times, and that which lay beyond? Standing amidst the storm of tribulation, Xue Yueqing spoke softly, gazing into the vastness of the cosmos and the celestial dome above. His eyes seemed to pierce through the river of time, witnessing the great battles of antiquity, transcending the myriad realms, gazing upon the divine heights above. My battlefield has never been here, but rather in realms far beyond, at heights yet unattained. This place is merely a beginning. With this utterance, his indomitable spirit radiated forth, his aura enveloping the six realms and sweeping across all heavens and worlds. He strode deeper into the battlefield, where celestial palaces stood in grandeur, countless structures floating amidst the void, with a heavenly palace at the center. Xue Yueqing, resolute in his steps, ascended towards the celestial palace that towered above all others, climbing the steps to enter the vast hall within. Inside the central celestial palace, Xue Yueqing's gaze fell upon the throne at its heart, his pupils momentarily constricting before returning to calm. Upon that throne sat a vague, ethereal figure, seemingly burdened by eons of solitude, surrounded by the cosmic stars. Embodying a majesty that devoured the vastness of the universe, exuding an unparalleled grandeur through the ages. The emperor, Xue Yueqing, did not falter. Instead, he approached the throne. Standing tall, confronting the indistinct emperor, his heart soared higher than the heavens, refusing to allow anyone to look down upon him. In the silent celestial palace, two figures stood in opposition, merely 2 meters apart, yet gradually, the emperor's form transformed into light and dissipated, not engaging in battle with Xue Yueqing. As the emperor vanished, Xue Yueqing departed the celestial palace, and in that moment, myriad phenomena erupted, tearing through the cosmos. Alas, save for the dragon horse, no witness remained to behold the most terrifying wonders of antiquity, the roars of chaotic deities, true dragons soaring across realms, celestial phoenixes igniting worlds, and the Kunping striking across 3,000 realms. It was over. Xue Yueqing ascended to the pinnacle, seated before the chaotic sea, casting the celestial measuring ruler and the chaotic mirror into its depths, watching as the ruler floated and sank, while he refined the mirror through his path. Time became an abstraction, and eventually, all dissipated. Alone beneath the starry sky, Xue Yueqing stood, the celestial measuring ruler suspended beside him, the chaotic mirror floating above, casting down the brilliance of chaos, enveloping him in its celestial glow. His tribulation this time consumed a considerable amount of time. After years of arduous battles and relentless bloodshed, coupled with years of suppression, he has now achieved a monumental breakthrough, shattering through 5 celestial realms in one fell swoop, even nearing the threshold of the 6th tier. Chapter 61. Current situation ahead. The grand design of the guiding envoy in the sacred city. The streets paved with blue stones are flanked by towering maple trees, their golden leaves cascading down with the autumn breeze. The city bustles with a continuous flow of pedestrians, yet it has now become particularly lively. Xue Yueqing has mercilessly slain over 200 trial takers. How ruthless. What? He has also obtained the source of the Tao, yet has not gained recognition. More than 300 arrived at the first trial, but by the second sacred city, fewer than 30 remain. Truly a butcher. The demon race has never produced an ancient emperor. Why does he act so arrogantly, daring to tread upon our human path and slaughter our kin indiscriminately? Wu Qianquan, having been shattered in spirit by the Kunxian, has been reduced to a mere wastrel, indulging in frivolities. Someone shook their head and remarked, "The visitors from the burial emperor star are indeed formidable, with several great saints serving as protectors. How unreasonable." By the 50th trial, There are already several ancient paths occupied by saints, royals, and sinister spirits. Within a courtyard of the sacred city, there exists a verdant bamboo grove alongside an ancient-style pavilion. In a cool gazebo, for individuals sit 3 men and 1 woman. The leader has indeed survived, stirring up endless turmoil in the first city, slaying hundreds of prodigies, and killing the supreme commander. Lu Yang sits upon a stool. Beside him a woman clad in red, Xue Yueqing, his companion. Recent news suggests that the leader has ravaged the island of fallen saints, slaughtering over 200 heroes and defeating several seed-level powerhouses, even reducing Guqiu to a state of undress. Moreover, the holy monk Qi Ju had his head struck so hard that it turned crimson, the crown of his head sent flying, truly brutal. Lu Yang shuddered. Imo Long and Qin Jian silently sipped their tea, then spoke. The next trial is about to commence, and we will undoubtedly be pursued by the minions of the burial Emperor Star. We cannot fathom what the leader has done there. The royal family seems eager to unleash imperial weapons upon us. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. For it has been nearly 20 years since they last saw Xue Yueqing. By the way, how formidable is Xue Yueqing, that you all regard him with such reverence? Zhou Xiu inquired, curious about Xue Yueqing, having frequently heard his name but knowing little of him. She is beautiful, embodying a gentle elegance akin to a Jiangnan maiden. Her demeanor enchanting, with bright eyes resembling a starry sky, delicate brows arched gracefully, clad in a red dress, holding a red oiled paper umbrella. While she may not be a peerless beauty, she is certainly a captivating figure. It is a mystery how Lu Yang won her affection. We are unaware of the leader's true strength. 20 years ago, perhaps even Kun Xian would not have been his match, Imo Long remarked. Zhou Xiu furrowed her brows slightly, remaining silent as she stood at the edge of the gazebo, holding her umbrella and gazing at the distant Lotus Lake. It will take at least 5 years for the leader to arrive here. By then, we should have reached the 40th trial. Though I believe there will be few left by the time we reach this point, Lu Yang stated. Recently, the most exceptional prodigies have retreated into seclusion to seek enlightenment, a process that may endure for an extended period. As they reach the 50th level, every path begins to converge into clarity, and it is our turn to enter seclusion as well. Within the mysterious dojo, Xue Yueqing has returned, having transcended to a saintly state. While Longma has broken through 2 stages, albeit still 3 stages beneath Xue Yueqing, suffering a considerable setback. Before the square of the second holy city of humanity, 12 portals opened in succession. Hanya, Guqiu, the holy monk 7 Ju, along with 3 seed-level contestants, emerged, accompanied by scattered elite disciples from various factions. Nearby, several ancient saints stood coldly, observing Hanya, their expressions tinged with disappointment, for they sensed that Hanya had likely fused with the source of the Tao, her aura significantly enhanced. Among them, a young man with shadowed eyes watched intently as Xue Yueqing entered the portal, flanked by several elders who shared in the observation. Close the dojo. The Grand Commander issued the command with a chilling demeanor. Once the dojo is sealed, those who remain inside face dire consequences. For if the Holy Beast King awakens, those trapped within are likely to meet their doom. The 12 portals thunderously closed, sealing the world behind in an abyss of nothingness. The Grand Commander's countenance remained impassive, devoid of any hesitation. Hey, have they perished? Did they fall to the jaws of the Holy Beast King? Or are they trapped within, forever unable to escape? One of the holy monk 7 Ju sneered, harboring resentment for nearly being slain by Xue Yueqing. Meanwhile, Hanya floated in the void, her expression tranquil, as if unconcerned by the chaos around her. An aura of primal essence radiated from her, ethereal as a celestial being, her delicate feet stepping upon dark lotuses. What a pity, to perish here. When the dojo reopens next year, it will merely be a heap of refuse. Guqiu, with her ruby-red lips and piercing gaze, rode a white wolf, casting a lofty glance at the rapidly closing portal, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air as one portal shattered, and a figure on horseback emerged from the divine gate, flames of divinity flickering around him. Akin to a war god trampling the starry skies, shaking the heavens. What? He has emerged. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. The Grand Commander regarded Xue Yueqing with a darkened expression, driven by jealousy rather than any vested interest. Jealous of Xue Yueqing, a demon clan member, stirring up turmoil among humanity, envious of his formidable strength. His aura has intensified, deep as the ocean, he has ascended to sainthood, and we are no longer his match. Some murmured, feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to a tidal wave. In an instant, several ancient saints launched a surprise attack on Xue Yueqing, without warning. As a massive formation suddenly materialized, confining their movements. Each had stepped into the realm of the Holy King, terrifyingly powerful, as if their assault had been premeditated. Xue Yueqing's eyes narrowed, unleashing two beams of divine light that pierced through two ancient saints. As the sound of galloping hooves resonated, he drew the celestial measuring rod and struck down upon the approaching foes. With a resounding clash, the sword energy surged through the holy city, enveloping the entire realm in a blinding white mist of sword intent, akin to the transformation of a celestial being, as rain of light cascaded down, scattering like feathers. These were the intricate patterns upon the celestial measuring rod. Flash! With a resounding roar, Xue Yueqing wielded his dragon steed, cleaving through the air with a sword that shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. The celestial bodies trembled as if the very fabric of the universe quaked beneath the weight of his strike. Had it not been for the surrounding formation sealing the void, the holy city would have surely shattered. In an instant, an elder of the half-step Saint King rank was bisected, his blood and entrails spilling forth, his primordial spirit obliterated. The swiftness of Xue Yueqing's execution of a half-step Saint King was nothing short of astonishing. Boom! Among the 6 half-step Saint Kings, 1 had fallen, yet 5 remained. Encircling Xue Yueqing, armed with formidable forbidden artifacts, ready to unleash their assault. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom the sudden turn of events. They looked to their commander for guidance, only to find him smiling enigmatically. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted, illuminating the holy city and rendering all unable to open their eyes, accompanied by anguished cries. 2 Saint Kings disintegrated into blood mist amidst the searing radiance, their primordial spirits shattered. Above Xue Yueqing's head, a dim mirror materialized, the chaos mirror trembling gently as it released torrents of chaotic energy, bursting forth with overwhelming beams of light. The imagery within the mirror seemed to come alive, depicting deities shaping the cosmos, true dragons roaring, and Kunping soaring. From the mirror emerged a figure identical to Xue Yueqing, who cradled the chaos mirror and gently turned it towards the elderly men enveloped in blinding light. Instantly, the mirror unleashed a powerful suction, drawing in the patterns of the formation, and several ancient saints were pulled into the mirror's realm, along with the forbidden artifacts they had cast. What could have caused this? The spectators outside the formation found themselves blinded by the white light, blood streaming from their eyes. Even the commander was not spared, overwhelmed by the peculiarity and intensity of the radiance, surpassing even the brightness of a solar explosion. "Do you think you can hold me back?" Xue Yueqing's voice was cold and composed, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Within the chaos mirror, the elders frantically assaulted the world inside, but they were met with true dragons, celestial phoenixes, Kunping, and deities that swiftly encircled them. The entire realm was shrouded in a haze, devoid of substance, save for the fleeting figures engaged in fierce combat with the elders. Buzz! The chaos mirror quivered once more, and in an instant, a tempest of sword energy filled the realm, utterly shattering the elders, their primordial spirits annihilated. "Xue Yueqing, you have slaughtered my royal kin. The divine progeny shall not let your transgressions go unpunished. The blood god prince will avenge us." Bang! The elders' furious cries echoed as their lives were extinguished, their primordial spirits obliterated, their blood and bones consumed by the chaos mirror. Little did I anticipate that my first use of the chaos mirror would exceed my expectations. Xue Yueqing mused. As for who would come to exact vengeance, they were welcome to try, for from this moment forth, he would relentlessly forge his path through the imperial realm. When the blinding light dissipated, the onlookers beheld Xue Yueqing, unscathed, standing resolutely beneath the starry sky, an overwhelming aura engulfing the entirety of the cosmos, pressing down upon the commander. Xue Yueqing fixed his cold gaze upon the commander and inquired, "Do you wish to oppose me as well?" He gazed down at the Grand Commander from the heights, his eyes brimming with intent to kill and indifference. Had those forbidden instruments detonated completely moments ago, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. Enough. Suddenly, the guide appeared on the horizon, thwarting Xue Yueqing's intent to eliminate the Grand Commander. His features remained obscured, shrouded in a hazy luminescence. On the ancient starry path, no guardian overseeing the trial grounds could harbor selfish desires. Otherwise, enforcers would swiftly enact their judgment, the guide proclaimed. He then extended a hand towards the Grand Commander, gently sweeping it aside, causing him to vanish amidst the Grand Commander's horrified gaze. However, Xue Yueqing was not inclined to relinquish his understanding so easily. He calmly asserted, Several other ancient path saints have attempted to take my life within the city, and surely remnants of their kind linger here. I implore the guide to eradicate them." The guide remained silent for an extended period, contemplating in the void, before finally nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word, and then vanished from sight. Ah! The guide. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted throughout the city, as a terrifying aura of the Grand Sage emanated from the guide, ruthlessly obliterating several foreign entities that threatened the human race, including malevolent spirits and members of the royal lineage from the North Dipper. It was uncertain how they had infiltrated. At that moment, Xue Yueqing and several other elite figures received a message from the guide echoing in their minds. The holy city is now beset by numerous foreign entities, all seeking to hunt down prodigies they perceive as threats to their divine offspring. Exercise caution as you navigate the path ahead. Very well, you may depart now. Rest well. For another battlefield shall commence in a month's time. With that, the guide took his leave. He remained uncertain whether he had acted rightly or wrongly. If any among them were to attain enlightenment, it would surely yield certain advantages in the future. After all, imparting such knowledge could prove invaluable later on. One must admit, his vision had indeed broadened. Chapter 62. The Sacred Cultivation Ground. Explosive update. Stars cascade like waterfalls from the celestial heavens, forming shimmering rivers across the vast night sky. The luminous dome above the holy city pulsates with starlight, sustaining the operation of the grand formation. Within the city, streets are lined with tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and alchemy chambers, while vacant spaces are adorned with stalls brimming with divine herbs and other treasures. It has been a month since emerging from the enigmatic dojo, and today marks the day of departure. Xue Yueqing exited the inn, mounting his dragon steed, and arrived at the square, where a dozen individuals gradually gathered, unwilling to languish here. However, only a handful of challengers remained, having journeyed from the distant starry realms. Xue Yueqing, Hanya, Guqiu, the holy monk's 7 absolutes, and 2 seed-level powerhouses, one of whom has already perished. The rest are the original inhabitants of this city, all preparing to embark on their own journeys. The demon race has never witnessed a young powerhouse such as you. I imagine that formidable opponents await ahead, yearning for the upcoming battles that will undoubtedly send shivers down our spines. We, the old-timers, eagerly anticipate the revelation of whom this era will ultimately belong to. The words of the guide stirred a fervor within, prompting admiration for Xue Yueqing. The path ahead is fraught with extraordinary beings, so powerful that even we veterans cannot help but marvel. This is an era devoid of emperors. Who among us can ascend to universal supremacy remains a mystery. Yet, the guide affirmed Xue Yueqing's immense potential. Ahead lie the prodigies of the human race, sacred spirits, the offspring of ancient emperors, malevolent deities, and remnants of the Kunlun lineage, an encounter we all look forward to. Let us commence our journey. As the guide's words faded, a 5-colored altar materialized in the void. The seed-level powerhouses appeared as mere embellishments before him, akin to insignificant pebbles by the roadside, devoid of any brilliance, for only the strongest shall be remembered. As the crowd dispersed, the second holy city turned desolate. Some challengers chose not to set forth, halting their progress to become guardians of the city, while others settled down within its confines. As autumn winds swept through, endless leaves fell, littering the ground with remnants of branches, reminiscent of the once mighty prodigies vying for supremacy on the imperial path. Xue Yueqing embarked on the celestial road, waging relentless battles and progressing forward. Enduring a series of life and death trials, they overcame 9 challenges, and time elapsed for over a year, during which he faced continuous skirmishes. Upon reaching the 7th challenge, some mighty beings from other races began infiltrating the trial grounds, hunting down prodigies from various clans, with even sacred kings descending into the fray. The holy monk's 7 absolutes diminished to merely 3, leaving only 3 remaining. Meanwhile, Guqiu, intent on uniting with others to eliminate Xue Yueqing, fell victim to his counterattack. Guqiu perished amidst the starry expanse, struck down by Xue Yueqing's formidable fists. Her pride and her once dominant demeanor became utterly worthless in that moment. Even with the alliance of 10 ancient saints from beyond realms, death was inescapable. Yet, an ever-increasing number of individuals emerged upon the trial path, all residents of the ancient roads, embarking on their own quests. Over the course of a year, they traversed countless star rivers, ventured through vast zones of life restriction, and clashed with fierce beasts and malevolent spirits. In the dark expanse of the universe, a sacred city hovers in the void, radiating divine brilliance as it orbits an ancient star. Dazzling meteors encircle it, forming unique formations amid the surrounding celestial bodies. The 10th trial is a remarkable place, filled with countless arenas for testing and several sanctuaries beneficial for the sages. Gazing down from the city, one can discern the blurred outlines of mountains and rivers on a life-giving planet below, where even fearsome creatures ascend to the heavens, and colossal beasts roar across the vast cosmos. This is a majestic beast king, captured specifically by the emissaries of this layer to guard the sacred city. The 10th trial is situated on an ancient life-giving star, distinct from the previous trials that stand alone in the cosmos. This marks the first encounter for Xue Yueqing on the path of the strongest trials, having previously encountered only small worlds created by sages or great sages, or realms of chaotic celestial soil. This time, it is a true ancient star. It is not insignificant, though it cannot be compared to the likes of Beidou or Ziwei. It is nonetheless grand in its own right. This star is perilous, teeming with formidable creatures, making it impossible for Xue Yueqing and their companions to land directly. Instead, they are transported to the sacred city by the multicolored altar. Indeed, they have arrived at the 10th checkpoint of the ancient star road. The first life-giving ancient star along this path, brimming with danger yet harboring infinite opportunities. Upon entering the city, they are greeted by explanations from the inhabitants, who convey that the number 9 is particularly special, representing extremes and transformations. This place has been a haven for trial takers for decades, where countless heroes have paused in their journeys, all seeking access to a unique domain that offers immense benefits for breakthroughs to sagehood. This is a primordial ancient star, where cultivation can yield significant advancements, and it is known as the Land of Enlightenment, also referred to as the Saint-making star. Many choose to attain sagehood here, gathering strength. According to the city's denizens, the most primal and potent laws reside in this locale. Selecting this place for enlightenment ensures that once a breakthrough is achieved, the foundations laid will be remarkably solid, establishing an unshakable base for future enlightenment. Moreover, this is the ancient path traversed by the celestial sovereign and the ancient emperors, their trails etched into the very fabric of this star. However, achieving enlightenment here does not equate to becoming a sovereign. The laws are immensely beneficial for sages without adverse effects, just like the trio from over a decade ago, 2 of whom attained sagehood here. Along the way, many individuals warmly explained to Xue Yueqing and their companions. The sacred city of the 10th trial is significantly larger than the previous 9, bustling with people. Over the decades, an unknown number of trial takers have lingered here, some of whom are not any less powerful than the seed-level cultivators like Xue Yueqing. Numerous individuals, for various reasons, have paused at this juncture, not due to lack of strength, but because of their individual purposes. Some seek ancient royal scriptures, others excavate heavenly materials and treasures, while some await the emergence of a secret monument. This group finally arrives, who among them is Xue Yueqing. Many gazes from the streets are fixed upon the entering cultivators. Although more than a year has elapsed and the tumult has subsided considerably, the arrival of Xue Yueqing and her companions still incited a considerable stir. After all, the information regarding the rivalry ahead was far more intense than that concerning Xue Yueqing. What a formidable demon she is, having slain even the city's chief protector and over 200 prodigies. Among those lingering in this city are some of the deceased's powerful disciples, while others clamored to besiege Xue Yueqing. This marked the second time beings of the demon race traversed this path. The first was a formidable entity named Gutsong. Perhaps they hail from the same celestial body. After all, Gutsong was the third-ranked quasi-emperor of the demon race, yet the ancient emperor had never made an appearance. There was much discussion among the onlookers as they assessed the cultivators in the city, some of whom were scrutinizing Hanya. Having endured more than a year of brutal conflicts, Hanya had transformed from a girl into a woman. Her visage no longer resembled that of a 17 or 18-year-old, but rather that of a 23-year-old. Her beauty was unparalleled, radiating an icy allure. Her figure had matured, accentuated by a form-fitting black gown that outlined her curves, causing the cultivators in the city to drool with desire. With a graceful poise, she tread upon the void, her long, fair legs slightly revealed, while her delicate, rosy feet evoked an irresistible urge to caress. She must be Hanya, truly exquisite. Oh my, such charming little feet. Heh, buddy, you're delusional. Even from afar, one can detect the foot odor. What do you know? A celestial being cannot have foul feet. Even her celestial aura exudes fragrance. Not to mention she isn't wearing shoes. Some cultivators nearly came to blows over the matter of foot odor. Even Hanya, not far off, paused momentarily, instinctively curling her petite toes. The chief protector of the 10th holy city of the human race, along with several soldiers, wore grim expressions. Unable to suppress a glance at Xue Yueqing, they held no favorable view of this unruly rabbit. Whether it was the massacre of trial participants or the execution of law enforcers on the first tier, in their eyes, it was a disgrace that tarnished their reputation, leaving the leaders from various regions feeling humiliated. Moreover, it was not one, but two law enforcers who perished due to her actions. In the second holy city, the chief had been slain by a guide for violating the rules, which deterred them from any rash actions. Adhering to protocol was their best course. This place is exceedingly perilous, as the ancient star below harbors extraordinarily powerful beings that frequently assault this holy city, including those of the great sage caliber, filled with peril. However, for some cultivators, it also presents unimaginable opportunities, the chief protector of the 10th holy city of the human race earnestly explained. This chief protector was quite responsible, imparting vital information about forbidden areas and sharing all he knew with Xue Yueqing and her companions before taking his leave. The various paths echoed with resonance, easily luring individuals into a state of enlightenment. Xue Yueqing murmured to herself as she strolled through the city alongside Longma, while some cast murderous glares in her direction. According to the chiefess account, remarkable talents had arrived here, shattering barriers from the second tier of the celestial realm to achieve sainthood in the shortest time possible. The dragon steed gnawed at an ancient herb, proclaiming, "In 3 months, we shall resume our journey." The guide, having uttered a few words, departed, granting the trial participants a 3-month respite for recovery. After a year of relentless battles, the perils within the trial grounds were far more daunting than those encountered along the celestial ancient paths, rife with life and death crises. 3 months hence, tranquility prevailed, devoid of bothersome flies, sarcasm, or arrogant challengers. As dawn broke, its radiant light bathed the entire city, infusing the morning with vitality. A multitude of cultivators set forth towards the next life-bearing planet. In the 10th sacred city of humankind, thousands remained, many of whom had never tasted defeat since embarking on the celestial ancient path, regarded as kings among men, lingering in hopes of seizing extraordinary opportunities. Xue Yueqing sat astride his dragon steed amidst the throng, making his way to the plaza bustling with activity, where ancient beasts roared, and the air was thick with bloodlust. The cobbled streets teemed with various fierce birds and beasts, all without exception being mounts of the sage realm. Throughout the past 3 months, Xue Yueqing had been in seclusion, assimilating the gains acquired over the year. During this time, Hanya had visited him for a drink, marking the establishment of a familiar bond. With utmost caution, the guide activated the ancient city seal, allowing groups of cultivators to ascend into the heavens, emerging from the formation into outer space. A throng of savage beasts and ancient birds, alongside a multitude of formidable cultivators, surged forth, each vying for supremacy as they advanced towards the enigmatic ancient lands. Boom! A thunderous roar akin to a torrent of steel reverberated through the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of the universe. A cadre of armored riders traversed the skies, akin to celestial warriors descending upon the ancient star below, stirring clouds and resonating with the echoes of profound truths, a spectacle of immense grandeur. The arrival of so many powerful beings stirred the attention of numerous formidable entities below, their keen eyes observing with latent menace. Some sacred beasts even forming ranks within the forbidden zones. Roar! The mountains became increasingly distinct, towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist, with palatial structures built atop countless amassed corpses emanating a chilling aura. Not one, but several such demonic mountains loomed, serving as the sanctum of a divine tiger that had cultivated for millennia, having devoured numerous invading trial participants, its strength unfathomable and deterring any who dared provoke it. Xue Yueqing listened intently, noting that once the crowd descended, they dispersed in various directions, while dozens trailed behind him. Suddenly, one among them brandished a crossbow, aiming a bolt at Xue Yueqing. Boom! A streak of dark light pierced the sky, shimmering with brilliant radiance, tearing through the void and igniting even the distant stars. Xue Yueqing's eyes narrowed as he reached for the incoming arrow. Clang! His hand was adorned with gleaming white dragon scales, effortlessly gripping the arrow capable of shattering celestial bodies. However, today, an explosive update of 20,000 words is forthcoming. Chapter 63. The Path of Creation. This ancient star is vast and boundless, capable of accommodating thousands of cultivators as they disperse into various regions. However, approximately 20 individuals trailed closely behind Xue Yueqing, with some even attempting to take his life. A young man brandished a pitch-black, demonic bow, its surface adorned with intricate, winding patterns. With both hands, he drew back the bowstring, channeling his divine energy to summon the celestial power from beyond the stars, transforming it into a unique purple arrow that shimmered like a cosmic river. With a resounding crack, he released the arrow, which shot through the air like a streak of darkness, aimed directly at Xue Yueqing's back. Upon sensing the imminent danger, Xue Yueqing swiftly turned and firmly grasped the arrow, facing his assailants with an icy demeanor. Without hesitation, he aimed the arrow back at its owner and hurled it with great force. The arrow, empowered by the secret arts of warfare, pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, exploding the man's head with a sickening pop, shattering even his primordial spirit in the aftermath. Without uttering a word, Xue Yueqing leapt from his dragon steed, unleashing his dragon fist to obliterate the more than 20 saints before him. Xue Yueqing, for the murder of my brother and the slaughter of my kin, prepare to meet your end. A strikingly beautiful woman charged from a distance, her crimson eyes ablaze, wielding a long sword aimed at Xue Yueqing. Can they take my life while I remain powerless? You shall perish as well, Xue Yueqing replied calmly, activating the secret arts of the movement. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing beside the woman and delivering a seemingly ordinary punch. Yet, the surrounding void trembled and fractured, rendering her forbidden weapon useless. This unremarkable punch caused the very fabric of reality to lose its color. In the woman's gaze, Xue Yueqing's fist drew ever closer, the surrounding space solidifying, leaving her powerless to escape as she could only watch the impending doom. With a deafening impact, her head exploded like a ripe watermelon, staining the ashen world with a splash of red and white. Once he had dealt with all adversaries, Xue Yueqing mounted his dragon steed and resumed his flight, seeking the place of enlightenment. He paid no heed to the earlier disturbances. Those who attacked him were merely at the 5th tier of the Saint Realm, while he had already ascended to the 7th tier. Should he succeed in his pursuit of enlightenment this time, he might directly ascend to the rank of Saint King or even reach the realm of Half-King. As the dragon steed traversed ancient grounds, they encountered several terrifying presences but evaded conflict, as even the ancient beast seemed reluctant to provoke them, particularly due to the aura emanating from Xue Yueqing. Along their journey, they witnessed sacred beasts devouring humans, yet none dared to confront Xue Yueqing. For he was already resonating with the sounds of enlightenment, his aura radiating uncontrollably. This shall be the place for my cultivation. Xue Yueqing finally halted before a vast, boundless lake, nestled within a small mountain where he carved out a cave dwelling. He meticulously arranged formations at the entrance, deploying all the array techniques he had learned over the years, even utilizing rare materials that only a grand saint could breach. Here lies a vast lake, shrouded in mist, extending for thousands of miles, where no creature dares to venture. The ancient trees along the shore stand tall and vibrant, while a stone cliff rises majestically, adorned with spiritual herbs that exude delicate fragrances. It is within this cliff that Xue Yueqing has carved out 2 caverns, a sanctuary of solitude. He herds the dragon horse into the first cavern, choosing instead the innermost dwelling for himself. Seated cross-legged within the cavern, he conjures a divine essence, within which lies a celestial peach, a fruit of extraordinary nature